really matter if the stars don't shine? Who can love you better? Doesn't really matter if the stars don't shine. Who can love you better? All I want now is you.
Frustrations keep swelling, I'm spiraling out. My mind's overthinking, I can't hear a sound. Stop looking past me, putting me down. I know I can't be strong, but everything I say just comes out wrong. I'm worried that I'll always feel this lost. What cost? I was drowning in a sea of my thoughts, in a sea of my thoughts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. Resenting is easy, but anger gets old. Have trouble believing the things that I'm told, and I wish I could go back to the person I know. I know I can't be strong, but everything I say just comes out wrong. I'm worried that I'll always feel this lost. What cost? I was drowning in a sea of my thoughts, in a sea of my thoughts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling, now I'm shouting. I was drowning in a sea of my thoughts, in a sea of my thoughts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out.
I've been trying to find the words to say you mean the world to me. When I'm fighting and you see me hurt, don't walk away. I've been holding on for days, hoping just to see your face. Let me know you're
This is the start of something new. Taking my steps only forward. A change in the air, can you feel it too? This world is so big, around the corner. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. dream can be too big, 'cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time, time to just be me, time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time, time for me to choose what I wanna do. My time, 'cause this is my time, what I wanna do. My time is meant to be all mine. All I bring with me in life is my time is mine. And now I know this is my time, time to just be me, time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time, time for me to choose what I wanna do. My time, time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time, time, what I wanna do. My time.
I wanna know you, I wanna show you, and I wanna give you everything you wanted, and I wanna see you, don't wanna leave you. I just wanna give you everything you dream, but hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me, hold on to me. 'Cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me. Baby, wait, I know that you're afraid, but it'll be okay if you just stay with me, and we can run from here, and we can disappear, and they won't find us where we are going, dear. So baby, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Also, baby, hold on to me, hold on to me, hold on to me. 'Cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we
thinking about tomorrow more than I ever have before.
Grand Slam Tour. I'm your host, James Dash, and over the next 8 days, we will watch 12 of the world's top-rated grandmasters will compete at the highest level. Freestyle chess is unlike anything the world has ever seen. And who better to bring in this fantastic event than my incredible friends, David Howell and Tanya Sachdev.
James, it's great to be back with you boys. Paris is the perfect city for the second leg of the Grand Slam Tour. Of course, Paris has emblematic architecture and incredible art. But the city is also home to iconic chess history, from casual matches in Jardin de Luxembourg to 3 global chess tournaments in the 19th century, to chess cafes that have attracted the likes of Voltaire, Rousseau, Ben Franklin, and even a young Napoleon.
You're absolutely right, Tanya. Paris has been the setting for some thrilling chess tournaments throughout history, from famous artists like Eugene Delacroix to legendary chess players like La Bourdonnaise and Alexander Alekhine. Freestyle chess is now going to write the next chapter in Paris's chess legacy. What makes freestyle so unique is how we play chess. The players will compete in Chess 960, which randomizes the pieces on the back rank to level the playing field. Before each game, we will pull one of 960 positions, which the players will then have 10 minutes to discuss.
Which forces players to rely on their intuition and adaptability. Every move is crucial. And as we know from the Weissenhaus Slam, drama is guaranteed.
With the best players, creators, and commentators in the world, get ready for the second leg of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour, live in Paris.
Hello everyone and welcome to the City of Love, Paris, France, for the second leg of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. I'm James Dash, your host, and happy as ever to be joined by none other than Tanya Sachdev and David Howell once again back in the saddle for some more freestyle chess action. How are you two doing?
Super excited. I mean, James, look at this venue. It's bigger, it's bolder. We're in the City of Love. We're in the City of Lights with the brightest stars of the chess world. I can't wait for the action to begin.
Yeah, so good to be back. Weissenhaus was so much fun. It had some shocks along the way, some twists. And yeah, I'm expecting more of the same. It's going to be so much fun to watch the world's best in action.
I love that you call it Weissenhaus because I think it was an incredible precursor to what promises to be another very exciting event here in Paris. Obviously, some differences between that event and this one that we'll get into a little bit further on in our pre-show as we do our best to set the stakes and the table for the 12 players who will be doing battle over the next 8 days here in Paris to see who will take the top spot, get those all-important circuit points for the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour, and of course, a good purse of prize money to boot. With that, I think we should reflect on what the year looks like, both where we've come from and where we are heading. And so I'll remind everybody that we kicked off the year in February in Weissenhaus in Germany, where Vincent Keymer took that top spot. I think a surprise to many, a shock to many that he was able to do it in the fashion that he did, but it definitely kicked off the year in a spectacular way. That's, of course, going to bring us to Paris, where we are now here in April, later on to go to the U.S., followed by India, and closing out the year with our Grand Slam champion in South Africa, of all places.
Yeah, what a season it's going to be. Some real highlights along the way, I'm sure. Some major cities we'll be visiting along the way. I think the players, we can tell by the mood already here, they're just thrilled to be part of this. And it's expanding, it's getting bigger by the day.
Iconic cities, iconic players, and we had an iconic start in Weissenhaus, right? Who expected Vincent to be the first winner of the Grand Slam Tour? It's been awesome, and I think to your question, the big thing that we'll find out, is Vincent a one-slam hero, or will he be a force to reckon with in freestyle chess?
I mean, what is your gut telling you right there? I mean, it's a discussion to be had. You know, this is a guy who definitely made a name for himself in that first event, but there still is this kind of feeling that maybe that was a one-off kind of situation.
Yeah, Vincent, I should mention he followed up his victory in Weissenhaus by beating me in the German league. So he must be on a hot streak. He's going to win this tournament for sure. But, I mean, jokes aside, he does start this event as the bottom seed in terms of the classical chess ratings. Of course, this is freestyle. It might just be his format, but a lot of eyes on him. Can he hold up to that pressure?
It seemed to be his format in Germany as we took a look at those accuracy scores, or just the way in which he evaluated the positions, a number of times deviating from what other players would do early on in those starting positions, and to great effect. Now, of course, he's just one of 12 here at this event, so let's get a complete overview of the field here, because as we said, we've already shaken things up from the first event to the second. We had 10 players in Weissenhaus. We have 12 players here in Paris, and there you have them all on your screens. Of course, with 12 players in the field, this also kind of creates an interesting dynamic where still top 8 are going to move on to the knockout stage, meaning 4 players this time around are going to be eliminated in effect after the round robin stage. A very different dynamic.
Yeah, 6 familiar faces, 6 newcomers. But yeah, not everyone can make it. And these are 12 of the world's best. It's that simple. Anyone on a good day can beat anyone, and it's so hard to predict. We could see some world-class players just immediately being knocked out after the first 2 days of round robin. It's crazy. The stakes could not be higher.
I think it's absolutely going to put the onus on the players, right, to show up on day one, right? 6 rounds to be played today, 5 more to be played tomorrow, and then straight into the knockout stage. So you don't have much time to make many mistakes and still manage to recover. When it comes to the 12 players that we have in the field, Tanya, I'm curious, either of the 6 returning or the 6 who will be making their first appearance here on the tour. Who do you have your eyes on?
Oh, there are so many hot names here, right? And we've got 4 Indians participating as well. And I think for me, that's a big narrative in this tournament. It's not just participation. It's going to be one of the defining storylines. You've got the world champion. You've got Gukesh here. You've got Pragnanandhaa, the Tata Steel winner. And then you've got Erigaisi, who had 3 in a row victory in freestyle chess. What form will he come in with when we take it to over-the-board freestyle? And then, of course, Vidit Gujarati, who crushed it in the qualifiers. He then tied the knot, and here he is with his lady luck by his side.
I know, what a honeymoon ender that would be to come away with the tournament win. But of course, yeah, plenty of representation there for the Indian players. I do want to take a look at the format. Once again, we mentioned there are 12 players. There's a lot at stake here. So we'll get it up on the screens and remind you how much is in play, both in terms of dollars, but also in those all-important circuit points. As you can take a look there, Chess 960, you all understand how the format works. It's really 959 because we eliminate the traditional starting position, but a random position will be drawn for every single round. Once a random starting position is drawn, it will be eliminated for any future games. And so we'll get a whole lot of uniqueness here over the next 8 days.
Yeah, every game will be unique, and we do start with the round robin stage where the 12 players will face each other once. It is rapid chess. It's going to be fast, furious. It's going to be heartbreaking for some of them. And then it will be the knockouts later in the week.
Yeah, so from the faster-paced games, we slow things down a little bit once we get to the knockout stages with the classical time controls. Of course, if things are tied, we will then move back into Rapid Blitz and ultimately in Armageddon to decide the winner. Let's take a look at those prize funds, those purses that the players are playing for as well. Top spot going to take a solid amount of cash along with an all-important amount of points there. Vincent Keymer, he will be sitting pretty right now at top of the table, but of course wants to continue to add to those points so that he is in good form when it comes to South Africa as well.
Yeah, from underdog to champion at Weissenhaus, which got him a lot of money, but also those 25 tour points. And yet he's got that cross on his back right now as well, right? He is going to be a bit of a target. But I want to remind everyone what a run he had there, right? Because he took down Magnus Carlson. He took down Fabiano Caruana, and then he took the crown as well. Lots at stake here, lots of points, lots of money. It's going to be a fun ride for everyone to watch, so come along.
And that was after exiting the round robin as the 6th seed, getting picked by Alireza Firouzja, the 1 seed for his first knockout round, and then having to go through those titans. Let's take a look at the overall standings. Of course, we already know that Vincent is going to occupy that top spot, and having taken down Fabiano in the finals, Fabiano will sit in second. But it is important for us to get get stock of the field and where each person is in those overall standings. Of course, 6 players who will be playing in this event won't be seen on that overall standings board because they're looking to make their mark here for the first time in the year. That alone, I think, is an interesting element of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour, David. The fact that you can play in the first event, miss out on the next. You're still in contention for the year-long tour, and how does that really develop over the course of the year?
Yeah, it's definitely extra incentive for those who are just making their debut here in the tour in Paris. They're going to be taking extra risks, pushing extra hard to get those valuable tour points, to bank their spots in the next tournament, but also to set themselves up nicely for the finals. Yeah, there we do see Vincent Keymer out on top, but my eyes are going to be on the older generation, the youngsters winning everything, it feels like, in the last few months. So it's up to the likes of Magnus Carlson, Hikaru, who weren't quite at their best in Weissenhaus, to now up their game here in Paris.
And the only thing more dangerous than Magnus is a hungry Magnus, right? He's definitely looking for his first slam win. I mean, Paris is a beautiful city, but Magnus is not here for sightseeing. He wants that first slam in, and he wants to do it right here. Anything less than championship will be trash for him.
It's a great call out. I think that was an incredible theme or a thematic that we had, taking place over in Weissenhaus. I'm curious to see if it continues. The old versus the new generation. Was that just kind of a one-time thing? Are we reading into it too much? Or is this really a format that supports the younger minds who maybe are willing to take more risks, let's say, or try something that others would be rather unwilling to do themselves?
Yeah, I think the one thing that defines the young generation is their fighting spirit, and freestyle chess is perfect for that. So yeah, I can't wait to see how they try to attack their older colleagues along the way.
A good example of that is going to be Arjun Erigaisi. As you mentioned, 3 consecutive Freestyle Friday wins. He's the only player to do that, and it's an incredible showing. I have to imagine some people have their eyes on him as a terror.
And a huge part of Arjun's skill set is his creativity, his adaptability, and the ability to be fearless and keep absolutely cool when all hell breaks loose, when it's absolutely chaos. And that is an absolute asset when it comes to freestyle chess. But the big difference here is going to be the time control, right? Because 3+1 in Freestyle Fridays, it's still a bit random. Anything can happen. Can Arjun show that same performance when you've really got to level up your quality? Because everyone's got time to think.
Yeah, it's true, David. The format here really tests players across the entire spectrum, right? Again, these first couple days, we're moving a lot quicker, but then we're going to slow things down. So it's a completely different demand on these players. One, to qualify through, but then, of course, if you want to ultimately take the top prize, you're going back into that classical format.
Exactly. The players will need to show off their full repertoire here of skill set. I mean, the tournament strategy should simply be to survive the round robin. You don't need to come first in the round robin. Of course, it helps to be able to pick your future opponent, but just survive. That's what Vincent Keymer did. He came 6th out of 8 in Weissenhaus, and then you need to up your game. Ultimately, it will be classical chess that decides the winner of this tournament, unless it goes to tiebreaks, Armageddon later on, but you never know. I mean, the players, they need to be at the top of their game in all formats.
I think we can definitely promise a few Armageddon games over the course of the next 8 days. They're bound to happen, but with the stakes set, the table set, and the players well understood, I think it's important for us to reflect on how exactly we got here with the road to freestyle chess.
Chess is being reimagined in 2025 with the groundbreaking Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. Together with Magnus Carlson, we call it Freestyle Chess, played according to the rules of Chess 960. This format ensures thrilling games from the very first move. Why? Because the arrangement of the back pieces is drawn at random before the start of each game. In total, there are 960 different starting positions. The arrangement of the pieces in the 1st and 8th rows is randomly arranged, but symmetrical. The only condition is that the king must always be placed between the rooks, and the bishops must also be on different colors. In freestyle chess, players can't rely on memorized openings. In other words, they see positions they have never seen before and must invent new strategies right from the get-go. The first 2 days will start with an epic round-robin stage in a 10-minute plus 10-second increment time control. Then, the top 8 players will advance to the knockout stage. Time controls will be lengthened to a classical format where players will have 90 minutes and a 30-second increment for every move. Throughout the tournament, we will witness the best talents in chess play at the highest level of Chess 960. Get ready to experience chess in a new dimension at our Paris leg of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour.
Welcome back, everybody. That's how we got here. Now let's talk about where we're going. With the schedule for day one, of course, we do have 6 rounds of games to play today, so we're just going to take a look at the first of those matchups. We'll get the schedule up on the board for you so that you can take a look at everything, but I just want to go to each of you. Let's pick out one matchup that we're incredibly keyed in on at the start of the day. Tanya?
It's got to be the one right at the top for me, right? We've been talking about Arjun, his icy, cool nerves that he's got, and he's taking on Caruana. Now, we're talking about Arjun Erigaisi, who just moved up to world number 4. He leapfrogged Fabi in the world rankings, who's currently world number 5. So it's number 4 versus number 5. Now, Fabi is a player who's shown incredible understanding and class when it comes to freestyle chess. You know, he's finished runners-up, almost there, almost at the finishing line. But the word has been almost for him. He's looking for a big win in this one. And for Arjun, he's got everything to prove here after those 3 in a row. I think that's a big one we start with.
Yeah, Wisenhouse 2024, Wisenhouse 2025 both ended with Fabiano in that second place. We know he wants the top spot, but for me, as you say, he's the picture of consistency. And it seems that for a lot of players, if they want the top spot, they have to claw their way over him. So will Arjun be able to do that here? Game 1 of the day, that's definitely one of the questions. I turn to you, David. What's the other matchup you're looking at?
Yeah, I'm going to go for 2 players of a different generation. Well, the older generation. I'm going to go for Hikaru Nakamura against Jan Nepomniachtchi, just because I feel for both of them so much at stake. Hikaru in Weissenhaus, he got knocked out a bit earlier than he would have wanted against Vachier-Lagrave in the quarterfinals, in some tie breaks. He talked about retirement afterwards. He was feeling down. Since that tournament, he's been on a bit of a roll. But yeah, I think he has a point to prove, Hikaru. Meanwhile, Jan Nepomniachtchi, newcomer to the tour, he's going to want to start with a bang. And I should mention, it's a repeat of the 2022 Fischer Random World Championship, where Hikaru won the world title, his first ever world title in Armageddon chess.
All right, so there's a little bit of history there, especially when it comes to this type of a format. Obviously, those are 2 huge matchups. I'm going to bring us back to our previous tournament winner in Vincent Keymer. We got to talk about this guy, both as an individual, but also in his first matchup of the day. David, we're introducing something a little bit new this time around, player stat cards. I'm going to hand it over to you to maybe give a brief explanation as to how we arrived at some numbers and where we're coming at here.
Yeah, so I should mention these are very subjective. These are not based on hard fact, but they're based on players' performances throughout the year 2024. And Vincent Keymer, his Weissenhaus victory, unfortunately arrived a bit too late to be included here. But here we see his stats for attack, defense, strategy, intuition, and time management. And overall, an 83 score. That's something I've given him. This is in cooperation with Take. We should mention a great platform out there trying to make chess more of a sport. And just like FIFA, just like other games, this is a score we've attached to him. But we interviewed some of the players yesterday, and they are itching to get higher scores next time. So I'm hoping that this inspires the players. And let us know at home what you think. Should these be higher, lower? Do you agree, disagree? Either way.
Exactly. Shouldn't be taken as gospel, but should definitely be taken as a conversation starter. And I think that's exactly what they're meant to be. So as David says, let us know if you think any of those numbers should shift. Tanya, I'm curious from your perspective, when you just think about Vincent as a player, what is his greatest strength?
You know, if that player card was based on what we saw and experienced in Weissenhaus, that 83 would be a 100. I mean, the guy was flawless and perfection in his execution. You know, yes, he had a tough start, but then the road he had to winning, to taking that crown. I mean, he was picked by Alireza as his opponent in the quarterfinals. He proved him wrong. He first beat Alireza, then beat Magnus in the finals, took down Caruana, took the championship. And it's not just the scoreline, right? The quality of play, the execution of the opening, the understanding of where you put your pieces, absolute perfection. Going to be interesting to me, James, it also reminds me a little bit of this game we used to play as kids, right? Those WWE cards that we would have. Yeah. And then you'd be like, hey, should we play on attack? And then your opponent had to outsmart you on that number.
Top trumps, yeah.
Top trumps. I mean, I wonder what Magnus, would he be the Undertaker, the Rock in that?
And we're prescribing WWE identities to chess players. I never thought we'd be here. I'm not sure.
Vincent would be the strategist. He's so good.
What was his rank? How much did you rate him on strategy?
Very high, in the 90s.
Ooh.
I think it's his strongest suit, simply. That's why he was so good at freestyle chess last time. He just outplayed his opponents. He didn't crush them necessarily tactically. He didn't smash them off the board, but he just understood things deeper and better.
The Peter Lecco effect.
Yeah, let's have a conversation then about where Vincent kind of stands in the community. I think this is an important conversation to be had because, like I said, he's the returning champion from Weissenhaus. And yet, I get the sense, there's a pervasive feeling that he's not considered the favorite coming into this event. I'm not making a claim one way or the other, but I think it's an interesting discussion. At what point, or what does he have to do to become, really inserted into the conversation of, freestyle chess number one? When do we talk about the fact that maybe he is the guy that everybody else really needs to chase?
Yeah, I mean, if he wins this tournament again, I think we'll not stop talking about Vincent ever. But I think he needs a consistent performance here. Of course, dropping out in the round robins, it's possible for anyone. It's such a strong tournament. But if Vincent flops, then I think we might start looking at that as a bit of a one-off in Weissenhaus. But yeah, just consistent performances, I think, throughout this Grand Slam Tour season would be as successful and a step in the right direction. He's so close to those top in the world already.
Yeah, and while Weissenhaus was a Cinderella run for him, it was home ground. He was the favourite there, and that must have felt so incredibly special to go from underdog to champion. One thing's for sure, the players are definitely taking him a lot more seriously. You're going to think twice in case you have to pick him as your opponent in the knockouts. You're not going to be so sure about that. But definitely, I think it's still too early to call him one of the absolute heavyweights in freestyle chess as well.
And speaking of taking things seriously, we got a little bit of serious business still to take care of. A quick overview of the tournament rules. Take a look.
Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour.
Of the world's greatest chess players will battle in a unique and thrilling format. No opening preparation, no memorized lines will help the grandmasters here. Only creativity, skill, and instincts.
That's because all games are played in Fischer Random, also known as Chess 960, or, as we like to call it, freestyle chess. Before every game, a new starting position is drawn, challenging the players to rely on their creativity and intuition.
And with a $750,000 prize pool, the stakes couldn't be higher. Over 8 days, the Grandmasters will compete for first place and Grand Slam Tour points with the hopes of becoming the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam champion for all 5 tournaments around the world.
The first 2 days is the round-robin phase. Every grandmaster plays each other once over. 11 rounds with a rapid time control. 10 minutes with a 10-second bonus per move. And if needed, 10 tiebreakers will decide the final standings.
The top 8 grandmasters advance to the knockout phase, 1 round every 2 days, with 1 game per day in a classical time control. 90 minutes plus 30 seconds per move. And to reward the best performers of the round-robin stage, the top 4 players choose their opponents from the bottom 4.
Players who get eliminated don't go home. They continue fighting for rankings in a separate bracket. Every win still counts, in points and in dollars.
And if matches end in a tie, get ready for an epic tiebreak. We begin with a rapid match, and if it's still tied, there'll be a blitz showdown with 5 minutes plus 2 seconds per move. And if there's still no decision, we will watch a final Armageddon standoff.
This format ensures that only the most adaptable, resilient, and fearless chess player will triumph. No second chances, no shortcut, just pure chess brilliance.
Who will rise above the rest and claim the $200,000 first prize?
World, are you ready? The greatest chess talent from around the globe. 8 action-packed days. This is Freestyle Chess.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the playing hall here in Paris, France. Now, with the stage set and the tournament rules fully understood, I think it's time to give our fans and viewers at home a tour of this lovely space. So if you'll just follow me this direction, I'm going to take you first and foremost to one of the player warm-up areas. We have 2 of them set up on opposite sides of the playing hall. This one, of course, will be dedicated to the 6 players that are playing the white pieces of any given starting position, denoted very obviously by the white table. So anytime you see a shot like this, it will be any of the players piloting those white pieces. We've got it mic'd up as well. well to try and get you all of the gritty insights that the players are willing to reveal to us during those discussions. But of course, this is just one of the amazing setups that we have for the players. I think it's time for us to check in with Tanya, who I believe should be setting up. No, not just yet. Okay, I'm getting the signal that I'll hang out and maybe make some moves myself, pretend like I'm a brilliant enough player to go ahead and play my own game till I get the signal that we're going to play a symmetrical opening, because this is pretty standard in the way that the players, I think, approach initial setups. Of course, this is the standard position, the one position you won't find played at this entire event. But I think for many, this was a highlight of the first tournament. That level of access that we get to the players, it's quite a rarity at this high level of chess play that you would get the insights or be able to delve into the minds of these players, where normally we want to understand how the synapses are firing in every which way. Still waiting on bated breath to show you the rest of the space. And until I get that word, we're just going to hang out here. Perhaps we go to David instead, if possible, who's set up. Oh, Tanya is ready. All right, we're going to Tanya now to check out the other side of the playing hall.
And James, the players who will start with the black pieces will be right here. They've got their very own beautiful black board set up. The table looks absolutely stunning. We'll see them here. We'll get a peek into their minds, their insight, as they strategize their own responses to how will the players with the white pieces start. And speaking of inside access, we're going to head over to David, who's got some secrets to spill.
Okay, I'm hoping you can see me here. I'm heading into the confessional booth. This is my favorite spot in the whole tournament hall, my favorite addition to top-level chess. Here, the players can confess their sins during the game. If they're anything like me, they have a lot of sins to confess. They'll be talking about their mistakes. They'll be talking about their blunders, their brilliancies, what they're worried, what they think is going to happen next. And we have learned in Weissenhaus and throughout the Freestyle Tour that the players do actually quite like to share. They don't have to prepare openings so much. They don't have to study as much pre-game, so they have more energy to come in here, talk about their thoughts. And who knows, we might get the likes of Hikaru Nakamura pretty much just streaming. We might get Magnus Carlson visit. Hopefully, throughout this tournament, you get a peek inside the top players' minds. Back to James and Tanya for now.
Thank you so much, David. Hoping for some deeper secrets, future events with David. Either way, this is a good look at one of the 6 different player setups that we have available throughout the playing hall. Myself and Tanya setting up for a match. I'll just go ahead and make, a very standard move here. But as you can see, the players are well set up. Great lighting, fantastic setup for each. Oh, what are we doing now?
Just readjusting. James, are you sure that's what you want to play?
I like this move. I think it's a good waiting move, and doesn't look like anything is really here to get me. Yeah, I feel good about it.
That's a checkmate.
Oh, no. I got checkmated. Well, this is why I'm not one of the players in this event, and instead I am going to rest on my laurels and use my 2 experts to set up the stage for everybody. Back to the stage we go. As we're only minutes away from the opening ceremony, I think I turn back to the 2 of you to wonder if there's anything that you feel is going to surprise us in this event. Is there a player that you think is going to show up in a big way? Do you have a bold prediction in this one?
I think if it's not going to be Magnus or Hikaru, then I'm going to be looking at Nodirbek Abdusattorov. There is a history, a tradition across all sports of the last-minute entrant coming in unprepared, no pressure on their shoulders, completely fresh and surprising everyone. And Nodirbek, he's so strong. It feels like he's due a big breakthrough, just like Vincent Keymer was in the last event. And I think his style is perfectly suited to freestyle chess. Last time, he just ran into Magnus Carlson on a hot streak. This time, might be his tournament.
And he's got to be feeling the adrenaline, right? Just 48 hours ago, he got the notice that, hey, get on a flight to Paris. And of course, knowing Nodirbek, one might think that the player, could he be tired? Is he prepared? But that's not Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He's always ready for the fight. He's always ready to take on. I think he's feeling inspired. It's a big opportunity for him. So really excited to see him back. And speaking, of last-minute replacements, we've also got Rapport here, who took Ali Reza's place. And he's a player who's known for his creativity. Once again, such a big asset to have when it comes to freestyle chess.
Yeah, I love that you guys bring it up because we'd be remiss not to talk about the fact that there are two last-minute replacements, of course, Alireza and Hans Niemann stepping out of the tournament just before, within the last week, and we have those two players stepping in. Do you feel like that's a weight off my shoulders, there's no expectations kind of situation for these guys, that it actually should be somewhat freeing from a mental perspective to come in as a last-minute replacement? Or do you feel like there is a bit of jitteriness and pressure that comes with a lack of, of a runway, of run-up to really mentally prepare?
Well, what I know about Nodirbek, I think he's always looking for the kill. You look at the guy, you look at his body language when he's sitting across the table, the way he does his death stare, he always wants to win. So I don't think he's jittery. He's got the confidence. He's going to be going for the wins early on.
Yeah, and he doesn't have to look far for inspiration. His countryman, Vachier-Lagrave, in the first Weissenhaus event was a last-minute replacement. Nearly went all the way, nearly got to the final, was just defeated in the semis, in the playoffs. So last-minute entrants, especially the young ones who are hungry for this opportunity, this is a life-changing opportunity for them. I think they're going to shine. Yeah, life-changing without a doubt. You can probably hear in the background noises starting to bubble. The players are filing in.
I see Gukesh there. Vincent, yes. He stepped in.
I should have said they were the favourites for the tournament.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that was your opportunity to get in good with them. Of course, as was the case in Weissenhaus, you will see each of the players sporting a very colourful jacket, a designated colour for each of them. 2 more colours added into the mix as we're up to 12, but easy identification for the players that you want to root for. I'm still going with that deep royal purple jacket that Fabiano wears. I just don't know if there will ever be a jacket that pops up that I love more than that one. Yeah, I don't know. I like Hikaru's red. It really suits him, that shade.
I'm going to pick Gukesh's red, then.
Oof.
Not just because he's right here, but it looks good on him.
That's true. All the players, I think they're embracing it, right? The uniqueness of this tour, and nice to see them with those jackets.
Also, Magnus is white.
Now, there's another interesting discussion to be had. I think, again, it might start cropping up at this tournament, and then I imagine at every event more and more and more. But we have that set of 959 positions sitting behind you, David. Obviously, we had a number of them played at Weissenhaus, but we have not gotten through all of them, and it might be a while until we do. But I think the first repeat position is where things are going to start to get really interesting, especially when we include things like positions in Freestyle Fridays, starting to identify which players have actually had some experience in certain setups, and then tracking those discussions in the warm-up areas. What information is being revealed? What has been learned from a previous bout with that initial position?
Yeah, it's fascinating. I've been chatting to some of the players. I've also been eavesdropping on their conversations at dinner, and there's already opening theory starting to be developed, patterns emerging. If bishops start on a certain square, you push a certain pawn first. Queens on a certain square, you liberate her first. And yeah, I must admit, I was trying to play around with this machine yesterday. I was just so scared I would drop one ball. It must take hours to reset.
I was going to ask, how long would that take? Because, you've got to put 959 of those in there, so we better not touch anything here.
Well, the good news is it takes a little bit less time each time we draw one, because that's one less ball that needs to be reloaded into it. But yes, be careful around that thing, because if you accidentally let that thing go, then I think it will be on you to do the reset entirely. You guys have a guess which position?
Oof.
First position.
What are the
today.
odds of getting that right?
Well, 1 out of 959 is the odds, I tell you that much.
I will say it will be in the 300s.
300s, yes. Okay, at least in the 300s. What are you thinking? You said 14?
14.
Just going a low, 14?
14.
Okay. I'm going to go 101.
Oh, wow.
I like symmetry, so a little bit of 101 situation there. I'm also curious, too. Obviously, we'll talk more about this when we're upstairs and we have the benefit of the computer, so we can draw the lines and actually have the visual representation of the positions. But as well, again, what are going to be the learnings in terms of certain patterns? One thing that we noticed a lot of last time around was those positions in particular that had bishops and queens, long diagonals stuck in the corners, and how that really seemed to put a clamp on some of the initial moves that players could make, either forcing a lot of symmetry or looking for that one opportunity to force a break in symmetry.
Yeah, and also look for undefended pawns in the starting position. Like you said, if you start with white, we often see the players analyze, trying to find a way that they can be the first to strike and to break the symmetry that black often aims for. There are so many takeaways from Weissenhaus, that we picked up with our chat, with our community. It's going to be interesting to see. And just a few minutes from now, now, we'll have the players analyzing and strategizing.
Yeah, and something that's very different from regular chess is that the players are reluctant to commit their king too early. They don't like to castle too early because that just puts a target on their back. It shows the opponent which side of the board they should be attacking on, playing on. So we have seen players leave their king kind of undecided for a long time. But, of course, that can backfire if you leave it too long.
Yeah, sometimes kings left in a position that would feel awkward in a standard classical game, right? To leave it maybe in the center for too long, but can also be an incredible strategic tool because of remembering how the castling rules work in this version of the game.
Yeah, and James, I'm just thinking, back in Weissenhaus, we saw at the start there were certain players who liked to analyze in a group, and then there were certain players, Magnus comes to mind, Gukesh comes to mind, who kind of liked their own chair and would go through the games. Are we expecting a switch up there, or is it going to be more social, or do you think that, the lone warriors will be fighting alone in their own corners?
Well, the one difference this time, so Gukesh, he spent every day alone. He was at the board himself, just almost meditating, just staring at the pieces. This time, though, he is joined by fellow Indians. Last time, he was the lone Indian player. This time, he has 3 compatriots with him. So I think he might be forming that group, the Olympiad Dream Team reunited.
Oh, it's a good note, right? While we have these warm-up areas set up for the players, there's no obligation that they use them. They have the opportunity to use the green rooms and the player lounges as well, or their own boards to sit and think on their own. It is important to note, though, that if they go and sit at their playing station, they cannot move the pieces. If you want to be able to move pieces and really explore without just calculation in your brains, then you will have to go to one of those warm-up areas. And so, like you say, I think it'll be interesting to see who pairs off with whom. Obviously, with now 12 players in the field, that's adding one more voice to the conversation as well for each side, which I think as well will be interesting enough. Just how do those voices balance out?
I also love how, the tension's rising in this playing hall. We've got the players, I can spot quite a few of them. We've also got Nidhi here with its wife, newly married, honeymoon in Paris. I saw Anna Kramling. So, things are about to get started, James.
Exactly. You can feel the energy bubbling in the space. You can feel the noise as well. We're very close to the opening ceremony here in Paris for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour in 2025. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our gorgeous playing hall here in Paris, France, for the second leg of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. But what is a tournament without our competitors? So it is time now for us to introduce the 12 players who will be doing battle over the next 8 days to see who will become the champion of our Paris leg of this Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. Without further ado, let's get into it. First up, he's the winner of the Chess.com Freestyle Qualifier for Paris, recently married, and we will give him many congratulations on that. He's making his first appearance in the Freestyle Grand Slam Tour here in this stage, winning Team Gold in the Chess Olympiad. It's none other than India's own Vidit Gujarathy.
Well done.
Vidit, best of luck to you. You may take your seat. Next up, he's the hometown hero for France in the beautiful capital city. With a peak ELO of 28.19, making his first appearance in the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. Often known by his moniker MVL, it's Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Maxime, thank you. Best of luck. You may take your seat. From here, we go to one of our last-minute replacements. Hungary's strongest Grandmaster, making his first appearance in our Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour here in 2025. He was the runner-up in the Chess.com qualifier for Paris, earning his spot here. It is Richard Rapport.
Stylish to boot. My friend, thank you so much. Please take your seat as we introduce our fourth competitor at this event. He is the current World Blitz Co-Champion, second place winner in the Chess.com Fisher Random Chess Championship, and two-time candidates winner. It's none other than Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan, best of luck to you in the tournament. Please take your seat. From here, we return to India for our next contestant. Recently winning the Tata Steel in 2025, he's the world number 7 at only 19 years old and making his first appearance in the Freestyle Grand Slam Tour here in Paris, France. It's Ramesh Babu Pragnanandhaa. Prague, best of luck to you. Please take your seat. We'll stay in India for our next player. 3-time Freestyle Friday champion. The only player to do so far and to do it in consecutive fashion. Just taking the world number 4 spot and making his first appearance in the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. Give it up for Arjun Erigaisi. Arjun, best of luck to you. You may take your seat. From here, we go to the players making their second appearance here in the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. But we will start with the current world champion and world number 3 by rating. At 18 years old, one of the youngest players here. It's Gukesh Domaraju. Thank you so much, Gukesh. Best of luck to you. Next up, our second last minute replacement stepping onto a plane less than 48 hours ago to attend this event. He's the world number 6. He became a grandmaster at a mere 13 years old and making his second appearance in the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour with his appearance here. From Uzbekistan, it's Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Thank you so much for making the trip out here to join us. Best of luck to you, my friend. And from here, we go to the world number 2. He's the 2025 winner of the America Cup, winner of the last 2 Freestyle Fridays. So challenging for that coveted title that Arjun has managed to take for himself. It's none other than Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru, best of luck. Thank you so much. Remaining in the U.S., world number 5 and the second place finisher in the Weisenhaus event of 2025. He's the 4-time U.S. chess champion and looking to take the top spot this time around. It's Fabiano Caruana. Fabiano, thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck to you, my friend. A couple more to get to. And next up is somebody that I believe is many a fan favorite. He's the winner of Weisenhaus 2025 at 20 years old and Germany's strongest GM. Looking to do the back-to-back, it's Vincent Keymer. Pleasure to see you again, my friend. Best of luck in the tournament as you try to do the unthinkable. You may take your seat. Our final player, number 1 in the world. I think it's no secret who I'm talking about. 5-time world champion and winner of the 2024 Freestyle Tournament. It is the world number 1, Magnus Carlson. And there you have it, our 12 players that will be doing battle over the next 8 days of competition here in Paris, France. There's only one thing left to do, and that, of course, is to draw the initial starting position of the first of our 6 round-robin games to be played today. And in order to do that, I'm going to ask for the help of one Fiona to please come up onto the stage, where we will draw our first position. At your leisure.
Position 828.
Position 828. We can go ahead and throw that on the stand over here. But with the starting position known, I will excuse all 12 players to their respective warm-up areas or their playing tables to both discuss and to strategize. And as the players make their way to do just that, we are going to go ahead and reset ourselves as we wait on bated breath for the action across the board. Stay tuned for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam 25 here in Paris, France.
Most obvious options are F4, E4 to start, right? Those are two most obvious moves.
E4 makes sense.
But E4, E5, then what do we...
Yeah, no, I'm just
we
saying
get
what the moves
tempo, yeah? Like it takes...
Yeah, takes on C6 or something.
We lose too much time. I think F4 is...
Yeah, F4...
F4, F5?
F4, F5.
Take on C6, no? Take C6. Yeah. Similar to the first game in the last time.
No, this doesn't look good already.
Yeah.
I mean, E4, E5 is probably bad, right? I mean, F4 takes C6 is probably just bad.
Yeah, E4, E5, then we just have to play
some
slow game.
Yeah. What about D4? So D5?
E5 or E5?
But E5 maybe not. I take and then go D4. Like this way. F5, C3. Or wait, sorry, no, the pawn's on F2. No, but okay, can't you take and play F4 like this?
Queen E4 probably is too risky.
Queen E4, Knight G3, just play.
Yeah, it's too much. Okay. Well, then
Maybe not.
F4?
Yeah, exactly.
F5, and then we kind of threaten E5, right?
But this is hard because E4 bishop C4 already. D4 is... No, D4 is probably just bad. If you don't have E4, then what?
Yeah, D4 also
Yeah, D4
doesn't open up anything.
Okay, but if we
F4, F5, Knight G3, something slow. C6.
Yeah, this makes sense. Knight G3.
C6, C3. C3, yeah.
Okay, Knight G6.
No, but I like Knight G3. I think Knight G3 makes sense.
Knight G3, Knight G6. E4. Take F5. Yeah, take F5.
And Knight G3, E4.
We can jump, I think, yeah. But they don't have this. Why don't they take on E4? Why don't they take just on E4? What's wrong?
Yeah.
And if Queen E4, we can like...
Yeah.
We can choose like Queen G6, like, or maybe even like E5, technically.
Yeah, Queen E4, Queen G6, maybe.
Queen E4, like E5, and then D5.
Okay, white takes, right? Because Knight G3, D5 doesn't make much sense.
Queen E4 here, if we go E5, let's say.
What if you go D5 and C6?
E5, Rook E1, yeah, it could be unpleasant.
C6.
Or C6 first, yeah, maybe Bishop D5.
And also Knight G6
Have we
makes
had
some
the position
sense.
before, by the way? It looks so familiar.
Yeah, it looks...
Yeah, it looks a bit familiar.
This looks bad for white.
Yeah.
Okay, not quite bad, but yeah.
But, I mean, very difficult to deal with.
Yeah,
D5.
yeah. So I think like something like E4, maybe Knight G3.
E4 is most natural.
Let's say F4, F5, and Knight G3 for now. Like, So let's say if knight g6 and maybe e4 makes a lot of sense, yeah, like takes and...
But
here,
also
maybe
knight
bishop
g6,
d4
maybe
already.
knight d5. Is
But
it
knight
crazy?
d6?
Bishop c3 now. With pawn on
Bishop
c6.
takes a...
But d5 is a bit like...
No, bishop c3, bishop f4.
Why not c6?
Siding.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Maybe c6.
Okay, let's say I play c3 for now, yeah.
Yeah, g6.
Wait,
So
but this is sharp, no? There is some potential, like g5 or something.
Could be, but...
Or
maybe
e5 is
grab it. No, g5. So
G5
take,
take.
play 4. Let's see, knight somewhere forward.
Knight e4, yeah, it's probably not it's probably bullshit for that.
No, could be nice because knight on g6 here, blockading, and the 4 pawn is very advanced. And also the center is ours, like d5, d5 could be.
I think e4 is very natural for first move.
Yeah. But e4, let's say, okay, f4 I guess enough, yeah.
Okay, f4 is something.
No, I mean e4.
But
I
e4,
think
so what's the problem with f5? I'm just curious.
Yeah, nothing.
Let's say, okay, first of all, e5.
No, f5 is better.
Why?
Take knight g3.
Rook f8.
4.
Rook f4 after knight g3, I think. It's strong because you don't have... You have to go f3, bishop e3.
a bit special.
Well, it could be.
Che maestro.
No, that was Fabrice.
Ah.
But I don't know, I will also want to...
Okay, but c6 is very natural.
Yeah, I mean...
But c6, knight g3, also after g6 we need some idea. So f4
g6?
e4.
What, f4? How do you think? I mean, take, and then...
Yeah, I can't defend
I
it.
don't know, somehow this feels very dubious.
Bishop d4.
Ah, but it's bishop c4 here.
E5
bishop
also.
c4 though.
Yeah, bishop c4.
Bishop d4 first, yeah.
e5.
Well, bishop d4 is weird, right? Even knight f7, knight e6.
Knight f7, bishop g7. But take on
Yeah,
e4.
that's the whole point, yeah.
Take on d4.
Take, yeah, e4, exactly. This should be good for white. I mean, d4, knight e3, I mean, very fast. This should be good, I think.
What do you think first move e4 is not
F4,
great?
is it so bad?
f4, take,
Queen is down? G5 matches.
Oh, but it's taking some direct f5.
To go back here with the knight.
c6, f5, I feel like we this...
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting position, but I don't know what's happening.
Also, it's very safe, yeah, in the sense that we don't...
And c6, knight g3, knight g6 is possible. Knight f5, knight f4.
Okay, but this is for hugely risky for black, so...
Yeah, knight f5, maybe also bishop c5. Bishop c5. Alright.
This feels dangerous, no?
This feels really dangerous for black.
And here you have to go rook f5, queen h5 or something and pray, but I don't believe
Queen h5,
g4 and rook
G4,
f2.
yeah.
Oh, okay, this
Yeah,
is
this
too
is
risky.
way too much.
Yeah, I like this.
I mean, this looks very good for white.
Okay, g6, bishop d4, let's say bishop d5.
Okay.
e4.
Still our f4.
f4 is still hanging, no?
f4, knight e4.
How do you think bishop?
f4, knight e4, I don't think you can take. Right?
Some knight f6.
Rook f4, I take and go knight f6. Bishop f4, I just take.
Knight e6.
Knight e6.
Knight e6.
But even bishop h8, g3.
Yeah, I'm not sure how good this is. G3. Knight e3 next one.
Yeah, this is very safe for us.
Yeah, this
Also,
is
maybe you can start with knight e3 instead of e4.
Maybe now g4 is more scary.
It's really not that scary.
Not necessarily,
But you can go knight e3 first, and then if something, then
Yeah.
g4 and take the knight on g4.
Although,
Then f4 is
Then I go
hanging.
e6, yeah.
And f4 is hanging also. Yeah, not so sure what's the problem. So,
d4, what do you do?
d4 move what?
5, yeah?
But why don't we want to play e5 like Scandinavia here?
Take an f4.
Okay, rotate the queen somehow, like.
A lot of time. It's Scandinavian.
Yeah, maybe.
Not dangerous for white.
c5, yeah.
c3, c6.
I mean, unless white is trying to play e4.
Yeah,
I don't see
bishop c4 always.
But we can also go d4, we can try maybe f6, c6, and then e5.
But this feels wrong.
Yeah, it feels wrong, yes.
Yeah. But d4 we can also like play maybe...
f4 or e4.
Maybe we can play this one. And
Yeah.
let's say if e4 maybe...
No, but bishop c4.
I think e4.
Well, even not, I mean like c6 and then e5, and like somehow we cannot play d5, yes, so just
Yeah,
challenging the center
d4
pawn.
So for e4, do you go f5 or e4?
e4, okay, e5 if you want to be very solid.
But f5, it's
F5.
very committal, yeah? I mean,
Yeah.
create some
5
chances.
looks, I don't know, like...
Okay, but
So
anyway,
capture
nobody
with
will
the
play
rook.
this because it's too boring.
And
No
if
one will
5
play
maybe fine. Rook f5.
I mean, people will play f4.
Of course. Like 4 by 5, but our best move.
I mean, we can also play f6. I mean, just very typical, right?
But this is bad, yeah.
What?
But this is what I mean, like...
Yeah.
I don't think, because we get d5 quickly.
You have knight f7
We
also.
have control of e4 square.
But then
We
you
had
think bishop
this,
e7, knight c6.
sort of position, yeah. I mean,
But how, can you show me how it's fine? Take a knight c3.
No, take knight, knight,
take a
But why do you rush with d5?
And why is it bad? Bishop c6?
because...
Like, I just want to... Okay, knight e3 and knight g3. I mean,
First of all, we had the bishop c5, yeah? After d5.
no, you're right. Yeah, d5 is bad.
I mean, rook f7.
Okay, so f6.
What do you want to play? E3?
So f4 or 5, yeah?
Rook d7? Knight e3.
Maybe
Yeah.
this...
Bishop d5.
Yeah.
I don't think it's so bad,
and-
actually.
Yeah.
Because your
I think
bishop is
c3 is quite like...
like that's the queen side, so
Yeah,
it wouldn't be a
c3
big
looks
deal.
reasonable.
I can play knight g3. Now knight g3.
Yeah, so this is critical, right? But what's wrong with g6?
d5? But d5 we somehow abandoned.
Ah, wait,
Yeah,
bishop
d5
d4
move.
maybe.
Hang on.
G6,
E5?
bishop d4?
E5?
G6, bishop d4,
E5?
right?
Knight h7. Ah, bishop d4.
What's wrong with E5? I don't
No,
know.
bishop d4.
Bishop take everything in e4. I'm just scared because e4,
Bishop
d4
c4.
comes.
Bishop d4,
yes.
e5.
Bishop c4, big
Hang on,
deal.
bishop d4 and go e5, right?
But E4 rook E8,
Yeah,
maybe.
at this position I'm not...
But yeah.
I don't know, I guess take
Yeah.
the bishop.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
e4 and d4.
Oh yeah, this is just bad.
Why?
I think it's maybe just like, I don't know, a dubious position, maybe. Or
Yeah, I feel like this knight is misplaced.
Yeah.
like
and
knight
it's true,
e3
this knight also, yeah.
Or dubious.
Some nice combos. Oh,
Well, knight is I could take knight
Take knight
E4.
takes because knight...
Take on
Oh, it's
e4.
check on e3.
But on e4, then go d5.
Yeah. No,
I mean,
but
so how like this is very good
but
because
queen
we
d2 is
restrict the
good,
knight
yeah.
forever.
Maybe queen d2 is good.
We restrict the knight forever.
yeah.
Dark squares are
Too
doing
many, yeah.
But it was... What do you play after knight g3 then?
Move what?
Well, first of all, can we
Yeah.
play d5 in that case?
d5 I'm a bit afraid that it's...
Also, wait, bishop d4 now.
But also bishop d5 at knight
Knight
e6.
e6.
Yeah, I always had knight e6.
No, I mean after d5, bishop d4, knight e6, bishop e5. It's not scary.
Knight g6?
Yeah, just like d4 or something. Because your pieces are completely...
Why?
Little
I mean,
bit.
just tell me like... How.
Like this is for sure Albert, not completely.
I mean, first of all, knight e3 is already like...
Yeah, I like
pawn. I don't know.
d4 looks good.
What will you pawn? Why
Knight-
will you-
d4 is good, no?
Knight e3?
But okay.
Ah, it's 4 yeah. Ah, yeah.
Yeah, just d4 and e3.
Yeah.
But this is very scary.
Yeah.
Yeah, this I don't like.
Yeah.
Somehow like I have seen the worst in the Dutch. I mean, take 25 and just 66. I mean, why it's wrong? You don't lose any materials, you slow
No,
it
it's not
down.
like losing, but it's very
No, but I mean-
positionally
Feels
dubious.
bad.
This is fine,
I feel.
no? Seriously.
Okay.
I mean, not gonna lie. Given c6. But what's the big? I mean, it's
I mean, I
thought
think maybe
c5
not
you play.
so...
Okay, just bishop c2, long castle, no?
okay. I do the same. Let's say so. Bishop c7, castles, king b8.
But
I mean,
somehow it feels a
no,
bit
it's hard for
slightly
black to
worse.
play on like for something, yeah, unless fights.
It's maybe not so bad, but it's... Yeah, I'm just worried that white gets g4 and then
I don't
e4.
think even one penny worse here. Okay, maybe go g44. That's it. So what? Why everyone is left? Ah, people already started picking. Jesus.
What would be so?
They will call, right?
Yeah. Okay, so c3? I don't know, maybe. So what was wrong with
Knight
c3?
g3.
Knight g3, okay. So g5 we didn't like in general. We just take f4, knight e4.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour here in 2025. Paris, France. I don't think that portion of the show will ever get old to me. David, Tanya, listening to these incredible minds wax and wane on all the different possibilities that each of our starting positions affords to them. Of course, I'll reiterate to those at home, our starting position is 8-2-8. None of us guessed that one correctly, unfortunately. So we'll
It
have
has
more
symmetry,
chance in the
though.
future on it. Does have symmetry. Yeah, I'll take that one. What do you guys make of the two discussions we heard? Obviously, we took about 5 minutes with the players with white before jumping over to the players with black. Anything of particular note jump out to either of you?
Well, one of the things that I noticed was that the first move that the players wanted to start with as white felt like multi-purpose moves. You know, what is it that opens up more than one piece at any given point of time? We'll dive deeper into that. The other thing I noticed was that Fabi and Vidit looked like they wanted more time to analyze. It wasn't enough, but time's run out. It's go time. I saw them wanting to push that F pawn forward, the D pawn forward, and there we've got all the players standing. What's going on?
Yeah, first a moment of silence, I believe, for the passing of former FIDE president Fredrik Olafsson, who passed away at the age of 90. Yeah, the players just paying their respects there before the games begin.
And the gong There it is.
There it is. Round one of the play-ins here, the round robin stage even. Freestyle Chess Paris, and it is that move F4 being played on most of the boards. That's the move we saw discussed by the team with the white pieces. Nice to see Gukesh as well mingling for the first time this season on the Grand Slam Tour.
It's a very good point. Straight away into it. A reminder that we are playing with faster time controls here for the first 2 days of play. And as I take a look at all 6 boards on my screen, I only see a single deviation from that initial starting move of the F4 pawn jumping forward. And it's Magnus Carlson, of all players, who is opting for something different. And of note, he was the one player not a part of that white piece discussion, leaving the other 5 to their devices.
Not only was he not a part of that, James, we were watching the opening ceremony from our studio here, and we noticed as all the players were coming in onto the stage, Magnus, he got the video, but we didn't get to see him. What happened down there?
Either running a little, I won't begin to presume as to why he was running an ounce or two late. In fact, as I was exiting the playing hall, he was going through the security measures to take his place within the players' hall. But I don't know. Perhaps he got stuck in an interview real quick. We're not the only media outlet here hungry to get a word from Magnus Carlson. But either way, even once he did get in, electing to sit by himself to evaluate the position, and he is the one person to deviate, instead opting for that pawn in front of the queen there on the E file, jumping forward 2 spaces, as opposed to everyone else looking for that F pawn.
It's funny, right, David? Because standard 5-1-8 position, that move that Magnus has chosen would be called the king's pawn. But in this case, welcome to freestyle chess, it turns out to be the queen's pawn, moving 2 steps forward, opening up not only squares for the queen to come out, but I think more importantly, David, for the knight to jump in behind that pawn that's just moved ahead. A concept, a takeaway that we had from Weissenhaus, right? You want to place your knight behind a pawn.
That's right. You definitely don't want to lead with knights if you get stuck, if your knights end up getting controlled. And interesting to see here that long thinks on some of the boards this early in the game. We should remind everyone, this is rapid chess. This is 10-minute chess with a 10-second increment. And yeah, you can't afford to burn too much time as early as move 3 or 4. Yeah, that's exactly what we see on many of the boards. A lot of mirroring going on here. Maybe the players just waiting to see what happens on other boards before making their own way.
Again, that'll be a continued discussion throughout the event, right? Where do you spend your time? How do you make use of the information around you in the playing hall? While we do have 5 players who have all matched in their openings, I think we should start with Magnus Carlson by taking a more deep dive look at his board and how he has deviated. Then we'll zoom back out and take our trip across the other 5 boards to take stock of where they landed. But I think immediately to your point, Tanya, about how Vidit didn't seem satisfied with wanted to discuss more, right? The starting position. He's the one who has to face the deviation. He's the one who has to come up against something that maybe they weren't expecting so much of.
And you know, when you've got to do all of that against Magnus, that just plays games with your own mind. But right now, Vidit has to make sure he doesn't let it get to his head. Who's sitting opposite him right now? The position does demand immediate decisions by Vidit, though. You know, it's his move to play. And we often talk about in freestyle chess, break the symmetry. Try to open up the lines. Be the first to strike. And guess what? Carlson is the first to strike with that last move, moving that pawn 2 steps forward. And also for Vidit, there's such a big storyline coming into this tournament, right? He's newly married. He hasn't had that much time to devote to chess, to training over the last few weeks. But he did crush it in the qualifiers, undefeated in his path here to Paris. But early days and early struggle, and the clock is ticking.
Yeah, both newly married. I should mention Magnus as well, earlier this year, both married in 2025. So will they be riding a high? Vidit in the play-ins, I was commentating on those games. He was so impressive. He, in the play-ins, was like Vincent Keymer in Weissenhaus, just crushing the field. So good strategically. Here, we do see a long thing from Vidit. Magnus looking over at the screen. Another picture we'll see a lot, just judging how the other games are going. He'll notice that nobody following his lead. But it's all about the knights. The knights are the next to enter the fray, most likely. I don't think Vidit will want to exchange anything in the center, allow Magnus to, for example, activate his rook. Magnus, if there's a capture in the center, will occupy the middle of the board with all of his pawns. I don't think that's too productive. So it might be the knights we see starting to activate for both sides.
Yeah, but this alone as a tactic is interesting to me, right? Putting your position, or opponent rather, in a position to utilize time early. right? Just by having to consider what would it mean if I were to take this trade, with this pawn break, or do I leave the tension on the board? Again, continue to develop some of those minor pieces. Still waiting for that response. Magnus is probably feeling pretty happy about the time advantage that he's slowly growing.
I will say one thing. Vidit absolutely hates the kind of positions where he doesn't have enough space with his pieces. Where he's cramped down and the opponent early on gets a space advantage. And David, you were talking about not a happy decision to trade, but it's such a tough one to make, because if you don't go for that, if you don't do pawn takes pawn right here, right now, it gives Magnus the opportunity to advance that pawn one step forward, cross enemy lines, go over to the other half of the board, and really gain key space on the right side of the board. And knowing Vidit, he's not happy about that either.
Yeah, just to put that on the board to show everyone, Tanya, if, for example, Vidit copies Magnus, opens up this bishop, just as Magnus has done with his bishop, then, we might see stepping forward of the pawns. We would see a kind of odd pawn structure where black does occupy the center, but white has a free hand to kind of throw everything forward. Ignore my arrows there. Pawns only move 1 or 2 squares forward, but that's the plan long term, to throw everything forward on the right flank. Interesting moment, interesting decision for Vidit. It's a stylistic thing. Open things up or lock things down.
An interesting camera. I mean, if we get both players, I just noticed Magnus just perspectively looks really massive on the screen. While look at that. Do you see it?
Vidit's, he's not a small guy. He's
No, I just had the privilege of standing on stage next to all of these guys, and I think he would even dwarf me. So, yeah. Speaks to kind of the titanic presence as well that Magnus has, right? I think there's an aura element to a player like him.
Have you not been seeing Chess Space India clips? The Indian boys have a lot of aura of their own.
We'll have to have an aura tracker throughout the event. Who's gaining and losing points?
Exactly. Heart rate tracker, that's so 2024. We need an aura tracker.
The aura tracker, the arbitrary aura tracker. Well, we do have a response here, finally, from Vidit, and it will be to develop that knight, allow the opportunity of a pawn push there, of course threatening the pawn itself. But basically inviting the push, of course, then the knight will have to move one more time.
That's very provocative, I've got to say, from Vidit. I didn't expect a square where he would have to lose time. For example, now I think Magnus, I can't see him playing any other move than pushing forward. Like Tanya said, it was his plan anyway, so why not continue with it? If the black knight is forced backwards, it looks like a bit of a odd track to start beating. There we go. Magnus does push the pawn forward. This knight doesn't have too much of a future. If it jumps forward, it might well just get trapped. Yes, this would hit a loose pawn. We should mention that these 2 pawns, G2, G7 in chess notation, they are undefended from the start position. But it does feel like this knight, no way home. Okay, he does retreat Vidit. And there we go. Passive pieces. Tanya, you said he didn't like this.
Well, you said he likes space. He wants space, and it looks like Magnus is the one gobbling up as much space as he can.
With that next move as well, right? The G-pawns just moved 2 steps forward. It's a pawn storm early on that flank. I think Vidit just had to choose between 2, non-attractive options for him, It perhaps went wrong for him, or something that he didn't desire in the very first 2 moves. Not a happy choice. Look at him. Look at the time that he's used. He's under 5 minutes already on the clock.
That is crazy. I mean, I'm used to using a lot of time on my clock, but in rapid chess, you have used half your time by move 5. It's almost unheard of. This is just Vidit warming up. Clearly, it might take him a few rounds. And black against Magnus Carlson isn't the easiest pairing anyway, but not a great start to Vidit's game here. Big advantage for Magnus, I feel, at least practically and on the clock.
Another developing move there for Vidit, and like we say, already staring at 5 minutes on his clock to the 8 minutes of Magnus Carlson. But we do have 5 other boards in play, and I think it's important to take stock of them, as I have the privilege of seeing them all on my computer here. There is one in which the computer believes there's a fair advantage for one of our players in white. That would be Hikaru Nakamura up against Jan Nepomniachtchi. So as we zoom out, get the overall picture of each of the boards in play, we will soon zoom in to that Hikaru versus Jan matchup to take a look at how it's all breaking down and maybe determine for ourselves if we feel white is as advantaged as the computer believes it is.
Yeah, and let's jump into that game. It looks like just a bit of a horror show for Jan Nepomniachtchi in the first few moves. It was actually something that the players with the white pieces were discussing, this exact variation early on. We saw them on the table making these moves. They ruled it out very quickly. They were like, no, this looks horrible for black. This will never happen. But Jan's walked straight into something nasty. And this is the position we see. We see the eval bar. Huge advantage for Hikaru Nakamura. Now he's jumping in with his knight. Huge threats on the board already, Tanya.
Yeah, it hits the queen, it hits the bishop, and I'm trying to get a look on the clock situation. Where are we on? Because the position looks absolutely disastrous for Jan. And as you mentioned earlier, David, this is the rematch of the 22 finals of the Vachier-Lagrave World Championship. So it's a bit of a grudge match as well, which Hikaru won, went on to become the Vachier-Lagrave World Champion. The queen moves forward, hits the knight. I'm still liking Hikaru's position here. Big trouble for black. Do you grab the bishop? Because tempo and time is everything right now for white.
Yeah, and the position is about to open up. It looks very blocked in the center right now, but white's bishops are actually really nicely poised on the edges of the board, but they're cutting across huge diagonals, and when the position does open, I think it's white's bishops that are going to be really reaping the rewards here. Note how black as well, struggling to castle. There's a bit of an odd configuration around the black king, and Nepomniachtchi, there we go, he recaptures, and Hikaru takes back the pawn. This is not going well for black.
Things are opening up in this position. But interestingly, you mentioned a time situation here, Tanya, and I'll just let the viewers at home know it's Jan, actually, who's got far more time at his disposal than Hikaru, with 7.5 minutes to play to the 5.5 of Hikaru. So Jan moving quite quickly, but perhaps too quickly to put himself in a precarious position.
That's never a surprise coming from Jan Nepomniachtchi. Yeah. The chess world is very used to, Jan's clock management, time management, the speed that he uses. But very often that's his biggest advantage, but can also be a weakness, because it sometimes means that you go too rash, you go too quickly, and you end up in big trouble. And I think that's what's happened, especially in freestyle chess, where you need to burn a little bit of time in those early moves. And perhaps Jan just rushed through and is in big trouble.
Yeah, a look of consternation on his face as he tries to figure out what the next move will be. And once again, so it's the third queen move in a row, and that's kind of what you were talking about there, David, right? Forcing kind of the tempo play. My opponent keeps moving the same piece while I have the opportunity to make more of my pieces, a part of the game.
Yeah, it doesn't look like white's pieces are too active. Actually, 6 of the 8 pieces that started on the back row are still there for Hikaru, but it's more about the fact that they have very latent potential. They're about to spring forward, and Jan, he's only really been moving his queen and his rook. And here we go. The queen continues to get hit. She's about to have to move a fourth time in a row.
Time, exactly. And now kind of trying to wrestle control of that G-file. Now, that's interesting to me because my initial thinking was that pawn, that black pawn on the F-file, felt free to take with the rook, right? Defended by our own white pawn there. Perhaps you could reason for me why that wasn't the best move, or at least the move that Hikaru wanted to go for.
Yeah, the black dart squared bishop, so lurking still on black's back rank.
And I make my first blunder, not 20 minutes into the broadcast. There we go.
I think you're right. It will happen at some point that those pawns will exchange, but Hikaru will wait for it to be exchanged on his terms. And right now, more tempting, at least, to kick around the black queen. She might have to move a 4th, 5th, 6th time in a row in the near future.
I mean, this looks absolutely disgusting for black, right? White is just getting all the pieces, the rook, the queen's about to open up, the bishop, as you pointed out. I also want to point out a path for that other bishop, which is next to the white king. It can land up on the squares in front of the knight and then divert itself to the other side, taking advantage of that a6 square, if you point out. The maneuver, David, via d3, pinning that rook on b7 as well. There are so many ideas in attack. And meanwhile, look at Jan's position. Just nothing's moved forward. This little rook dance that he's done, placing the rook on the diagonal of that black king, looks completely out of place to me. This is disaster. To me, it looks busted. How does Jan make a comeback from here?
I don't think he does make a comeback. Not only is the black queen hit, but white has easy infiltration into the black lines. In the near future, that rook might end up on the back rank. This black knight in the corner, horrible. And yeah, white's bishops on these diagonals. We talked about it before, but bishops come to life in positions like this.
So Hikaru should feel good about his position, but of course still needs to convert that solid advantage into a victory to start out the round robin on the right foot. Jan Nepomniachtchi going to look to fight back as best he can. But now I want to flip the script. Let's go to the other side of the board where we actually have the computer favoring one of our players with the black pieces. And it's an interesting matchup because it's our tournament champion in Vincent Keymer from Weisenhaus up against the last-minute replacement in Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Abdusattorov hot off the plane less than 24 hours ago, and he finds himself with a slight advantage here playing the black pieces.
Yeah, what did I tell you? It's always those last-minute entrants who suddenly enter the fray and are feeling on a high. And yeah, at the moment, it's nothing too dramatic. I'm going to say this one, it's far more manageable, this disadvantage for Vincent, than it was for Jan Nepomniachtchi in the previous game, because this one, there are no open lines. But black's small advantage here is that the king has already castled. Nodirbek there looking up, but the black king has just castled on the last move, and he also has the bishop pair. Black has 2 bishops, 1 bishop for 1 knight has been exchanged so far on this board, and if things ever open up, that will definitely suit Nodirbek. So right now, yeah, I think Vincent just needs to deal with his king, where to go. His king is a bit stuck on, can't castle on his queen side because the white bishop's on the way, and if he goes the other way, if he goes to the long side, can he even go to the long side? I think he can, but yeah, that does look a bit more dangerous with the pawn having stepped further forward.
It just feels so claustrophobic there, bottom left corner of the screen there. Yeah, it feels like either you've got to, you know, elevate that A pawn to slide the bishop up and out of the way, or you have to make a knight move just to get the bishop out. So once again, there just feels like so many more steps for king safety here on the white side, which gives the Nodirbek with the black pieces more time to set up an attack.
And speaking of time, check out the clocks right now. Vincent is 1.5 minutes, Nodirbek more than 6 minutes. And this is the thing about Nodirbek's attitude and approach to a game. You know, it doesn't matter that he got in just a few days ago into this tournament. He wants to start strong. He knows Vincent is a defending champion, and Nodirbek wants to make a statement in the very first round. He's got a dream position with the black pieces. If he's able to strike in the center, right now, that move is blocked by his own knight on e6. Get that knight out of the way, push that e-pawn forward, and suddenly all of Nodirbek's pieces are beautifully placed. And I think the defending champion has some work to do right now, and it's not going to be easy, James.
Yeah, and in the meantime, this game fizzling along nicely. Abdusattorov with a big advantage on board and clock, but we have to jump to another board. It's
We're going back to one we've been to, exactly, because wow, I cannot believe what I'm seeing on my screen here. If we go back to Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Hikaru Nakamura, just as we had said, Hikaru had a solid advantage and is looking to convert. You'll see that that E-Balvar has just about flipped in a mirrored fashion, and it's now Jan who finds himself with a slight advantage. Of course, he has to find it himself and recognize it and look for a way to convert. Maybe we can decipher for ourselves how this slight advantage came to be.
Wow.
Trapped rook?
Yeah, trapped rook. Suddenly black is a pawn up. It feels like black has had like 5 moves since we were last here, and Hikaru's had like 2 moves.
Do you want to roll it back for us maybe? And we can kind of walk our way to this current position.
Yeah, very quick action replay as the clocks tick down, but we last left it in this position where black's queen had been hit and retreated. Hikaru now did jump in with his rook. This is a mistake, given a question mark. Maybe better was to open up the center, to explode the center open, push this pawn. Rook g8 actually just lost a pawn. This pawn was captured now, and yes, he tried to bring his queen into the action, but the black knight suddenly springing to life. This queen hits this pawn. Maybe Hikaru had missed. It can simply be defended by the rook swinging across. Tanya's idea now of the bishop coming forward maybe was more effective on the previous move. Hikaru playing that a bit too slowly, and now we see the kings mobilize as soon as this black bishop moves. I think, this black bishop in the corner, I think it's just a clear pawn advantage for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Black is a pawn up after all, and Hikaru has no threats anymore.
It's 7 pawns versus 6, and none of the pieces are really getting into black's camp. And now, speaking of Jan's time management, that plays to his advantage because Hikaru is low on the clock as well at about 3 minutes right now. This is going to be trouble, and I'm just thinking, commentator's course. Because we were talking about how busted this position looks for Jan. 2 moves in, and the tables have completely turned around.
That's the beauty of freestyle chess right there, right? It's a game where there are so many unknowns, and even the best players in the world can find themselves one move away from disaster or from greatness, right? It goes both ways, and that is the double-edged nature of this kind of a format. But we see more pieces flying off the board, and still a solid advantage here for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Like you said, 2 minutes on the clock extra for him, 5:10 to 3:10 for Hikaru. So still plenty to work with for both players. But either way, Hikaru is not going to be happy about this. We know that he's a player, I think, that so often thrives on his own mental. He can either live or die by his mental state, right? And he is a player that is so hypercritical, especially when he feels he was in winning positions that he himself threw away, right?
Yeah, I'm so impressed he's keeping a poker face for now, Hikaru, because it's gone so clearly wrong. He's having to beat a retreat. All the white pieces now back on their back rank. His queen's been doing a bit of dancing. Now look at that beautiful black knight in the center. If it's ever captured, it will only be replaced by a very strong pawn. And yeah, the other black knight ready to jump in if there's ever any exchanges on this square. Just looks horrible for White now.
Well, it's not a position he wants to be in. One of the things we usually tout about Hikaru as a player is how much defensive prowess he has. So again, don't want to be in a position where you took an advantage and gave the advantage back to your opponent. But perhaps this is still something that he can weasel his way out of if he can play to what we know his peak defensive play can be.
You can never write Hikaru Nakamura off. How many times we've seen him turn the positions around. He's perhaps one of the most resourceful players on the circuit, if at all, maybe just second to Magnus. But this position that we have in front of us, you know, it's not only the extra pawn, but the piece activity as well. And it turned around in just a matter of 2 moves, 2 inaccuracies by Hikaru. Look at that F-pawn. It looks unstoppable. That knight at the center of the board, also controlling key squares and tying down that white rook from activity. That knight can jump to a deadly fork on that square next to the white rook if you just blink for a moment and are just a little careless. Meanwhile, the queen and the rook are beautifully aligned to just keep pushing that F-pawn. Here, Hikaru grappling for counterplay. He's just trying to throw everything he has, and it's one knight and it also retreats.
Yeah, it's a simple retreat from Hikaru. That's been the name of the game for him the last few turns. The black pawn pushing. They do say past pawns are there to be pushed. This black pawn has no rival. Pushing it forward also liberates this black knight to, there we go, jump into the action. 2 knights. We talked about the 2 bishops earlier, how they would rake across the board and cause havoc, but these knights are coming in now. And okay, desperation from Hikaru. He's actually opening up his own king because he needs to get at the black king. That is the only chance of a fight back here.
I also want to talk about, just zoom out for a moment and look at Hikaru. You can see it. Did you see that reaction he had? Yeah. You know, he knows what a dominating start he had to this game, what a position he had and how he's bungled it up and landed not even in something that he can perhaps hold. The thing is, with this format, you've got 6 rapid games coming up. It's 10 minutes with a 10-second bonus time every time you hit the clock, right? And the turnaround time between games is so little. To have a good start is so important. Yeah. So for Jan, this is going to be a big confidence boost to survive against a player like Hikaru. For Hikaru, he wants to redeem himself after the performance he had in Weissenhaus, and this is not the start he was looking for at all.
No, but maybe in some ways, again, it's only one game, so we're not going to just write the whole story of Paris in this moment, but we'll remember that Hikaru was very unhappy with his early performance at Weissenhaus as well, through the group stage, round robin, and even maybe early knockouts, and yet he still managed a fairly solid finish. I mean, by his standards, of course, not enough, wants to take the win in its entirety, but perhaps a little bit of mirroring from the previous event to this one. Either way, looking for some counterplay on the left side of the board, still inviting that trade of knights on the right-hand side as well, but I don't think Jan would ever take that trade. He wants Hikaru to jump forward and take it as well to connect those 2. No, he goes for it. Wow. Makes me a liar.
Commentator's curse. That's always
seriously.
The way.
But I do like this approach, David, by Hikaru. You know, you're in a bad position. You need to do everything you can to create an imbalance, to try to distract your opponent. And that's what he's done on that left side, advancing his pawns. Now his rook and queen have got a direct threat on that black's weakened pawn. Only one piece of Jan Nepomniachtchi currently defending that F pawn. So he's got to take care of that. Meanwhile, tension in the center of the board. And let's point out, Hikaru still has the 2 bishops. Any diagonals open up, you know, give him a couple of moves and then they're going to be real threats on the board. So Hikaru's trying to muddy the waters here as much as he can.
Yeah, trying to muddy the water. Often a move like c4, playing on the other side of the board to where your opponent is focusing in on, that is a great way to change the momentum, to switch things up, to just at least get under their skin and make them start to doubt themselves. Nepomniachtchi kind of leaned forward as well there, just maybe unexpecting that last move. And okay, a switch to a new game.
Yeah, wanted to hop on over to our world champion in Gukesh. We haven't taken a look at his board just yet, up against the hometown favorite in Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. But interestingly enough, even before we take stock of the position, this is, or rather, we saw in the warm-up areas, Gukesh opting to be a part of that group discussion, something that we had previously noted at Weissenhaus. He very often sat at his own table and elected to just do calculations on his own, this time around being a part of the group.
Yeah, and he had his really good friends, you know, his teammates from the gold medal winning team. We saw both 1, 2, and 3 they're analyzing together. Arjun, Erigaisi, Pragnanandhaa, and Gukesh. It's a funny thing, you know, Gukesh is the world champion, but often in India we joke about that if there was a state championship from where Gukesh comes from, there are so many strong players, including the the ones that we see here, would he be the state champion? Despite the fact that he's world champion. Maybe, it's not a given. He might not be the absolute favorite, even if it came down to being the district champion.
Yeah, well, that just speaks then to the prowess of the Indian chess ecosystem, is really all that means to me.
And meanwhile, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, home favorite. He's the only player who's not staying at the hotel, I believe. He's staying at home. He's choosing home comforts here, but it's not comfortable, this black position, partly because he's got horrible pawns in the center of the board. Black has doubled pawns on the D file, isolated as well, and those will be a source of real concern for the rest of the game. So all things being level, here, Black is suffering for that one main reason. The other downside here is that he's so passive. The black piece is huddled, a bit suffocated for space here, whereas White Knight looking very menacing, backed up by the queen, backed up now by the rook on the open file. All these small things should add up to a big advantage for White.
Yeah, got to get that knight involved. It is kind of an interesting situation because to me it feels like the White Knight is locked in its position, because obviously if we were to retreat it at this point, we would lose our queen to our opponent's queen. So it also feels a little difficult for me if I'm playing the white pieces on how to navigate any further from here. How do I continue to stack the pressure? Is it now just reverting back to pawn pushes?
Yeah, quite possibly. Maxime decides, why not just bring the king out into the open?
There you go.
I don't recommend that normally, but okay, he feels that is a slight improvement. Yeah, it could be pawn pushes. Maybe Gukesh will start pushing some pawns on this flank, maybe on the other side of the board, pawn to h4. Another plan would be to lift the rook to break that awkward tension between the queens, bring the rook to support the white knight. It does feel like Gukesh has almost maximized his piece placement. Okay, he just defends his queen instead. Very nice, sensible move. So he has freed up his knight to jump somewhere. I'm not sure quite where it's going, but yeah, even if he doesn't do too much, by the way, even if White just improves the king, just pushes some pawns, he's not risking anything at all, Gukesh. And a knight trade offered. To take or not to take?
Not to take. You know, you've got this beautiful knight, you've got these pawns to get to. I would be surprised if he takes a decision to actually trade and ease off the pressure on Maxime. It's also the kind of position that I think Gukesh really enjoys, a very pleasant advantage to play for. You've got these doubled pawns that Maxime has to live with for the rest of the game. Can always be put pressure. Also notice how that pawn is on a light square. So the white bishop can always reroute itself while its counterpart on e6 has to keep itself defended. There's also weaknesses on the right side of the board. That h pawn can be a target at some point, but I'm kind of struggling to find a good square for the knight to retreat. I say you don't trade, you don't really have a way to come back and keep it alive. And Gukesh trades.
Yeah, he trades. He could have maybe retreated it to defend his queen and kept things together tactically, but he's choosing to go for activity in an endgame. And okay, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he's very good in endgames though. They're both fantastic calculators, and especially technical positions, they often find a way forward. The problem is the white rook's about to be evicted.
Yeah, pieces are flying off the board, and I know we don't have the clocks on the screen right now, so I'll just let you know Gukesh is working with 15 seconds on the clock as he makes a move. Maxime just over a minute on his clock, so a little bit more breathing room, but in either case, both of these players are starting to hit that kind of scramble time where moves are going to be blitzed out and errors are more likely to be made.
Maxime is an absolute beast with little time on the clock, and for Gukesh that has often been said, especially in standard chess, as something that he needs to improve and needs to work on is when it comes to faster formats with little time on the clock. And look at that, we're going to see more trades happen on the board, but there is tension because of black pawns that are incredibly weak. If Maxime was to take that bishop, there would have been a check, grabbing more material. Now Gukesh declines it. It's going to be a war on the clock, this one. I'm going to predict a draw here, James.
I know, right? For all that build-up, for how much the computer loved Gukesh's position earlier as more pieces fall off the board, it's harder and harder to find a way to victory.
Be careful. That white rook is almost trapped.
Ooh, careful. Yeah, the king is going hunting. We might see
how do
any
we
moment.
get that rook out of here?
He has to try and trade bishops. But this
repetition. Might have our first result of the day here. Of course, you do have to repeat the position 3 times between our players in order to end up in a draw, but it won't be.
Repetition and Gukesh never happens. And once again, with seconds on the clock, he declines it. Now, this is a risky decision because king pawn endings require so much calculation, but he's seen Maxime's pawn formation. He knows if anyone can push here with those 2 double pawns on that center line, it's got to be white. But is there a breakthrough? Yes, you've got the healthier pawns. Yes, Gukesh's king can move forward, but is that going to be enough, David, to win this king-pawn endgame for white?
Oh, it's unlikely. One flank has been totally shut down with Gukesh's last move. The black king has no way forward on the right flank. Neither does the white king. So it's all about whether white's king is quick enough. I think black is simply going to push the king over, build some kind of blockade with the pawns. This should be a draw, but it is Gukesh on the slightly more pleasant side of that result.
Yeah, and of course, Maxime, with that minute of time on the clock, he's taking a moment to do as many of those calculations as he can to see whether or not there's an easy way to defend and bring that to a draw, a stalemate kind of scenario, or not. Gukesh obviously going to use his opponent's clock as well to do the same thing.
Well, there is a very interesting development on the other Indian board. I want to say board number 3 for India. That's Arjun Erigaisi's board against Fabiano Caruana. We can quickly jump to that because players are playing on seconds. And, you know, we've been talking about Arjun the Slayer and freestyle chess with 3 in a row victories. David, is he going to pick up his first win?
Yeah, and just to bring up...
Ooh, he does!
Arjun Erigaisi has won, so... we don't have the player cameras there. They've just left the table, but a big win for Arjun Erigaisi, and that, just to show the final position, is because he's won a knight fork about to land as well. White with an extra piece. Let's go back to the other game. In the meantime, the king and pawn endgame.
Yeah, regardless, though, even if we continue to track the Gukesh versus Maxime game, I think we have to have the conversation around Arjun and the fact that he is the winningest player in the Freestyle Fridays, which also sport lower time controls. And just like that, he comes in and round 1, he takes down the runner-up from our Weisenhaus event. I mean, that is a hot start, if anything.
It's the best start possible. And, you know, we've been talking about the matchup between the world number 4 and the world number 5. Arjun recently taking over Fabi in the rankings. And the thing is, Fabi is really known and respected as one of the best and most experienced freestyle chess players. He's played these tournaments in the US as well, in Chess 9 Alex, in St. Louis. He's won those events. He's been runners-up in Weisenhaus. He's been incredible in the way he just has a feel for these positions and always, you know, goes through the run, and somehow things don't work out at the end, but finishing at the top. And then Arjun, what a start to the round robin. Comes in and takes down one of the biggest heavyweights.
Yeah, brilliant start for him. Of course, on your screens here, both players still looking for some slight maneuvering, but as we expect, it will go to a draw. We're thinking it's time for us to hop back to another one of the boards that's looking rather decisive here. We've been there before. We'll go there again. Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Hikaru Nakamura. Jan has got Hikaru on the ropes right now, David.
Yeah, that game looking like it's about to reach its climax, but could well turn. Hikaru's trying to create some counterplay. Let's switch to that board now. And here we go. It's a crazy position. Look at this. Black has an extra knight. Black has an extra knight on the edge of the board, but Hikaru is trying to use his queen, his rook, to get in behind towards the black king. Hikaru shaking his head. This has been an up and down game. I believe there was a blunder just a few moves ago where Nepo actually let things slip for a move, but there we go. Nakamura resigns as the players discuss.
Quick to discuss, right? Trying to figure out where it all went wrong. Because I think both players recognize the advantage that Hikaru at one point had. Okay, the kings will be moved to the center of the board to denote that the game is over. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, in his first appearance here on the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour in 2025, will start with a decisive win.
And he takes a look at the other games. There's still a few games ongoing. I'm going to bring us to Vincent Keymer, the reigning champion, against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, where it looks like a decisive result, potentially incoming as well. Look at the crowd. Jan Nepomniachtchi, though, there must be beaming inside, even if he was trying to hide it. This one, we talked about the game earlier. Slight advantage for Nodirbek. This time, the advantage has grown. A quick pawn count shows he's 2 pawns ahead now for black. Also, a big check threatened in the corner, supported by the black bishop. The bishop simply better than the white knight on such an open position. And, okay, Vincent seeking a rook trade. He's hoping for some kind of fortress where the knight will be able to blockade the advance of the black pawns. But this looks so hopeless, Tanya. I mean, the pawns, the 3 versus 2 pawn advantage on the right flank alone, especially while the white king is sat so far away.
It also feels like in these kinds of endgame positions, right, the knight taking so much more time to travel across the board, makes it a lot harder to build that fortress that you're talking about, where he can defend every piece at the same time.
Yeah, especially with the lack of coordination between the king and the white knight. You know, it's going to take a few moves for Vincent to march across to the right side of the board. I want to point out, in Weissenhaus as well, in the round robin with 10 minutes and this shorter time format, Vincent did seem to struggle. But it's like the best in him comes out when he's got more time on the clock, when we move to the classical phase. And perhaps somewhere we are seeing that being played out. You know, Vincent needs that extra time to really truly get into the depth, the truth of the position. Nodirbek, meanwhile, you know, he's got those extra seconds. It's about conversion. He's going to go up with his own king, start putting pressure on that lone pawn if white marches too far ahead, and just combine play on both flanks. The black king marching up on the left side, the pawns rolling down on the right side, and it's going to be overload for white to be able to keep both under control.
Yeah, there's also a path for the Black King into the center. He's just opened up that path. The Black King is now ready to enter the white camp, and it's going to be hard to hold off the advance of the pawns and the entrance of the Black King.
Yeah, it's a great reminder, though, of Vincent's performance in the round robin back at Weissenhaus, finishing as the 6th seed of 10 coming out of that round robin and into the knockout stage. So while he was the eventual winner, it was a slower start. But it also is a good reminder that for each of these players, their main objective is just to make it into the top 8. We have 12 in the field, which means 4 are going to get eliminated from knockout contention. So at the very least, all you're looking for is a top 8 position, while, of course, any place above that will do a service to you in terms of either having the opportunity to choose your opponent or be less likely to be picked by a strong opponent.
And here we see the Black King is going to march this game to victory for Nodirbek. The King is about to enter and hit a pawn. There's one source of counterplay, this B pawn marching forward for Vincent, but note how the promotion square is covered by the Black Bishop, and I think he might even maneuver that bishop around to stop it in its tracks. Should be over within a few moves.
Yeah, and well, he's following your analysis to the T. And while we don't need to go to this board, I'm just going to make our viewers aware that there was a draw agreed to between Gukesh and Maxime over on their board. So we've had 2 decisive endings so far in round number 1 and 1 draw with 3 boards still in play.
Well, at some point, I think we would like to also take a look at the Vidit Magnus board, you know, where Vidit is really trying to hold off Magnus in that position. It's an endgame, and we know Magnus Carlson, he's always trying to push for the win when it comes to these kind of positions. Meanwhile, Nodirbek making a lot of progress. The kings come down, now the pawn is going to step up. Could be a good moment to jump into the Magnus board as well.
Let's do just that. As Nodirbek pushes his pawns, he's shortly going to win this game as Black. Also up a minute on the clock. Let's jump to the Magnus Carlsen against Vidit game. And let's see. Okay, this one is the Magnus board. And it's fizzling out. Vidit had some very scary passed pawns, we should mention. Magnus has the extra knight now, but not the most impressive knight in the world. And more importantly, pawns are disappearing. So if he can win that knight for one of the black pawns, this should be safe. This should fizzle out to a draw.
Well, let's point out, if that white pawn, you know, if you're able to trade that off or somehow win it and trade it off for one of your own pawns, that's a draw on the spot, right? And as you said, with it trying to distract that white knight, you know, keep it inactive, defending that A pawn, that very strong pawn that he's got to control that square. It's all about trying to trade the pawns on the other side of the board, try to push them and get rid of the last remaining pawn that Magnus has. And if that gets off the board, that's a theoretical draw.
Yeah, a maneuvering game at this point. Less than 20 seconds on the clock here for Vidit. Magnus has 50 seconds to work with on his side. So just a little bit more time in his camp, but both players under pressure.
It would be a great start for Vidit with the black pieces to get a draw against the world #1.
Yeah, especially because, as we saw a lot earlier, his opening wasn't the best Vidit. He was down significantly on the clock very early, but it looks like he's holding this one for now. We should mention only white can win. It should be a draw, but only white can really win this game because he has the knight, barring any crazy turns. The problem for Magnus is that the white rook is tied down, ultimately defending its own pawn, the one potential future queen. You need to keep that pawn alive to win this game, and the king and the knight kind of stuck, protecting each other, but also stopping this black pawn.
So with that in mind, if a draw, simply a draw is my goal for Vidit inside of black, how am I approaching it? Am I trying to set up a position where repetition will happen, or is it just trade pieces to the point where there's not enough remaining for a victory?
Yeah, I think that latter option, ideally, just trade as much as possible. I think his plan is actually to just march the black king over to nudge away the white rook, and then he's going to go hunting for the remaining white pawn. And, okay, Magnus moves his king across. Magnus not looking too happy. He's the one spending the time here. Vidit just keeping his rook intact with the white knight. The white knight and king just totally stuck. And, yeah, frustration for Magnus.
We'll know, right, in the next move how ambitious he's feeling. He could bring the king back from where it just moved right now, and we could see a repetition happen at this point. But knowing Magnus, that's not the name of his game. He always wants to play for more. He's the one who's putting the pressure, and he's going to make Vidit sweat for that final remaining pawn, and Vidit goes for it. I don't really see a way for you to actually keep that alive. This might just be ending any moment. You could pick up the black pawn. Vidit will return the favor. You've got to be a little careful, though, right now, where you move your king. Don't walk into any dangerous knight checks.
Yep, he pushes his king back. The pawn disappears. And the big question here is, are we going to see Magnus Carlson try to grind this out? Even without the two black pawns, as Tanya mentioned, it is a dead draw, a very well-known draw. Not a difficult one either. You just keep pinning the white knight, and there's no way white will ever be able to checkmate the black king. But stranger things have happened.
Yeah, entertaining the idea of playing it a little bit more.
I've been in these situations, you know, in competitive chess where your opponent, you know that this position is a draw. You know, a rook and knight versus a rook, or a rook and knight versus a bishop, yes. But it also adds to the pressure because you have to prove it. And then it kind of plays on your mind, you know, that, yes, I'm here, I've got this, I've done it so far. And if I bungle up right now, I'm just going to look like such a fool. And trust me, I've bungled it up enough number of times to know that when you're playing, you know, it's easy to analyze from here, but when you're sitting there on the board, it's a completely different dynamic.
Yeah, the knight jumps in with a check on the king.
Yeah, the black king looks a bit lonely right now. Not too many pieces around it. And, yeah, you've got to be slightly careful where you go. He steps back to the back rank. Still plenty of checking opportunities for black to disrupt the white king and knight formation. And this should still be relatively safe, but he is literally living life on the edge here, Vidit, with his king. What normally happens here is that Magnus might take 50 moves to win one of the black pawns. He might take another 20, 30 moves to win the other black pawn. And then it feels like you've made progress, even though it's still objectively a draw. And psychologically, that can be difficult for the defending player. But Vidit, I mean, he's so accomplished, Tanya. He's so calm these days. It's hard to see him ever letting this one slip.
Yeah, but Magnus is such a grinder, jumping for another knight check just for you at home to know this is our only remaining board still in play. We've had two more results taking place over on Richard Rapport versus Pragnanandhaa. Rapport actually taking a decisive victory there. So the first of our two last-minute replacements getting a nice decisive victory to kick off his round robin, and Nodirbek Abdusattorov did manage to convert in his decisive win over Vincent Keymer. So we've had quite a few decisive results, only one draw so far, and staring at what looks to be like another draw in our first round.
Might be too soon to call a result on this one, though. I mean, I would be surprised if Magnus doesn't play this for another 50 moves. But on the counter side of that, it is the first game. David, you know Magnus best, right? What do you think is going on in his mind? Does he want to push this out till the very end and play for the next, I don't know how many moves? Or is he going to bail out pretty soon and say, you know, it's a long day of chess ahead of us?
He will not agree a draw unless he really has to, unless he feels he's exhausted all possible tricks. I don't think he looks his most determined, Magnus. I think he realizes, okay, it's just going to most likely be halved out this game. But it is round one, as you mentioned, Tanya, and Magnus is traditionally a very slow starter. So playing yourself into form, this is something I've done countless tournaments. Round one, I'm playing a lower-rated opponent. I should be a favorite on paper, but it takes me 80 moves, 100 moves. But by the time you've had kind of your hand make those moves, you've warmed up, you feel fresh, and round two is where it really begins. So
I'm going to say it again. It's not the most flattering angle for the player playing with the black pieces. Magnus just looks overpowering right there.
It's the chairs. His chair's just much lower, right, if you compare them. I think Vidit just choosing to sit closer to the board.
This is looking, again, a little dangerous for the Black King. Like you say, it shouldn't be a checkmate, but I'm looking at the White King stepping forward, one more space to start to close off any exit for the Black King, and then eventually that rook sliding down to the final rank there.
Well, for White, the hope is combine your king, knight, and rook to set up a mating net around Vidit's king. But anytime the White King does move forward, Vidit will make sure that he has a check with his own rook, driving that king away and escaping from any mating patterns that might appear on the board.
Yeah. Essentially, you just give checks, as Tanya mentioned, and you try and pin the White Knight. If the White Knight is stuck, then the three pieces can't combine to mobilize and deliver that checkmate. So even sitting with the king on the back rank, which normally isn't recommended in endgames, you can defend passively here and hold. And still Vidit posing those questions to Magnus. Is he going to try and play on? Ooh, checkmate. Almost threatened there. The white knight was threatening to jump up, give a check. But there we go. The pin on the knight fixes Magnus's attacking pieces. No way forward.
And still no mate threatened, so this could be Vidit's moment to think about perhaps starting to push his own pawns, deflect the white pieces a bit. Looking at Magnus on the screen, it does feel that he might not be in for a long one. Or is he just settling in?
He's just getting started. Magnus, he's maybe playing mind games on his future opponents. The longer he plays here, the longer his future opponents have to hang out, wait around in the green room. Delaying the start of round 2, of course, for everyone. But yeah, endgame masterclasses from Magnus. This is a free lesson. How to probe, how to push, how to torture your opponents.
And that last move is exactly how you probe and torture, right? You question Vidit. Where do you want to put your king? Burn those extra seconds on the clock making those decisions. And he might ask those questions a few times. One pawn picked up. The 50 move rule has been reset.
Another pawn push from Vidit. That pawn will be stopped in its tracks. The white rook will slide behind. And the black king is frozen. The black rook is the only piece that can really move. Yeah, we continue. We go on.
Not too much time to work with, though, here still, Vidit, with 20 seconds on the clock. Now, given the speed of the last few moves, Magnus has actually worked his way back up to a full minute on the clock. Vidit about to drop below 10 seconds here, needing to find an answer. And like you say, it just appears like the black rook, the only piece that can move, will unpin the knight from the king and take control of the b-file.
And this is a very important game now for Vidit. You know, when we were talking about the Hikaru-Yan matchup and Hikaru losing that first game, you said it's a very long tournament. It's a very long round robin. There's still a lot of chess left to be played. But what happens to a player is when you've been defending for this long against Magnus successfully, right? And if he fails to hold this at this point, that really plays games with you going ahead. If Vidit is able to finish this in a draw, you know, to get the job done, that's a huge confidence boost. That would really change his whole approach to the remaining games today. So I think it's absolutely critical for Vidit to make sure that he finishes this. He finishes this in a way that he can start the next round properly, because after fighting for so long, for so many moves, it doesn't go your way. It can be a really big mental battle to overcome.
I gotta admit, it feels like it's getting, from my perspective, it's getting scarier and scarier for that black king. The space is getting slowly constricted around him there as he's tucked in that corner. Of course, the black rook will jump back to defend, offer the trade, but will instead sacrifice his own pawn to get a little breathing room.
Yeah, this is not how Vidit planned it. He would have liked a less painful method, way to a draw here, but he's going to slide his rook across. He's still going to give checks from the side. This is still technically a draw, but yeah, Magnus now does have 50 moves after that last pawn capture. This is it. That was move 87, so move 137 is likely where the game will end if Vidit can defend for that long. But Magnus, he's going to try and put Vidit under so much pressure that eventually there might be only one move to save the game. And he's going to hope that Vidit only has 5-10 seconds on the clock to make that decision. So he's going to play around, wait around, try to play with his food, and Vidit's going to have to hold strong.
Yeah, and the pressure really is building up right now, right? Vidit is really hoping to give a check on the next move and try and drive Magnus's king away, get more breathing space for his own king to move forward. And both players know that this is a draw, and this has to be held, but you still have to prove it on the board. Predictions, guys. Does Vidit hold this, or is it going to be a Magnus win?
I'm going Magnus win. Ooh, I'm going Magnus win.
Apparently there's only one move to save the game. The black king had to move there before the white knight and rook moved in for the kill. He found it.
Okay.
Only move for Vidit.
Maybe I should have waited to get that prediction.
But there are going to be many more such opportunities that Magnus will create for himself, where once again Vidit will have to find the absolute precise move. So you're saying that Magnus gets this done.
Yeah.
David?
I think a few years ago, Vidit, when he was maybe a bit less confident against the top players, he might have struggled a bit more. But these days, he's so calm, so confident, so strong, Vidit. I don't think the psychological pressure is going to get to him. I think draw.
Tanya, break the tie.
Oh gosh, the tiebreaker. I mean, Magnus's king, knight, rook, they're really closing in, but I'll go with a Vidit hold in this one. You know, he looks calm. He's adding up those seconds with the bonus time on the clock. The king has, at least for now, managed to step out. Vidit doesn't look absolutely hassled. And you know that move where he found the only way to keep the balance? And he played it quickly.
Yeah.
So he's feeling confident about his chances here. I'm going for a draw in this one.
All right, fair enough, fair enough. We'll see, though. Still plenty of moves left to be made. Magnus going to hydrate. That's good. You got plenty of rounds left to go as well. Let's not forget there are 5 more games for each of these players following this first round in just day 1.
We're going to be here all week just with the round robin stage. This has already moved 92. And if that keeps happening, with the players are going to keep us busy for hours. Magnus, in the meantime, blocks any potential checks with his knight. He's trying to do things a bit weirdly. Normally, rooks are long-range pieces, so rooks check from afar, but in order to keep the black king caged, he's had to go very, very short distance with his pieces here. The rook protects the knight, and a bit of a standoff right now.
It is, right? Especially because Magnus's pieces feel a bit offside. The winning strategy or creating those chances where your opponent has only one move is if White's king, knight and rook can combine themselves and come closer to Vidit's king. But it's a few moves away right now. You first have to unpin yourself, find a way for the knight to come to the center of the board, and then start threatening. And as Magnus does that, he's running out of moves as well. How many moves to go before the 50-move rule comes into play, David?
Still plenty. Still over 40 moves left for Magnus to torture Vidit here. But look how the black king is running. The key idea is to run while White's knight, White's rook are busy to try and run away. But Magnus is trying to keep that escape close. He's going to use his rook to kick the black king back to one of the edges of the board. So still some hard work. But again, good technique from Vidit, keeping the rook far away now. He's going to check the white king and break the white attacking formation. No real way for the white knight to shield any checks. The white knight needs to be here, really, but it takes too long to get there. As the king steps back.
And as a defender in this position, it's so important to not get into the forest of which move where should I go with my king? Yes, you've got these options, but you don't sit and start calculating. As long as you can see that there's no direct path, you make a decision and you play fast. The problem happens, the mind starts sort of seeing these ghosts when you spend too much time deciding which square to escape with your king when there's a check. So just general rule of thumb, if your king and the rook is far away, there's no immediate fork, make a decision and play it.
Yeah, and that goes to your earlier point about what Magnus is looking for, David. He's looking for that one moment where he's got Vidit in time trouble, and he has to make a crucial decision, and maybe just makes a singular misstep, opening up a path to victory for Magnus Carlson. Either way, Vidit now 13 seconds on the clock with a little bounce.
James, he has to hold this one. Vidit must hold this one. If for a chess player, if you let go of this, it's really tough to play your next game. And then you go into a tilt.
Yeah, you'd be kicking yourself to let this one go when, as we've stated before, both these players know that with perfect play, this is a draw.
Yeah, it's like a badge of honor knowing how to draw this one in your sleep, basically, as a grandmaster. But of course, when the lights, the cameras are on you, and especially the first game of any tournament, there's always going to be some nerves. Vidit's done everything perfectly so far. Great result incoming for him if he can continue to do so. But Magnus has centralized the knight. No more checks against the white king. The white rook will, again, find a new angle to try and kick the black king to the back rank.
And what a moment this is for Vidit, right? He makes his debut into the Grand Slam tour here in Paris with his crushing victory in the qualifiers. And this is his first game as a married man. His wife is right there in the playing hall watching this happen, and it's against none other than Magnus Carlson. So getting this draw has got to be feeling good for Vidit.
Yeah, thrown in at the deep end here. Black against Magnus round 1. What better way to warm up? But there we go. He's calmly defending. Note how he's just getting ready to run away with the king. He wants to use his king to run, and he'll often outrun the white king, which often needs to protect its knight. So it's a bit slower in the foot race here. And still holding the draw despite being cut off.
And speaking of the matchups in general, I think it's a good opportunity for us to explain to the viewers at home that obviously the matchups were of random draw. Yesterday at our dinner, we had each of the players drawn by random cards and then seeded randomly as a result. 1 playing 12, 2 playing 11, and so on and so forth. Of course, given that it's a round robin, we will have 11 games played where every single player manages to meet each other. But like you say, what a way to kick things off up against Magnus Carlson as your #1 match.
Yeah, and the White King goes one way, Vidit slides the other way. Again, great instructive technique. For everyone at home learning how to defend this endgame, it's a key one to have in your arsenal. It's nice to know what endgames you can safely bail out into. For example, if all things go wrong, pull that emergency break. Yeah, this is great technique. The Black King goes one way, and yeah, whichever the way the White King goes, you run the other way. The Black Rook now cuts off Magnus from making progress as well. Extra bonus, he's getting closer. 30 moves now. 30-move countdown begins for Magnus to try and win this game.
And he's trying to reroute that knight to another square at the center of the board, just creating a path for his own king to come closer towards Vidit's king, corner that king, and only then can you start threatening checkmates. The other big takeaway that's been from this endgame on how to defend, you know, technique 101, you said walk away with your king on the opposite direction of the attacker, is also keep your king and the rook as far away as possible. You know, only bring it to defend, to become your king's neighbor when necessary, because you never want to walk into a fork.
Yeah, getting forked. Worst feeling in chess. And,
been there, done that.
Yeah, we've all been there, especially in Blitz, especially in this type of time control, but Vidit holding his nerve well, and now the White Rook didn't quite make it on the other angle. He's trying to find new paths forward, but yeah, Black just doesn't need to worry at all. As long as you've got the White Knight pinned, nothing can go wrong. I say that.
King stepping forward.
Yeah, he's going to have to choose a side of the board. Both sides, I think, are fine.
I don't think any of the other players expected round 1 to go on this long. We're just getting started here.
Yeah. That's a good point, right? all 10 other players are sitting off probably in their respective green rooms watching this game play out, but thinking about the fact that they've got 5 more battles to wage before the day is over.
Yeah, and sometimes friends, family, they ask me, you know, how do you spend so much time playing chess each day? And I'm like, oh, I was only playing a blitz game, only playing a 10-minute rapid game. This is a 10-minute rapid game, and we've been going an hour nearly. So, yeah, chess never ceases to surprise, and yeah, there's beauty in this type of marathon chess.
But you know, that moment, it feels like it's coming closer, because Magnus has managed to sort of, in a way, corner Vidit's king to that final rightmost line rank on the board. He blocks the check. And Vidit somewhere will have to be careful. He's threatening a checkmate in 1. If the rook slides over, that will be game over. So Vidit needs to move the king.
He has to come forward. Only move to save this game is to bring the king forward 1 square to h5. Going back loses.
Oh,
he goes back. Oh. And now it's over. If Magnus just brings
Magnus sees it.
King forward. King f7, and it's checkmate next move. Guaranteed.
He does no defense.
Oh,
and he does it. He does it.
Vidit has blundered. Magnus is about to win.
Oh, you know what?
Wow. The
no,
recognition sets in. That will be it.
Vidit's checking if they've completed the 50-move rule. If the next move hits the 50-move mark, it's a draw. Vidit will say, I play my king. Is it 50 moves since the last pawn was picked up, David?
Unfortunately for Vidit, the answer is no. At move 87, the last pawn disappeared. This is move 116, so not even 30 moves.
He's going to resign then.
Yep.
Yeah. He's about to get checkmated. He gave his rook too few checking squares. He should have gone from the other side with his rook.
Yeah, our incredible arbiters stepping in to make sure that everything goes the way it should.
Vidit with a shake of his head. His appeal has been denied. 50 move is far away. He's about to resign and lose this marathon game, and this one's going to hurt.
Magnus gets the extra 2 minutes for a false claim. Magnus takes the win. Vidit resigns. Heartbreaking. He was so close to the draw. Did everything right for 114 moves. But on move 115, the blunder eventually came.
Yeah, great respect shown between the players as the handshake is extended, and quickly talking about what the options were there. Magnus, I think, even pointing out perhaps the only option there for Vidit was to step forward with the king. But either way, our world #1 does start out his tournament run with a victory here. And for Vidit, he will fall down with a loss early on. That's round 1 of the day. We have 5 more rounds to go in our round robin as these two players take their time to wax and wane on the happenings in their game. Let's go ahead and reflect on the highlights across all 6 boards here for the first round robin.
This is the start of something.
From the very beginning, position 8 to 8. Each of the players went to their respective sides to discuss the position. We had those handshakes extended early on, and already quite a few surprises, I'd say, here in round number 1 of the day. Vincent Keymer falling down to Nodirbek Abdusattorov, one of our last-minute replacements. Richard Rapport, importantly, getting a victory of his own as the other last-minute replacement. Arjun Erigaisi, Magnus Carlson, and Jan Nepomniachtchi are other decisive victories. Just one draw in our first 6 games of the day, and that would be between MVL and Gukesh, of all people. And as we welcome you all back into the studio here in Paris, France, we're so happy to be joined by none other than Anna Kremling and Julian Song. Anna, we had the privilege of being with you in Waisenhaus as well. Paris, though, a very different feeling. What's it like to be in the city of love, to be smack dab in the middle of a major capital as opposed to tucked away in the wonderful resort of Waisenhaus?
I feel like right now Paris is the city of chess more than anything. It's been amazing. Like, Paris is such a beautiful city. I feel like the spirit here is just so nice, and I mean, the whole tournament looks amazing, so I'm really, really happy to be able to be here for a few days.
And from there, I'll turn to you. I am Julian Song from Paris yourself, yes. Chess content creator. To have Freestyle Chess come to your hometown, what's the experience been like for you so far?
Yeah, it's crazy because like chess is like booming in France as well, but we don't have so many strong tournaments in France, and to see all the best players in the world in Paris, it's just incredible.
Now, of course, Maxime is the representative from France taking place in this tournament, the only one to come away with a draw in round number 1. When you take a look at the way that freestyle chess kind of plays out from your perspective, do you feel like round 1 here is pretty representative of how things are going to go? More decisive victories than games ending in a draw?
I mean, freestyle chess is really interesting because, like with Anna, we tried to get the move of Magnus in the opening, and it was just impossible because we are not used to the position. And I played my first freestyle chess tournament like 2 days ago, and it feels like it's a new game. So it's just crazy because I've been playing chess for more than 20 years, but everything feels so new, and it's kind of refreshing, you know.
But it's also like, it feels new, but then in a way you reach certain positions where it also feels very similar. So that's the interesting thing. It's similar, but we know something is off, because what's the knight doing over there? The knight is typically not there, but it still feels familiar.
Right. You're noticing maybe pattern recognition. Oh, yes, I feel like I've seen this before. Maybe this was a transposition of a position one time from that year. But I think that will be a continued interesting conversation, too, as we see these positions more and more and more. That first time we get a repeated position, right? How will the players interact with, oh, we really have actually seen this 960 position before. But, Anna, I'm curious, from your perspective, as we know, at Waisenhaus, y'all were wonderfully set up to produce all kinds of content for yourselves. Here in Paris, do you have anything specific planned while you're here?
Yeah, so yesterday I spent the whole day playing a bunch of games against the different players, and I actually got the honor to face Magnus Carlson in freestyle chess, but this time Magnus was blindfolded. Ooh. So I'm posting that game today. It was incredible. I'm very excited to show it. And yeah, so I've been doing a lot of different kinds of things, and also, of course, it's amazing to just be so close to all the top players in the world.
Well, what a mental tax you applied to Magnus then, to have to try and play a freestyle chess game without the benefit of being able to see the board itself. Do either of you have a sense of a dark horse that we should be keeping our eyes on? Somebody that you think might surprise in the way that Vincent Keymer did in Waisenhaus. Nobody expected him to take the victory. And already I think we have some surprising results with players like Richard taking a win over Prague.
Wow. I actually think Richard, that would be my guess. He's so creative and tactical, and he can come up with so many beautiful ideas. I also thought it was really cool. I have this video of everybody sitting by the board now right before the round, and everybody is sitting together talking about the moves, and Richard is sitting there, but he's kind of sitting by himself, just looking up to the ceiling thinking. And to me, that was kind of like a dark horse vibe, someone that's doing things a little bit different.
Yeah, a little unassuming, searching for the answers in the heavens, and it looks like the answers were delivered to him today.
Yeah, Richard, I had a conversation with him actually before the tournament, and he was like, do you have any tips? I've never really played freestyle. I feel like a beginner. I'm probably 1,500 kilo.
Oh, dear Lord.
And then I started giving him these tips, and then I was like, wait, I commentated on you nearly winning the play-ins for this tournament. Such a trickster. So yeah, he's going to go far. I wanted to ask Julian, how did that tournament go? You played at Blitz Society, of course, a staple of Parisian chess culture now.
You know, because I publish content in French, so I'm not used to collaborate with English-speaking, content creators. So it was an honor to play like Re-Enigma, Alexandra Botez, and just to see you all here. I mean, because like usually I watch you on YouTube, you're like commentating like World Championship and so on. So it's just such an honor to be here and to be able to attend this event. It's just incredible.
You mentioned Re-Enigma. It was the first time I saw him. I mean, does anyone have any idea? He's such an enigma. Who is behind that mask? And it's just amazing to see him. And he's actually a very strong player.
Yeah, I played 2 games.
I feel like Anna knows.
No, it's the biggest mystery to me. I was like, I don't know. It's beautiful how he's created such a big mystery. It's amazing.
But I try to guess with his voice, but I think he's like he's changing his voice.
He does. He said it. Yeah, he changes it.
So it's difficult to guess, but at least I think he's like he has the level of international master.
Yeah, he's very strong.
Yeah.
You know, Anna, speaking of strong players, you had this video from Weissenhaus where you played against a very strong player, against Gukesh, one of my favorite content pieces from that tournament. What a game that was. Any rematch? Any plans for a rematch here?
Oh, I would absolutely love to play Gukesh again. We actually played yesterday a game, but it was there was a spinning wheel and there were all kinds of crazy things happening. That will go up soon as well, I'm sure. But I would love to play a proper game against Gukesh again. That one game gave me a little bit of hope that I might do something good sometime, but I don't think I will because he's the world chess champion, but I live in hope.
Julian, I'm curious, as we see at the bottom of our screen, just to mention, right, again, that Hans recently stepping out of the tournament, Nodirbek stepping in, Richard, one of the other players who stepped in. We've had this conversation around whether or not that is something that would aid a player, you know, mentally, to kind of come in as a last-minute replacement. Maybe you have the feeling that there's no expectation, so that might be very freeing. But at the same time, maybe a lack of mental preparation. So I could kind of see it going both ways. Do you have a sense of what position? You know, would that be freeing for you as a player, or?
I don't have the level, of course. Sure. I'm just international master. But usually for me, when I come very relaxed to the game, I try to do everything to pretend there is no game to play. And like this, I play better chess. So maybe for Nodirbek, it's a good news. Like, he wasn't supposed to be there. So maybe he's just like, okay, it's just extra bonus for me.
But have you guys noticed when Nodirbek sits on the board, he just has got this really strong presence. It's like, I am out here to absolutely murder my opponent. And I've not seen that in the younger Lord James David, they don't have that exact same look. And I think Magnus has said this as well, right? That Nodirbek is perhaps the most dangerous out of this golden generation. And I think that goes beyond the board as well. Just his look is so strong.
I haven't thought about this. I'm going to think about
the death stare that he gives.
Yeah, the death stare. Yeah, that is incredible. That is an incredible death stare. I wish I could do the same.
I would not want to be his opponent.
I saw him in a tournament in Corsica, France. Like, maybe he was like 13 years old, and he already has this stare, like death stare.
Yeah. Oh.
He's just getting inside the mind. Hey, this mental is just as much a part of warfare as the physical elements of it all. Of course, this tournament is going to take players from rapid time controls to Blitz to Armageddon, and then all the way back to classical time controls as well. Do you have a sense that aids any one specific player, as well as the fact that with a 12-person field, now 4 people get eliminated before we go to the knockout stage? It puts an onus on performing in these shorter time controls, but in order to win the tournament, you have to perform better in the longer time controls. It's like an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting because when you look at the top players, some are better at classical chess and some are better at very rapid time control. So I think it's a good way to see who is the best, like among all the time control, and yeah, just to find who is the best player in the world in freestyle chess. Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, Anna, Julian, thank you so much for joining us here.
Welcome
I'm hearing
back,
that we're just about ready to dive into the player
thrilling
hall to get
first
our
round with
second
5
position drawn
results.
for our
We're
round
ready
robin.
now
Let's
for
take a look.
round 2. And to help me with the draw, I would like to welcome to the stage Eric Olivest, the CEO of chess.com. Thank you, Eric. Give him a round of applause. Ready?
Yeah.
Well spotted.
591.
591. Thank you so much, Eric. The next position, 591. The players will have 10 minutes as usual to prepare. So good luck. And back to studio.
Or before, yeah, actually, sorry, before. Yeah, so someone tries to do something.
Before we can copy.
B5?
B5, A4.
B5, A4.
But is it a problem?
No, not a problem.
Take a knight E6.
Otherwise, of course,
but it could, yeah, I mean, you have to go A4 or E4 or F4, basically. Not so many options.
A4?
Take.
Queen A4.
Knight B6.
Are you sure of knight B6?
Yeah, I'm not
I mean,
yeah, maybe
something else first.
G something. And because white is
somewhere. But E4, maybe even A5.
Oh, yeah. So now we are starting A5.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, okay. It's not way for white.
Maybe E4 here.
Can you play something like knight D6 with black?
Move one?
I mean, the plan is to go knight D6 and then G5.
What? Sorry?
Probably more of joking. Yeah. No, but if you can you can get in G5, I think it's very nice now. E5, E6. Too much provocation. E5.
How do we get G5?
Yeah, how do you get G5?
Queen H8 F6.
Queen H8 F6.
But if I go 96 G4, 96 knight D3 or something. Like this, yeah? Yeah.
And then you got...
Yeah.
No, and then you got
95 or 95.
Yeah, okay.
It's like E5, yeah?
Why not E5, yeah.
E5 also.
But E5, what are we trying to...
I guess G6?
Yes,
Yeah, but
E5, G6.
But then we still have problems with the queen, right? G3. Yeah. Or even G4.
Or maybe G4. That's a bit tricky.
Yeah, but then... So basically,
B4, B5.
against G4 we got G6 and G5. I guess B6 we are happy now.
Yeah, why not B6?
B6. And if one B3, we could go B5.
What if white tries the same?
So weird, yeah, this
Yeah, this is very, very hard to play.
F5, bishop D5.
F5, knight E3.
96.
G3.
No, it doesn't.
Because B3 first then? Maybe B3, yeah?
I think it's very natural to play B4 first move if you don't like to play B3 in order to prevent knight C4 with this plan is maybe a bit deep here.
Also, it's not like
Okay, but let's try and... What's it? Let's say G3. No, what?
No. Okay.
No, I'm serious.
Queen H1, Queen H1, F3.
F6?
Yeah, F9.
Knight F2.
Queen G1.
Take G1. And we end up in a boring position. I mean, there's Queen H1, Knight of, like F3, F6, Knight F4.
Okay, but I don't think this is
It's not happening.
Okay, I think like B4 is kind of natural first move, and then try.
Okay, maybe we should consider also other moves here. G4 or I don't know.
Okay, yeah, just move this right, and then.
And then it's
Just a
crisis.
No.
Well, you won the first game. It's okay. Yeah. You can,
Yeah.
Knight E4, Knight D3. What's the big deal?
maybe not. No big deal. But Bishop H4, Knight G6, yeah?
But couldn't we start with Bishop F2 just in case? So if Knight D6 we play maybe something else? So if Knight D6 here,
D3, yeah.
maybe D3. But here, let's say like
Maybe after
the
Knight
same
D6 we can go D3 anyway. It's big.
way. Let's say okay, Knight D6 now.
I really did like your plan, though. I don't really see what's Black's response here.
Yeah.
So G4 no matter what, yeah?
Bishop C4,
So
I guess.
D3, Bishop C4, challenging the knight.
Oh, Bishop C4. Bishop C4.
Maybe Bishop G1 for now. Oh, whoa. Okay, then G5 is coming quickly.
Okay, maybe it's two double
Something
edges. Okay, so we start.
No, but I like castling, by the way. Bishop F2. Just 1 second. You played 94.
Knight D6.
You go castle.
Okay, so Black should
So let's
take.
say if you take, I go let's say rook D1 because it looks like super scary. Or I start with okay, no matter what, I start with G4. Let's say I go like rook D1 and B1. Okay, I take F5. I mean, okay, maybe not so scary.
Things are defended.
Yeah,
D5,
D7 is defended.
I
Yeah,
just be also.
D7 is defended. Yeah. Okay. But this is a bit sophisticated. Knight D6 is too logical. That's my small concern.
Please come to your tables. It's an interesting position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Caruana. Welcome back into the studio, friends, as each of the players take their seats. We've got 6 more matchups here in round number 2 of our 6-round day. Plenty of discussion between each of the players, and you will see the first moves coming out onto the board as we're looking at a live look of MVL versus Hikaru Nakamura. As soon as we can, we'll take a look over at that Arjun Erigaisi and Magnus Carlson board as each of them take their seats. Arjun going to just pause it for a moment before he elects his first move of the game.
And Magnus looking calm and chill, taking his time to adjust the pieces, getting some Evian in as well there, keeping himself hydrated. And Arjun plays the exact same first move that we saw on Maxim's board. The pawn in front of the knight has moved 2 steps forward, so it felt like, you know, there was a consensus that the players came to while they were analyzing their positions. And we've seen 2 boards with the same move. And Magnus responds relatively quickly as well.
Yeah, relatively quickly and relatively conservatively from Magnus Carlson, just pushing a pawn, opening up his queen's diagonal, And that wasn't something that the players, the white team, expected. So already a think from Arjun Erigaisi, who just looks on fire. But historically, we should mention he has not enjoyed a great score against Magnus Carlson. They've only played a few times over the board, but in Rapid Chess Online, for example, very one-sided score there. So Arjun with a score to settle.
But he did win against Magnus in one of the Freestyle Fridays, right, David, if I'm not mistaken, on his victory to championship?
Possibly.
Maybe chat will confirm that.
A memory test. You didn't need to know you were in for one of those today, were you? Huh?
Yeah,
Well, I could be wrong as well.
It's fast action there, the Blitz games, of course, but a very different arena now. Longer time format. This is 10-minute chess for those of you just joining us. And, of course, over the board adds a whole new dynamic. We saw Vidit crack under the prolonged pressure from Magnus in the previous game. And Magnus, against this younger generation, tends to do extremely well, tends to bring his best. And in the meantime, Magnus fighting fiery chess here, pushing a pawn forward in front of one of his knights there. Wow, is this a pawn sacrifice, Tanya? He's aiming to open diagonals. He's aiming to blow open the position early on in the game.
Well, that pawn that Magnus has just moved forward is not defended, so Arjun can just pick it up, and Magnus wants to get his pieces out quickly. So very often top players do that to get activity, to start sort of not waste time and start putting pressure on the pawn that would just capture the f5 pawn. If it's taken and Arjun goes for it, he takes the bait, expecting Magnus to kind of develop with energy now, bring that knight out, start attacking white's pieces. This is him playing for the initiative. And I want to call David on one of the things that he said in this previous game with Magnus, right? It just played out like that Magnus will force Vidit in a position where he has to take just one decision, and he won't have enough time, and the game will come down to that. And it was essentially a one-move checkmate that eventually that Vidit fell into.
Yeah, the grindmaster, Magnus Carlson.
Grind like a grandmaster.
Yeah, this is just how he does it. He tests his opponents, he narrows the path. Often he gives you 5 or 6 logical moves, then he'll give you 3 or 4, then he'll give you 1 or 2. Eventually it comes to only move territory, and that's where the players crack. He likes to prolong the battles, and he calls it anti-young player chess sometimes, Magnus Carlson. He doesn't like that early confrontation, but here, sacrificing a pawn, it is getting dramatic already.
And Arjun's not giving up that pawn back so easily. You know, both knights have come to the center of the board. Magnus was hitting that pawn. Arjun keeps it safe. So currently, he does have an extra pawn in the position. And Magnus just wants to open up diagonals. He just wants to get pieces into the game as quickly as possible. He's making his intentions pretty clear. He wants a dynamic position. He wants to play in Arjun's territory. Arjun's known for these kind of chaotic middle games, these chaotic ideas where you give up pawns for piece activity. And Magnus wants to play in Arjun's home ground here.
Yeah, and so Magnus making things interesting quite early on in this round, making his opponent think, as we would expect out of Magnus, asking questions. Now I think we'll jump to another board, the one that I had my eye on between Richard Rapport, who had taken the early victory as well, as he is a last-minute replacement, but he's up against the returning champion in Keymer from Weisenhaus 2025.
Wow, and I must admit, I've never seen Vincent Keymer in a t-shirt. He's normally a very formal guy. Polo. Jackets off. Yeah, as a polo shirt.
He's still collared.
But yeah, this one mirroring almost what has happened in the Magnus Carlson game. There's huge tension, just to mention, between this white bishop in the corner and this black queen on this diagonal. Right now, there's a bit of a pin on the pawn in the middle. The white bishop's not defended, so the pawn cannot step forward or capture. The black queen will happily snack on a piece in the corner of the board, but watch out for the black queen to become uncomfortable if this bishop ever does find itself protected. The white queen, meanwhile, a bit stuck in this corner. I would say, visually at least, Tanya, looks like a good start for the game for Richard Rapport here.
And it's such a rich game to jump to as well, because you can compare it directly with what's happened on Magnus's board, right? Magnus sacrificed that F pawn very early on. Maybe we can do an action replay. And David, you could tell us where it deviated from the board that we just saw. Because in this position, Vincent has decided to keep his pawn. And apparently that was an inaccuracy, as we saw the red cross appear.
Yeah, let's just do a quick action replay. We're only 4 moves in here, so just like the Arjun Erigaisi against Magnus Carlson board, the F-pawn was pushed. The idea is to open up this bishop and control some central squares. Black replied, Vincent Keymer here, and Magnus Carlson agreeing. Black replied with the pawn to b6, opening this diagonal, and now a sacrifice. This is a sacrifice that was accepted by Arjun Erigaisi. This pawn was captured. Magnus brought his knight out on that board, threatening this pawn. The white knight stepped forward, and now Magnus made it a pure pawn sacrifice by stepping forward with his pawn. Essentially, I'm going to call it a queen's gambit, just in a really weird... We'll call it the knight's gambit. It's a knight's pawn, after all. That was sacrificed, and the idea is to just go for quick piece play. The knight now attacking a pawn, the black queen still staring down this diagonal, and the black bishops both open, not like their counterparts. Vincent said, I don't want any of this. This smells wrong. A lot of arrows there, sorry everyone, but pawn to g3 instead guards this central pawn, allowing the pin that occurs in the game. Pawn to g6 also given a miss. Apparently being really violent was pawn to g5 was the best move.
Oh wow,
which is
spicy.
Crazy.
They just want to blow the whole position open, huh?
With a big advantage for black. One idea, by the way, checkmate early on the cards if you're not too careful. But okay, he just pushed the pawn 1 square forward. Center was defended, and again utilizing this pin in the center. And this is the current position, the live board. Who do you favor here? First glances, Tanya?
Very early days, but I do like that white didn't rush with the recapture of that central pawn, but instead used that tempo to bring the knight out, looking for a trade at the right moment, taking advantage of the placement of that black queen. I would still say it's pretty level. I do see the evaluation bar seems to like white just a little bit more, and perhaps that does make sense. You know, you've got your bishop lined up against the queen already, more control in the center, more space in the center as the pawn grabs and comes on that square. You can look at a pawn advancing 1 step ahead and blocking out that black bishop at the corner of the board as well, hitting the knight, but still very early days in this one.
Yeah, very early days. For white, the problem is the queen in the corner, which is stared down, but as Tanya mentioned, that problem could be solved by blocking the diagonal. First order of business, though, I think is moving this bishop out of the way in order for the white rook to protect the bishop in the corner in order to finally open up this diagonal. That is the key. It's all about the diagonals in this position. What was it, 580 something? Either way.
Yeah.
5-1.
But exactly, this is a theme that carries from the previous tournament to this one, and something that I'm sure over the course of the year we'll notice more and more and more, with those long diagonals, bishops and queens staring like snipers in either direction. Makes it tremendously difficult to make those early moves. The knight will move out of the way for the eventual expected pawn push, but like you said, we still need to vacate that dark squared bishop just to make room for the rook to defend the light squared bishop on the side of the white pieces.
Yeah, Richard Rapport here, he hasn't spent too much time at all, only spent 1.5 minutes essentially, and it's just such good instincts, so creative. Another last minute entrant.
Can we stop that 4-pawn chain as black? That feels like what our primary objective should be right now, just not to get that entire side of the board locked up.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to stop, but right now it's not possible for white due to the fact the white bishop in the corner, the light square bishop still undefended. So maybe black will challenge in the center before that arises. Really fascinating position. This feels like the calm before things really liven up.
Yeah, and there's a question to be answered, right? I mean, black's just moved the knight forward, offering a trade essentially. Do you trade on black's terms? Do you allow that bishop to jump forward into the game, into an active square, or do you just let it live where it's come to right now? But then that could be inviting a lot of danger on the pawn, which is just protected right now. We see the black knight and the bishop at the corner was eyeing that b2 tender spot, and white jumps in with the knight, reinforcing the defenses on that square. One move away from moving the bishop on g1 and then pushing that e-pawn. So black's got just a move to make sure that white doesn't get the connect 4 going. Trades first.
Trades first.
So you lose all rights to castle for the rest of the game. Your king has moved.
Honestly, I feel like the white king doesn't hate that though, because now both rooks can, you know, and the queen has another way of getting involved in the game eventually. Right now, defending, of course, that b pawn.
Yeah, Vincent did kind of stare down Richie for a second when he was like, why are you moving your king? Why are you allowing this? He gave him a bit of a curious look. But yeah, not the worst thing in the world if white gets another.
No, in freestyle chess, we've seen plenty of kings sit in the middle of the board, even to the end game. Yeah. More so than we would see in a standard classical game of chess.
And while, yes, you do lose the right to castle, I want to point out that for Richard, he can manually castle. You know, he could bring the rook out, put that king back one step, and then you achieve the ideal position. But to your point, it might not be even needed. You know, maybe that's the best square. And I think, David, you said it best, that in fact, in freestyle chess, we often see the players make a very delayed decision about where to put your king. So we see that being played out right now, still in the center, still keeping it flexible. It can come to safety on that left side. Both players thinking, is it a good moment to check in with some of the other action, James?
Yeah, I'm letting my boards catch up real quick as we just worked through a couple of technical things on the back end to make sure that we have accurate information before we hop to any of those other boards. So we'll sit here for just a little bit longer as Keymer is now only 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock for him, working with a pretty significant time disadvantage, David.
Yeah, and as we saw in Weissenhaus, he needs time on his clock, Vincent Keymer, in order to really show off his true ability. When the clock ticks down, he's maybe not one of the more comfortable in the rapid format, struggled in the round-robin stage last time. And in the meantime, we should mention, although White's king has stepped out slightly into the open, the black pieces are far from ready to take advantage. Look at them. They're all still on the back rank, still on their starting squares. So it's not as if they're quite ready to profit from Richard Rapport's creativity here. He just needs to speed up Vincent Keymer before it gets too late. He pushes a c-pawn forward. Given a question mark, maybe it was better to improve some pieces, but still a very tense middle game ahead.
Tense middle game ahead. We'll get you over to another board in just a moment so we can take stock of the rest of the field, because this is just one of 6. And before we go to anywhere else, I think it would be wise for us to hop back on over to Arjun versus Magnus, because we were there earlier but didn't have the benefit of seeing how their game developed and deviated from a similar opening idea to this one, right? And then from there we can expand outwards. So in just a minute, we'll hop on over there and take stock of how Magnus has continued to maneuver in that one.
And
there we have it.
Yeah, here we see both players deep in thought. It looks like Arjun Erigaisi is down on the clock, a rare sight for him. He's normally the speediest player in town. And yeah, it looks like he's got around 4 minutes. Magnus up at 6 minutes plus. Magnus liking to keep a time advantage against his younger compatriots. And this is a wild position, Tanya. Arjun Erigaisi with an extra pawn. There's crazy tension between the white queen and this bishop in the corner. All sorts of pins. Magnus sacrificed early. What do you think is going on?
Yeah, nobody knows. And I mean, you know, this is Arjun's style of play. This is just what he does. He's icy cool. He's got nerves of steel when it comes to these chaotic positions. And that tension that you were talking about, the queen and the bishop with a stare off against each other, it's voluntarily created by Arjun in that last move. He just pushed that pawn one step forward. And essentially, for now, at least, he's spinning the black rook. And he's saying it's not really easy for Magnus to defend the bishop. You don't want to bring your knight, you don't want to retreat your knight to a square where it becomes a piece that's coming in its own way, in the way of its own pieces. Magnus, of course, doesn't do that. He gets his king to safety. He wants to move that light squared bishop away, get that bishop defended, but it's a mistake. Look at the evaluation bar. Arjun has a huge advantage. Can he put pressure on that rook and win material here?
Yeah, Arjun set up a threat with his last move, utilizing this pin, and the threat was to jump the knight forward to this square. Knight into g4, attacks the rook in the center of the board. The rook cannot move, as the bishop in the corner would fall, and it's a sacrifice. I think it's a willing sacrifice for Magnus. He's probably
just going to slide his rook over and replace it, or what?
Yeah, he's probably planned to just defend his rook and just continue the game, but also the white bishop is coming into the center of the board. I don't know if Magnus has miscalculated or misevaluated something, but knight to g4 is the key idea.
It's coming. And there it is.
Yep.
Was it a miss? Or does Magnus have a deeper idea here? Because it does appear to be a bit of a blunder right now, right? You can't move that rook. You're losing the bishop. White doesn't need to rush with taking the rook. To your idea, James, White can also triple down on that central rook once the bishop lands on the center square. And Magnus not rushing with his response. David, to me, it looks like he might have just missed this.
Yeah, Magnus's face is a bit of a giveaway. This is the kind of stance he adopts on the camera that we see right now when he has missed something or is starting to panic internally. Will we see a shake of the head? That normally tends to come next. Bit of a grimace. He takes a pawn. This is a full piece sacrifice. He's moving his rook out the way, but now this bishop can be captured in the corner pretty safely. There is a discovered attack. The black bishop jumps out the way now, attacking this white queen. And my question is, what happens if the white queen just retreats, retires back to any safe square on this diagonal? Magnus has only got one pawn for the bishop he's just lost. It's not enough.
There goes for another sip of water.
This is unbelievable. And you know, this reminds me of a game Arjun played against Magnus in India, Tata Steel Chess India. And Magnus bungled it up completely in the opening, and Arjun won in just 20 moves. He beat Magnus in just 20 moves, still out of the opening. He's got these 2 pawns. It's far from over. But this is not what Magnus was aiming for out of the opening.
Yeah, might be looking to set his own new personal record for himself against Magnus. Only 10 moves into this game here, and already with this of all players is one that you cannot count out until the handshake is given at the conclusion of the match.
Oh, Arjun Erigaisi starts off with a win against Fabiano Caruana, about to add a win against Magnus Carlson to his collection already. He's looking like the person to beat. Freestyle Friday, crushing it there, knocking out Magnus in 20 moves in kind of traditional chess here. After 10 moves, a winning advantage. Wow, incredible. Who would have expected this to be this strong this early?
Incredible stuff. And again, it comes down to Arjun's core strengths, right? It is all about these non-conventional patterns that Arjun's able to see very easily. He has this incredible ability to create an absolute mess on the board, but stay completely calm and find these... It's almost like he's learned chess and then he unlearns it every single game, and you see these new patterns emerge when Arjun Erigaisi is playing. And that's such an asset to have when you're playing freestyle chess. For Arjun, he's right now got a piece, but Magnus has managed to snap up 1 more pawn. That's 3 extra pawns. Oh, wow. And the arrow appears. David, you're pointing out tactics galore.
Tactics galore. Arjun can win a pawn in the position right now, utilizing 2 pins. Is he going to play this move? There's a pin on the C file against the black king, a pin on the A file against the black queen. He's going to play it.
Yeah, will he see it?
He's about to make a long-range move.
He sees everything. That's not even a question with Arjun. The thing is, does he like it?
It's like he's trying to pull the ideas out of his brain there with the hands, and instead he goes for the knight. It will jump in, and so while Arjun still needs to find his way to victory here against Magnus to have a blistering 2-0 start to his round robin here in Paris, France. We have plenty of other boards to check in with, and I want to go straight away to Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who as well has a very strong position against Fabiano Caruana, having started his tournament with a loss. Fabiano definitely maybe feeling already on the ropes.
Wow, look at this. First thing that my eyes are drawn to are those black bishops, those beasts in the middle of the board. Look how the black bishops, they just control everything. The black queen in the corner, helping out, sniping on that diagonal. I mean, the white king has pretty much set itself up in a trap here. The black knight's nicely centralized. White is actually a pawn up. Fabiano is a pawn to the good, but the white queen almost trapped. And add to that the H file. It just feels like some attack is brewing, Tanya. Something decisive is in the air. Just where is the knockout blow?
It feels like black owns 80% of the board right now.
He's going to own 80% of Fabiano's pieces in a few minutes. Fabiano down under 1 minute, and he's just been forked by a pawn. Queen and knight attacked. The knight will drop off, and it's mirror image, just like Erigaisi's board. One side will have an extra piece and the attack to boot.
It's all falling apart, right? Because Fabi can pick up the black knight in return, but also the white bishop will be hanging once the pawn lands on the square that it's about to, and it does, not giving Fabi the time to capture that knight, which will now come to safety. And that means an extra piece for Nodirbek. This is going to be a tough round for the older generation. Magnus in trouble, Fabi in trouble.
Yeah, and it's not even close games we're witnessing right now. Very one-sided encounters where it becomes very tactical, and the older generation can't cope. They can't cope with the directness of the youngsters.
Right, you gotta love it. You gotta love it. Everybody's showing some fight here early on. In these shorter time controls, you got to imagine plenty of pressure being felt by all of these players. Fabiano in a very tough way, but Magnus in a tough way as well. We can hop back there soon enough to check in with Arjun Erigaisi to see if he can, you know, clamp down on the board and take down the world #1 and give his tournament a 2-0 start.
Here we see them again. Right now, Arjun is a whole rook up. Magnus has 2 pawns in return for the rook. But he's had to give up even more material, Magnus, just to fend off the initial wave of attack and to establish at least a strong pawn center. But pawn centers are one thing, Tanya. Just extra rook is another thing completely. The rook's about to activate.
That's massive material advantage, right? What Magnus is relying on is somehow to trick Arjun in this position. He wants to get a blunder out of him. It's the only way to save. To try to get his queen and knight to come together to put pressure against Arjun's king. But notice how that bishop, it takes away a key jumping square for that knight to really end up putting pressure. And Arjun's just playing slowly. When you can make a move like the one that he just did, a simple one pawn push forward, controlling everything. Arjun saying, I'm not scared of any attack. I don't see any attack in this position. I got extra material, and I think Magnus knows that this is close to just being over. I don't know, is he giving up right now, David? What's going on in his mind?
Oh, I don't think he'll give up yet. Internally, he'll know, though, that there's maybe a 2%, 1% chance he's going to save this game, Magnus. He needs a bit of a miracle, which, I don't know, just looks so unlikely against an informed player like Arjun.
Where does that miracle even come from in a position like that? That's the thing. You're down a rook. How do you create the threats against the white king? You can't start advancing those central pawns because you end up weakening your own pawn. White's bishop will get extremely active on the diagonal if that d pawn was to move one step forward. Perhaps you can highlight it, or we're not going to see that happen. But it's such a big problem for Magnus to even start creating actual threats on the board.
Yeah, I see one blunder. If the white king steps across into the center, the white queen is not defended, so there would be a bishop takes pawn check, and the white queen would drop off. Loose pieces do tend to be the downfall in any tactical skirmish, but yeah, of course, Arjun's not going to blunder.
I was going to say, the speed at which you're able to find that tells me they will find it as well.
Yeah.
Queen's just going to slide over here for Magnus in defense. And so again, Arjun Erigaisi on the brink of being 2-0 for his tournament start, but we have had one result already, and so we're going to hop back over just real quick to get an action replay on how it all broke down. Vincent Keymer actually manages to take the win over Richard Rapport, when before the last time we checked in on it, the shoe was on the other foot, and it looked like Richard might be moving to a 2-0 start of his own.
That could be a blunder?
It felt like Richard Rapport just rushed a bit too much. He had 6 minutes on his clock still in the final position, and Vincent Keymer only down to a few seconds. So I think he was just trying to win on time, essentially, Richard Rapport, when the blunders occurred. A quick action replay if we want to show this on the board. This was the final position. Just to play through, the position was actually very complicated around here, roughly level. It's, of course, a mess. Richard Rapport has sacrificed a bunch of material just to open up the black king, but here he didn't find the right way forward. He took this bishop in the corner, a huge mistake. We see the double question mark appear. He rushed this, he played it in just 1 second, but a queen check now, hitting the white king, and there's nowhere safe to run. You can't retreat because suddenly this rook would hang in the corner with a check. And he maybe missed that he had to step forward. Now, rook takes e5, a double exclamation mark move. Keeping the bishop, it's most important to keep this bishop, and the white king is actually trapped. We saw a final check and another check. The black king hides, no more checks to be given. Knight takes rook, for example, would end in a beautiful checkmate. It was all about the diagonals after all.
All right, so getting away by the skin of his teeth is Vincent Keymer there, and he'll be very happy to have gotten a win in his book, although maybe it didn't come in the fashion that he would want, right? Again, for me, the way I remember him at Weisenhaus was typically having such a strong understanding of those starting positions and usually playing a pretty even game till eventually outmaneuvering his opponent. So far in this tournament, he has had some pretty swingy performances just across 2 games, so we'll see from there.
And that's a confident win. I mean, under 20 moves with the black pieces. I think this was the 20th move, and white's got no escape route. You know, you're checkmating your opponent's king at the center of the board. The bishop coming out, the queen beautifully placed. This has got to be feeling good for Vincent after what happened in game 1. But I think we have to jump back to our marquee matchup.
Well, I imagine it would feel good for Vincent, and as he did just come away with a win, we're actually going to take a quick moment to get a word from him as he steps away with his first victory of the tournament.
Vincent, it's a great result for you. How are you feeling here so far today?
Yeah, I mean, the first game I played a quite bad opening and then I got under pressure both on the board and on the clock. So yeah, that was quite an unpleasant start. And also in the second game, I didn't feel like my position was very good. It was an incredibly complicated starting position. And yeah, even though his queen was kind of trapped on a1 for most part of the game, of course the control of the center was quite important, and just when I felt like both on the clock and on the board, again, I was under pressure, my position wasn't good, it seems to me that he blundered something.
But everything now is a scramble to be top 8, right? That is the important goal.
Yeah, for sure. That's the main thing. Of course, everybody wants to get as high as possible and win as many games, but certainly top 8 is the main goal.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Great to get a quick word from Vincent there, and I think rightfully recognizing that Richard blundering Vincent's own opportunity for a win there. So maybe grateful to have gotten that one and to have what seems to be now a more solid start to his round robin. Again, citing the idea that all you need is top 8 to move to the knockouts. That's where the pressure really starts to mount in terms of climbing to that top spot. From here, perhaps we zoom out to all 6 of the boards. 2 of them already ending in decisive results. While we were watching that interview, Nodirbek did end up taking the victory over Fabiano in what was a dominating position. So 2 of our youngsters once again getting victories here early on, but still 4 boards in play. So we can zoom out, take stock, and see if anything in particular catches our eye.
And yeah, some crazy positions, of course. We still see that the eval bar shows Arjun Erigaisi in control against Magnus, still with the extra rook. In the meantime, Gukesh struggling against Vachier-Lagrave, potentially. And yeah, I think this is the game we have to focus on because Magnus is making his final play, his final tricks in the air. He's just taken a pawn, sacrificing the Black Knight, and he's hoping to have some counterplay against Arjun's king.
Yeah.
And that would happen if Arjun was to snap that knight back up, but he also has the option to trade the queens, but that's not Arjun. He's taken the bait. He does open the king up to a few checks, and Magnus trying to put pressure on Arjun's clock as well. The queen and the rook lined up to put attack, to put some pressure. There are checks coming in on that d3 square as well. There are a few moves that Arjun will have to be careful, but he is still completely winning in this position.
Retreating the bishop wins on the spot, traps the queen, stops any checks, and Arjun finds it.
Wow.
Magnus is about to resign. Look at that. There we go. Handshake. Arjun takes the win.
Well, and so far, your prediction is coming true. 3 decisive victories with 3 games left to play. But my goodness, for Arjun Erigaisi, the only 3-time winner of Freestyle Fridays, and to do it in consecutive fashion, he comes out and shows his form here on day number 1.
He takes down world number 5 in the first game, and now the world number 1. Fabi and Magnus back-to-back. What a performance. What a start. An absolute dream start for the Indian youngster who finds himself back up in the world rankings. And there he is, watching as some of the other action plays out. David, with just 3 games left, we might actually get a match which has 0 draws.
Yeah, a crazy round so far, and it looks like the players with the black pieces have advantages in the 3 remaining games. And here we see it's the all-Indian clash, Vidit against Gukesh, and it is Gukesh with the advantage here against Vidit, the side with the black pieces. It's a material advantage. It's rook for knight right now, so an exchange up, we would say in chess. Yes, there's some counterplay. White has a very strong pawn, but ultimately the white king about to come under heavy fire. This is in Gukesh's hands.
And this is where I don't want to jump the gun too much because there's still plenty of games left to be played over the course of today and tomorrow. But we talked about it earlier. Vidit in that drawn position against Magnus unfortunately lets it go. Now he's staring down the barrel of possibly another loss here and sitting at 0 points through 2 games. You've got to imagine as time goes on that is going to creep into your mentality that perhaps, you know, if one decision was made differently before, you wouldn't be in this position, and you can really start to spiral.
And that one decision, James, was the very last move of the game.
Yeah.
You know, he just chose the wrong square for the king and got checkmated on the spot after fighting it out and holding it on for, I don't know, close to 100 moves that end game. And that's got to hurt. And right now, we do see some inaccuracies.
But a breath of life?
Yes. But it's far from a human perspective, still incredibly dangerous. Vidit has to rely on some checks. Is there a way to immediately shut this down? Can the queen give unlimited checks to the black king?
He can, and he should give checks here. Only 2 moves, though, to maintain the balance. Vidit now under 15 seconds. One of these 2 checks, he has to just check the king for eternity. The black rooks and queen have pretty much abandoned his king, so very odd decisions here from Gukesh. He's aiming to run. He's aiming to kind of slide across and seek safety on this square. I don't think he will be allowed to do so, however. Vidit keeps checking.
Of the check on that A4 square, let's just highlight that. The queen's path as well, which actually stops Black's king from getting to A6. But it's not that easy to keep checking. I don't actually see a way.
It's not so easy, but I think it's the fact that the white rook will be able to slide across and check the king if it ever does slide up. It's just too dangerous. Gukesh now wondering whether to advance. This is so risky.
Does it?
The black king coming out. There's no check on this square because of the rook. He gives a pawn check, and now Gukesh only has one move to not lose. Okay, he finds it. He couldn't take that pawn. That would have allowed the white rook to join the action.
And Gukesh stepped into fire with just 2 seconds on the clock.
And you see the exclamation points coming out one way and another, because this game is balancing on a knife's edge, but the players are finding the right moves. Now the king has wandered all the way back to the 8th rank, once again looking for safety here against all of the checks.
But there's no safety to be found, because you need to start bringing your rooks back into the game, and still the white queen will have enough squares to pursue the black king, and I think we're in for a repetition right now.
Yeah, the question is, does Vidit want the draw? Because he can pretty much bank it by continuing the checks. Suddenly things, it felt like they were almost turning. Gukesh, yeah, taking too many risks, playing with fire, but still level now.
I mean, if Gukesh steps back with the king again into that same position, what's stopping him from blocking that queen check with a rook?
Yeah, I think essentially there would have been other queen checks. The queen would have used this square to check. And once the black rook disappears, no more attack against the white king, and pawns would start to be captured. Will Vidit play for the win now? Will he get ambitious against his countrymen?
But it's Gukesh who declines the repetition. You know, just his will to play on. He puts the king on a different square this time. But you can run, you can't hide from this repetition forever. The queen's going to be strong enough. All of Gukesh's pieces have left the black king all by itself to defend, and I think it's not going to be enough. No matter how much Gukesh wants to continue this game, it is about to end in a draw.
Yeah, looking to pick up a pawn as well on top of continuing the pattern of checks here is Vidit. Still with that energy, that bounce coursing through his veins. He does go for it. Will check Gukesh once again. Still locked in what the computer considers to be a dead even draw by an expected repetition at some point.
The problem is, sorry David, the problem is that white doesn't have enough time to bring another piece to assist the queen. Black will still start checking and checkmating that white king on the right side of the board. So Vidit only has the queen to rely on, and look at that long check that he's given.
That's not a check I would have ever imagined he'd go for.
I didn't even see it exist.
Yeah, exactly. That's fascinating.
Vidit's playing for the win.
Did we move ourselves too far outside of being able to pressure that black queen, or king rather?
He doesn't care anymore about Gukesh's king. Now he's just going for a new queen. He's trying to push his own pawn forward, make a second queen. Here, Vidit's using his own pieces to defend his king, and he's realizing that black's pieces are just offside. They're not taking part in the action.
Amazing.
I think Vidit here, he might be rewarded for his courage.
I love this too, because recognizing time trouble, look at that clock ticking down here for Gukesh. You're just forcing him to consider something entirely different than what had been the pattern established of just king checks up to that point.
And it's a blunder. Vidit's winning.
And the only winning move is to give a check. He has to use his queen and give a check, bring it up again to the top of the board. I think you just force the black king back, and then you just go for it. At some point, when the moment is right, you just push your pawn, and black doesn't have enough ammunition. Wow, this is crazy. He finds the first
David,
move.
can you sacrifice the queen? Can you take that rook and then push the pawn?
Wow, taking this rook and pushing the pawn would be crazy, but he is about to make a new queen. Is he going to win Vidit? He can keep checking. He can gain a bit of time on the clock to calculate this out.
He's got to do that. He's got to get those extra seconds. Don't allow black to give a check, but Vidit...
He finds an incredible move. Deflecting the black rook away. Once the black rook is gone, the white knight can simply take the black queen.
Oh,
this is over.
Goodness. What a brilliancy. Oh my goodness. Phenomenal find here from Vidit.
Did not see that coming. That is genius from Vidit. There's still some checks. The black rook still threatening a ladder checkmate against the white king, so he can't take his eye off the ball yet. But once he deals with that problem, the white pawns are going to win this game. Vidit about to take the win.
Yeah, another big check here.
Wow. And what a turnaround this was, just when Gukesh looked like he's the one pushing, then avoiding and evading the perpetual and the draw. And now here he is, Vidit Gujrati on the brink of victory in this one.
I mean, not moments ago, I was beginning to spin the story of what a disastrous 0-2 start it could have been for him if he fell down here. And just like that, he takes it as a challenge, and he finds his winning position. Still needs to bring it across the finish line. But what a revival this would be early on in his round-robin performance to take a win over Gukesh.
all he needs to do is stop that one threat that David pointed out. You know, the rook's checking the white king. Just control that square on the next move. Vidit has gained some time on the clock, and I think he can bring the queen to defend. And then the 2 pawns, the 2 extra pawns, the one that's on that F file and the one on the G file, just 2 steps away from queening. And Vidit reaching out for the queen, he's going to make a long move, bring it back to defense, only to attack with the pawns next.
There we go. Sometimes you have to step back in order to step forward, and he solves all of the threats here. A new queen about to land on the board. Gukesh is about to resign. He's being punished, Gukesh. He's taking so many risks all the time. In classical chess, it's been his method of success, but in rapid chess, it backfires. He just doesn't have enough time to calculate through the complications.
Yeah, that's been one of the big questions for him, right? Obviously, no question around his classical chess prowess, but as the time controls get a little shorter, maybe some weaknesses in this play that other players have found and been able to target.
And that's a power move, you know, when your opponent reaches out for the second queen and takes it, ready to promote the pawn, you know that things are not going to end well for you. And there we have it. The world champion resigns. Gukesh gets his first win at Freestyle Chess.
Yeah, Vidit, big showing from him after dropping in round 1. Takes a victory in round number 2. 1 out of 2 points for him. For Gukesh, he'll fall down to half a point out of 2 through our 2 rounds. We have 2 games left in play. And I think in just a moment, it's wise for us to go to the only remaining Indian player, Pragnanandhaa, who had found himself with a loss coming out of round 1 against Richard Rapport. His opponent here in this round, Jan Nepomniachtchi, had a victory in round 1. However, it is Prag who holds a pretty decisive lead in the moment. So over to Prag versus Jan we go to see it all play out.
I just want to know, we've had 4 decisive games. David, how did you peek into the future? How did you know? David the Prophet.
I don't know. It's just the starting position. It was so crazy. And it did help that in round 1 there were 5 decisive games out of 6. I just had a feeling it might go 1 more. And here it is very much Prag in the driver's seat. It's a full exchange. Black has a rook for the white knight, so full exchange up. But he needs to break this defensive formation. He needs to at some point add the black king to the mix. He doesn't want to trade too many pawns, because trading pawns off might lead closer to the draw. A nice kind of retreat move there. He's going to bring his king forward on the next move. The black rook will stop the white knight from giving any checks on this square highlighted. And eventually, if white is ever forced to retreat this beautiful knight, then the defenses will collapse. Prag doing all the right things. This is also his type of position. He's very good technically, Pragnanandhaa.
Yeah, the reroute of the black rook here, all the way back to its initial rank. Maybe looking over to slide all the way to the right-hand side of the board, target that pawn, perhaps.
But it's not trivial, I want to say, to break this position. He's going to play on forever. He's going to keep mounting the pressure. And yes, should find a way. But it still needs to be done. There's no exact path, because white's pieces and the king close enough to the 2 pawns to keep it defended. And if the pawns are completely exchanged and you're left with just the heavies, just the majors on the board, just the pieces on the board, you know, then you're playing for a draw. Then it's very difficult to break. So I don't see a clear path just ahead for Prag. Just yet.
Not just yet. And we see his eyes darting across the board as he searches for the breakthrough. The way forward for Jan Nepomniachtchi, a draw here would be a huge relief to go with his win in round 1. But interesting, Vidit against Gukesh. That was the only time the older player has won in all of the first 4 decisive games of this round.
Wow.
And Prag here also on the front foot.
Here, I think for Prag, it's so important to consider what he wants to trade, what he wants to keep on the board, and what he wants to get off the board. Ideally, I would be thinking about getting those bishops off the board, you know, and try to exchange one of the central pawns. I don't know if there's a way to just highlight it. If we can trade off the 2 bishops, let's just highlight the 2 bishops, and the D pawn with the E pawn, then you're left with the passer. You can then think about pushing that F pawn eventually and making inroads. That could be a plan to look at for Pragnanandhaa here. And he's right now just doing a rook dance, trying to get the rook to the other side to keep the H-pawn under check, looking for activity.
Yep, very logical move. Essentially, it's a bit like the Vidit against Magnus Carlson game earlier, where you can just play around for 50 moves and then test your opponent when they're getting low on time.
So the knight voluntarily vacates that square that we talked about. It so very much enjoyed being on.
Yeah, I think he was just desperate to keep the black king out. The black king was threatening to step up to the side. And now, Tanya, your idea of pushing this pawn forward becomes far more tempting. The White King would also then be cut off across the second rank. Yes, it's a trade of pawns, so not ideal in your quest to win. You want to keep as much material on the board as possible, but you do break the defensive formation. Now the White Bishop as well, undefended.
The White Bishop undefended, the black pawn on f5 having a free hand to move forward at the right moment. The king can step ahead. First, you need to defend your bishop. Always look for unprotected pieces. Jan Nepomniachtchi has a threat on the board. And I wonder if Prag is thinking about trading that bishop, another trade that we were talking about.
Yeah, this looks like a very clear, kind of clean win. He's going to step his bishop back. Okay, he keeps the tension for now. Maybe he'll have that option later. I was just going to say, while the White King is just kept out of the battle, there doesn't seem to be any defensive hope here for Nepomniachtchi. He's playing without his most valuable piece in the endgame, the king.
Comes back, trying to reroute the knight to another square to put some pressure. Can the Black King start moving up the board now? You said the most valuable piece, the king is a big piece. Start using it for Pragnanandhaa.
Yeah, I think he's done the hard work. That trade of pawns was a key step in the right direction, and now...
Yeah. The White Bishop now stuck defending that pawn over on the H-file there, and will now load up the attackers on it by rerouting our own Black Bishop to target.
Very nice. Step by step. I just want to point out one chess dynamics. If the pawns are traded and one set of minor pieces come off, that is a draw.
Right.
For example, if Black has a king and a rook versus a king and a knight, that's a draw. A king and a rook versus a king and a bishop, it's a draw. So it's absolutely essential for Prag to keep this f-pawn alive, which is why he didn't pick up that pawn that was hanging on the previous move on the flank.
Look at this, the White Knight retreating to its back rank. The Black Rook will save itself. It can go pretty much anywhere at this point, and then this pawn, the white pawn, will finally drop. And wow, nice way Prag transitions to a pure king of pawn endgame.
My goodness.
And it's a handshake. The black pawn soon to become a queen. A nice little simplification tactic there to win the game.
And good calculation, right, to know that in that king pawn, he is going to be the one who is able to escort that pawn to the other side of the board safely, turn it into a queen, and deliver the checkmate. So, of course, the handshake is extended well before that takes place. 5 of 5 decisive wins so far, and only one board left to go to. But what an interesting board this is. Hikaru Nakamura versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. As we go there, David, I'm going to have to ask you to help me understand how in the world we end up in a position where one player is working with a king and a queen up against 2 pawns, a rook and a knight.
Yeah, this is a crazy endgame, and the exact same endgame was reached in the infamous Game 6 of the Magnus Carlson against Jan Nepomniachtchi World Championship in 2021. Yeah, my board is not refreshing, so let's go to the main screen right now. Let's zoom in on the players. Let's keep a board with us. And okay, here we go. I'm going to try and... No, I think we go to the big board.
Yeah, our analysis board is broken. We'll deal with the live board. We can always go back and figure out how we got there. It's more important to see whether or not Hikaru can hold on here. I mean, well, maybe I'll just turn to you. I would have to imagine in this situation, white with only a queen is just playing for a draw and defense.
Yeah, essentially the Black King is super safe, protected by its rook and knight. Black has too many soldiers, essentially. Yes, White has the strongest warrior, but the White Queen is trying to stem the tide all on her own, and Hikaru's shaking his head. It should be a draw, it should be mentioned. And that game, Magnus Carlsen against Jan Nepomniachtchi, also should have been a draw. That was more difficult for Nepomniachtchi because he wasn't able to use his king, like Maxime Vachier-Lagrave using the White King here as a defender. But yeah, the queen had...
What? Oh, whoa!
What?
Oh my goodness, that's a stalemate. White has got no moves. White's king is trapped.
Beautiful.
Unbelievable. He sacrifices a queen, and Hikaru accepts it.
That was beautiful. I thought it was a blunder. I thought it was a mouse slip at first.
I thought it was too.
And maybe we can at some point just show that, because that was a stunning finish to that game, you know. It looked like Hikaru could play that on forever, just keep pushing Maxime, who had to be on the defense. And there we saw it. Hikaru with a shake of his head. It almost felt like, was he giving up on his winning chances? Maxime finding this beautiful idea, and Hikaru doesn't even try. Walks into the stalemate.
And out of nowhere. That result comes through. So, unfortunately, making David a liar in his pre-round prediction. There will be one draw ultimately in this one. And MVL, I don't know, maybe he's just going to consider himself lucky to get away with that one. Well, it was a good find, an important find. an ingenious find, even. As we said before, probably shouldn't have happened that way.
Yeah, shouldn't have happened that way. I'll let them off, though. They found a beautiful stalemate. You know, if it's going to be a draw, at least let it be an aesthetically pleasing one where one side has an extra rook, knight, and 2 pawns, but still can't win. Wow, what a game. And Hikaru, missed opportunity he left there on the board. He was actually winning for most of that game. And to let it slip, it'll be more frustration, especially coupled with his loss in round 1.
You know, it's moments like these that I think about this exact same position, the last position where Maxime sacrifices the queen, Hikaru picks it up, goes into the stalemate, and the game gets over. Then if it was Magnus on that side, would he have played on? Would he have tried for more? Because very often we see him doing just that.
Yes, I think the answer is yes. Magnus would have played that one on for another 50 moves and might well have been rewarded just like he was in that game we mentioned earlier. So queen versus pieces, it's always a fun, fascinating endgame, but for Hikaru, maybe a kind of glimpse into his mindset. He's not feeling as confident as he normally does.
I'll say it again. It does feel oddly reminiscent of Weisenhaus. Just not the strongest start, but by no means should you count him out because he did manage to break into that top 8 at Weisenhaus and still have a solid finish while not eclipsing his goals, of course.
It's also good chess strategy, right? Hikaru lost the first game to Jan Nepomniachtchi. You kind of want to stop the bleeding. You're playing with the black pieces. You don't see a clear path ahead. You know it's going to be a long day ahead. You've got so many games remaining. Your aim is to finish in top 8. You just keep things solid. Don't take extra risk. Get ready for the next round. Don't burn energy when it's not needed.
Yeah, it's a really good point. We've talked a bit about already today. The idea of expanding the player pool out to 12 means there's incredible danger for a lot of players in dropping out of that top 8, right? And I'm willing to bet we're going to see at least one player who would have otherwise been an assumption to move on end up exiting the tournament early. And so to your point, there is a strategic element of just how you approach each of these games in terms of walking away with half a point, even while maybe 1 point was a possibility. You just go with what is more consistent and more sustainable. Off we go to the highlights just to remember how it all broke down. Position 591, pitting the queen and the bishops against each other in the far corners of the board. It typically means decisive results are to follow. And you can see each of the players toiling away.
And we're just about to begin round 3. It's just been 2 games. But I think so far, it's pretty clear that Arjun's been the player of the tournament. You know, 2 back-to-back wins. First one against Fabi, gets the second job done against Magnus in crushing style this one. I mean, everything went wrong for Magnus very early on, and Arjun converts it.
Yeah, it went wrong for Gukesh as well. It went wrong for Hikaru Nakamura, not able to convert that victory, holding a draw in the end. But yeah, Gukesh losing to Vidit. We should also shout out Nodirbek Abdusattorov, winning his first 2 games. He's clearly back in form, just as Arjun is. Imagine getting off a flight late into yesterday evening and then jumping into this stellar field, and 2 wins in a row.
And for both of those players, the opponents that they've already gone through are absolute monsters of the game, and particularly freestyle chess. As you mentioned, Arjun Erigaisi having to go through Fabiano and Magnus Carlson. For Nodirbek, it's Fabiano as well, but as the defending champion from Weisenhaus, Vincent Keymer too. So hot start for both of those youngsters. We'll see if they can keep that pace up. It is a long round-robin stage, 11 games in total, 6 of which will be played today.
Yeah, so we've got 4 more remaining. And for Nodirbek, right, it feels like it's a bit of an Uzbeki tradition. We had Vachier-Lagrave in Weisenhaus, who was a last-minute replacement to 5-time world champion Vachier-Lagrave. And what a run he had, what a tournament he had from the very start. And Nodirbek just picking up from there, you know. He doesn't care that he was a last-minute replacement. He's always ready to play chess. He's always ready to go for the kill. And what a start he's had.
Yeah, well, we know those 2 guys sit atop the table. Let's see where everybody else falls in our standings. Again, a 12-player field. We'll get those up on the screens for you so we can take stock of it all. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Arjun Erigaisi, Magnus with a single win in his column, Richard Rapport as well, Vincent Keymer. The only winless players there on the right-hand side of your screen, positions 9 through 12 so far. MVL, Hikaru Nakamura, Gukesh, and Fabiano Caruana. For me, that's going to be the surprise.
Who are you most surprised?
0-2.
Who are you most surprised to see in that bottom 4 right now?
Fabiano, 100%.
Yeah. Same. I've got to say that.
Mr. Consistent, we were calling him essentially beforehand, before the tournament, and already feeling like he's in the danger zone. If he loses another game now, Oh, he's going to be sweating ahead of tomorrow's action. But also interesting that the top two are already 1 point ahead of the field. So already it's clear which players are banging form, which players are struggling.
Well, and like we say, how has this changed the dynamics of every player's approach to their games, right? If you're sitting in that 0 point position like Fabiano, are you trying to extend for more draws just to get a half a point on the board as opposed to taking risks to stab for a point or go down 0-3? Vice versa, the two players sitting with 2 points. Do they keep trying to push the pace, or do they also now try and settle into what would be more drawish positions just to keep their advantage pretty steady?
And that margin to not push for more keeps reducing. You know, if you at some point are forced to take risks, because this time, you know, we spoke about this, we've expanded the field. It's 12 players. 4 will be knocked out of the quarterfinals. So you can't play safe for too long. And, you know, will that missed opportunity, or perhaps trying for more for Hikaru, will that come to bite him later on? We'll find out, you know. But it's again, for those players at the bottom 4, this next round, it's almost a must-win, I would say, for Fabi, especially, you know, who's in 0 points.
Yeah, mathematically not so, but definitely feels like it, right? And that's the thing. I'm sure in his position, he's feeling like it's a necessary turnaround game.
Yeah, I don't think you can bank your spots in the knockout stages on the first day, but you can certainly lose most of your chances. And for Fabiano, losing 1-2 more games could be disastrous. It would be a huge shock. But for the youngsters, I don't think it's in their style.
Guess who Fabiano Caruana is playing in this game that we're talking about as perhaps the must-win game for him to get up on the leaderboard. You get one shot.
Black against Magnus Carlson.
Yeah. Come on. Oh my goodness.
That's a big ask.
Yeah, if that's gotta be the game in which you have to turn things around. Well, okay. Best of luck to you, my friend.
Yeah, it's a repeat of Singapore in the swimming pool. It's a repeat of so many huge matches, World Championships, but I mean, stakes couldn't be higher. Magnus coming off the back of a loss as well. 2 wounded beasts, 2 wounded legends.
Yeah.
Caruana up against it.
But look, we can talk all we want about the pressure that's mounting for these players. We can't ignore the fact that this is freestyle chess. And so there are so many unknowns that lay ahead of us. Whereas in a standard tournament or format, you might be able to target certain players that you know you're strong against and look for your wins there. Here, you still wait on bated breath for what the position will be to even know, do I really have winning chances here? Am I playing a more defensive game? Is it really, you know, who's got the advantage? Obviously, white in more cases than black has opportunities for wins. We'll wait to see what the third drawn position of the day will be. We already have 2 of those positions off the table. A reminder to everybody at home that we cannot repeat positions. And so if you've already seen a position once, you will not see it again for the remainder of the tournament.
Yeah, interesting quirk so far. Black has actually won more games than white in the first 2 rounds. So Fabi, having black might not be the worst thing in the world. Often just reacting to your opponent's aggression, counter-attacking, can be a good strategy, especially if you're out of form. You don't really want to be the one making all the plays, you know, making all the moves. Burns a lot of energy, and especially low on confidence. But yeah, reacting.
I wonder, is freestyle chess, does it lend itself to, in some ways, the black position being more of a counterpuncher? In that, because again, so much is unknown, especially in the openings, white almost having to make, you know, not almost, having to make the moves earlier, more opportunities to misstep and then have it get capitalized on.
Yeah, Zugzwang.
First one to make the mistake, rather, is I guess what I mean. Because you're moving first, you can always be the first one to mess up.
Well, that's true. It's a lot of pressure as white. I've played a few times. I mean, I've played Freestyle Friday now. I've had some training games in freestyle chess. And often with white, you want a bit more time to figure out what you're doing. With black, sometimes your moves are just forced. And that actually saves you time on the clock, especially in the rapid format. So we've been seeing that play out so far. 6 wins for black, 4 wins for white in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, it could be useful to be the one who's reacting. And I think speaking of the Fabi Magnus board, so much of that just comes down to what the starting position is and also what Fabi's mindset is. Because when you're playing against the world #1, you could also be thinking that if I get the opportunity, I just stop the bleeding. You know, I get half a point on the leaderboard.
Pressure on for Fabiano. Let's see what the starting position will be that he has to work with as we dive into the player hall.
The next position, I would like to welcome to the stage France's #1 chess content creator and international master, Julien Song. Please give him a round of applause.
Number 751.
Thank you very much, Julien. So position number is 751. The players will, as always, have 10 minutes. Back to the studio.
It's like a mix of the first two positions.
Yes.
Some more protected squares. Maybe more orthodox this time.
Four.
D4, E4, E4.
D4 is bad.
E4? D4? Yeah, not so good. D4 lost some, just 6 F5.
E4, G5?
Yeah, E4, G5.
G5, H4 maybe. G4, F4.
Also E4, G5, F4.
What about E4, E5? You would go with C3.
Sorry, which one?
E4, E5.
F4 than F5, right?
Maybe even.
Oh, I meant F4 first.
Ah.
Here we can take
Sending the
Yeah, that's what I was. Let's take on F5. So E4, E5. Maybe knight E3 and C3.
G3 is very natural, no?
Yeah.
G3 on F4 looks very natural.
Not clear if the knight belongs on E3 or C3.
Yeah.
Actually, E3 normally is good, yeah. Covered by the pawn. That's a
Kind of blocks the bishop a little bit.
Yeah, but you can depend on.
Knight on C3 is also
like that. Okay, G3, F4 is fine. I don't know.
Okay, G3 looks good.
Also, knight C3 and D3, castle and D4. We can go like whatever, some stuff. We can like this for now. Finally set some king's game course here, like this, whatever.
But also G3, G5.
No, but I mean, just maybe it's
Okay,
just
for
for,
5,
maybe this is just some nice initiative, you know.
Queen. But maybe G3, G5.
Queen after. Yeah.
We can start with knight C3 though.
But knight C3, knight A6, I can come up here.
Knight C3, G6. Why not?
Knight C6 I can go knight G3. And then F4.
But why are we delaying G6 in general? We want to play G5 at some moment or what?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, knight C3, G5 isn't crazy.
Okay. F4.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, no queen. Also, I'm not even sure we win the pawn, yeah.
There was
No, you can win. So you can fight.
Yeah.
At least you create a weakness, huh? E5, like, is fine.
Yes.
I mean, like, let's say even like taking a fight, like G3. I think this should be favorable for it.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Bishop on H1 is very bad too.
Yeah,
no,
that's
Here, H4, you have to play H6. You can do something.
You don't have to play H6, yeah?
G4 maybe?
What about F5?
Again, more complications.
E5, GH. E5, GH. Feels easier to play with like
Yeah.
I mean, two bishops in play versus zero.
Maybe G3. Maybe G3. Because G6, G4, E5, F4. Not G5. G3, F5.
Some also consider A4, yeah?
A4, A5.
Maybe we play E4 now.
Yeah, E4 now. Yeah.
A4, E4?
Takes. You want to play this one? Yeah, G6.
I'm going to get E5.
Queen 3
So even d5 is possible.
Yeah. Also. Yeah. There are no.
So e4, g5 is tricky.
Should you consider g4?
G4, g6.
G4, g6, and e4, f5. Same thing.
Maybe just one a4 and leave it to black.
Yeah, but a4, a5. Okay, a4, a5. I mean, what difference? There's some difference.
No, I actually believe that after like a4, f5, you would have to play f4 anyway. Like, I don't think we want to allow f4. So,
yeah,
why
not
a4?
Yeah, a5 actually. Yeah, a5, a6. Yeah.
G3.
No, this looks.
Yeah, this. I mean, this is probably okay. This is very deep. This is too deep.
Knight d7 and 5.
I mean,
maybe
it could just be very.
I have to react. Yeah.
I mean, I think
a4, a5 is
Yeah, exactly. And then what after a4, a5?
I think we have to go like just boring f4, f5, g3, g6. Maybe then a4, a5.
Yeah.
Knight c2.
Is d4?
I mean d4, d5, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe the best we have is the double stonewall, but that's kind of...
Actually, d4, d4. Yeah,
Knight b3, knight c6. It's not very exciting. Yeah, d5 also.
And if I start with the knights?
You want to start with what?
Okay, d4, d5.
A5, a6?
Feels like we should have something.
I mean, we have a c5 square, yeah? So knight d3. Knight d3, knight c6, knight c3.
But black will go a4, a5, no?
Yeah,
a4, a5.
Why a6? Why not e5? No, I thought just a6 is dangerous, but I could probably take first. Take first.
So we have, even without a6, like we have the c5 square.
Yeah,
we
there's bishop
knight
c5, knight b3, knight d3. Yeah, this is
quite nice.
Yeah, does it play symmetrical?
I think it should be not.
Off we go following Magnus Carlsen as he makes his way to his respective table here for round number 3 of 6 on day 1 of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour here in Paris, France. Ooh, maybe a quick pit stop into the green room. A silent moment of meditation, a drink of water, or a snack to boot. All of the players set up very well here at this event with all of the amenities you could possibly imagine. But either way, definitely going to be feeling a bit of pressure here as he stares down a very tough opponent in Fabiano Caruana. But while I say that, Fabiano is the one who feels like he's almost in a do-or-die situation. Again, mathematically not so, but it does feel that way.
Yes. He's yet to get a win. He's yet to get on the scoreboard. It's a clash of the titans, you know, having the start that Fabi did, losing 2 back-to-back games. The last player you want to play is Magnus Carlsen in the next round with the black pieces. Not going to be easy. Now, while Magnus also lost to Arjun, in about 20 moves had a completely busted position, but you have this feeling that things went wrong in the opening itself. Magnus's play today has been pretty good. You know, he pushed against Vidit, got his chances, got that win in. So I think it's going to be a tough ride for Fabi in this clash, this rematch of this revisit of the 2018 World Championship clash.
Yeah, so moves are starting to go out onto the field. And as we have them, they're actually getting blitzed out by a number of players. I think actually probably wisest for us to do what we've done before and take the broadest scope view, because I'm noticing a heck of a lot of similarities between all of the boards. And so while we sit with symmetry, not just in the positions on each board, but across the boards themselves, maybe we wait for that first deviation.
And everyone started with the same first move.
That f-pawn, the multi-purpose move that the players were analyzing, were discussing. We see it across the boards. Moving 2 steps forward, vacating squares for the bishop, rook, queen, and knight.
Yeah, f4 met by symmetry. Actually, every single board starting with those pawn pushes. It's just white team against black team now. It's across the board, those 6. A bit of creativity, some corner pawns pushed. Vachier-Lagrave with black in the bottom left of our screen there. He's gone his own direction, pushing a pawn in the center very early with black. He's one of the few to break the symmetry, as in the bottom right. Nodirbek Abdusattorov also bringing a knight out very early. So the player's starting to deviate after the first 2 or 3 moves here. Still very early days, but yeah, big clashes in this one as the stakes start to heat up.
Yeah, we'll continue to watch these 6 develop, and then in just a moment we'll hop into that Carlson versus Fabiano matchup as we do see the knight come out for Magnus. Let's dive in and take a look at this all-important matchup between 2 of the world's best.
And, okay, just as we saw in the analysis boards earlier, we were talking about players opening up their bishops in the corners. Both sides have done that. Now Magnus, after some rook's pawn pushes, some corner pawns there, Magnus bringing his knight out. I'm curious, how long will Fabi continue copycat chess? Because bringing the knights out would be the logical continuation next. But often you're kind of honor-bound in chess to at some point break the symmetry. The top players seem to hate kind of copying their opponent for the first few moves.
And it's been only a few moves, David, but maybe we can just take it from the top, you know, and just see how we got here, expecting Fabi to continue bringing his knight out to the same square, the counter square that Magnus has just moved his knight to. But should we just start from the beginning and see how the players got here?
Yeah, quick action replay of the first 4 moves each here. We started in this position with the f-pawn pushing forward, as we mentioned, opening up the bishop, opening up the queen potentially, and opening up the rook. Also a nice square for the knight if you need multi-purpose move. Black does the same. G3 now, this bishop opens up on the diagonal. Black does the same again. And the knights start to jump out. Early days.
Yeah. Well, so I think this, okay, yes, we do have the knight coming out as well, but it does have our first opportunity to technically break symmetry. Of course, we could still find our way right back into it if the second knight on either side develops again.
That knight move that Fabi just placed, it's to try to control the central pawn break that we've been talking about. You know, who's going to strike with that pawn in front of the queen first and get some trades off, open up the queen early on. We also see a commitment on the left flank on that A line where both pawns are moved forward, potentially vacating a square for a rook lift, for the rook to come into the game from the side of the board. So interesting early moves right now. I see the question mark being given by our overlord computer for Fabi's last move, but I do think that's a bit harsh here. You know, it's such a natural approach. You control the square, that central break, you improve the position of your own knight, you want to next move your own e-pawn forward. To me, it felt like one of the more natural moves.
Yeah, I can't imagine what it dislikes so much about that knight move. I mean, granted, the evaluation bar indicates that it's not such precarious position, just a slight inaccuracy.
And
we will have
stops
instead a different central pawn move forward, since the other 2 squares were guarded by that black knight. So Magnus Carlson just trying to grab some space in the center of the board, as he so often likes to do. Just make sure you've got more of a percentage of the board to work with than your opponent. Start to choke them out.
He grabs some space and he makes sure that Fabi doesn't get that break in the center anytime soon. So takes control of a very key square in the position. But the problem with this move, every pawn moves leaves a certain square behind. So you have to be careful about Black's knight jumping onto, at some point, those light squares that have been left behind by the D pawn moving forward. And look at Fabi, he just keeps improving the position of his pieces slowly, eyeing those juicy knight jumps very soon.
Kind of seems like 2 considerations here, possibly more. Either pushing that white pawn forward 1 extra square here just to threaten the knight, maybe kick it away. Otherwise, taking our e-pawn, moving it forward 1 square, starting to build that wall as well in defending that pawn. The only fear there I have is that I've locked my dark square bishop away for it never to become involved in the game.
Yeah, tempting options here. I guess the other option would be to just defend this pawn with a queen, for example. I'm a bit reluctant to step the queen too far forward. She could become a target for the black knights. Stepping forward, the central pawn, just to put this on the board, would open up this key bishop in the corner. This looks like a terrifying diagonal to open up, especially if the white king is going to be stuck on that side for the rest of the game. So I think Magnus is really not looking in that direction. Also, the black knight has a really nice square that it can't really be challenged for the short term here. And maybe white is just over-advanced. So if we go back to the live position, big questions already for Magnus to answer.
It doesn't look pleasant at all, right? Magnus took the decision to push the central pawn, which is now immediately attacked by two of Fabi's pieces. And each of the way that you defend the pawn, it kind of leaves a risk behind. You block your own pieces, or you put the queen on a less desirable square, or you put the pawn on a place where it can be targeted even more in the middle game. Absolutely agree with David here that something slightly has gone... and then I see the evaluation bar. It says everything's fine for white. But from a human perspective, and that's why I think Magnus has slowed down as well, it's not an easy decision to make. It almost feels like every move here, defending that pawn, has got a big drawback to deal with.
Yeah, and if you want to talk about things going wrong, right now things look to be going very wrong for Gukesh over on his board against Arjun Erigaisi. Arjun looking to make it a 3-0 start in this game. Look at that, the double question mark. 9.5 minutes on the clock for Gukesh. How do you end up in this position with that much time on the clock?
No, there's something wrong with this position.
You think this is an improper board?
Yes. I mean, that queen is just hanging. He would not put the queen voluntarily on that square where the rook can just pick it up in one
I would imagine not. But that is obviously what caught my eye.
Yes, fair enough.
And why I felt we had to go here.
Yeah, so if we just backtrack to try and trace what might have happened, assuming the early moves were correct, it looks like, okay, the computer's saying he played this move, Arjun Erigaisi. This move makes 0 sense, moving the rook forward. Probably the position is this one. There would have been a rook exchange, and this is the live board. And
okay. That would make a lot more sense, though.
Still very complicated. Checkmate could be threatened, for example, against this pawn. We can confirm from the camera pictures this is the live position. He didn't capture the queen, as the queen could be targeted by the white knight, defending this pawn as well. Instead, he took back with the knight. And, okay, this, I believe, is the correct position right now, looking very, very, very symmetrical.
Yeah, moments like these, I'm so grateful to have someone like you who can, from this angle, find us back to the proper position.
It's just guesswork.
The only difference in the position breaking the symmetry is the position of the queens. You know, white's queen is on a different square from black's, otherwise all the pieces. And it does feel that somehow, once again, it's going to be about those two bishops lining up with the knight that's about to jump forward towards the king and put pressure on the pawns. It is once again going to be about those long diagonals that I'm looking at. And even though there's symmetry, both players are coming for their opponent's king very early on. I'm already thinking about the idea of the knight jumping on to c5 and asking some questions to Arjun.
Very tempting move. I think we'll see that in the near future. Likewise, black might jump towards the white king. So yeah, potential checkmates, actually. If a knight check ever lands, like after knight... I'm just going to make a few moves on the board. Pawn to h4. Let's say white just ignores the threat. Check this out. Queen takes knight in the center, giving up the queen, and smothered mate.
Beautiful.
The white king trap. So there's actually big danger lurking in the near future, despite the fact it's so symmetrical right now. But, okay, at least there haven't been any blunders, we can confirm.
But then, David, maybe it is to Arjun's advantage that at least his queen is placed on a square where, where a weak tender pawn is defended. Meanwhile, for Gukesh, he has to be careful about the threat that you pointed out, because the queen and the pawn are disconnected from each other. So he does make a decision, and I believe it was a knight jump he's decided to develop. As we get this board up to date, should we zoom out, get our bird's eye view?
Well, from here, we're going to hop over to Pragnanandhaa versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave as soon as we can, because there's a lot of tension on that board, and it's something that I think is valuable to decipher, especially as Prague is sitting with 1 out of 2 points. Yeah, we'd like to go over to Pragnanandhaa versus Maxime.
Yeah, and lots of games starting very symmetrically. Interesting quirk of this starting position. This round, symmetry across many of the boards. White trying to break the symmetry, black just insisting. And here, yeah, again, we see pretty much the same pawn structure. The only difference really is the placement of the knights and the fact that white's dark squared bishop has come out. we should mention both sides can castle on the next move. They can just swing their rook from the corner over into the center, and the king will also slide one square across to castle. Maxime looks very relaxed, but I wouldn't be so relaxed with black's position, I've got to admit.
You know what, we have that tension in the center, all the 4 pawns facing each other is what Hikaru calls the box. It's what it looks like, and David, you're highlighting it very kindly. You know, you also mentioned that one of the non-symmetrical aspects of the position is the placement of the knights. And I think that works to Prag's advantage, because that move with the bishop sliding over has in fact pinned that black knight to the rook. Now you have to be careful about future knight jumps, doubling down on that pin that Prag has just created. So I'm completely here with you. While Maxime looks very chilled on camera, he can't be feeling so chilled on the inside with all these threats and the tension in the center, which to me, at least visually and optically, feels like it's going to come faster for black. That Prag will be in the driver's seat. He reaches out for a move, he trades, he eases off the tension in the center.
Ooh, missed
We
opportunity.
did, in essence, give the rook now a way to get out of danger, though, right? Or out of that pin.
Yeah, rook takes pawn, definitely one of the moves on Maxime's radar here. Maybe there's ideas of taking this knight at some point. Maybe it's still going to be knight jumps. Who knows? But yeah, I'm surprised he didn't go for that, Tanya. It looks so strong, so natural, jumping forward with the knight. Also just getting castled. Just to show it on the board, for example, black could castle in this position by shuffling the king over. This is how the pieces always end up on the traditional queenside castle squares, and white could do the same. Of course, this is unlikely to happen yet. There's still some central tension with this pawn, but in the near future, that is about to happen. It's imminent. And yeah, we haven't seen too many kings castling, I've got to say, this day so far.
I'm telling you, in freestyle chess, many players happy to leave their kings towards the center of the board. It's more pawn pushes, less king movement, especially because then your king is actually closer to the center once you trade pieces off. And a lot of times we see the person with the more active king in those late game stages being the one who ends up coming out with a win.
Ready for the end game.
Exactly.
You know, Maxime is such a concrete player. He relies so much on calculation. And I think he's taken a pause because he's kind of deep diving into all the trades that are possible in the position. And the one that really strikes you, we've been talking about the pressure in black's position, is to try to get the queens off the board. You know, you could also think about getting that E file opened up so that suddenly Prag has to answer the question, is he going to allow the queen trade or not in the position? Because that to me feels like something that black would desire, and he does offer the trade.
Yeah, it's fascinating. It's like, how long will the copycat continue? If I take this pawn, will you take my pawn? If I take this pawn, will you? Well, finally, you have to
They
react.
just chase each other down to the corner of the board and then sit there staring at those bishops.
Who will blink first?
Still plenty of tension in this one, but we just talked about how rarely we see castling done in this version of the game. And I'm going to jump us first to Nodirbek Abdusattorov versus Richard Rapport, where Nodirbek notably did not elect to castle and instead stepped his king one to the right, then followed with his rook one to the right, as opposed to castling his king to that position and flipping the rook all the way over to the D file. So taking 2 moves to achieve this position, where it still almost feels like, to me, the rook isn't super involved in the game. Granted, the engine loves it.
Yeah. I think it was just necessary, this last move. I think process of elimination, there was a threat, just to backtrack one move, there was a threat against this pawn. So the exclamation mark is given because it was the best way to defend this pawn. Also, potentially lining up. If this line ever opens, there's a skewer on tap. The black queen and black rook, sorry, black queen and black king even, already targets for this rook. I've got to say, I really visually like black's position. I'm just not sure what comes next. Where does the black king find safety is a big question. Can't go the long way now, can't castle to the right because this rook has moved. And yeah, it's very tense. Very tense.
I mean, do we just rook lift at this point there with the A file, black rook, line up with the queen and the knight for an attack?
Oh yeah, could do. I think first he might have to react to a threat. There's a threat against this central pawn. White's queen staring down right now, so maybe defending that somehow, but I really like your rook lift, James. Why not? When it's unlikely you'll castle anyway. Okay, he blocks any e-file attacks with his bishop. Very flexible move. Rather than push a pawn and block in his bishops, he's keeping both of these beasts active. Who do you prefer here, Tanya?
It's just such a weird position, you know, this one with the black queen and the king on the same file. White's rook sort of preemptively lined up, not only defending, but potentially in the future looking at some attacks once the pawn disappears from there, or at least he tries to. That black rook that's already on the 5th rank, you know, where is it going? It can come under attack. White's bishop can start targeting it. The white pawn can move forward. What does he have in mind? He does it. He does hit that rook. Which square is Richard going to go to? Because you want to keep it active, but I don't see so many squares you can hang on to in this position.
You either go back or you slide the whole way across. Only 3. Well, there's a 4th safe square, but very unlikely you want to block your bishop in the corner. So back or across, that is the dilemma for this rook.
I'd go backwards.
Me too.
Just because it feels like it makes it too claustrophobic on the left-hand side of the board. If I'm almost over-concentrating my pieces in that regard.
You're really banking on something happening on that side, otherwise you just look silly.
Richard, he does go back. I was about to say, Richard, I'd be surprised if he retreats. You know, he's more of the offense, going on the offense kind of guy. He does retreat it to a square, where he also defends that tender pawn. So freeing up the bishop, attacking White's pawn on g4, that's the big next threat that now Nodirbek has to handle.
All right, now let's go to a board where castling did occur. We're going to go to Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Vincent Keymer. As we hop to it, David, I'll ask you to roll us back to the position prior to the castling taking place so we can see the first of castling here in Paris, France.
Yeah, and let's do just that. Jan Nepomniachtchi smiling in the meantime in a really crazy position. This is the live position. Let's try to go back a few moves to show how and when castling happened, because castling didn't just happen in any old position. It was reacting to a knight being hit. It was a double exclamation mark move, a sacrifice. The black king and rook hopping over now, castling. And the whole idea is that if this knight is captured, of course, knight takes here would have been a family fork, hitting the king, hitting both rooks at the same time. This was a genius move from Nepomniachtchi. White had to react, keeping this pawn safe. Another sacrifice, another brilliant move from Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's just eating everything with his pawns here. And now a rook sacrifice to boot as well, opening up this line. And finally, after a capture, just to mention, if the rook is taken, again, this fork would have played a massive role in deciding things in black's favor. Suddenly, rook takes knight, getting rid of one of the potential forking pieces. Another check. And once the dust had settled, this is the live position. Black has an extra rook for knight. Should be a big advantage.
Yeah, and again, the way that castling works in this format or in this style of game, it can catch so many players off guard. If just for a moment you forget to consider where the rook and the king will end up, that might be what spells disaster for you or success for your opponent.
Look at the clock, Tanya. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was going to point out, I mean, a 7-minute deficit for Vincent Keymer in a position that every move is a high responsibility move. Stylistically also suits Jan Nepomniachtchi, the craziness that's there in front of us. There was a big threat on the board, which has been stopped by blocking the white queen and bishop. So Jan simply moving that one pawn step forward. You can't grab the knight, opening up the battery that Vincent has set up against the black king. Jan penetrates with the queen inside onto enemy camp. His rook that's hanging can be picked up. There was a big checkmate in one being threatened right there.
Yeah, pawn stepping forward would have been a potential checkmate threat, supported by the bishop on this diagonal, hence Vincent's last move. He had to step this pawn forward to block this bishop's part in the attack right now. He's still up a rook for knight, Jan Nepomniachtchi, but he needs to deliver the killer blow, just before his pieces start to get eaten up here. Still wild. It still could go either direction if Jan takes his eye off the ball, but he has so much time.
You can just feel the uncomfortability in Vincent's body there. He does not like his position at all. He doesn't like the time that he has on the clock to maneuver his way out of it either.
I'd be shocked if he survives this. Jan just has to get one more piece to assist the queen against that white king. Once the rook joins the attack, it's absolutely over. Yes, you've blocked Jan's bishop with your last move, but who's going to stop the attack once the rook slides over to the e-file? I don't know if it's possible just yet, because the bishop at the corner of the board is also hanging. Can he do it immediately? And I think this is what's playing in Jan's mind. Does he go for Vincent's king?
The answer is yes, Tanya. And just to check here, it is the top computer move by a distance. That is the only immediate knockout blow for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Will he find it? He's got 6 minutes, 20 seconds to calculate this. Jan is known for his speed. Sometimes he plays a bit too quickly. He's admitted that himself in the past. But here you can see he's really calculating it out, frowning.
What's the second best move here?
Oh, second best move to move the bishop in the corner, just one square, waiting, not doing anything. That's never going to happen. Third best move is apparently to move the black king. So, yeah, I'm going to say
obviously.
Obviously. Yeah. Your house
That's the
is on
most
fire.
human move.
I guess it gets out of any knight checks, but nah, never going to happen.
I mean,
You've got to be superhuman to play a move like that.
No, it makes no sense.
Jan can sometimes be superhuman, but that would be a shocker if that actually happens. And he does bring the rook into the attack. He's calculated his way through. Vincent's got no time to do the same. He goes for the material. Is he about to get checkmated? Do you see the finish here? I think you follow it up with a queen check.
Slide up.
Yeah.
Queen can now slide over, yes.
And
check on the diagonal.
You check, you pick up that a-pawn. I think we're going to see Jan play this out. He moves the rook.
Great move. The problem with checking with the queen is that the white king would have gone up the board, and suddenly the white king would have journeyed forward. You need the black queen to keep the cage, protect this pawn, and now the white queen is actually trapped.
It's trapped. There's no square.
Wow, Vincent, look at this. He's darting around the board, his eyes, looking for an escape square for the queen, but there isn't one. He gives a knight check. And if he uses the right squares, Jan Nepomniachtchi, now he uses his king on this square. No more checks. Vincent is surely, I was going to say about to resign. He keeps fighting. He takes a pawn, but his queen is gone. His queen will fall.
Vincent's relying on some knight fork to bring that knight back and recapture the rook, but it's not going to be enough compensation. Jan Nepomniachtchi about to take this one.
Yeah, just going to be a knight and a bishop for a queen. Not just any old queen, though. A queen that is doing some serious attacking against Vincent's king. Yeah, it's been very up and down. You were right, James. Like, somehow Vincent hasn't got a grip on any of the positions like we were used to seeing him in the classical portion of Weissenhaus. Everything's been so wild, and that doesn't suit his style.
Yeah, but that's right. I don't want to oversell his performance at Weissenhaus. Yes, he was the winner, but again, exited the round robin in 6th place. So even in the bottom half of the field at that point. And so perhaps this portion of the tournament isn't going to be his strongest showing, but the onus is still on him to make sure he's in a top 8 position to maybe have more time to deal with later on and play towards his strengths.
And there's so much happening that we don't have as much time, to stay on this one. We've got the Magnus-Fabi matchup, the Arjun-Gukesh matchup where things are blowing up. Jan continues to smile. He knows he's close to victory in this one. I say we jump to another board.
There it is. I think we go back to Fabiano versus Magnus Carlson here, see how this one is developing. Both players sharing the same amount of time with which to work with, just above 2 minutes here. And what the computer thinks is a fairly even board state. Obviously, I see a black rook under threat there with that most recent bishop move. Over to the H-file there by Magnus Carlson, waiting for Fabiano to find an answer.
And Jan Nepomniachtchi started a trend. Everyone's castling now.
Yeah.
Both sides have castled. Note how Fabiano's king has gone the long way. It's gone the whole other way to the side of the board. And a sacrifice from Fabi. This looks beautiful for black. Look at black's bishops. He's now down rook for bishop, but he's going for the white king, and the white king is sitting in the firing line from 2 of black's soldiers here. It looks like a great sacrifice. Very promising from Fabiano.
It looks incredible right now because the black queen is about to join the attack as well. Once it slides over on the same file as that white king, you're putting some big threats on that tender b3 pawn. Yes, you've given up some material, but who cares about that when you're coming for, well, the king's king, Magnus's king in this place. That bishop at the corner that you were highlighting, it hasn't made a single move, but it's going to be the star piece of this attack that Fabi's just started with this last sacrifice.
Yeah, I'll say it in simple terms. Magnus has just been outplayed totally in this game. Earlier, we left it. He'd taken a bit of a risk in the opening, but it's backfired, and Fabiano, he's been on the attack ever since, and great sacrifice. He's not actually down that much material. It's just rook for bishop, but this bishop in the corner is easily worth a rook right now on this diagonal. So many vulnerable dart squares. Black's king super safe as well for now, for the foreseeable future. Magnus needs to go into defensive mode, but okay, he pushes a pawn forward.
That feels like the opposite of defensive mode to me.
Tanya, your move, queen b4, threatens to push a pawn forward with check, kicking the white king away from the defense of its rook. Everything's going to fall on this diagonal. They just look like dominoes.
it also doubles down on that central pawn, right? Suddenly the bishop is threatening to pick up a very key pawn in the position as well. I like that move. But, you know, Magnus's last move, it's just to change sort of the core of the position. You play something on the other side to distract your opponent, to create this idea that there might be threats that you need to take care of. It's desperation. It doesn't work. But can Fabi stay focused on Magnus's king? Yes, he can.
Magnus sits back. Normally when Magnus sits back, it's like, whoa, I've just missed something.
Can we sacrifice that rook now? The c3 rook? Well, he doesn't want to. Take it back.
He defends the rook across the board. That's a very strong multi-purpose move. Also defends this pawn indirectly. Black cannot capture. There would have been some trades, and at the end, the black rook would have fallen, and Fabiano making a big mistake, apparently. Ooh. Wow.
Why?
You'll have to explain that one to me. I don't see it.
That's the most natural move in the world, trying to crack open this diagonal for the black bishop forcibly. Okay, I don't think I would find this in a million years, but the best move for Magnus is to step... Okay, he finds it. To step this rook forward. This rook was previously unable to use the square. It could have been captured by the black queen due to a pin along the b file, but now the white
other
queen...
rook hanging?
The white queen hits this rook and...
With a check.
Yeah.
And Fabi missed it.
Rooks.
Fabi completely missed it. He reacted, he leaned back when Magnus played this move, and it's an easy one to miss. Like you said, you know, it's impossible to make this move. Everything's hanging on the board. Wow. Magnus finds it, and he's back in the game.
And now he can continue just being greedy here. He can actually take this pawn due to the fact it's untouchable. Again, there's a pin, but the black queen is stuck defending her own rook. Magnus's queen move here was so sneaky. Okay, he doesn't. He continues attacking against Fabiano's kingside now.
And, oof, not one that's approved by the engine, but looks extremely terrifying right now. You hit the bishop. You're about to capture a pawn on the next move. Fabi's running out of time.
Fabiano finds the best move. He tries to open up the king. There was no time to capture the black bishop. We should mention there would have been too many attacks against the white king there.
Yeah, but where does that bishop go? It feels like it only has options to go backwards.
Yeah, he needs to retreat, Fabiano. I would probably retreat to this square just to eye the white rook indirectly, but maybe something to be said for not allowing the bishop to get hit by the wall of white pawns over here, so maybe going back the whole way. He just needs two moves, Fabiano. If he gets his bishop to safety and gets this bishop to capture a pawn in the center, he's going to level up the material and keep his attacking chances going. But not easy. Look at the heart rate difference as well. We haven't talked about it so far today, but Fabiano is super nervous right now. 155 heart rate, Magnus at around 110.
We haven't seen Magnus exceed 100 too often in freestyle chess. He usually maintains his baseline of around 70 to 80, no matter what the position is. But here he's feeling the nerves. So the bishop did drop back, and Magnus picks up this rook. Yes, you can capture the rook with the queen because the central pawn is pinned, but that would leave Magnus's queen to slide all the way up the board and pick up that rook with a check.
Yeah. But so much more pressure being felt here by Fabiano. Again, still winless, still scoreless, I should say, even in this tournament so far.
5 seconds.
Make a move.
There he goes. Does manage to make a move with just 2 seconds on the clock, buying himself 10 more, up to 12 in total with that pawn push.
And, okay, bishops suddenly get traded in the center of the board. Magnus just trying to eliminate as many of Fabiano's attackers as possible. Maybe not the best for Magnus, but definitely the safest. And he's still up rook for bishop, Magnus, so stakes high for Fabiano.
And while we're going to stick with this one because it is such a high-intensity matchup, but it matters there. 2 results have come through on the other boards. Just to let you all know at home, Gukesh actually taking the victory over Arjun Erigaisi to get a full point in his favor. And Jan Nepomniachtchi does wrap it up against Vincent Keymer, as we expected him to do, taking a victory there as well.
And Magnus, he just keeps Fabi's bishop locked in. The queen plays the role of blocking that pawn from moving forward. He doesn't care about that last move. I think he can go pawn hunting himself with his own rook, because taking that pawn in front of the white king, you either become an umbrella or you end up trading pieces. Both happy options for white. This has turned around completely in Magnus's favor. I don't think this is where Fabi gets on the scoreboard. This is not going to be that game.
He had such a good position when we joined it, though. As soon as the clocks ticked down, Fabi just lost his bearings almost, and he missed those tactics, that geometry from the white queen earlier. But for Fabi, it just shows he's not in great form. And Magnus now, he really should be closing this one out. There's still no direct threats against the white king. And as you say, Tanya, he can just get pawn hungry here, and wow, he pushes his b-pawn forward.
I wondered about that. I mean, it feels so scary, but to your earlier point, he had defenders.
But you just pick it up with a check. What does he want?
He's going to hide his king. No more checks. He's going to hide it on a light square.
That feels wrong, David. You know, you've just given a move. You've opened up the B line.
Yeah, I would never have dreamt of the move like that, but Magnus is very creative. Still not bad, but the advantage has diminished. Fabiano down at 5 seconds again, though.
Make a move, Fabi.
Oh, and he's just...
This feels like kind of a waiting move there, just to get time back, and the computer hates it.
Could have saved his pawn in the center. The white rook are now grabbing that pawn.
Mm-hmm.
That's not just any old pawn. The white rook on the 7th rank has so many targets.
Technically, that pawn is, you know, now blocked, right? So the queen can't slide over there just yet, but we could start throwing our pawns forward. Instead, it'll be a queen trade of all things, with a check to follow here with the pawn, but now the king will slide behind that pawn and use it as a shield against black's rook.
This is just delaying the inevitable. Now you're down in exchange. White's got this 3 versus 1 pawn majority on the right side. You know, the pawns on the left side that Fabi has will come under pressure with White's king moving forward as well. He does it, attacking that pawn. How are you going to defend it? This was like throwing in the towel. Once you trade the queens, you don't survive this endgame. Not against the world #1.
Yeah, this one looking hopeless now for Fabiano. Magnus slides across. He's actually threatening a checkmate attack now against the black king on the back rank. And one last trick on the diagonal. Caruana about to resign. There we go. Magnus takes it. A huge turnaround in the game, but Fabiano still on 0 out of 3.
Yeah, big win for Magnus there, but a tremendously difficult start here for Fabiano on day 1 of the tournament in Paris, our only scoreless or winless player here. At the moment, really, really tough. 0 out of 3, but we still have 2 more games in play, because as I say that, one more result comes in. MVL will take a decisive win over Prague over on their board. We are left with Nodirbek Abdusattorov versus Richard Rapport, and Hikaru Nakamura versus Vidit Gudrathi. Both players with white find themselves in very serious advantages, but I see time trouble for Vidit. So perhaps as quickly as we can, we'll go over to Hikaru Nakamura versus Vidit to take stock of that game as it moves into its final moments.
And Nodirbek Abdusattorov just winning that very moment, or just about to win any second now against Richard Rapport. This game, though, still in the balance.
And 3 seconds. For Vidit. And you mentioned time trouble. The clock isn't his biggest problem right now. Hikaru also has an extra pawn. You know, the H-pawn moving up the board. Right now, we see a sort of a tension with the knights. Yes, he can pick up the black knight, but then he would lose control over his own knight. So he first reinforces the defenses of that centralized monster, the beast that he has on d5, now threatening Vidit's knight to get displaced, allowing his own king to perhaps come closer to the black rook. Picks up another pawn. This is a winning endgame for Hikaru.
Yeah, 2-pawn advantage is unmanageable here. 1-pawn advantage, you can sometimes hold this endgame, but also against the likes of Hikaru Nakamura, who's so good in technical positions. Yes, that's a double hit on pawns for Vidit, but there's another pawn hanging in the black camp. White's knight can go pawn hunting now. Hikaru does indeed. He's 3 pawns up temporarily. This is slipping away for Vidit now.
Well, and what a big victory this will be for Hikaru. Again, what was such a rocky start. I mean, we talk about how tough a start it was for Fabiano, and yes, Hikaru is just doing an ounce better coming into this round, but if he moves up to 1.5, oh, what a weight off the shoulders that will be.
Yeah, that would be a big one at this stage of the first day. And, you know, Hikaru's got a clear path. He can even get the rooks off the board if he wants, and he does, because notice how Vidit's rook is sort of trapped at the center of the board. If you move your knight back, blocking the file, you want to keep as many pieces on the board when you're down material, down pawns. That would only invite the white pawn to move 1 step forward, creating big problems. I think Vidit's just moments away from resignation here. You know, you trade the rooks, that's pretty much game over.
Yeah, he's also got an H-pawn, and pawns on the sides of the board just, they make knights struggle, simply. So this one is, yeah, a matter of technique now, as we would say. Heart rates very similar between both players, but Hikaru knows deep down that this is a banker. This one is a victory.
And I want to add a little bit about this matchup. It's a bit of a grudge match for Hikaru from the candidates tournament, where Vidit had some great games and very important wins against Hikaru. And here he is, you know, getting at least part of that revenge in.
Yeah, they also had an infamous game where Vidit made an illegal move. I believe in India, he tried to put his own king in check. Nice meme there from a few years back. But yeah,
I try to make that move all the time.
If it wasn't for Vidit, Hikaru might well be world champion. He would have won the candidates, and yeah, he might have had a great chance against Ding.
I don't know how you avenge that loss. You know, you need to beat a player maybe about 10 times to feel at peace, and maybe not even then. That would have really hurt. And Vidit did it in good style at the candidates. But this one, it's been a Hikaru show in freestyle chess. He's got 2 extra pawns. It's a matter of technique at this level. How trivial is this?
Yeah, I think very straightforward, unfortunately, for Vidit. Essentially, his king is stuck. The black king is stuck defending this pawn in the corner, his remaining pawn, and the black knight is now stuck, stopping the advance of white's corner pawn. And now the white knight is just going to find an angle eventually to target the straggler, the lone pawn on this flank.
You could also just bring the knight to assist that h-pawn, move it step by step forward with the square that Hikaru just landed to. Also threatening a forcing trade at the center of the board. And that's it.
Yep.
Handshakes. Vidit Gujarati resigns.
Wow. So all 6 games, victories and defeats handed from one player to the other. Things are heating up here in Paris, France. The 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. Hikaru Nakamura moving up to 1.5 points. Vidit, unfortunately, falling down in that one, as the players discuss, as they so often do.
Yeah, great result for Hikaru. I'm actually going to say the biggest result, though, of the round was Gukesh taking his first win of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour.
That's actually a really good point. Yeah, from the first event to this one, winless. Had found some draws, hadn't found a win, does get a victory here. So that's big.
And it was against none other than Arjun Erigaisi, so a player who was on a hot streak, 2 out of 2. And the world champion puts a stop to that.
Yeah, and to do it in the time control that typically we're asking more questions about him, right? And so I think a big vote of confidence for the world champion in picking that one up. Just to refresh everybody's minds on the results of this one, it was Magnus Carlson that took down Fabiano Caruana, Hikaru Nakamura getting his victory, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave taking down Pragnanandhaa, Jan Nepomniachtchi picking up another point, and we close it out with Nodirbek Abdusattorov against Richard Rapport getting a victory as well. That's only halfway through the day, though, my friends, and not even close to halfway through the entire round robin. So still plenty of room to run for all of our players. Nobody is out of it just yet.
Is Nodirbek on 100% so far?
Yes.
3 out of 3?
He's doing the anti-Caruana. He's won all his games. Fabi lost all his.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, Nodirbek, I did say last-minute entrant. Got on a flight 24 hours ago.
Yep.
You know, 24 hours before play, and here he is. Crushing the field. Very impressive. He's due a big breakthrough, the Uzbek youngster. And yeah, last time he only lost to Magnus Carlson in the quarterfinals. Can happen to anyone. This might be his event.
I mean, you run into Magnus in the quarters. It's not the ideal pairing. And then there's no shame going down to Magnus. A tough one, but Nodirbek, right? You might feel that, hey, do you get enough prep in when you're a last-minute replacement? But for players like him, I think it's the hunger to play. He comes in all inspired. He feels like, this was not supposed to be my opportunity. And here I have it. I'm going to grab it with both hands.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Sometimes, you know, you have to take advantage of the doors that open for you. And he seems to have stepped clear through that doorway and is taking well advantage of the opportunities given to him. We are halfway through our marathon day. It's a good opportunity for us to step away and take a quick break. When we come back, we're right back into the action here in Paris, France. See you soon.
Chess is being reimagined in 2025 with the groundbreaking Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. Together with Magnus Carlson, we call it Freestyle Chess, played according to the rules of Chess 960. This format ensures thrilling games from the very first move. Why? Because the arrangement of the back pieces is drawn at random before the start of each game. In total, there are 960 different starting positions. The arrangement of the pieces in the first and 8th rows is randomly arranged, but symmetrical. The only condition is that the king must always be placed between the rooks, and the bishops must also be on different colors. In freestyle chess, players can't rely on memorized openings. In other words, they see positions they have never seen before and must invent new strategies right from the get-go. The first 2 days will start with an epic round-robin stage in a 10-minute plus 10-second increment time control. Then, the top 8 players will advance to the knockout stage, time controls will be lengthened to a classical format where players will have 90 minutes and a 30-second increment for every move. Throughout the tournament, we will witness the best talents in chess play at the highest level of Chess 960. Get ready to experience chess in a new dimension at our Paris leg of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour.
Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour.
Twelve of the world's greatest chess players will battle in a unique and thrilling format. No opening preparation, no memorized lines will help the grandmasters here. Only creativity, skill, and instincts.
That's because all games are played in Fischer Random, also known as Chess 960, or as we like to call it, freestyle chess. Before every game, a new starting position is drawn, challenging the players to rely on their creativity and intuition.
And with a $750,000 prize pool, the stakes couldn't be higher. Over 8 days, the Grandmasters will compete for first place and Grand Slam Tour points with the hopes of becoming the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam champion for all 5 tournaments around the world.
The first 2 days is the round-robin phase. Every grandmaster plays each other once over. 11 rounds with a rapid time control. 10 minutes with a 10-second bonus per move. And if needed, 10 tiebreakers will decide the final standings.
The top 8 grandmasters advance to the knockout phase, 1 round every 2 days with 1 game per day in a classical time control. 90 minutes plus 30 seconds per move. And to reward the best performers of the round-robin stage, the top 4 players choose their opponents from the bottom 4.
Players who get eliminated don't go home. They continue fighting for rankings in a separate bracket. Every win still counts, in points and in dollars.
And if matches end in a tie, get ready for an epic tiebreak. We begin with a rapid match, and if it's still tied, there'll be a blitz showdown with 5 minutes plus 2 seconds per move. And if there's still no decision, we will watch a final Armageddon standoff.
This format ensures that only the most adaptable, resilient, and fearless chess player will triumph. No second chances, no shortcut, just pure chess brilliance.
Who will rise above the rest and claim the $200,000 first prize?
World, are you ready? The greatest chess talent from around the globe. 8 action-packed days. This is Freestyle Chess.
baby, wait. I know that you're afraid, but it'll be okay if you just stay with me. And we can run from here, and we can disappear, and they won't find us where we are going, dear. So baby, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Oh, so baby, hold on to me, hold on to me, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Oh, so baby, hold on to me, hold on to me.
You got me thinking about tomorrow more than I ever have before. You're bringing light to my shadows. Every day you leave me wanting more. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. 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 You show up first to every party, and you think tequila is your friend. You never say that you're sorry, and no matter what you can't pretend. Every time you kiss me goodbye, as I'm about to board a plane, you can't hold back the tears in your eyes, even though I'm only gone for days. You're one of a kind. 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 When I'm on the road, I need you to know there's lots of chances for love, but nothing's like our home. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind.
Trust me, I don't wanna beg you to love me, won't you feel me? I don't wanna force you to hold me. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right choke on the words in my mouth. Will you help me get them out? You know I'm always worried about if I told you that we could have a better life. Would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off the shelf, would she even be herself? If I told you that we could have a better life. I can never keep my distance from a little mischief, I admit. Now I'm hanging on my hopes on us and letting you decide. I will never lose my interest if there's something in this. I'm convinced there's a glimmer of a hope for us, or is it just a lie? So why you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get hurt when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible here. Show me a way to get
Welcome back, everybody, to Paris, France, where we're heading straight into the second half of the day, and we'll waste no time getting you into the player hall to be a fly on the wall as we listen to the players discuss their fourth starting position of the day, position 8-4-8.
But maybe even after the 6 bishop before, yeah.
Especially
first.
Queen A3, B6. Yeah.
Yeah, instead of F5, I start with C4. I want bishop B4.
Okay, yeah.
And then you... Then C5.
No, I think C5 is bad for us.
C5, bishop
B4. No, we have to do this.
Then maybe like even first one C4.
But then we can go B6.
Keep on H4, C4.
Yeah, that's the plan.
G8, C4.
Yeah. I mean, it is like annoying. Then pawn moves to G5.
No, G5 is extremely responsible.
Yeah, but G5 is, yeah. But somehow, like previously, I also thought it's like very smart, but it didn't work out. They did something like stupid: A6, bishop E7, B5. Maybe here the same.
What about F5?
H6 with the queen.
F5.
No, it was like previous game. I mean, A6, bishop E7, and B5. What Prague did against me.
Okay. Or A5.
F5, G5.
And bishop E7 and B5.
Sorry, which move after A5? Grab the pawn.
Let's try this. Yeah?
So if we
G5, G6, at least the bishop is not coming to E4.
Yeah. No,
what do I take it?
Take under 6.
And E4.
E4, B6.
F3.
F3. I don't know, G6.
E4,
G, and
E4, G6, I don't know. I don't like E4.
Why do they care about the pawn itself?
Yeah, no, we shouldn't say this pawn.
Like
C4?
Yeah, maybe C4 and C5, yeah. It's a bit better this way.
Yeah, C4, C5. What if
No, but then
what about
G8,
C5?
maybe it's...
Oh, C4, C5, yeah.
Maybe C5 plus C5.
Then bishop E4, knight E6, yeah.
There's a lot of time.
C4, which you have to try.
No, wait. It's here.
And if you just go for double fit, you'll have get your B3. I mean, so like, sure.
So
I mean,
E4, CD, what was that do?
I mean, you open up the bishop. You make a move, like knight B3 or something.
Yeah.
And if I can just E3 and then like 92.
How many moves?
Yeah, I know. 95, I mean, E3 or maybe castle.
Yeah, positional is better for once.
Yeah, like somehow like we have first to clinch. Hopefully. But besides this, I mean, what can we do? Wait, like
F5 looks like a very reasonable.
I think G5 is close.
But G5, H4 would do.
H4 a bit annoying. So A6, let's say. I mean, okay, out of curiosity. I mean, A6, Bishop E7, and B5. A6. Super dumb plan, but I mean, I basically did it. Like
C5.
C5, B6.
C6. No, I was just wondering. Sometimes it's like.
Yeah, could be.
Sometimes it's scary.
But also just Bishop A7, Bishop E4. I don't understand.
No, D6. Okay, yeah. No, okay. I mean, just like better to safe than sorry. Oh, Bishop E4 maybe.
So here's C4. What do we say after F5? Just take and C5, right?
Yeah. Maybe it's not completely unreasonable for black to go.
They take C5 and C6 or something like that.
C6, yeah.
Yeah.
Always a joy to be a fly on the wall, get a peek inside the minds of some of the most brilliant chess player the world has to offer. Position 8-4-8. There's some odd similarities to a position we've already seen today. It's that queen tucked away on one side of the board, David. It's those bishop pairs on the other side. It's just a mirror image of what we had seen before. Of course, the other pieces on the back rank, little bit of shuffling to be found there, but once again we see immediately the players are looking at how to unlock that queen, target the other side of the board, almost entirely looking at a G4 push in terms of the white start.
Yeah, definitely the theme of the day, the bishop's in the corner. That's happened now in 3 out of our first 4 games, and yeah, queen's in the corner as well, adding that extra spice. It's really interesting. I had a chat with Vincent Keymer just yesterday, actually, and he was saying there's only a handful of positions across the 960 where white gets a big advantage from move 1. He said often it's 0.7 or above. This is one of those positions, apparently, where white has the biggest advantage of them all. So for those with the white pieces, a huge, huge advantage. They need to capitalize on this, especially the likes of Fabiano Caruana.
And I think that's a big thing to note in this particular variant of chess, right? You don't have control over which position you're going to be playing, but you then have to. The onus really is on you to recognize which positions are advantaged towards you and to take advantage of those moments to find your wins if you want to push yourself forward in this tournament. And there we see the players begin to take their seats, and soon moves will be out onto the board. Getting a look at Fabiano, who's definitely hurting to make some progress in the standings, and we'll check versus is definitely a marquee matchup.
For Fabi, this is a key one, right? He's 0-3. He hasn't even got half a point in the tournament so far. Pieces. David, you said it's one of those positions where white perhaps has an advantage. Can Fabi make the most of it? The players have little time to figure it out. He does start with opening up the queen, but I agree with you. You know, you've got Magnus playing against Gukesh. It's world champion versus the world #1. That's going to be a big matchup, but it's not just that. We also have Hikaru versus Archon. We'll be keeping our eye on that one. Juicy matchups all across.
We're spoiled for choice here at Freestyle Chess. Any of these matchups is sure to deliver and sure to excite, but we'll start with Magnus Carlson versus Gukesh. And right away, it's Magnus with the white pieces who is going to be charged with taking advantage of what you said there, David, the fact that the computer really likes the starting position for white. So, hey, this is your opportunity. Take a decisive victory.
Yeah, I must admit, I'm super excited about this matchup. I've been looking forward to it for ages. But poor Gukesh, because already the computer says white has a +1 advantage.
Wow.
It's just one of those positions. We see the exclamation mark to Magnus's last move. Already big threats on the board. This is the immediate threat, lining up the bishop in this diagonal with the white queen in the corner. There's some awkward pins here. Once the white bishop moves, the other bishop will be defended, allowing a hit on the black queen. This is already scary stuff. Normally, we never recommend pawn to g4 on move 1. We call it the Grob opening in normal chess. Here, it was just a masterstroke. Already, black is on the back foot, and he's in for a whole world of pain if he doesn't find the right continuations here, Gukesh. I don't even know how he should kind of limit the damage here.
I wouldn't be surprised to see 4 more minutes come off the clock or something like that here, because it does feel like already on move 2, we're in the most pivotal stage of the game. This is a critical moment here for black to figure out what to do.
It's fascinating how these patterns in freestyle chess are emerging, right? Whenever you've got the queens and the bishops on the corner of the board, we see these best moves being analyzed by the players, which just often involve opening up that diagonal, the long diagonal. I think we've seen it across boards. The players have started with this G pawn, the knight pawn moving 2 steps forward, lining up the queen against the bishop, and then following it up with the idea of creating a battery on the longest diagonal. The threat that's about to happen, and Gukesh decides to go long castle. Well, in this case, it was a quick move, you know? It's possible. The king and the rook next to each other. Castling is legal.
A very short castle in this case. We'll call it castle to the left side, or the A side, maybe? Castle to the A side. And he actually solves the problem. I must admit, I just forgot this was legal on move 1, or move 2 in this case. But he solves the problem of defending this pawn. The problem is he's now committed his king. It's a sitting duck. It's going to be targeted. White's queen is already on a fantastic attacking diagonal. It won't be the white bishop coming forward to this square. This time, Magnus actually controls the center. And yeah, he's going to bring his knight into the action in due course. The black knights struggle to get out. Anytime they move, they're about to get hit. No matter where or which knight you develop, you will be hit by a white pawn. And already, scary times for Gukesh. The advantage is growing for white already.
Exactly, and more talk about patterns.
Yes.
Pawn moves, pawn moves, pawn moves, pawn moves, right? I think it's very rare to see this many, 3, 4, 5 moves into a game to have only seen pawns making moves, but it's because of their ability to, again, activate from completely opposite sides of the board. That queen is involved. That bishop is involved, even though they still sit on their starting squares.
Yeah, fantastic pieces here. And I think the move Magnus wants to play is to push his pawn forward to g5, just to totally cage this black knight on its starting square. The downside is you have to look at pawn breaks. You have to look at what happens if Gukesh challenges that pawn or challenges in the center. But either way, Magnus feeling very, very ambitious. Already a minute up on the clock. And more pawn pushes on the docket.
That's what I'm telling you.
And while it's been a difficult start for Gukesh, we were talking about these ideas that he needs to deal with. Magnus takes the decision to fix that pawn on a square where the bishop is targeting it. So 2 pleasant options. This is the one that he chooses. I like that Gukesh didn't spend too much time on his decisions, because you really need those extra minutes, those extra seconds. And Magnus, meanwhile, like you said it, with Gukesh's king lined up against the white rook, you're not thinking about getting your own king to that side. You want to push your pawns. You want to create threats against that beautifully placed rook and the king on the same line right there. Maybe even advance a further pawn the moment that you get an opportunity. Get that bishop out of the way. Push that B pawn ahead. Gukesh has got problems to deal with, and he needs to do them fast. He can't let himself slip on the clock.
Exactly.
Because big decisions lie ahead.
And Gukesh is one of 6 players who finds themselves in precarious position from the word go, right? Just one of the 6 piloting black. I think we should hop on over to Arjun Erigaisi versus Hikaru Nakamura, because Hikaru so often talked about such a strong defensive player being one of his major strengths. Well, if there's a time to put, your best defensive foot forward, it would be in a position like this where you already start down near a point in evaluation.
And it's fascinating you bring up Hikaru, James, because out of the 6 players starting with black, he's the only one to not be seriously worse after the first half dozen moves. Everyone else has a serious disadvantage with the black pieces after just a few turns. Hikaru here, I mean, this is crazy. We talked about moving pawns. There have been pawn pushes, but the white queen coming out this early? I'm not sure what Arjun's idea is with that one yet. Very mysterious to me, Tanya, especially because there was tension between pawns just on the last move. Should we do an action replay?
Let's do it. Let's take it from the top, because it felt like it was a gambit and then a counter gambit has just been played, where both pawns can be picked up for free. So what happened here?
Yeah, so we did start with this move g4, as we did on all the boards. Hikaru pushed this pawn forward, activating this bishop on the diagonal. Very nice. Copycat here from Arjun. And after knight to d6, a pawn sacrifice from Erigaisi. If this pawn had been captured, then it would have unleashed this pawn to step forward. The black knight would have been kicked to some really awful squares. Might even have to go back home not to get trapped. This was unthinkable. Hikaru found a really creative move. He defended his bishop with his rook. Now pawn takes pawn would have been met by, I guess, an attack against the white queen in the corner. Now the bishop is defended. Next move, the pawn would have been recaptured. So Arjun said, okay, I will move my queen out instead, and the queen attacked. I have a feeling she's going to slide the whole way across and start pawn hunting, but with a queen alone against an entire army, I don't think it's necessarily going to pay off for Arjun yet. Okay, he does move his queen. He does swing her across. Okay, this is the live position. This is crazy. But Hikaru shown good defensive skills so far.
Yeah, we'll have to find a way to get his own queen involved, right? Because she's still locked away here in the top right corner. Maybe bringing that knight out to defend that angle first.
Very active approach by Hikaru, trying to manage these opening problems that we see across all boards, right? Where he went for this gambit, he's activating his pieces, he's bringing out the knights quickly, the bishops quickly, and now he trades a pair of pawns, also takes care of that defending that was required on the A line by deflecting Arjun's queen. Clocks, though, favoring Arjun right now. Stylistically, the way the position's developing, I still see a bit of chaos and everything to fight for. Who do you think is happier out of the two in these first few moves?
I'm not sure about happy, but I think Hikaru, he's done a good job so far.
Relieved.
Yeah, relieved. And it was a good investment of time. We did say it, the players, especially with the black pieces, need to take time because the start position was so stacked against them.
Yeah, and then he goes for it. He develops the knight, also defends against that bishop that is eyeing his queen from the opposite side of the board. Now would have the opportunity to push the pawn and slowly work the queen out if he so desires, as well as you point out there, David, hitting the pawn at the same time. So yeah, fantastic position for Hikaru, considering the starting position, right? But even still, the computer gives a slight favoritism to the white pieces.
Yeah, the white queen is active, the black queen is not active. That's the main difference in the position right now. In freestyle chess, we have learned queen activity is all important. So small advantage for Erigaisi, but nothing too serious right now. In the meantime, things getting serious on other boards already.
Things getting serious, and a player who is in a dire and serious position right now would be Fabiano Caruana up against Richard Rapport. In fact, both of these players currently sitting in that 9th through 12th position. Obviously, Fabiano, much more precarious, having yet to take even a draw, sitting at 0 points. Richard does sport a point to his own, but even still, for both of these players, this is a big ticket game right here, particularly when you're fighting against people who are also on the verge of elimination. You want to build distance between each other.
Yeah, I mean, all respect to Rapport, he's a world-class player. He's so creative, but Fabiano will see him as someone he should be beating. He's going to be a direct rival for those 9th to 12th spots, most likely. Rapport has lost 2 games so far. He took one, though, took 1 win. So Fabi knows this is pretty much must-win territory, and he's got a good start. He's a pawn down, though, Tanya.
And both feeling the nerves, right, with their heart rate monitor. They're over 100 right now. Wow. And I agree with you. I think it looks like a good start, especially because it appears that Fabi is the one who can get that first central break in at the right moment. He'll have to time it well. That D pawn in front of the white rook moving forward will open up the line, the pathway for the bishop to get more active, for the rook to get into the game. So some slight edge out of the opening for Fabi, but you know, it's also such a psychological battle, such an inner game for him right now, where how the tournament's gone so far, the round robin phase has gone so far, can he leave that behind and just focus on what's ahead? Or is that playing, you know, your confidence takes a hit, you're double guessing your decisions, you're thinking twice about every single move that you're about to make, which means you burn the clock even more. So getting an advantage is just part of the job for Fabi. He has to fight his own mind in this one.
Right.
Yeah, and confidence is definitely an issue. I think Fabiano, in full flow on a winning streak, would push his pawn forward, would try and go for the enemy king. He would play it within 5 seconds.
Yes.
But the fact that he's been thinking around a minute here, when it's such a strong, clear, obvious move, trying to go for the enemy king, there's no downside, really. He's building the center, opening lines, and clearly Black's pieces are less developed than his. To me, it's definitely a signal here that he's not feeling his best.
Is he going to do it, though? And he does reach out, and he does play it on the board eventually. Because it comes with its own set of questions, right? You're also opening up your own king and queen, which is lined up against the black rook. And look at this. Richard responds immediately. He was expecting this.
Yeah, that's why playing the move 1 minute quicker might have been better. Also giving the opponent less time to mull things over. That was by far the most obvious move. I'm not sure how to continue now. You have plenty of options. Maybe just sidestepping the white king in the near future. Maybe you advance more pawns in the center. He's still spoilt for choice, Fabiano, but yeah, it's a pleasant position. He needs this win. It's that clear. Must-win game.
Well, let's not forget we've got a world champion versus world #1 going on. At some point, would be a good idea to jump back to that game. We did see that Gukesh is in a bit of trouble when we left it last, and I wonder if
he was in a little bit of trouble, and now he's in worse trouble.
Wow.
If we hop on over to Gukesh versus Magnus Carlson, you'll see that while it's Magnus Carlson's a move to make, he's also in a very strong position here up against Gukesh. I mean, I'm looking top left of this board. Again, 2 bishops that don't feel involved at all in this game here for the player with the black pieces.
Oh, and look at Magnus's last move. He just played b5, exploding the position. And again, it's all about the black queen. She's been caught embarrassed on these 2 diagonals. Now she's getting hit by the white rook as well. I mean, where are you even going to put her? No matter where you step forward, there's knights coming to chase her away. And the black king also a bit of a target here. The king is castled, so cannot run any longer. It's just traffic jam and not one that's going to end well for
Yeah,
Gukesh's
look how
pieces.
claustrophobic that is. How does anybody move?
Nobody moves, and I don't think Gukesh is going to be moving much longer in this game. I mean, you're talking about the knight jump. That knight could grab a pawn and hit the queen next as well. Everything comes in with a tempo. It feels like magically all of Magnus's pieces are beautifully placed for an offense. The king at the center of the board. Well, you just have to watch out for a couple of checks, right?
Yeah.
But you've got an escape square, so you're actually feeling safe. Gukesh, he rushes, he moves the queen away, which was under attack. I like the idea, David, that you're pointing out as well. You know, at some point, just sidestep from that file away from any knight check. But right now, there is a pawn, a tender pawn, that Magnus has to take care of. How big a threat is it that Gukesh is setting up against the f4 pawn?
Well, it is definitely a threat, but there might be more important priorities in the position. I wouldn't be surprised if Magnus takes a timeout just to try and open up the black king even further. There's ideas like jumping in with the bishop if you want to be really materialistic. I think I would be too tempted to grab some material here, but maybe you don't want to allow you know, your initiative, your momentum to fizzle out. I think I would just go for the black king.
But it's a rook. It's a rook. Rook's a big piece. My rook. Where's Levy when we
And
need
it's
him?
one of the most active pieces in black's position, sitting on the 8th rank, which is a fascinating. And there you go. He's going to go ahead and dive in for the material advantage. Feels like he has a very strong position. May as well sweep up that piece while he has the opportunity. And how about this? Let's take a step back and recognize the day that Magnus Carlson has had. We were very quick coming out of that first round, you know, to question maybe the form that he was in. And he definitely did look a little bit shaky compared to what our expectations would be of the best player in the world. But just like that, after falling down in round 1, he's sitting at 2 wins, 1 loss, and now is staring down the barrel of another victory here and shooting himself up into the top 3 positions just like that.
Yeah, Magnus, he has in later years kind of taken hits here and there, but he's still super consistent. He's still super driven to get those wins, and more often than not, he does still deliver. So, okay, right now the question is, do you take the rook? Are there other options? Okay, he steps back his knight, opening up the line against the black king again, and still chasing this black queen, which has now moved 4 times. Is about to move a 5th time.
It drops back to d6 or something here. Like,
You
what do
also
you
block that black
There we
rook,
go.
which was lined up against the white king. So I actually like that defensive move, and then he can go on to pick up the rook as he does. He's up in exchange now, and it looks like the white king is very safe with the knights being key defenders with it. Opens up the C line. You know, speaking of Magnus's form, he said it in Weissenhaus, right? He just loves to play on. He loves to play. He loves to take his chances. Even if the position feels like you could just shut it down or draw or bail out, he wants to keep the game going. And he does that because the aim is to finish in top 8.
And how awful does that feel? That in order to recapture with that pawn, you're destroying your own pawn structure in front of your king just for the hope of one day getting, again, those bishops involved in the game. Now, while Magnus already has a material advantage, it feels like it's actually 2-3x that because of, again, the ability of his pieces to actually play an active role in this game.
Yeah, I mean, materially, it's not that bad. You have a bishop and a pawn for a rook, so it's not the worst deficit. But yeah, it's just the quality of the pieces, as you mentioned, James. And I mean, especially that dark squared bishop, that's never moving this game, barring a miracle. And yeah, the kingside structure, the safety of the king, white has full control. And infiltration imminent as well. The white queen is going to come in, pawn hunting at the very least. This looks almost over. Gukesh fighting on.
Knight will defend that square.
And what Gukesh wants to do is actually activate his bishops, find a way to get those bishops into the game. One idea could be to put that bishop in front of the black king and eye another diagonal, the diagonal in which Magnus's queen and the rook are lined up. Just try to create some threats right now. Yes, it looks bad, but Gukesh isn't going to give up just yet.
Yeah, this is a hard move to play, I think, because this pawn is hanging. Magnus just, with his last move, trying to keep this pawn under his eye here. But yeah, I mean, it's fine on the clock. It's level on the clock. It's just the fact that the players here, the black team, I'm going to say, they just had such a big disadvantage. I feel so bad for them. This just happens occasionally. in Fischer Random Chess in Chess 960 Freestyle. And yeah, Gukesh fighting an uphill struggle from move 1. Magnus looks very chilled in the meantime.
He's having a good time. Oh, wow. I actually completely missed that white could take that pawn on a7 and attack that bishop. So he's left it, and that could only mean one thing, that he's simply saying, I'm going all out. I'll defend that bishop and create my own threats. If Magnus gets greedy, Gukesh will first move that bishop away and then bring the bishop into activity from the dark squares.
Yep.
Is that dangerous? Is that counterplay?
I think Magnus missed this one. This is very creative. I said that bishop will never move barring a miracle. He found the perfect opportunity to move it, so I eat my words there. But yeah, great chance to counterattack. Often that's the way to fight back. You just have to muddy the waters, even at the cost of pawns, even at the cost of a bit of material. Great move by Gukesh. A problem piece becomes a very strong piece, potentially.
And see, Magnus has slowed down now. So I think this was definitely something, like you said, it wasn't even on the radar. You know, the bishop needs to keep the pawn defended. It's never moving out of there. In fact, Magnus moved that queen to make sure that the bishop never got there. But it was played anyway. And Magnus does trade the bishop for the knight, picked up, centralizes the queen, and now picks up the pawn.
Yeah, he just removed the guardians, the defenders of that square, the dark square bishop wanted to use a bit later. Very clever from Magnus. I think that's my biggest weakness, knowing when to exchange a bishop for knight. It always feels counterintuitive, especially allowing the black queen into such a nice central square, but Magnus gets another pawn in the process. He now shuffles his rook across.
Oof.
Yeah.
This is looking tricky. There was a big threat on the board. The bishop needed to be defended, so Gukesh pushes the pawn, connecting the queen to the bishop.
This isn't the worst development, though, for Gukesh. If there's no direct attack against the black king, he's got a threat of his own now. He's going to just move his rook across. He's going to go for the white king. Really interesting material balance here, suddenly.
I want to just push, what is that, the e-pawn forward, one square, and then slide my king up as Magnus. Connect my rooks. Well, in essence, kind of creating a barricade in front of my king.
Yeah, it's just tricky at the moment. The knights need to be defended by their...
Right.
By their pawns. Everything's a bit loose suddenly for Magnus. We can tell on his expression as well. He thought this would be easier, the conversion stage. He's still winning. He's still got a decisive advantage, but maybe less of a decisive advantage, and that doesn't feel like the right direction.
And as a player, that's always a very tricky thing to deal with, right? You feel you're completely in control, and then your opponent suddenly sacrifices a little bit more material, but gets piece activity. And you have to accustom yourself. You have to get used to the idea that you have to now go on the defense for a couple of moves, and yes, you might be objectively winning, and yes, you know that this should be winning, but there are practical problems still to be solved on the board. The rooks are disconnected. Not easy to move that pawn that you were mentioning. The queen and the rook, yes, they're on the attack, but it's nicely defended. Suddenly, the two bishops are powerful. Gukesh's knight on the center of the board. At the right moment, he can push that c-pawn one step ahead and hit that key defender knight. Needs to be timed well. But there are certain ideas that Magnus needs to deal with.
Yeah. The position's gotten tricky.
It has.
Yeah. No easy moves either. The white rooks look like they're on beautiful open lines, but they don't have any safe squares to come up to, pretty much. And he does move his rook across, Magnus. He's trying to provoke that pawn forward. If the pawn steps forward, he will move his knight to a more active square. And, okay, Gukesh with a big-time advantage suddenly. 2 minutes extra on the world number one. This could turn.
But it comes with a threat as well, right? The c5 pawn has got 3 attackers and only 2 defenders. So Magnus is asking a question, and if you're not going to push that pawn, how are you defending it? Gukesh says he'll keep everything intact, uses the bishop.
He uses the bishop. There is a pin along this line against the black king, but very tense. Gukesh clinging on well. If he can bring the black rook into the action, then things could definitely turn around.
And while I understand this game is heating up, we still have 5 other boards in play, and so I want to make sure that we have an opportunity to check in on all of them. From here, we're going to hop over to MVL versus Vincent Keymer, because once again, our defending champion in Vincent Keymer, who currently sits at 1-0-2, is once again staring down the barrel of a very scary board position. A similar advantage given to Maxime, as is Magnus Carlson, but of course far more pieces, it looks like, on the board still in play here as I compare the two situations. But once again, time trouble for Keymer. 22 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, that's been the story of his day so far. Vincent just low on time very early in the games. Even his one win against Rapport, he had only a few seconds left before his opponent blundered. And here the problem is, again, this pin, this battery on the long diagonal. is tying down black. And in the meantime, the white knights have gone hunting for a weak pawn. And once this pawn drops, it feels like black's position should collapse, especially with the black king out in the open. But Tanya, it's still not 100% obvious.
I just did a quick count. Black actually right now has an extra pawn, which has just been lost, just been picked up. And that's a key pawn to lose as well, right? It's next to the king. It's a central pawn. It also leaves another very big square for a piece to jump into, that central d5 square, where either the bishop can land, the knight can land, and create a lot of havoc. Now,
isn't that g-pawn hanging as well, though?
Yep, you're right. Nice spot. It's just whether it's worth the...
Well, what about the other g-pawn as well?
As a knight.
They're all hanging, aren't they?
Everything's hanging. And I think he's going for that g-pawn that you mentioned, because he first defends his own knight.
Yeah.
And now you're coming in with a big fork on the square that you wanted to land to.
Yeah, if he had taken first, then the white knight would have dropped, and it would have been 2 pieces for a rook. Very unclear material balance here.
Right.
Beautiful outpost. He defends this knight first. It's anchored, and very hard to hold on to this pawn. He has to use his rook. But now...
10 seconds?
Yeah, everything's falling.
Well, and once again, I bring us back to the similarities between this and the other board, right? Those 2 bishops still very much stuck over on that, left-hand side of the board. The 2 black knights as well, kind of stuck. So claustrophobic, it feels like, for a number of the players piloting the black pieces. If they weren't able to get those pieces activated early in the game, it feels all but lost for them.
All but lost is the name of this game. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has just won a pawn. He's going to try and stem any counterplay along the H-file. In the meantime, he's got a material advantage, positional advantage as well, MVL, but action happening everywhere right now.
Yeah, action happening everywhere. So let's go to Vidit versus Pragnanandhaa. This one is one of the few boards in which the computer actually gives a slight advantage to the player with black. So let's talk about how Pragnanandhaa managed what a number of other players weren't able to in this 4th round.
It's an extra pawn, and it looks like a very healthy one. That H-pawn that Prag has right now, there's no counterpart to it. Also notice how the bishops are super active, defending a key square in the position from which the black knight could have been pinned, but not anymore because the open diagonal's there. In this all-Indian clash, it looks like Prag's in the driver's seat. Extra material, everything under control, no attack against his king. Vidit's going to try and save this one if he can with a draw somehow.
Yeah, but Vidit low on the clock, under 1 minute, and this is why players with white try to break symmetry as early as possible, because if the position does get symmetrical, often the opponent is a bit safer, especially a position like this, which was so promising for white on move 1. Just stabilizing, getting symmetry helped Prag.
Here's to me, we're offering that pawn advantage back, though.
I think he wants to pin. And it's key that you pin it with the queen and not the rook, because if you were to get the rook, which is extremely tempting, white just sidesteps the pin and actually ends up with big material, right? You offer a trade. And you're actually winning as white here. So instead, he does pin that bishop with the queen, not giving back the pawn so easily. And if he's able to grab that bishop, it will be with interest, because look at those 2 connected pawns that will then start rolling down the board.
Yeah, looks like a big advantage, a growing advantage for Pragnanandhaa in this Indian derby. Meanwhile, I'm looking across the boards right now. It looks like Magnus against Gukesh. We might have to jump back there.
Heating up. We'll let the production queue up the board as quickly as they can to get us back on over to Magnus Carlson versus Gukesh, while we wait on bated breath to see how the world number 1 is managing to maneuver his way to victory here. Knight has dove in, offering a trade of knights there on the g5 square, while also threatening that lone pawn up there in the top right corner of your screen, h7.
Yeah, the main idea, though, is to deflect black's glue, the knight holding the position together. And if this black knight is ever distracted, deflected away, then this pawn falls. The black king along this open line won't be long for the world. It feels like he's overwhelming the black defenses here, Magnus, with this last knight jump.
I never saw you stooping so low as to make horse glue jokes on broadcast, but all right, David Howell, all right.
Wow, and he could not have taken
I know, I'm joshing you.
Wow, okay, he pins the white knight right now. You don't really have time to defend it, I think, this knight, but okay, the question is, does he jump out the way, capture with a check, just trying to simplify and bank on his material advantage, or is there something even stronger for Magnus Carlsen? Under 1 minute now.
Feels like our queen needs to get involved again too here for white. He's going to go for the trade, though.
And now to trade or not to trade. Trading rooks does allow the black queen onto the open line, and the black queen might then try to swoop in. So you've got to be really careful as Magnus.
But if we do that, we have time with our... whoa!
Magnus goes all in. He sacrifices.
He sacrifices material back, so now Magnus is just one pawn up. But one pawn is not a huge advantage, and we see the bar drop. Gukesh given another life, maybe. I think Magnus should have just kept rooks on, and he would have maintained his advantage, but getting a bit impatient there.
I think at the very least he blows open the defense of the king, though, right? I mean, we've got a black king sitting in the wide open right now. Obviously, yeah, has the option to start running away. But still a lot of checks to be found here for Magnus if he chooses to do so here with his queen sliding over to the left-hand side. Otherwise needs to get some of his other pieces involved here. Does go for that check that I was looking at.
Yeah, great move. And it's not as if that was a mistake from Magnus. I think he was just trying to get some element of safety. Now there's far less risk. Rooks will disappear from the board, and queen and knight tend to thrive against queen and bishop.
We follow this up with knight jumping in, threatening queen and bishop at the same time, perhaps?
Well, first, you've got to figure out what you want to do with the rook, right? Do you trade the rooks? Because, again, to that point, that allows black the counterplay to come in with the queen. Or do you give perhaps another check? And first, Gukesh does slide up with the king. There are more checks to be answered. White could step up one square to the right with the queen, hit that bishop as well.
Yep. Our queen, do we have to block with our queen now as black?
But then the rook's
How do you deal with this check?
hanging.
Yeah, then the rook's hanging, yeah.
You got to be so careful in this position. The one counterplay that Gukesh has is that the bishop, it can't be picked up because there are checkmating ideas against Magnus's king.
Yeah, there's tension between the rooks, and the black queen landing on that square would have landed in checkmate. And, okay, he brings his rook up, not approved by the computer. Question mark appears. Rook trade about to happen. Gukesh has to just remove any potential attackers of the black king. There we go. Now, what to play? Does he move his attacked bishop? He centralizes his queen. He's trying to dive in and behind and counterattack against Magnus's king now. Oh, I think Magnus has lost a lot of control. I don't think he saw this tactical flurry coming, Gukesh. So tenacious.
Magnus has an extra pawn, but he needs to deal with these threats. And there was a bit of a shake of his head, so not so clear how he's about to do that. Is he going to think about maybe getting the king to the left side of the board, run it away from these checks that you're talking about, try to hide it closer to his own queen?
Wow, Gukesh so calm. Look at that. The heart rate right now under 80.
Wow.
Very impressive, despite how big this game is potentially for the tournament, despite how big it is for chess history. Seeing two of the world champions face off against each other. Queen trade offered from Magnus. That will be rejected. White is a pawn up.
And it's truly
a trade-off.
A clash of generations as well, right? With Magnus having won all his world championships, and now Gukesh at 18 winning his first world championship. Magnus still being the world #1, and Gukesh acknowledging that he might be the world champion, but he's far from being the best player in the world. He loves an opportunity to play against Magnus, and can he hold this incredibly difficult position? The king will hide at the center of the board.
The king will march. The king will be safe on dark squares, we should mention. That's why queen and bishop don't do so well against queen and knight normally, because one color complex tends to belong to the queen and knight. Knights can control so many squares, and a knight is a king's best friend. A knight will defend the king from checks if it marches forward.
If the queens come off the board, if there's any check that forces a trade, that's game over. Magnus wins on the spot there. So Gukesh's only chance is to keep the pieces alive, create some threats against Magnus's king. He centralizes the bishop, also defends his own pawn.
Okay, and Magnus has some checks at his disposal. He reaches for his queen. I think he's going to bring it up to black's back rank. The white knight is joining the action as well, joining the fun.
And that's going to be a forcing check, right? Because the king has to step up. It's not been played just yet, but he goes for it. And now the knight's going to jump in with a check as well.
Hits the bishop in the meantime. He's going to trade off, knight for bishop.
Can't take it with the queen.
Black pawn has to capture. There would have been a skewer if the queen had captured. The white queen would have gone to the corner. So black had to take on the square with a pawn.
And Gukesh has these three completely isolated weak pawns. Once you start checking with the queen, the white king moves forward, picks up these pawns one by one. Magnus has done this flawlessly. He's done it clinically.
Yeah, it's so rare to see any chess game where the two central pawns for one side just don't move. He's played flank chess, Magnus. He's gone around the sides. And now he brings his queen back, going pawn hunting. Three isolated targets here. Gukesh, it's that triangle of pawns. I think they're just going to drop off one by one.
Yeah.
Any check is going to help the white king march forward to gobble up.
And you could, you could see there on the bottom of your screens just a moment ago, the graph showing that Magnus was in control for the entirety of this game. As we watch this one play out, because it is important, I'll just let everybody at home know we've had 3 results take place on other boards. Fabiano Caruana gets his first victory of the tournament up against Richard Rapport, so that is a massive win for him against somebody else who is in elimination position. From there, we have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave taking a win over Vincent Keymer, and we have Pragnanandhaa taking his victory over Vidit Gudrathi. So 3 more boards in play, this of course being one of them, looking for Magnus to put the final moves on the board.
And Magnus's finishing touches are just class. You know, he centralizes the queen first before pushing the pawn that he just has, taking key control of a defensive square. Black's queen can't slide over to the other side because now the white queen controls that A1 square. How are you stopping this pawn now moving forward? And I think, David, it's well known in the chess world that when it comes to queen-pawn endings, Magnus is a class apart.
Yeah, best chess player in history, probably, but definitely the best queen endgame player in history, Magnus Carlson. I've played him so many times in Blitz, Classical, and he always gets his queen in the center of the board somehow. His queens just dominate the enemy queens, and Gukesh's queen is going to have to go round the corners here just to deliver any checks. First, Magnus is going to pick up a second pawn. 2-pawn advantage in most endgames is decisive.
Gukesh looking to
trade
pick up
the pawn, though, yeah.
Counter pawn, attacking another one. Checks. Has Magnus spotted a forcing way to trade queens?
Ooh.
You can't go on the D file. That would mean a check and queens off the board. Where are you hiding?
You have to go to one of these 2 squares. You cannot step forward either. There would be a check and then another check to get the queens off the board. Where is safety for Gukesh? Is there safety for Gukesh?
And this check also magically happens to defend the pawn that was under attack. So actually Magnus on the next move can even just advance his own pawn further towards that queening square.
Finds one of those 2 squares he pointed out, though.
You had to start that way. If he's accurate here, Magnus should be able to exchange the queens.
Again, the center line cannot help Gukesh. That would mean a forced trade. He falls back, a check.
Just going to pick up some pawns.
Has to keep checking, though, right? Because you don't. If you leave one move unchecked, queen takes your pawn with a check as well, and now all of a sudden maybe black is back in play.
Yeah, it's like snooker. You need to put all the balls in a row before your opponent gets their turn to start start their fun. And here Magnus.
Well, there it is.
2 pawns, picks this one up with a check.
Okay, is the king going to go forward towards white's pawn?
But then you end up trading queens. If you were ever to grab that pawn, you expose your king to a check that would force a trade. So for Gukesh, he has to fall back, go on the defense.
Can Magnus afford to pick up this final pawn and allow that queen check? Or does he have to continue? Okay, first he's going to look to protect that pawn and at the same time provide some king safety.
Yeah, there was one trap in the position. Queen takes pawn on the last move, would have walked into a skewer along this diagonal. The black queen would have come across and picked up the white queen. So he's just trying to get back to safety now, as you mentioned. He's potentially going to retreat his king even further or block with a pawn.
There's something about this camera angle. Magnus looks like an absolute giant regardless of who he's playing against. And I will point out, Gukesh, he's a tall guy as well.
I think it's about the chair. If you look on the left, Magnus's chair is slightly higher than his opponent's. He's trying to use that presence to intimidate. It's working. It's working.
Yeah, and Magnus is playing this to perfection. He keeps everything defended. You know, the king will just march up. Yes, he'll have all the checks. But it's Magnus who starts with the checks.
Yeah, I always like this, forcing the king out of the corner. There's fewer stalemate possibilities if the king isn't in the corner. So as a defender, actually hiding the king in the corner is normally a good idea, just so you can go for queen sacrifices and trap yourself. But here, Magnus forcing the black king out.
Which is perhaps also the reason that Magnus just leaves one pawn alive.
Yes.
For Gukesh. There'll be no stalemate ever, as long as the H-pawn lives. Magnus's queen once again finds itself at the center of the board, as it usually does in these endgames, controlling all key squares.
And feels like then we're just looking for an opportunity to start marching those pawns across the board, as we see has already begun. Perhaps take the king, run it over as well. There's only one other board in play. And while I'm hesitant to leave this one, I think it might be wise because it sports Nodirbek Abdusattorov, our only undefeated player, 3-0 in the tournament so far, up against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And once again, he is in a very big winning position here up against Jan, looking to put a close on it and push himself to 4-0 of all things. What a showing it's already been for Abdusattorov on the day, and it is just about to get better.
And Magnus is the best Queen endgame player of all time. Nodirbek, though, has beaten Magnus in 2 Queen endgames, 2 big games as well in the World Rapid Championship and in Tata Steel. So he knows how to maneuver those queens. Here, there's bishops, like opposite color bishops on the board. Black has an extra pawn, but more importantly, the white king more vulnerable than the opponents. Jan Nepomniachtchi's heart rate rocketing high in the last few moves. He needs a counterattack somehow.
Ooh, and you can get it. That A pawn next to the black king is a bit tender. And does this give white the opportunity to step in? He doesn't for the moment. He instead goes pawn hunting. What did Nodirbek want? Wants to come in with his own bishop. There's a check.
He wanted to come in, but he forgot that white queen is coming up on this diagonal with a check. He's just given up his pawn advantage for free there, Nodirbek.
What a miss.
Opportunity. He could have done the same thing. He could have just checked, as Magnus was doing, checked until his queen got to a better square and then gone for it. Here, it's about to be a draw, I believe.
You can come back, slide the queen down next to the bishop, give a check. Black's king can't move forward because that would be a checkmate. Forcing Nodirbek to either repeat or play with dangerous waters by sidestepping the king to b5. Is Nodirbek ambitious in this game right now?
Yes, his first name is ambitious.
Yes.
Nodirbek ambitious.
But
you can see how displeased he is to have given Jan an opportunity in this game.
But he is ambitious. David, you're right about that. No repetition, not just yet. There's a checkmate in one that's being threatened. If the black queen gets to the b1 square, that's game over.
And
instead, the queens will come off the board. So now we're looking at an opposite colored bishop end game. 3 pawns apiece. White's pawns all disconnected from each other. Black working with a 2-on-1 on one side and somewhat of a runaway pawn on the right-hand side.
It's this black pawn that could potentially win the game for black.
Meanwhile, we've had a result on our big board as the world #1 does reign supreme over the world champion. Magnus Carlson gets a win. And what a flawless vintage Magnus win that was in the queen endgame, finishing it off in style. You know what I'd love to see, guys? I'd love to see a match between these 2 players, the world champion and the world #1 happen. And there we've got the 2 players in front of us analyzing the game.
Yeah, just getting a quick peek in on the 2 players as they discuss.
Just to show their final position as well, potentially, it was because Magnus had 3 extra pawns. Just very briefly on the right, that was the final position between Magnus Carlson and Gukesh. Magnus 3 pawns up, Gukesh resigned. But let's go back to these 2 as they fight out in this bishop endgame, which should be a draw. But Nodirbek on the better side of it. The reason this should be a draw is also because Black's A pawn promotes onto a dark square, the wrong square of its bishop. So if here Jan Nepomniachtchi is able to give up his bishop for Black's H pawn and eliminate the Black B pawn traded off along the way, then the position is a draw. Even a king alone can survive against a bishop and pawn in this corner.
Yeah, they're going to play this out, but I think draw is the most likely result, unless there's a blunder in this position. I mean, hard to imagine players of this level messing that up. But coming to the point we were making, if there is a match between the current world champion and the world #1, I think Magnus has still got to be a huge favorite in that one, right?
I think so, at this moment in time. But give Gukesh a couple of years, consolidate that world title, keep building the experience, keep
He's only 18.
skills. He's only 18.
Sometimes you tend to forget that.
I was just playing Pokemon at 18 still. I mean, these
Tell
guys
me about it, brother.
These guys are beasts. Nodirbek, not too old himself. Still a very, very young player. And, very strong at this age.
He won the World Rapid Championship in 2021, the youngest ever World Rapid Champion.
17 years old.
Well, let me ask you this. As you've explained, this is, again, an expected draw with perfect play. But if I find myself in this situation, my level, what are the questions I should be asking of my opponent? How would you, right, pose tough decisions, tough decision trees for your opponent where maybe they would ultimately make a mistake?
Yeah, I think just knowing what they want and then just keeping it from them as long as possible. Nodirbek knows that Jan wants this black pawn that he's now challenging off the board. He knows that if that's gone, it's a dead draw. So keeping it on the board like he's doing, testing the opponent, that's the only way to potentially win. So now there's a B pawn, and now this black pawn promotes on a light square. It can be guarded, the promotion square, by its bishop. It's not a clear-cut draw. Should still should be getting there.
Yeah.
But,
it feels strange to disconnect my own pawns, though, as the black player, in order to achieve what you just talked about.
It's risky. It's risky. That's why these young fighters, sometimes you see them win a lot of games, sometimes it doesn't go so well, but it's mainly risky because this pawn's
exactly.
But also black's bishop can always get to that pawn, right? You know that the opposite color complex allows you that defensive chance, and you'll always be in drawing territory, even if things went absolutely wrong. He's going for that A pawn right now.
Do we just start flinging our H pawn now forward as black?
You could do that. You could get your king closer as well to defense. Nodirbek is trying, but I think Jan has this.
Yep. Jan can even just bring his king up.
King slides up, yeah.
Defend his pawn here.
Yeah.
But again, so then how do we stop black's pawn on the opposite side? We have to then reroute our bishop like that. Okay.
Jan has figured out that this is a draw. He's going to use his king as well to hit the enemy bishop. As soon as the black king moves away, he's going to destabilize that setup over there. The black bishop is so bad.
If the black bishop was on the other side of the pawn, there might still be something to play for. But just the placement of it, and I think he's trying to reroute it, and as he does, defends that pawn from moving forward, also wants to place his own bishop, trying to defend the pawn. But it's not enough, because eventually your king will have to sidestep, and white will push that f pawn, give it up, and we'll see a trade happen at some point.
He's maximized his position, Nodirbek. He can go no further. If the black king goes hunting for the white bishop, the white pawn will deflect the black bishop, and then black's remaining pawn on this side will disappear. The white bishop will give itself up for this pawn, and as long as the other one dies, black cannot win. This is going to be a draw. Nodirbek's 100% record about to come to an end.
Still undefeated, though.
This is true. This is true. And still sitting in glorious position when it comes to the overall standings. But yes, it does mean that there will be no players with only wins in the tournament at this point.
And we'll see the handshake any second now.
He's going to force matters. He's going to push that pawn, give it up, pick up the only remaining pawn, and handshakes. Or not. There it is.
Well, what could have been there for Nodirbek Abdusattorov, he still, like I said, sits in very pretty position. And for Jan Nepomniachtchi, that's going to feel good as well to come away with a draw in the end. He as well already was tied for third place position. Will continue to fight well for the knockout stages. 2 more rounds to go, though, for today's round robin. Will bring us through round 6 before we step away and return tomorrow for the final 5 rounds.
Big round there. We saw the world #1 take down the world champion. We saw Nodirbek there almost get another victory. And Anna Kramling helping with the position choice. It feels like a good success for the black team, to be honest, with their results in that round. Still some big wins for the players with the black pieces, despite how one-sided the starting position appeared to be.
And a lot of the players were in trouble right out of the opening. It felt Hikaru was the only one who managed to keep things under control. But then some bounce backs, some comebacks, and we saw the results as they played out. But the big one, Magnus taking the win against the world champion.
Yeah, I mean, interestingly, for how quote-unquote advantaged that starting position was for the white players, only 3 of those boards ended up with a white victory, 2 of them going the way of black, and then the 1 draw that we just saw conclude. So honestly, I'd say quite an impressive showing from a number of the players who were in that tough position trying to pilot the black pieces.
And I think Nodirbek is perhaps one of them who was very disappointed because he came so close to getting his 4th win in a row, but his slight inaccuracy, just got a little too rash, a little too optimistic, missing 1 resource, and Jan Nepomniachtchi is so quick in grabbing that opportunity.
Yeah, and while we're putting a lot of focus on the guys who are performing really well and challenging for the top spot, I think we have to recognize the fact that Fabiano finally gets a point on the board, and it's not just half a point, it's a full point. That is a huge step forward for him. While there's still a lot of work to do if he ultimately wants to make it into the knockout stage, getting not just a win, but a win over Richard Rapport, who would be one of the people he's most likely to shove down into elimination. That's massive.
Absolutely. I think the goal is to finish in top 8, and Fabi at least gets the job started. You know, it's far from feeling safe right now. It depends how the day goes. He's still in incredible danger zone, but a victory really was something he was looking for. Draw would not have been good enough, so Fabi gets on the leaderboard as well. As I think everyone wants to see him in the knockout phase. He's been one of the absolute best when it comes to freestyle chess.
Yeah, he's been a mainstay in this format, and yeah, I think it's been years since he lost 3 games in a row, Fabiano. To lose 4 was unthinkable, but that victory has jumped him up to joint 9th. He actually catches up with Rapport, and now there's 4 players on joint on 1 point out of 4. So that was all important. That was like gold dust.
Well, I love where your head's at. Let's go ahead and show the standings in their entirety so that everybody at home understands what the scope of the competition looks like at this point. There you see Abdusattorov still with solid hold of first place, a full half point ahead of the rest. It's Magnus Carlson and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the hometown favorite, actually, who both sit at 3 points apiece. And then, as you mentioned there, David, take a look on the right-hand side of your screens, everybody. 4 players sitting at 1 point. Those, if the tournament were to, or the round robin were to end right now, would be the 4 players eliminated from contention, and the top 8 would ultimately go into the knockout stage. So those are the people we're going to want to keep our eyes on to make some movement happen here with our final 2 games of the day.
Yeah, and for Vincent Keymer, Richard Rapport, and Vidit, they are 3, at least in classical ratings, the 3 lowest seeds. It is slightly surprising to see Vincent Keymer there. We mentioned that he hasn't had his type of position. Everything's been so wild, so quick. He's been very slow on the clock. So disappointing start to his kind of tournament defense here in these Grand Slams. But yeah, Caruana, at least now, is on a slight upward swing.
But echoing Vincent's performance in Weissenhaus, again, we come back to that point, right? Round robin was a challenging phase for him there as well. He finished at the bottom of the qualifying table and then went on to absolutely run his way through the championship. So I think for Vincent, so much depends on the next few rounds. He's still in the race. It's just all about finishing in top 8. You know, just find yourself in that position. I think this guy who we see there, Abdusattorov, leads, winning 3 in a row. He's already eyeing the top spots. He knows if he gets it to that top 4, he will be taking his pick in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, he is absolutely smashing it right now. And again, doing so not 24, maybe 36 hours now at this point off of a plane. So impressive showing from the young gun there. And we'll look to see if he can continue that form, because that's another thing to consider. This is a marathon day. Right? Where are the fatigue levels, both mentally and physically, for each of these players? That's something that we're going to call into question as well the further we go into the tournament.
Yeah, 6 rounds, pretty much 6 hours. That's not easy for anyone in any sport. And yeah, these young guys maybe have the advantage in terms of stamina, but yeah, you cannot really slow down. Yes, it says he slows down there, but he's keeping the lead. He's still in control.
Yeah, look, if slowing down is dropping 1/2 point below perfect, I'll take it. I'll take it in that case, locking up the top spot at least for now. Now, another player that we've talked a little bit about who's had rocky starts in the past and appeared to be having a rocky start at the outset of the day was Hikaru Nakamura, but more recently moving into solid position now, 2.5 points. Let's head to him for a quick word.
Hikaru, now you're getting the results. Do you feel like you're playing better chess than you did in the beginning of the day?
Well, I mean, I think, felt a bit of jet lag in the first game. I haven't looked at it, actually, to be fair. I haven't looked at my phone at all since the tournament began. But I think the first game against Nepo, I was probably just winning if I had played this E4 move instead of Rook G8. And then for some reason, I just was like, my head was spinning the whole game. And it just went downhill in a hurry. So that was very disappointing. The game against Maxime was pretty reminiscent of some games I played recently where I thought I had a forced checkmate, and then somehow it wasn't a checkmate. What's really tragic is that when he played this B4 move, I sort of felt there was a mate, but I didn't use my time. I think I still had maybe 20 seconds there. If I used my time, I would have found one of the 3 or 4 ways to win. So that was kind of sad as well. But then the game against the game against Vidit, I think I was worse and I won. And then this game, very choppy, but at the end I think I might have been losing this one. So I feel like the luck kind of evens out, and I'm pretty happy with the result.
That's good. Are you feeling good about the rest of the day as well?
Well, I mean, let's see about the next game. I play Magnus. I think if I can get through the next 2 games without losing, I should be in very good shape to make the top 8. That's really the only goal. So it doesn't matter if I'm 1st or 8th as long as I'm in the right position.
Good luck. Magnus was saying it was stuffy air in there. Do you notice any of that at all?
I don't know. I mean, all I know is the first like game or so in my head was literally like, you know, when you see the not to sound really old or date myself, but it's like when, you know, the CD is spinning. It's like my head was just spinning that whole first game. So maybe there's something in the air. I don't know. But regardless, you still have to play. I mean, we're still supposed to be professionals, so I'm not going to complain too much.
I think you found the play button because now it's playing.
Yeah, I mean, kind of. But even this last game, I mean, it's hard to judge, really, because when you play these games, on the one hand, you expect precision, but on the other hand, as we're seeing, there are a lot of blunders. I mean, it's very hard to play for move one where you have to think, and I think everybody's so strong that it's hard to, I mean, kind of expect to win games cleanly or smoothly, but I still sort of expect that. But again, all the games have been very choppy, and as long as I'm in 8th place or better, I don't care about anything else.
It does create entertainment for us, so thank you, Hikaru.
Sure, no problem.
Welcome back, everybody. Freestyle chess here in Paris, France, the 2025 Grand Slam Tour. I love watching the pro players there grapple with the messiness of this format, right? Talking about that first game, maybe a little bit of jet lag, but also feeling like he was in such a strong position. He had it there against Jan Nepomniachtchi, but at the same time saying from move one, you got to think. And everyone here is so strong that even when you feel like you're in a winning position, it really is never that simple.
Yeah, and there's so much going on, of course. There's other games to distract you. There's all these quirks of the opening. There's the air. There's everything. But in the end, you just got to block it out and get the job done. And Hikaru, he is a genius at grinding out those results. It's not always in these long end games, but sometimes it's about digging deep, defending when you need to, and squeezing out those points when you need to.
And he's echoing a sentiment that we've, you know, proffered up a few times already today. But again, for most of these players, the goal is top 8. I mean, obviously, sure, if you can be number 1 coming out of it, you get your choice of opponents. That's a lovely position to be in. But at the end of the day, all of them are just strategically looking at what does it take for me to get into that top 8 position and keep my tournament life alive.
Well, I think for now, they're also just focused on their next opponent and the next round. That is the absolute job that needs to be done. And Hikaru said it. He's playing Magnus. He has to block out the noise right now as he takes on the world number 1.
That's a really good point, right? So, yeah, just as he crests over the halfway point of the day, 2 more rounds to go here on our first day of play. He does stare down Magnus Carlson. That's always a matchup that delivers.
Yeah, I wonder which game we're going to focus on in this next round.
Flip a coin, maybe, roll a dice for the 6 different boards. Either way, 10 seconds away from finding out what will be the starting position for our 5th round of the day. Into the player hall we go. Let's find out.
Welcome back. There are 2 rounds to go. You saw the standings behind me there for a second, so we're ready to draw the next position. And it's my big pleasure to call to the stage to assist me former world champion Rustam Kazimjanov. Give him a round of applause.
826.
Thank you so much, Rustam. Position 826. The players will have 10 minutes. Back to the studio.
This one would probably a 44 d4 basically. That's it, right? You want to go for c4? I think that everybody wants to play d5 and then it's d5. Or maybe anyway d5.
Anyway d5.
What? Okay.
Against d4, just d5.
Here, this is. So like on d3 will be nice. Yeah. If you get the advanced structure design on d3, it should be very strong. No, but I think generally advance is most of the time very strong. F6?
D4?
D4?
Takes and knight g6. D3. Bishop b5. Maybe something concrete.
Okay,
yeah, not threatening anything, yeah. Yeah, I guess this is the best one. Yeah, okay.
No, this doesn't. But at least it doesn't feel it.
actually E4, E5.
E4, E5, G4, I think it's just very, very good. Yeah. I just think that this is kind of the... No, but this is... boring again, right? I mean, knight goes to D6, no break. It's not easy. Oh, wait. Aha, aha. Knight G6. With... Okay, what's that?
Queen
D5 and...
Knight D6.
No, but this is D3 and... This is asking for too much.
Okay, then E5 maybe.
E5, D5.
Ah, but then we'll hit D4.
Yeah, exactly.
But this is actually good because it feels very weird, yeah?
Probably this country.
This for a second. Ah, yeah, also. Yeah,
No, I think you have to.
Yeah, I mean, I just said this first. No, but Queen D5 and black getting the pawn.
Also, I don't know after ED how exactly you're tending to play, but it's sort of like 6 and then.
Yeah,
that's not F6, it's only small.
But why not Queen D5?
Bishop F6. For white or black?
No, for black. For 6 is an queen.
Yes, this should be no.
Whatever, knight G3.
Yeah,
anything.
Yeah.
Why not Queen D5?
Yeah.
Okay, E4, D5 does not work.
Is this so good? Queen D5, E5, knight F4? I mean, it's black action. C4. No, but I mean, yeah, it's nothing. This is complete nonsense.
E4, E6.
But I mean, I thought the advance was E4, E6, D4.
That's D4.
E5. So it's knight going to D3, B3. It should be very
If E4, D5, Queen H5, E6.
Sorry, what? Ah, Queen H7, knight E7.
Queen H7, knight G6. Queen G8, Queen H4.
Wait, what? Wait, you're going for...
No, I want knight E7, no?
No, but I have F4, F5.
Yeah, F4.
F4, Queen H2?
F5, knight E7.
Knight E7.
But
You're talking about this, yeah?
Yes.
No, this is actually it's not so clear.
But why not D4, D5, just E5?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I mean, because of E5, F6, I guess.
No, so this should be winning, no?
How?
I agree, it should be, but
it's not.
We... Oh.
No, I mean, I think
F4.
Call me. F3, Queen H2, knight G3. Force you to take this.
So it's better to have the pawn on F4, no?
Okay. So
Knight G3.
So,
Queen G1.
Queen
5.
Knight E2 first and then F5.
No, knight E2, Queen H2.
No, but why go for this?
Maybe we win here, no? So now. F5. Queen.
Just take one.
Yeah.
No, this might be one.
I'm not sure. Queen H8 also it's only a piece, yeah? No, but okay. But the
knight turn queenside castle.
No, but a gone castle at knight F5, like I don't know.
Yeah. No, this should be winning.
Okay. E4. It's your argument, yeah?
Oh, sorry, this question.
What other moves? Otherwise, I push
D4,
D4.
E5, So that one?
Yeah, I mean, this is
Yeah, that's like, okay, knight comes along castle, we just crushing.
No, about crushing? Yeah, it looks very good. Yeah,
Knight
B3
time
just
to
counts.
Much better.
Yeah.
Queen D6 attack.
But I don't think
Queen H2? Okay. You see your...
What if I go F6? Yeah.
But are you sure on this pawn?
No, so we are basically...
I'm not sure, but this is the only way to kind of justify maybe we go to it, no? D7. Otherwise... We don't care about the H2 pawn. We play F6 here.
Yeah, bishop D6.
Because you should take and...
Maybe. But then this is complete nonsense for white.
Yeah, okay.
So maybe E4 is not.
Okay, so other moves? Okay, let's say F4, G4. Okay, G4 we can just mimic. A4 we can just Okay, if A4 move 1,
But why
just
do we have
in
to
case.
mimic G4? G4 does nothing. Just play D5, right?
I don't know, just whatever. Like, go
Okay,
play
so
knight G3,
1d4.
prepare knight G3, bishop G2, just another concept. Like, and then D4, E3. I don't know, some. Okay, let's say D4 move 1.
One
I'll do it.
So D5, let's say knight G3.
So if A4, we play A5? Or we,
I think so, yeah.
E4, E5, yeah, better to mate.
This looks fine. No?
Just knight G3, maybe. Yeah. I mean, he wants E4, yeah.
Yeah, we can play knight D6, I guess.
You can even play E6.
I mean, maybe F5 there.
I don't know in E6. This will be a
E4?
Yes, but this would be a...
Always take some queen H4 ideas, yeah. But then, okay, this is crap.
No.
Free, yeah, here is crap.
No, I thought taken bishop C6.
Okay, what's wrong with knight D6? Just
Fork knocks.
It's fine for black, no?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a game.
So F3, we can even go F5, yeah?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, makes
So
sense.
F3, 5, E4, then takes F4. Yeah, okay.
Sorry.
Looks fine.
They'll play.
F3, F5, like knight D3. And knight
Maybe G5, yeah. Maybe G5.
Oh, wait, another G5.
This looks nice. I don't know. It feels like black is also has some chances. E4, F4. Is this not good for black?
Why did we take? On G3?
We don't. This, I just missed knight C4. So.
No, knight C4 is... No, knight C4 is also cool.
Okay, yeah, this is good.
I think E4 is good.
Okay, let's check A4, D5, yeah, like...
Okay, I am kind of curious if white does take C4. Like, how do we just...
This one for idea?
Okay, so do it. Maybe then we can go E5 even, yeah?
Queen E5. I thought
Yeah, I know, and then just keep on like knight
bishop
B6.
Yeah.
Then knight B6.
Okay, but this is a real... I don't know.
I mean, that's cool. Why not?
Bishop D6 is a threat.
A bit too ambitious, but who knows? And why didn't develop anything? Yeah, so first we finish 5. 5.
Yeah.
Knight C6 or knight D5.
Okay.
Yeah.
But this knight is not into
Yeah,
play.
this looks good.
This looks cool, yeah, at least like there's some fun.
Looks fun.
I'm not sure. I mean, imagine something like this.
You could also play F6.
Like here, white takes. Then you go back. And I'm not sure it's that great.
Okay, this is 2 pawns. So this is a bit...
Yeah.
This is a bit too much. 2 pawns.
H5?
But it's...
No, but wait. I want mate.
Ah, Maxim is coming for a wait.
Knight A4.
So this is why I
C3?
always include if.
Yeah.
Yeah.
C3?
Even maybe here, if I was good F, queen F6.
Knight C5, yeah?
Bishop, whatever, bishop A3.
Okay, this is...
Yeah, that's it, yeah.
Just read the side.
Freestyle.
Takes his own.
Welcome back, everybody, as the players take their seats once again here for round number 5. Magnus Carlsen, perhaps the most involved he's been with the discussions so far today as the players took their time to analyze the position. But I'm just going to throw something out there for you at home. Keep your eyes open and ears open as the week rolls on, because later in the week we might have an opportunity for you to put your predictive caps on and show us your analysis prowess, as we challenge you to predict the opening moves on all 6 boards for both the white side and the black side, and possible awards and rewards to be given to those who are lucky enough to get all 12 of those moves correct. So once again, keep your eyes out later in the week for those opportunities for some massive giveaways. But while we say that, some wild lines being discussed, I think, between each side, black and white pieces for both, for all of our players.
And I think this was the start that many of the players were looking at. Keep your eyes on this game. This is the rivalry of our generation that we talk about. Hikaru, whenever he plays against Magnus, the world is excited to see this clash. The two players love fighting each other, so much respect, and we can expect fireworks. Now, in standard 5-1-8, this would be called the Scandinavian defense, the opening moves as we're seeing. But talking about the wild analysis that happen, very often the ideas were getting the queen out early on and looking for those absolutely chaotic sacrifices with the queen landing on a big square. Are we going to see any of that being played out, David?
Yeah, the white queen could come out right now to the edge of the board, all the way out. Again, that looks like a Patz's move. That looks like someone would be going for Scholar's Mate in chess, the most famous checkmating pattern in the whole game. Here, it's just to go pawn hunting. There's one undefended pawn for both sides in the start position. That is the pawn on the far right side of the board, the corner pawn in front of the white knight there on the edge. And Hikaru, he was looking around. He was looking at the screens, wondering whether he should go for it or whether it was just too risky. And we can confirm that did happen on just one board between Vincent Keymer and Vidit. Vidit has gone for that line, sacrificing the rook. So we might jump there later, but Hikaru's gone for something much safer. What strikes me, though, is how much Hikaru was looking at the screen. He just wanted to avoid too much risk, maybe due to the Magnus effect.
You know, I look at the screen, we talk about gloves are off, jackets are off right now, and these two are facing each other. It's been all pawns move, not a single piece has landed on the board just yet. This is absolutely unconventional chess. I mean, the position that we have, fight is on. What is that last move? With the fire at the center of the board, a flank pawn move.
And this move was also chosen by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in his game against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. So clearly some logic behind it. I think simply the idea that James mentioned earlier in the day of putting knights behind pawns, that is the key. Black wants to develop the knight from the corner. Knights in the corner are just the worst pieces in chess in general, especially in freestyle chess. So developing those knights out, but ideally behind pawns, is the key. So Magnus now, I'm pretty sure, is going to bring his knight out, allowing this pawn to be defended as well along this diagonal. But a knight out with a pawn in front of it feels much safer in terms of control.
Easy capture back there, and then the bishop comes out, as you said. Now we expect the knight to jump forward in defense. Hikaru taking a moment to step out of his chair. Feeling a little restless is Hikaru almost, and I think that seems logical given the word we had from him in that quick interview about his matchup against Magnus. He knows that this will be a tough one.
He said 2 games remaining. As long as he doesn't lose either of the two, he would be happy with the day one goes. And this is the biggest roadblock right now, you know, playing against Magnus. I also want to draw your attention to some of the other big hot matchups that we've got. We're talking about Magnus Hikaru, you know, the big three. Who's the big third in that? Fabiano Caruana. He's up against the world champion. These two have some immense history between each other. We've also got the all-Indian clash between Arjun and Prag. And, of course, our tournament leader so far, Nodirbek, against the Frenchman with 3 names. I think we've got to jump to some of those other boards, James.
Yeah, I like where your head's at. Let's go to Fabiano Caruana versus Gukesh, because whispers of a similar position, but not quite the same, right? We see that same light squared bishop targeting across the other side of the board, but instead of bringing the knight forward to defend that pawn, it's going to be the bishop that slides out here for Caruana instead.
Yeah, and while Hikaru on that game against Magnus was trying to play for safety, some symmetry there, Gukesh is playing far more ambitiously. There's already a very strong pawn in the center of the board for Gukesh, but that pawn is a bit lonely right now, doesn't have too much backup. So he's essentially put a target on his own back. He said, I'm taking space, I'm advancing as far forward in the center as possible, but that also means that you can attack me. So in the near future, I wouldn't be surprised if Fabiano goes for that pawn. I wouldn't be surprised if Fabiano starts pushing on the side where he has the pawn advantage. It's 4 versus 3 on the left half of the board. Yeah. And normally they say push pawns on the side where you have the majority.
I mean, to me, it feels natural to complete my connect 4 there, push the f-pawn forward 2 squares. Even if my opponent looks to break that pawn chain with a pawn take of my own, I can essentially unlock my rook on that file by recapturing with the pawn of my own.
Yeah, I think we'll see that in the near future. I think that's a very good prediction, especially because this knight in the corner needs some air to breathe.
Yeah, and I also want to zoom out on this rivalry between these two. This unlikely rivalry, but, you know, one that we all love to see that's playing out in front of our eyes, starting from the 22 Chess Olympiad. And it's not just that. Even in Budapest, it was Gukesh who beat Fabiano in 2 critical matches in India versus USA. And then in Weissenhaus, for the quarterfinals, Fabiano actually picked the world champion. He picked Gukesh as his opponent in the quarterfinals and went on to prove his pick. He won that match against Gukesh, of course, went on to finish runners-up in that. So we've had some incredible clashes between these two players, a clash of generation, a clash of styles in some ways. You know, it's hard to pick a favorite whenever they're playing against each other, but right now we can see it's advantage Fabi to a big degree. That last move and inaccuracy as their rivalry continues to play out in these big stake matches.
That move there goes against some of the fundamentals that at least I've been taught in chess. We're pushing the pawn in front of our king forward without necessarily that bishop that would normally be placed in there as a fianchetto. Feels like we just weakened the defense of our king for no reason? What's the idea here? It's not like that helps our rook get involved in the game.
Yeah, it just smells wrong, that move, right? It just feels wrong. There's all these dark squared holes in front of Gukesh's king now, the white king. I think there's one justifying, kind of one redeeming feature here. That is that the black knight cannot leap forward anymore. A pawn on this square, 2 squares in between the knight there. It does control the knight's jumping spots, but there are weaknesses. I would not be shocked if Fabiano drives his bishop deep into the white camp now on this diagonal, just to sit around the white king to make Gukesh feel uncomfortable.
And do you prefer moving to a3 as opposed to just 1 square up diagonally to the right? G-file? Targeting all the way across on that that rook, as well as the pawn, right?
That's another good call. Very tempting choice there. I guess that would force the move that maybe white wants to play anyway, the connect 4. But yeah, I mean, it's a matter of taste. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer here for Fabiano. Another idea would be to push a pawn forward to activate this rook in the corner, because in freestyle chess, it's often rooks that struggle to get into the game.
We said it smelled wrong, right? And it feels like Fabiano is recognizing the same thing. He's investing a little bit of time on his clock to evaluate the position. And again, with a player in his position, 1 point on the board, looking at a player with 1.5 points on the board, this is such a crucial matchup for you to take. It's always more advantageous for you to take wins over people who are also on the verge of elimination, as opposed to somebody who's sitting pretty out in front.
Yeah, maybe players will start trying less hard against Abdusattorov because he's so close to the...
Let him go. Let him run away. You've got to save the energy for the lower lot. But this is a big one. 1 point and 1.5 point, both sort of on the verge of, you know, being in very danger zone or being eliminated from the knockouts. I like this approach that Fabi's taken. He's going for a direct attack. You know, allow that pawn to move 1 step forward, and suddenly the rook opens up. The knight comes forward into the game. He's kept the bishop development, whether it's to the right side or the left side, flexible. So depending on Gukesh's response, he'll take that call.
Yeah, and there we go. Good prediction, James.
Hey.
Connect 4, he wins.
Came a little later than I originally posited that it might, but there you go. Pawn push once again.
I love it.
So yeah, full aggression here from Fabiano.
He realizes that this is a big game for him, you know, on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I'm really surprised at what Gukesh has done, to be honest. It feels like he should have prioritized castling his king. Should have been prioritizing piece development, but so far the white king is the clear target. This line potentially opening up on the edge of the board, and black holds the key to that whole flank now. The white rook in the corner is going to be suffocating for the rest of this game. And he grabs a pawn, Gukesh. He's actually a pawn up right now.
Right.
But I don't think that pawn is so relevant. It's more about this isolated pawn now in the center, which has no more friends. You can't connect 4 anymore.
Now we're hitting both of those pawns with that knight move.
And this is exactly why he wanted to keep the bishop development a bit, you know, in the cards. Yeah, flexible. Now he can bring it to the G7 square, win that central pawn on the next move, a very important pawn to be won as well. And we see some trades happen. Gukesh is trying to create an imbalance in a difficult position, but I think this could backfire for him badly.
I would normally think recapture with Rook. I want to get it out onto the board, but it almost just kind of puts it in a precarious position where I can't move horizontally. Okay, he does go for it. It is threatening that pawn as well. Now double attack with the knight and the rook itself. And the queen actually triple attack. I take it back.
I'm expecting Gukesh to develop his own knight to defend that central pawn, because you can give the flank pawn, but what you don't want to do is give away a key pawn in the position. That's the one on the center line.
Yeah, and we talked about their rivalry. Of course, both of them, their main strength is the same. They're both fantastic calculators, but that takes a lot of time on the clock. So both players normally traditionally better at classical chess. One difference here is the heart rates. Gukesh, so calm.
I'm liking where you're going, because I was going to say, whatever Gukesh's meditative routine is, I need to get on that routine. How you can be sitting at a stable like 73 heart rate, as it does spike just a little bit, but still cool as a cucumber when the pressure feels like it's on here in this one.
So much of that has been his World Championship training, you know, getting a mind coach, making sure that in those kind of situations when the pressure is high, when the nerves are there, you're able to keep as calm as possible. And we see that play to his advantage in many of these other tournaments now. He's barely ever crossed 80, 85, even at Weissenhaus, you know, so calm under pressure.
Yeah, we saw him losing to Magnus earlier today, Gukesh, and his heart rate was still like 75, just chilling, as if nothing can bother him. But okay, this position is quite worrisome for Gukesh right now. He has big threats to face. This black knight is about to plant itself into a beautiful outpost in the white half of the board. No way to challenge that. Okay, he covers that square preemptively. But yeah, this still looks scary for Gukesh. One big problem, one bad piece in the position, his rook in the corner. That is going to come back to haunt him later, maybe.
Yeah, looking quite scary here for Gukesh. And in fact, it's looking quite scary for a number of our players who are sporting the white pieces. Earlier, we were looking at Hikaru versus Magnus. For now, let's hop to Arjun Erigaisi up against Pragnanandhaa, where once again, Arjun with the black pieces has found himself with a very similar advantage as considered by the engine.
Okay, interesting position here. A quick count shows that it's actually level material, but queens were the first big pieces to leave this board. And the one big difference in pawn structure is this set of doubled pawns. They're ugly, they're isolated, they're weak. Easy targets, also an isolated pawn in the center of the board. Arjun the favorite, Tanya, in this clash of the Indians?
Right now, it's looking really good, right? The pawn formation advantage that you're talking about. No big weaknesses for black. No big holes in Arjun's position for white to start targeting. So much of it comes down to creating that center pawn that white has and break that connect four so there are no defenses to it. You know, if black has been successful out of the opening to do that, you see them with an advantage right now. So Arjun looking good in this one. A good moment to hop over.
Well, first, I just want to recognize he's trying to fix his pawn structure there, right? Offering the trade of knights, looking to recapture maybe with the pawn and then have that connect three in the middle of the board. We'll see if Arjun decides to allow Pragnanandhaa that opportunity. But like you say, we've got plenty of other boards to visit in on. Let's go over to Vidit versus Vincent Keymer, where once again, I challenge you to look at that evaluation bar as we switch over, and you will see they are near mirrored. While the position on the board is not quite the same, once again, the player with the black pieces, it seems like here in round number 5, the majority of them have found themselves a way to a winning position.
Yeah, we were actually listening in for a few minutes on the white team and what they were discussing beforehand. They were looking at some crazy stuff, but it's all backfired. And that's why maybe discussing, if you're going down the wrong path, discussing with teammates doesn't necessarily help. They're all struggling. Vincent here, if you look at the position, he's actually one pawn up. But the problem is this bishop in the center of the board has no scope at all. It's just blocked in by its own pawns. Black has the bishop pair. The white knight is still sat in the corner. And yeah, this bishop is going to be a monster across this diagonal. The white queen might well be a target. Vincent too slow as well on the clock in every game so far. And here we go, the white queen about to come under heavy fire.
I like that move by Vidit. He gains more control in the center, gets more space, opens up the diagonals to the bishop. He's down a pawn, but he's playing for the initiative. He's playing against Vincent's lack of development. Most of Vincent's army is still on the first rank. This one, it looks like it's advantage Vidit out of the opening. And I still want you guys to jump back to our marquee matchup right now. I've been waiting for it. Hikaru versus Magnus. It's really heating up. You know, you had an idea in a different board. It's appeared on this one. Magnus has planted his bishop deep into Hikaru's camp.
Well, your wish is my command, or rather, production's command. Back over to the marquee matchup, Hikaru Nakamura versus Magnus Carlson. Let's take a look at how this one has shifted since the last time we took a look, as we see a trade of pieces there over on the right-hand side of the board, and then a quick move there by Hikaru that the engine isn't quite satisfied with.
No, Hikaru, again, he's going for symmetry. The pawn structure, very balanced. It's level pieces. Hikaru making a face there on the camera. He's like, it's not that bad. But ultimately, it's the same problem that we saw in other games. This white rook in the corner is just a bystander on the board. The black rook is the one that holds the key, who can choose to open things up at will. And here we go, Magnus, he's making use of what we call superfluous knights. Useless knights, when they defend each other, they mean that they're just tied down and they're stuck. And he's going to dislodge one of them. He's going to kick this knight away in order to try and win this knight in the center. Hikaru is having to react, and it feels like he was playing for a draw. We heard him in the interview. He said he just doesn't want to lose the remaining games. But if you play for a draw against the likes of Magnus Carlson, he punishes you. You start to make negative decisions, and he smells it.
Yeah, if you're playing for a draw, as we know, Magnus is reluctant to ever play for one as well. So it's basically like you're just inviting him to take, stabs at winning chances. And you give him enough of those opportunities, and he will find one of those winning chances.
But that's also the thing about freestyle chess. There's no way to play for a draw. You don't have a clear path in which, you're in familiar territory and you know what? I want to save myself against Magnus. I know exactly the opening moves that I'm going to play. So whether you're playing with the white white pieces or black pieces, you're never going to find a clear path to shut the game down.
You know, speaking to that, actually, while we were in that short commercial break not too long ago, David and I took a look at the results from Weisenhaus through the first few rounds, and we noticed that while there were very few draws in that tournament, far fewer draws in this tournament by the same token. We had only 3 total draws out of 18 games here, and that's a reminder that we have more games in play at any given moment. So a fair number of decisive games here as compared to the last go-around.
Well, I'm going to make a risky request here, David. As Magnus goes into a think, and we've still got some time, can we back up a few moves? Because this has been our main matchup. Just to really understand how this clash of titans that we're seeing, these two greatest players fight against each other, how did we get here?
Yeah, we left this game quite a while back, but just to bring it back to a very symmetrical looking position, very level, we saw Magnus try to do the business. First, he brought his bishop out, and then he brought his pieces into the action. This move, again, we saw it played by Gukesh. Just as in that game, it's also rewarded with a question mark here by Nakamura, and this allowed the black bishop to just sit nicely in the white camp. We saw that here Hikaru tried to trade stuff off. That's been the name of the game for him, just to trade off pawns, then soon to trade off one set of bishops, and now another set of bishops, and eventually that leads us to where we stand today. Hikaru's last move to react to this pawn push was to step his rook forward, and at least now, when this knight is dislodged, it can move. Will it retreat? Will it come forward, I was going to say? He does step back. It's very passive from Hikaru. This is not how he would play it against anyone else. It's definitely the Magnus effect, making him be a bit more timid than usual.
I'm waiting for castling to come into play on this one. But since we were able to remove that black bishop, right, the dark squared bishop that was previously kind of locking down that bottom left corner of the board, now that it's removed, we have an opportunity to get our rook more involved, and I wonder when Hikaru might take a stab at that, if he's got the time to go for something like that.
You'd always have to calculate the opening up of the flank line, you know.
Yeah.
Magnus has so beautifully pushed that a-pawn forward, just ready if that line was left for him to get into it. So it's going to be dangerous to take that decision. Needs to be timed really well. I think what Hikaru's counterplay here could be to start targeting those over-advanced pawns on the right side of the board. Get your queen to somehow actively, well, attack that pawn that David's highlighting on that square, and then maybe improve the position of your knight. It just looks like Hikaru's gone into a defense and a very passive position. Once that queen comes back to the second rank, that's just pretty much where his pieces stand. You know, nothing's crossed the second rank, and that's not a happy position as white.
Yeah, and just to show your idea, James, white can castle in this position. It might even be the best move to castle the king. Is he going to go for it? No, he isn't. I was going to say to move the king across here to castle with the rook. The downside is that the black rook at will be able to give a check round the back, and it looks scary. At the moment, it's manageable, but I think he's just reluctant to allow any potential invasion, so he first pushes a pawn forward, Hikaru. And he's controlling the knights. Look at how there's a mirror image. These two black knights are temporarily controlled by these two white pawns. They cannot leap forward. So he's trying to play containment chess. But whether it works out, that is a big question. He's full of weaknesses, Hikaru, but he is controlling those knights for now.
I think, again, I'll just call out kind of the spatial advantage, right, that Magnus seems to have here. Not a single piece of Hikaru's has made it past the halfway point of the board, while we do have a couple of those flank pawns extended just past the halfway line, the line of scrimmage, if you will, here for Magnus Carlson. Looking to maneuver, though, his knight now. Computer doesn't like it, but even still, I have to imagine the idea, yes, dislodging the queen, starting to stack some pressure here on the left-hand side of the board.
And I want to point out this maneuver that we see on the board, because there's another square the knight can land up to. You know, it might retreat even to move forward further as the arrows are showing. That square cannot be guarded by a pawn. So he really wants to entrench that knight on a beautiful outpost, which would be then forking the queen and the rook. So Hikaru needs to be careful.
I think moments like these are very instructive for lower ELO players like myself. It would be so unnatural for me to look at possibly moving the same knight
Tactics.
4 times in a row, right? Retreat, forward again.
Tactics on the board, David.
Yeah, and just to mention, Hikaru only had one move there, not to face a losing disadvantage. He had to castle. He found it. He found the only move. Tanya, you mentioned tactics. Just to very quickly show as well, if he'd been greedy there and captured a pawn, for example, then Magnus would have captured a pawn himself, sacrificing a knight. And now look at this checkmate. This is a check, first of all. The rook can be captured. But if the king steps forward, the pawn would have done the checkmating and
Beautiful.
caught the king.
Delivers it. Yeah, queen's also covering the other diagonal.
Yeah, so this would have been a nasty end to the game, but Hikaru, of course, spotted this and castled. Best move and limits the damage. I'm expecting Tanya's plan now of the knight rerouting into the center.
Yeah,
or do you go for the other idea, activate your own rook on the flank? You know, it's begging that pawn trade now that the white king is on a square that doesn't defend the penetrating squares. Magnus has got some very pleasant choices to make here.
I suppose now, though, if we capture that pawn, we could recapture with our inside pawn, since it effectively guards the far left with the queen.
Yeah.
Have you seen... Sorry, but have you seen how Hikaru looks on screen? He just looks so happy and content with the position. He should be the one who's trying. He just gets up and leaves.
What?
He's the one under pressure right now, and it would almost feel as if he's the one who's putting the attack on the aggressive mode against Magnus.
I wonder if he just feels like he's weathered the storm, right? So there we have the trade of pawns, but does capture towards the outside, allowing that queen to protect that left-hand side of the board. Now a little jump of the knights, the retreat to come forward like you talked about, Tanya, but it will be a trade in the center of the board, so pieces fly off.
This is the best position Hikaru has had all game, at least since move 1 or 2. Tanya, it feels like he stabilized the white knight now. Is going to sit on a nice blockading square.
Can we take that pawn that earlier we weren't allowed to take, since the black pawn is now blocking the black queen from infiltrating?
Yeah, it's possible. It feels risky, I'm going to say.
Okay.
You do defend everything. The white rook defends the second rank, so it's possible. Hikaru is definitely considering it. Queen takes pawn, though, would allow black to jump forward with his pawn, hit the rook, and maybe then establish a very strong knight in the center, controlling everything. And the white knight is now a bit stuck. Look at these knight jumps in the air as well. So it's very risky to bring a queen so far away from the king.
Okay.
Also notice how this plan completely cuts off Hikaru's queen from ever coming back to the defense. So that's too dangerous a pawn to take.
I'm going to jump in just for a moment. We did have our first result taking place on one of the other boards. Nodirbek Abdusattorov versus Maxime Vachier-Lagrave ends in a draw. So Nodirbek will once again just add another half a point to his point total. And both of those players sitting well within qualification position are probably going to be very happy to each take half a point and continue their run through the early stages of the tournament.
That's only the 5th draw so far out of 25 games that have finished.
That is absolutely wild. 20% of games only ending in a draw.
That's one of the more beautiful aspects about this format, right? Like, you get such few draws. When you've got these top guys playing any other standard chess tournament, you'd barely get 1 or 2 decisive games around. And here we're barely getting a draw per round. So very interesting to see that. But I want to put both of you on a spot in this one. What are your predictions in this clash right now? It's a position for all 3 results.
I'm going to go with a draw. I think largely because I think that Hikaru will have the confidence based on the last couple results that he had. And I just think the fact that he seemed so measured in his understanding of what he needed to do to close out the day, right? I just don't want to drop games.
You've been awesome with your prediction. You were the only one who said that Magnus would win that endgame with Vidit in game 1. You got that right. So you're saying this ends in a draw, David?
I'm going to say Magnus wins, although I should mention Hikaru standing up there acting confident. That's because lately online, Hikaru has had a massive upper hand against Magnus. He keeps beating Magnus in Tidal Tuesday and all these online events in recent times, so maybe he's under Magnus's skin a bit. But I do feel that Black has an objective advantage, so I'll say Magnus. James, break the... Oh, wait.
No, I went with a draw.
Tanya,
so once again, it's back on you, Tanya.
Tanya.
I'm going to go with James this time. I think when the pieces come off and you've only got the majors on the board and there's a sacrifice, that I was not expecting.
Nor was I.
He gives up a rook, takes the knight.
Okay, help me understand the logic here, David, because that doesn't...
He's just blown open the center, essentially. He's hitting this rook. So Magnus has got a knight and a pawn for the white rook. Let's just do a quick action replay. Nobody expected it. Everyone thought he would just take back this pawn on the edge of the board. He said, no, I'm going to play on the other flank. Rook takes pawn, sacrificing the rook. And
where's Levy?
Where's Levy? Where's Levy? But in the meantime, he's hitting this rook. When the rook moves, he's simply going to slide back with his knight, I believe, and he's banking on the power of this passed pawn, which is going to drive itself forward. This knight is untouchable, just as strong as any rook. And the one downside is that there's a potential open line against the black king this time. Watch out for the white rook to swing across, defend its queen, and maybe infiltrate. But this one, suddenly it's anyone's game. Magnus taking a massive risk.
But he starts with a check. We've got some moves on the board. So he doesn't fall back with the knight. He first slides the queen over, and white hasn't decided where to move the king. And I think your move to follow, David. That knight will fall back to the central square.
Yeah.
But you're right. What a risk to take.
Yeah, Magnus wants it. He's up 2 minutes nearly on the clock, Magnus Carlson. So he should still be a bit of a favorite in this game, but Hikaru at least has something to hold on to. He's got a material advantage, and if the queens come off,
Whoa, look at
Hikaru
that.
might well win this game. And
He gives it back.
wow.
Now we're moving quick.
I think that's very professional of Hikaru. He gets rid of the knight. But what about this endgame? You're going to be down a pawn.
Yeah, he's down a pawn, Hikaru. If the queens come off and Magnus takes back this pawn on the edge of the board, it's going to be 4 versus 3 in terms of pawns. Magnus is going to be up 1. But rook endgames have a drawish reputation. The white king as well will happily sit in front of this pawn we said was so strong in the center of the board. I think that will be a draw. So if Magnus wants to win, he might well keep the queens on. Just because the black king is safe, the white king is not safe. And there we go. He does decide on that. Wow, this is still anyone's game. But I'm going to say Magnus. We talked about his queen endgame prowess. He's going to be trying to use it. Queen's always in the center of the board, Tanya.
It lands right there. Do you think Hikaru rushed with giving back the material in that moment, and now it's again him who's under big pressure?
I think he's just stuck in that drawing mindset.
Yeah.
Hikaru. He just wants to draw. Like, even if it gets crazy, he's like, no, 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 safety. Just let's try and make things as simple as possible.
Right. A bit of a heart rate skip there for a moment, as it looked like maybe a blunder on the board. But no, that pawn will be picked up along with the check. King rather moves over to safety, tucking over to the left-hand side of the board. We're even in our pawn count. However, those white pawns are very far apart from each other. Going to be tough to keep them all defended.
There's material balance, but that central pawn that Magnus has is a very strong pawn. And, you know, it can start moving, advancing, march up the board already. 2 squares away from queening, tie down white's heavy forces into defending it. Yes, material balance, but far from a draw.
Still far from a draw. Magnus somehow needs to get his rook in. He needs to get it somehow to the second rank. The problem is if you ever move that rook, you will drop your central pawn. Watch out, it's a trap. Don't take this pawn yet, because the black queen will come down with a nasty check, and the white rook would drop and fall on that square. So Magnus trying to get in. I'm expecting Hikaru at some point to try and build a blockade, just put his rook in front of this pawn. Right now, though, Magnus has his eyes on that white king, Hikaru's king, which is still a bit airy, still a bit open.
Yeah.
And yes, you want to put your rook in front of the pawn, but then you're also leaving empty the first rank for the queen to infiltrate into. So it's just not easy to get the setup that you want. Meanwhile, Hikaru tries to get his king closer to the defense of the center. Magnus with a rook lift, bringing the rook into the attack.
Yeah, he sidesteps that pin that you were talking about, right, David? Or preemptively sidesteps what could be a nasty pin with the pawn push, but Magnus elects to bring the rook into the game.
Bring the queen in.
Slide over for a check here, or the queen can now infiltrate to the back rank. There it is.
Big check coming in. That would be game over.
Hikaru needs to stop this check. He needs to push his pawn forward, otherwise he is done. Every move loses here, apart from pushing this pawn forward. I think it's the most obvious move.
I was going to say, do you think it's hard to find?
I think he's going to find it.
It's the most human move.
Yeah, process of elimination. You just can't allow a check followed by another check. And whoops, the black queen coming in behind once the black rook assists. He needs to push this pawn forward, but then the rook is coming this way.
He does it.
There it is. There only was one option, and he does manage to find it, defending his king at the same time as threatening that rook.
But he'd have to find another big move if Magnus slides all the way to where David's pointing out. That rook cannot be allowed to enter the second rank. That would be game over. And it's not an easy move to respond to, because you can't slide your king back from where it came from. The queen joins the party as well on that flank rank.
I feel like the king would have to march up the c-file one step and then over diagonally to the right, almost right towards the center of the board, and also putting yourself in position to maybe eventually pick up that isolated black pawn.
Oh, brave, James, brave. I like it, though. King marches, king of the hill, king in the center.
Whoa, was he reaching out for that central pawn? Is Hikaru about to pick it up?
He's gonna
Did you
take
see
it.
that?
He can take this pawn with his queen and then march the king forward, vacating a safe square. Everything's protected, but it's hanging by a thread.
David, he was about to do it, and then he pulled back.
Oh, he doesn't have much time. Hikaru down to his last 25 seconds. He takes it with a rook.
Okay.
He takes that pawn with a rook. Now some checks. The eval bar drops. Ah.
Whoa!
Oh, wait,
no.
what?
Gives the check.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the move was completed. Now the king has gone on a journey. It had to go this way. If it had stepped towards the center, the white queen would have been skewered, pinned to the king. Where is the killer blow? Can Magnus end this now? Oh, he pushes his pawn forward. That is a threat. The black queen threatening to come back with a checkmate. Hikaru missed this one. A quiet move.
But you defend it, right? With your own queen. That's a checkmate in one. You can bring your queen either forward one step or diagonally next to the king and stop the threat. I would be very tempted to put it on d4, the central square.
He needs to move his queen to defend.
Or offer a trade.
He steps forward.
Goes to that central square that you liked.
I like it. Why is this so bad for Hikaru?
Yeah, where is this essentially decisive victory here for Magnus?
Wow. According to the computer, the best move for Magnus is to just take a chill, to just do nothing, improve the black king. Given an opportunity, Hikaru might counterattack against Magnus's king now. There might be some checks, some miracle saves here. So just taking a timeout, improving the black king, and saying to Hikaru, you're tied up. That was the best. Magnus doesn't find it. He still finds a good move. But what's
That's a very natural check. And I think, David, if he comes up with the king, that's when Magnus wants to step up. Take away some running squares from that white king. But is Hikaru going to fall back, or will he move forward with the king? The first big question he has to answer in seconds.
Feels most natural to drop back to that dark square that you're highlighting.
Yeah, he's going to move it across, but he's under 15 seconds now, Hikaru Nakamura.
Got to make a move, got to make a decision,
Time
Hikaru.
ticking, down to 5 seconds here. You can see the pressure running through the calculations. Has to make a move, will manage to do so just as the time ticks towards the end. Gains 10 seconds on his clock, and he does drop back. Still a very precarious position here for Hikaru. Again, like he said, he was just hoping to not drop the game. That was his goal for the final 2 rounds of the day, and now he's staring down the barrel of a loss against Magnus Carlson.
And the black queen and rook so dangerously placed against Hikaru's king. And the most important factor, David, Magnus's king absolutely safe. No counterplay against.
Yep, super safe. He is 1 pawn down temporarily, Magnus, but he can go and regain that pawn if he wants at will. Still, that white king hiding in no man's land there. It just looks so terrifying. Magnus actually repeats the position.
Whoa, no. He's not going to repeat it again. That's it. Magnus doesn't draw this. He will not give that check.
Yeah, that's why we brought it up earlier, right? We said, you know, Hikaru here, happy to play for a draw, but we would be mighty surprised if Magnus played for one as well. But he's considering it, and he as well, only 30 seconds on the clock to find an answer.
He's not going to repeat.
This should never happen. Magnus actually moves his king forward. A great decision in the end. The king is safer there. There was no reason to bail out with a draw. Magnus is risking nothing here. Even a queen trade, a rook endgame is a dead draw. So Magnus plays on. Hikaru now having to defend. Every move is like an only move for Hikaru.
Yeah.
But he's walking that tightrope. He's surviving at the moment. And watch out, there is a threat, Hikaru, for the first time in this game. The white queen trying to come up and deliver a check to Magnus's king.
Yeah. That's a big threat, actually, that you need to take care of. And Magnus gives a check, forcing Hikaru's king towards the center of the board.
Wow. How is the king surviving like this? It's so crazy.
Against the majors.
Oh. There we go, threatening the queen now. Queen's going to have to fall back.
Yeah. She's going to have to be careful where she steps, though. If she steps 1 square back, she will get pinned and captured on the next move. So she steps across the board.
And yes, I see the evaluation bar. It's just declaring Magnus is completely winning. But I have to see, I don't see the knockout sequence here. White's king looks relatively safe. Where's the other check coming from? Is there a finish on the spot?
There's an extra check.
You could pick up the pawn with a check as well.
You start repeating again. You just offer another repetition, bring the white king back.
Yeah, the white king stepping back is most likely about to happen, although the rook can give a check in the near future, and this pawn in the center might drop. There's potential skewers in the near future if you're not careful. Magnus, he smells blood. He's getting closer and closer, but the heart rate as well going up. It shows he's nervous. He really wants it. He's normally at 70, 80, Magnus. He's up at 120 this time.
This could be the highest I've seen his heart rate.
Yeah, I mean, a reminder that this day did not start the way that either of these players wanted it to, right? And so they have been showing a lot of fight in the more recent rounds just to claw themselves into the positions that they currently stand. But, you know, they're not satisfied, especially Magnus Carlsen. Never satisfied unless he's owning the top spot. And if he smells blood in the water, then he's going to go searching for it.
And we said this in the show open, right? Anything less than a tournament victory, than a slam victory, would not be good enough for Magnus. It would be a disaster for him. That's all he wants. I think he simply wants to, right now at least, pick up that central pawn next with the rook, and then start threatening the white king.
Okay, so he does give it away. I was wondering if he would slide the rook over in defense of the king.
Notice how he doesn't trade any pieces. He just wants to continue attacking the white king.
And he's driven the white queen to the edge of the board. She's offside, so she cannot block any checks. Now the black queen is going to slide back. Actually, can give several different checks here. They all look equally strong. The white king surely doomed now. Nothing around to block any checks. Black rook slides.
Magnus at almost 130 heart rate. But I think he's calculated.
There it is.
Checkmate
What
to
an
follow.
intense
What a game.
matchup between Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlson. Magnus Carlson does maneuver his way to a victory. For Hikaru, that's going to sting, particularly considering what his mindset was going into this game. But in the end, it's the world #1 who comes out on top. Beautiful display from him in the end game. We have one board still in play. We'll go there as soon as we possibly can. It's Sports Arjun Erigaisi up against Pragnanandhaa. Both players low on time. Still a number of pieces on the board, though, for each of our players to work with.
You know what gave away the tension that the players were feeling at the end? When Magnus was setting up the pieces, he set the wrong result first with the kings in the center facing each other. Then he set a second wrong result with a white win, and then finally placed the kings correctly. Just the nerves at play.
And in the meantime, nerves at play in this one. Pragnanandhaa down to his last 5 seconds when he made that last move. Currently, we should mention the scores on the door. It's right now a white rook for a bishop. So exchange up for Prag in terms of material, but the quality of the piece is so much in Black's favor. Black's rook, Black's knight, and bishop all super strong. And it feels like Erigaisi is the one putting the pressure on, playing for the win. And Prag gives up the material, gives back the pieces.
What an emphatic move that was as well. Love the energy out of these two.
Wow, he's trying to do what Hikaru did, bail out by giving back the material and just try to trade off all the pieces to seek safety. Rook endgame. Imminent here. Erigaisi, though, so calm.
2 points apiece between either of these. But I mean, I wouldn't be so surprised. Apparently, the guy, you know, is an absolute Freestyle Friday monster. So maybe if he just, you know, kind of rests on the fact that his intuition generally serves him right, he can stay calm in these situations.
And he
More
should.
pieces off the board.
If these trades favor anyone, it's got to be Arjun, because notice how his king is so close to the central pawns. Rook is active. It can guard that E pawn that's advanced so forward. He does it with his own rook. The D pawn can move one step ahead, really reinforcing the defense. And who's going to stop Arjun's king from coming closer to the weaknesses that Prag has in the position with those 2 pawns?
Yeah, it's 3 versus 3, but it's not going to be 3 for long for Prag. Those 2 pawns on the right half of the board are dropping for white. And look at how all the players are watching. Magnus, Fabiano, everyone watching the final stages of this game unfold. Oh, the tension.
Yeah, I love it, though. Nobody really taking the opportunity to go sit and rest. These, they do it for the love of the game, right?
Yeah. And Tanya, these are best friends, but they're going at each other. They're trying to kill each other. Friends off the board, but enemies on it.
And we've seen that storyline so many times, right? World Cup, and now we're seeing it here. I mean, such good friends. They know each other. They train together so many times. They work on chess. You see them spending so much time, but on the chessboard, there is no friendship, and Arjun's going for this one as the king moves forward towards the center of the board, trying to win those pawns. He's going to push this one out. Yes, it's in balance, but it's Prag who's on the defense, and it's not an easy defense.
Yeah, I'm amazed that the computer tells us this can be defended.
Only move. He has to push forward his central pawn, Prag. Otherwise, he's going to lose this game.
He does it.
Wow.
He has to deflect away the black king before he gets checkmated. The white king is actually in a mating net. It's caught in the center of the board. But bringing this black rook forward can be fended off right now. Is he going to do it? He's going to threaten checkmate here, Erigaisi. He's going to try and bring his rook behind the king.
Nodirbek there.
Ooh.
Watching the action unfold. What's it like to have all these players over your shoulders looking over to see what's going on? It's got to be adding to the pressure, right?
It's terrifying. It's terrifying, but they've all got it under control. They're all so experienced despite their young ages. Erigaisi takes a pawn, but Prag now breaking the central pawn structure. He's going to be able to bail out into a drawn endgame if he plays his cards right. He's doing everything right, Pragnanandhaa, right now. And here we go. Everything getting traded off.
Yes, and this one's going to end in a draw.
There it is.
There we have it, handshakes.
Handshake between countrymen there will end in a draw and the end of our 5th round of the day as the players discuss the happenings of this game. We'll take a moment to reflect on the entirety of the round. Of course, most of our focus was on that marquee matchup between Magnus Carlson and Hikaru Nakamura, where Magnus made a statement by taking a victory. Across all of our games, we had 4 decisive results and 2 draws. We just saw one of those draws play out in front of us. Nodirbek and Maxime, as I had called out a little bit ago, were the first to find a result, and that was a draw as well. Both of those players sitting in very pretty position in the overall standings. When it comes to our decisive results, Fabiano over Gukesh, Magnus over Hikaru. We had Vincent Keymer over Vidit, which is a big win for Vincent, to say the least, and then Jan Nepomniachtchi over Richard Rapport as well.
So while Nodirbek remains undefeated, Fabi picks up his 2nd win in a row, his 2nd win of the day. So he's back on the leaderboard with 1 round remaining on day 1 of the round robin.
I think that's absolutely massive for him, and then for Vincent as well to pick up a victory there. That's going to do wonders for him in service of qualifying into the knockout stage and maybe get to the part of the tournament where he feels more comfortable. We talk about his rocky performance at Weisenhaus in the round robin, which then turned into complete domination as soon as he was given that extra time to think in the classical time controls.
Yeah, this next round of the day, the final round of today's round robin, is going to be so vital for the likes of Gukesh. I mean, it was a false dawn. He beat Arjun Erigaisi. Great result, but suddenly 2 defeats in a row. He's in the danger zone right now in 10th place, only on 1.5 points. And yeah, those players at the bottom, it's almost must-win territory for them to position themselves as they jockey for those top 8 spots.
Yeah, and while the Paris Marathon will take place in just under a week's time, these players are currently running a marathon, but only 1 more round to go here on day number 1 for each of our players. Again, who's got the energy? Who's got the fight left in them to end their day on a high note before they have an opportunity to rest and retool, looking towards tomorrow's conclusion of the round-robin stage?
All these guys. And endurance, stamina, they know what it takes to be at the top. They know how demanding this event is, the players that they're playing, the long schedule, and they're up for it. You know, there we see Magnus beats Hikaru. He joins Nodirbek Abdusattorov on the leaderboard. As usual, Magnus having a slow start, but finds his way on the top. And this is the older generation we're talking about. You know, the young ones never having a problem with stamina, with energy, but even the likes of Hikaru, Magnus, Fabi, at the end of the day, picking up steam.
Yeah, and just like that, right? Magnus rising to the top. Let's take a holistic view of our standings to see how all 12 players currently stand in the field. You see it there, Magnus Carlson and Nodirbek Abdusattorov, both sporting 4 points, have a share of first place. Then you have those 3.5-point holders in MVL and Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru, Arjun Erigaisi, Prague, and Fabiano will round out that top 8. I should mention Vincent actually with 2 points tied Fabiano for that 8th and final qualifying spot. So in reality, it's Gukesh, Richard, and Vidit who are the ones who are sitting just outside of qualifying position. They're going to want to make stabs towards getting back into that playoff picture here at the end of the day. You don't want to leave yourself too short of a runway tomorrow to get back into it.
And I just want to make a small point to that. You know, Vidit at the bottom of the leaderboard, it would have been a completely different day for Vidit Gujarati had round 1 gone differently. Yep. Losing that game to Magnus at the very end. And it's just been a bit of a spiral since then.
Yeah, it's tiny margins at the top here. You just have to take your chances when they come. You don't get many against the top players, maybe 1 chance a game. But yeah, you also have to draw those positions, those end games where it's pretty much chess. It's not about freestyle anymore. You have to dig deep. And yeah, for Vidit, the difference between half a point right now is almost the difference between safety and being stuck down there in the bottom.
But also, David, to that point, it's not just about losing to Magnus. That's fine, you know, a game that's drawn, you in the end lose to him. There's no shame in that. But it's just that you fought for so long. Yeah. And what that took out of him. You know, you think you're so close, and what that does to your inner game, to your mind space going into the rest of the day.
And just the knowledge that the result could have been different.
Yes.
Right? You know, and so that there was an opportunity for a different result. Unfortunately, right on the outset of the tournament, you stumble, and that can be a mental wear and tear on a number of players. We've got 1 round left to play. play between each of these players. We'll see what the drawn position is soon enough. But I have a lot of curiosity around where you guys stand now in terms of how the standings are shaping up to the expectation of the tournament, because it does feel like a number of our heavy hitters have now gotten to the place where we would have expected them to be near the end of the day, starting to align with at least my pre-tournament expectation, maybe Fabiano being the one who feels like he is, I would probably have imagined he'd be sitting top 4, top 5.
Well, he's picked up some points in the last 2 rounds. Magnus at the top, I think that's to no one's surprise, finds himself at the top of the leaderboard. Nodirbek as well. He's been incredibly strong since he's come. Something about those last-minute entries that we often talk about, the stars seem to align for you. What I'm surprised about, I think so far going into this last round, is to see Gukesh as well at the bottom of the leaderboard. You know, he's 10th right now. He's definitely looking for redemption in Paris after what has happened at Weissenhaus. He wants a good performance in freestyle chess. He got his rest in. One of his core strengths has been the ability to fix holes, to adapt to what's been going wrong. But so far, it's not worked here in Paris as well for the world champ.
Well, he's got a big challenge ahead of him with his final round opponent, but possibly an opening against Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru just taking that loss to Magnus. And as we know, Hikaru's mindset right now is just not to lose, right? It seems like he's not even thinking about necessarily playing for wins. Not like he wouldn't if he recognized a winning position, but this could be the perfect opportunity for Gukesh to strike at the very end of the day, like you're talking about, Tanya, and really make himself a part of the conversation for the knockout stages.
Yeah, he doesn't have the easiest run in tomorrow, Gukesh, so a win here, or at least avoiding defeat here, is key. A draw still be fine. He'll still be in with a shout, but yeah, of course, no banking on any draws in freestyle chess.
You know, we were talking about rivalries, and when Hikaru played against Vidit, we brought up the candidates and how perhaps it's always going to be a bit of a grudge match because Vidit pretty much took the candidates away from Hikaru. And now he's playing against a player who was his big rival there, you know, Gukesh winning the candidates, and it was between these 2 players, and of course Fabi in the mix as well there. But for Hikaru, playing the world champion, I think it's his opportunity. He did beat him at Weissenhaus. You know, at the very end of the tournament, he picked up a critical win against Gukesh. Can he do it again?
Couple other matchups in this round that I'm particularly excited for. First and foremost, Vincent Keymer versus Arjun Erigaisi. Again, Vincent Keymer, the surprise and delight of our first tournament of the year. I think coming into this very event, Arjun was the surprise and delight in terms of qualification and performance in those Freestyle Fridays. And now it's a question of will he rise to that same level and, entertain us in such a fashion. But as well, Fabiano against Jan Nepomniachtchi would probably be the other big matchup that I'm looking at in this one. Can Fabiano continue what has been a fantastic second half of his day up against a very formidable opponent, Jan sitting near the top of the table himself?
Yeah, that's going to be fascinating. Another big rivalry throughout many candidates tournaments, Caruana and Nepomniachtchi. It feels like the more experienced players, as you mentioned, James, are starting to rise up. So the fact that they are playing each other, not everyone can win. But yeah, I think for those bottom 4 and those around the middle, this is a crunch round.
Also, you want to end the day on a high.
Yes.
You know, there's nothing more painful for a chess player but to go back to their rooms with the last round result not going their way, even if you've had a good start. So I think definitely they all want to make sure that they can have a good night's sleep, a good dinner after this, and so much of it depends on what's coming up.
Yeah, in a mental game, probably the last thing you want is to be stuck in a mental prison just running over the replay of your most recent loss or something like that at the end of the day, isolated in a hotel room or something like that. So instead, looking to end on a high note for each of our players. We'll see. Like we said, it's been decisive victories for the most part across the day, which tells me that there will be some disappointed players coming out of this final round.
And one player who wants to avoid disappointment in the final round, Richard Rapport, he's on a run of 4 losses in a row. He won his first game of the day in very convincing fashion, had a promising position in round 2, but ever since that, it's spiraled. And on the camera, he looked a bit down on some moments, and he's a very streaky player. So in order to have any chance, I think he needs to avoid defeat.
Yeah, always spoken about as one of the more creative players, but sometimes with creativity can come mistakes. Either way, we have one more round, one more game to play today. Let's head down into the player hall to get our final starting position.
Here we are, 1 game left. And to draw the final position for today, I would like to welcome a special guest. He got his ticket to today by winning a prize at the Blitz Society event 2 days ago. Please give a round of applause to Sahid Sharma.
The number is 60.
Well, we haven't had many low numbers, so very well done. Something new. Thank you so much. The players will have 10 minutes back to the studio.
Am I white or am I black?
Italian or London? Italian or London?
How long?
D4. D4. H3, H2. D4 is fine. Okay, no, it's fine.
D4 is tricky.
D4.
What? E4?
Ah, yeah, but no, it's fine.
Bad. Okay. We shouldn't. Okay, but D4, D5, D4. Yeah, we should.
We should take
Yeah,
96.
but maybe C6. Yeah, or yeah.
96 and some F6.
You can also
No,
take a check.
No, but D4, D5, E4, you can just take and go Queen B5 check.
Yeah, it doesn't look good.
No, I don't.
Queen B5? Yeah.
Queen
Yeah, 93, 96,
Yeah.
92, F6.
Also, I think
Oh,
and let's say D4, D5, F3.
no, I said E4 is.
D4, E5.
Why not D5?
D5.
Yeah, D5 is interesting.
Pushing the rook too early.
Okay, we can also get the knight.
Okay, let's see if now C3.
E4?
C3
I mean E5?
Too smart. Because C5, like white plays D4.
I don't understand. Queen B5 is not good.
D4 is always tricky, yeah?
Knight D3?
No, I mean
No.
pawn.
Pawn D3, Queen B2, Knight B3, C5.
No, but that's a Queen B5 is surely fine to play. Yeah. And if EG5, also Queen B5. What do you want?
Yeah, probably still.
Actually, that was
Or
my
Knight B,
intention.
or Knight B6.
Like I was even trying some very additional concepts, but
Makes some sense, yeah? So, you don't
Knight
have
B6,
C4.
yeah?
No, B6 is
Okay,
fine. Oh, no, B6 is
no, but why not? But
Why not Queen B5?
yeah, so here, Queen 2, let's say.
Queen B2.
Queen B3. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, to go Knight CB3.
No.
but 92 you have no. And the next move might be tricky.
Oh, okay, maybe that's.
But okay.
But I still.
I feel like we're
This looks very good for black, yeah.
Here, maybe B3. No? I mean, I'm not sure.
But I still don't understand what's wrong with Queen B2. What's wrong with just this? Knight B3, Knight B6.
It's nothing wrong with it. It's scared. F3.
Knight takes D5.
And D5, yeah.
we need Queen B5.
Knight B6 looks good. Sorry, though.
Yeah, Knight B6 and Knight B6.
Yeah, Knight B6 is a more solid move.
If I go B3.
B3? Okay, this. This could be annoying. C4?
D4? Can we go D4?
D4?
C6.
E5, what do you do?
There's Queen B4, maybe. C5.
No, C6. C5.
That's too much, yeah?
This looks a bit too much.
Okay, but this doesn't look too great, right? For
No, I don't like
Knight
this.
B2,
Yeah, this does
Can I
not.
F5 somewhere? Yeah.
ED F6. Try to take with the bishop.
But okay, let's say if white goes for example, first move like Knight B3.
F6?
Okay.
Knight B3, I'll move one.
First move Knight B3, move one.
B3?
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, just you don't really get up. The bishop F5 also.
Yeah. Maybe even D4, D5, Queen B4 right away. I mean, Queen B4. No, but wait.
But I don't know if we want.
Yeah, because this is Knight B6.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what the difference.
Okay, Knight E5 white is better, at least a little bit better. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, E5 you have to do. But Queen B4 is.
I think the bishop was needs some. It was a bit different, yeah. I think, yeah, you're right. There was. But the bishop, I mean, at least the knight on c8 was. Single foil.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even f3.
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe knight b3. I mean, because at least knight a5 stops knight c7. At least it's good score for now.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, this is very good.
I mean, we're losing time actually.
Yeah.
Other first moves. I mean, d4, d5 looks unpromising.
Maybe f6.
c5, d6, d4. I don't know. f6, c5. Promising forward.
Okay, c5 we probably have to check again. Yeah. What about d5?
Yeah, can do that.
And queen c4. Yeah, no, this is not good.
This is game over.
Yeah. No, but knight c5, d4 then.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we looked at with the knight here.
Yeah, it's just a pawn. d4. d5.
Yeah.
No, I think d5 is not working.
I mean, queen c3 is also good.
I mean, the question is whether this can be played.
Yeah, cd. Bishop e4. Yes, but then I will gain so many tempies. Okay.
This feels very dangerous. Yeah. But bishop d5. I mean, it feels super dangerous.
Bishop d5, bishop f5.
Bishop e5 maybe.
I mean, white king side is not
How about
bishop e5?
Bishop e5, you said.
I don't know, maybe f4 is just like crushing. But
Not really, because you could. But knight d3. No.
so tell me in general, why not b3? Like, what's the downside of b3?
No, but we still go for d5, right?
Yeah, but it feels like the queen.
Gentlemen, 2 minutes to the start.
Yeah, but this is very good.
Not really, but.
Why is that so long?
Yeah, I mean, I prefer with queen on c3, but.
Look at bishop f5 now. Looks nice. Right?
e4.
Bishop f7. Not so clear.
Yeah,
probably.
I mean,
probably a bit better after f3, but
eventually twice here. I mean, but it's not such
Position 60 will be our final position of day one here of the round robin. And as I mentioned last round, later in the week, you at home will have the opportunity to put your prediction prowess on display for the possibility of winning some incredible prizes later on. Of course, what it will require is for you to accurately guess the first move of both sides of every single board. So it's a tall order, to say the least. We're going to try our best to do a little bit of that right now. So I'll kick things off. I think we're going to see C3 from Fabiano. And then on Jan Nepomniachtchi's side, we're going to see something like a D5 push, immediately expecting a match on D4. For Maxime versus Richard Rapport, I think instead we're just going to get a D4, D5 match. So a small difference there.
Okay, Vidit Abdusattorov, I'm going to say C4, C5, a bit of symmetry. Arjun against Vincent, I'm going to say E4 for white, D5 for black.
Wow, okay, so Magnus board, I think he starts with D4, and we'll see symmetry by Pragnanandhaa with D5. And on the Gukesh Hikaru board, I'll go with C4, C5 symmetry.
Okay. All right, so everybody remember your own predictions, and we'll see how correct we might be. I'm immediately wrong because I said Fabiano would only go with a C3 push on his side. So already I would be out of contention, and my second one incorrect
James.
as well. I'm out, I'm out.
James, you're out and out. Both wrong. Come on, Magnus, start with D4. Gukesh, start with C4. You got this.
I'm half right on one of the boards. I'm out on Arjun versus Vincent.
So you're out as well, David. It's all on me now. We need... Oh, Magnus starts with C4. Oh.
All right. Well, look,
C4.
This just goes to show how difficult the prediction game will be. But let me tell you, I have had a sneak peek of some of the prizes they have in store. I'm not going to reveal them now, but there are some pretty big ones out there. So you will be handsomely rewarded if you are as good as you'll need to be to get 12 moves correct on any given round.
Good luck with that.
Not an easy task, but it will be a fun game to play later on. So make sure you're paying attention every time those players separate into their respective pods and are talking through that analysis. That's going to be your best bet to tracking, their kind of logic and maybe landing on the recipe for success. But from the 6th board, I guess I turn to the two of you. Who do we want to watch?
Prague Magnus?
Prague Magnus, maybe. There's some drama happening in the game between Fabiano Caruana and Jan Nepomniachtchi.
We go to drama.
Oh, they're moving quick, too, actually. I do love that call. So as soon as we can, we'll zoom right into that top left board. Fabiano Caruana against Jan Nepomniachtchi. It's Fabiano who's done a great job through the second half of the day to begin the recovery process, to begin climbing that ladder, but he still has a lot of work to do overall. And Jan is no easy opponent.
But what is this? I mean, the first thing I see is our beautiful eval bar for white looking really strong and good. Fabi's managed to get his queen into the game. He's tying down Jan's queen to defend that tender b7 pawn. The knight jumps out with a big threat now. Pick up the bishop, deflect the black queen, and win that pawn. So he's developing with tempo as well. It feels like advantage Fabi, but is it really this much?
Yeah, the advantage has dropped slightly according to the computer. Before this move, it gave over 1.5 already for white as early as move 4. But just a quick backtrack, maybe? Just a quick rewind to the start of this game. It did start with C4, as all the games did. And a bit of symmetry here in the center. Normally, we call this the Slav defense, with some tension in the center. It's nearly never a good idea in normal chess to bypass and allow your opponent to strike. So Fabiano's decision, very ambitious, but E5 already given a big question mark. And here, actually trading the pawns even better. Queen to B4, the threat of this pawn reacted by a defense. Actually, the best defense might have been to give up this pawn entirely, but no human is going to do that. Instead, the queen defends the pawn, a pawn trade, and even better for Fabiano would have been to open up this bishop with gain of time to throw his pawn forward, and then to just blow open the center on the next move to throw this pawn forward, and big time gain leading to a big advantage. Instead, he brought his knight forward, the black bishop dropped back, and this is where we find ourselves. Still a nice position for Fabiano. I think based on the fact that this knight in the corner just can't get in the game. If it ever moves, it will cut the connection between the black queen and this pawn.
And we don't have to go there, but I'm just gonna bring you guys up to date with something. On the Magnus Prague board, only one move has happened so far, and Magnus is taking a 3-minute think on move number 2. I'm glad we didn't start with that. There wasn't much to check out on, but Magnus in an early think right now, a big think tank.
Yeah, so we'll keep our eyes on that. Maybe after a couple more moves have been made, we can jump over there, kind of rewind and see where they go, because it is as a result of a pretty significant deviation on the black side of the board from Prague that perhaps made Magnus think. For now, much more progress made on a number of these other boards, and by far and away, Fabiano and Jan Nepomniachtchi's game is the most advanced between them all.
I love that accidental pun. The most progress in Prague's board. And in the meantime, yeah, this game continuing nicely for Fabiano. He's getting ready to castle the White King. Both sides actually can castle, and the black problem piece here in the corner this knight is still going to plague him long term. The White Knight can go pawn hunting as well in the near future. And yeah, this game far more developed. It feels like they're itching to get to tomorrow's action, itching to get to dinner, the older players here. I mean, of course, Tanya, Nepomniachtchi known for his speed, but not always the most accurate necessarily in the opening.
Yeah, and we often talk about how his biggest strength, his ability to play fast, is something that backfires and gets him into trouble in these kind of moments. And in freestyle chess, it's so important to take your time at the start of the game, you know, to really be able to assess the position well and take your decisions based on that. And sometimes Nepo just rushes past. But then having that time advantage also gives him an additional resource to make a comeback into the game, you know. So hindsight is what we'll be talking, whether in this one it worked out or not. For now, Jan, he's trying to break through. You know, we spoke about that weak pawn, the backward pawn that he had. He's moved it forward. He's trying to get rid of his weakness. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, especially while the white pawn is, whoops, if I can draw arrows correctly, the white pawn is almost pinned to this queen. I don't think you should capture it right now. Yes, the white queen is defended, but black will simply take back, and suddenly the pawn structure becomes very mobile, and we could start to see the tide really turn in black's favor. So I think Fabiano should just maintain the status quo here, just try to improve a piece, maybe centralize his rook and keep the tension.
Well, Tanya, you talk about players as spending time. I think now would be a good opportunity to hop on over to that Magnus Carlson versus Pragnanandhaa game, where we have made a few more moves, but even still not super progressed is this game. However, a very different look overall, because David, if we hop back just to those first moves of the game, everyone will notice a very distinct deviation from the black side of the board as compared to what a number of our other players elected to do.
Yeah, and let's have a quick action replay. We're only at move 4. Magnus started with his c-pawn, as all the players did. The knight came out. This is the big deviation. It was only chosen by Pragnanandhaa and, I believe, Vincent Keymer. Maybe Prag, noticing how strong Vincent is in freestyle, copying his idea. Either way, Magnus now thought for almost 3.5 minutes. He pushed his pawn forward just to defend this guy, and a strike in the center, a trade of pawns. Magnus now trying to occupy space, trying to get the dream pawn center, gaining time against the black knight. And Prag has lashed out after a bit of a think of his own with pawn to c5. Given a question mark, the whole idea is that if this pawn is captured, I think the black bishop will jump out, attacking this knight in the corner. And look at this, a freestyle chess trap would have occurred. Okay, this position refreshed, just as I was showing. Instead, this would have been an immediate knockout for black. The queen trapped. So Magnus had to dodge this bullet here. Instead, he pushes his pawn forward. The other natural move in the position, kicking away the knight.
That's actually a beautiful concept and a beautiful pattern, you know, not something that, it's kind of easy to miss that kind of stuff. You're not used to the black bishop being on the square that it is. For the queen to get trapped on the square that David was highlighting earlier. But to what Magnus has played, it kicks the knight out from the center of the board. And to me, David, it feels like on the next move he could grab that free pawn. Now you don't have this tactical pattern of bringing the bishop in and trapping the queen.
Yeah, maybe that's why it was a mistake, according to the computer. Maybe Prag was so caught up in the immediate release of the tension, the immediate pawn grab. Now where to put the knight is the other question. You don't want to, for example, retreat back, block in your own pieces. I'm expecting him to come forward more ambitiously. And Magnus continues kicking that knight away. Oh, the white king is really airy and on the diagonals. If a black queen, for example, posted up on this square, it would be checkmate, but maybe not enough time to do so.
Queen b5? Isn't the queen on e8?
Yeah, the queen is here.
I just want to point out that, once again, there's only been one minor piece that's made any moves this entire game. It's the black knight, and it's made 3 moves across the board. Magnus has only moved pawns. This only happens in freestyle chess.
Yeah, and this is correct. I was looking at, well, I was doing some research before this tournament. And because I quite like my nerdy stuff, I was looking at computer chess, how they play Chess 960. and I was looking at a game. One of the sides was Stockfish. I can't remember the opponent, another computer, another engine. The first 15 moves for white were all pawn moves. No piece development at all, and white went on to win very crushingly.
Exactly. No, there's something to it in this format.
Yeah, gaining space, taking squares, controlling the enemy pieces.
Well, and actually, I want to tie this back into a little point that you made just a moment ago, Tanya, the idea that, like, these players have spent so much of their lives studying the game in one specific way. As you called out, the bishop, for example, not sitting on its normal square. But that's almost very interesting to me that they have to fight against what would be their intuition in a lot of ways, or at least what they would, see as normal, right? You might move too quick for your own brain to remember that, oh, no, that piece isn't where it would normally be, and that could ultimately contribute to a blunder here or there or a missed opportunity every once in a while. But they almost have to, like, unlearn, the thing that they've spent their entirety of their lives learning.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. I mean, that was the point. If we just backtrack one move, that's exactly what happened. I mean, I was thinking that white can take that pawn, forgetting that black has this check, which can be actually quite dangerous to look at because you're just not expecting the black queen to be where it is. The king being at the square that it can be checked on. And these are oversights that happen all the time. This is why the players need so much time to get to the truth of the position, to really understand and unlearn the patterns that are so familiar to them. Taking time at the start of the game. We saw Magnus, he's down to less than 6 minutes on the clock. He took a good 3-minute think on that move too. And then he started blitzing out his moves because he planned, he saw what he needed to do. It's so important to not rush through those first couple of moves and just walk into a blunder.
And while Prague takes a think, I think we should hop on over to Hikaru versus Gukesh, because I was wondering how Hikaru might rebound from that loss to Magnus Carlson. And so far, the rebound is looking pretty good, at least by the computer's assumptions. Maybe Hikaru as well, not sitting in his seat. A bit of a pattern for him throughout the day, taking an opportunity to get up and move around. But what an interesting position we found ourselves in here with the white queen all the way back up on the 8th rank there.
And that queen has grabbed a piece.
How did this even happen?
Hikaru's actually a piece down. He sacrificed a knight in the corner. Let's do a quick action replay while Gukesh thinks. Actually, just the last few moves. It looked like a relatively normal position just 3 moves ago. Suddenly, pawn to a5 from Hikaru. Looks like a blunder. Queen takes pawn, attacking this knight in the corner. Hikaru deflecting the queen away from the center, grabbed a pawn himself. Double exclamation mark shows it's a sacrifice and by far the best move. Queen takes knight in the corner now, backfiring because of a trade. And now pawn to e4. And look at how there's a massive threat. This back rank has been cleared. There's another clearance sacrifice in the air. Bishop takes pawn, check. For example, if white does nothing, you take this pawn with check, you clear the path for your rook to grab the queen next move. That means the queen needs to get out of the way, and Gukesh has just captured this pawn a couple of seconds ago. Now this pawn's going to drive itself even further into the position, attacking the knight, but also threatening to fork the 2 white rooks. This is turning, and this bishop is so powerful now on the diagonal.
Oh, go ahead.
No, this looks very dangerous right now for Gukesh, right? Because you have to fight against the forking threat. You're about to lose material. All of Hikaru's pieces are developed. The queen can come into play next. For example, I don't even know how you continue fighting this threat, but you're going to force the white king into the game. The bishop will pick up the pawn on the side of the board. By the way, this is being played out as we're speaking about it. And now you take the knight with check, drive white's king out, bring your queen into the activity. It could be done from the edge of the board. I want to just highlight the a4 square for the queen. It's a beautiful spot. You're hitting some checks on that rank as well. This is not looking good for Gukesh at all.
This is just painful. Yes, he's actually 2 pawns up for white, but he's playing a knight down, this white knight in the corner, and it's all about the dart squares. He's got rid of the dart square bishop Hikaru Nakamura at not too heavy a price, actually, just a 2-pawn investment, and he's going to catch the white king out into the open.
And there you have it. Right side of the screens, there's the live position as the queen move is made to match the prediction there from Tanya.
I think it was the only square.
Play out.
That was an easy predict to make.
He could have blocked with his bishop, but no, bringing the queen out far more powerful. And this is what I talk about a lot in chess. Anytime I see a mating attack or a big attack, it's always because a king has been left to its own defenses, and it's always because the queen and knights, the 2 best defenders in chess, queens and knights, are far away. They're offside, unable to participate, and 2 bishops, my other favorite thing in the world.
Okay, but now the question, right, becomes how do we capitalize on the piece activity that we have, knowing that we're down material, right? Because we can't give Gukesh too much room to breathe, or eventually the position somewhat equalizes and even turns in his favor with that small material advantage.
You said 2 bishops, your other favorite thing. What's the first favorite thing in the world?
Having extra pawns, but I was going to say it, but I don't like Gukesh's extra pawns. Yeah.
My bishop's back.
Read is good. I don't know what I would do to survive. I mean, in answer to your question here, James, normally I would want to kind of sneak away with the king into the corner, but I don't know if you have quite the time in order to do so. For example, if the king steps back, then Black's queen is going to slide anyway, and I mean, you're just being caught on the dark squares. I don't even want to suggest moves like pawn stepping forward, because you don't even need to calculate this. There will be a sacrifice. The white king will be bare, and the black bishop might well just come out and deliver checkmate. This could well just be over if Hikaru is accurate, and if Gukesh, now down to 4 minutes, cannot find a solution.
It's the position and it's the guy you're playing against as well, right? Hikaru is just so incredibly sharp in these tactics. Give him this, you know, he loves the initiative. He loves to play against his opponent's king. The attack that he's got the extra minutes on the clock. Gukesh's queen, it's sort of a mousetrap. You've given up this material, but sort of blocked your opponent's queen far away from coming into defense of its own king. The bishop pair, you love it, David. Hikaru's loving it in his position. I don't see Gukesh surviving this one.
Yeah, this is really, really
If he loses, he's going to end the day with 1.5 points, Gukesh.
Yeah, only 1 win.
And that's danger territory for qualification into top 8 going into the final 5 rounds.
Oh, without a doubt. And it's going to bring back memories of the poor performance at Weisenhaus, right? And so then it's going to start... You start having those questions for yourself. Is this not my format? You know, what is it that I'm lacking in my game? Which I clearly don't lack in the classical standard version of chess. But something here just isn't working for Gukesh. Not over yet, but definitely looking dire.
Not over yet, but he might need to win 3 or 4 of his remaining 5 games tomorrow just to have a chance of survival. If he loses this one, he brings his queen back, Tanya.
Never going to trade. Never, ever going to trade.
No. Especially because you're down 2 pawns, but mainly because your attack is raging, ongoing. There's nasty bishop checks just to keep the white king in the center. There's this queen sliding across with a check. I don't see at all what Gukesh has in mind to all of these checks. The white king is so bare. Hikaru smells it. He's got 6 minutes as well. He's so strong in these positions. This is Hikaru's dream position when he was a youngster, when he was an attacking firebrand. Wow.
He's got all the time to work it out. 2 very tempting checks. Both hit that h2 tender pawn, coming in with a tempo. The queen could move to f4, could move to h4. Hikaru just trying to calculate which one he prefers. Both's going to be big trouble. And while, let's see if Gukesh survives this, it's a good moment to check in with some of our other games, James. You know, the one player who's been having quite a run, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, undefeated so far in the tournament. We've got Magnus versus Prague. Take your pick.
I like where your head's at, taking a look at one of our tournament leaders in Nodirbek Abdusattorov versus Vidit Kudrathi. Again, one of our players who looked like maybe he could have a hot start to the tournament, but unfortunately stumbled out the gate and has been searching for his recovery.
I was just about to say before we switched over that, David, do you think that one's going to end any moment?
I think Hikaru is going to just take the win in the next 2 minutes. So we'll do a quick check-in here.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Well, taking a look, and it does give just the tiniest of advantages over here to Vidit, while the onus is on... well, I don't see are the clocks... Yeah, well, the onus is on Vidit here to make a move in response to that most recent pawn push here. Center of the board, computer liked that one quite a lot. I'm also noticing an offsides white pawn as well there up on the D file.
I see that extra pawn, and I see your point, James, but look at the position. To me, it feels like Nodirbek has got to have a lot of compensation. That pawn stam at the center of the board. You know, the king, rook, they're castled, the F-line's open. Yes, you're down a pawn, but that pawn for now isn't going anywhere. And I do see the evaluation bar loves with its position, but practically, you know, the knight jumping forward, the queen lining up, threatening checkmates on the white king. There's everything to play for in this position for Nodirbek.
Yeah, now Vidit just maybe scared of any potential attack against the black king. He's opened up his own king here. We'll see a trade. And maybe this pawn could be captured on the edge of the board. Maybe the knights are going to enter the center. very much looking in the balance. The stakes, of course, higher for Vidit here. His heart rate's slightly higher than Abdusattorov's as well. Yeah, it doesn't feel like his type of position, Vidit. He doesn't like to defend necessarily, but still, yeah, level, dynamically balanced.
Disconnecting the bishop from the defense of that offsides pawn. Also offering a trade, bishop for knight in the center.
Yes, this one's going to go on for a while. Definite compensation for Nodirbek, but the one game that's not going to go on for a while, if you want to catch the end, it's a good moment to switch back to Gukesh versus Hikaru. Hikaru is hunting down the world champion's king. Major activity of pieces. Should we jump in?
We should do that. Gukesh is also down to his last minute and facing a withering attack here. It does look like the world champion might be crashing to defeat. The other game we just left, Vidit Abdusattorov level, but this position, huge threat of the Black Queen coming in from behind.
I have a big piece of news actually to deliver from TV2 Yasfera actually giving us this bit of info. Apparently Gukesh prepared the black pieces ahead of this match.
Oh my.
So sat down to his own surprise, having prepared the wrong side.
But was he by himself? He wasn't in a group then?
I would assume as much. I don't have confirmation on that. He joined. Okay, we don't have the information there just yet. If I get confirmation on that, I will go ahead and share it. This is information being passed to us from our partners over at TV2, and we thank them very much for that. He was in the wrong group, so it wasn't just that he went on his own. He, in fact, joined the wrong group, just in, I mean, a real-life blunder.
And it's confusing because he's just had a double white. He had white last round, so he just assumed he would have the black pieces. Normally the players do alternate, but the quirks of the round-robin system mean that at some point you do get a double color. Most players, yeah, unless you check that, it's hard to know.
But David, if he was in a group, then Hikaru had to be there as well, right? If he was analyzing on the wrong board.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and that would have been 7 and 5. But again, you're in the moment. Your focus is on the chess. You know, to David's point, if you're following that pattern, like we said, patterns.
Gosh, that is unfortunate.
It is very unfortunate for him, and he gets punished for it.
Wow. That is, yeah, that is hard in chess. Sometimes you don't even want to know your opponent. You know you face everyone once. Sometimes you're so caught up in the little details. You really want that kind of opening opening strike. You want the bonus time of preparation, but yeah, it's unfortunate. I think he won't make that same mistake the rest of his career, though. So good to get it out the way now.
You know, like you said, it's hard in chess and freestyle chess. Those extra 10 minutes that you have to familiarize yourself with the position are so absolutely crucial for the players. And, you know, I'll make a confession. We've got a confession booth. By the way, we haven't seen any player today in the confession booth. I'd love to see that happen. But I have actually prepared from the wrong color. Not once, but twice in my life.
Have you really?
But the thing is, that's not an absolute disaster in a standard chess game because at least you know what you've got. You know, you've played the position over and over again. It's happened to me. David, has it ever happened to you?
It has. And same thing, it was a double round robin. I just assumed I was playing the same player that I played in the first half in the kind of corresponding round. I turned up, sat down, wrote the names. The arbiter was like,
oh my
really
gosh.
sorry. And of course, I lost very quickly.
So in fact, a more common occurrence than maybe some people would imagine.
100%. I think in standard chess tournaments in 518, it happens a lot. It's happened to me. I've gone to the board, seen the names placed on the opposite side from where I've been preparing from, and then I ask the arbiter, check the pairings properly, and realize it's on me and my fault. And it hasn't happened once. It happened more than once. But I think in this format, it really comes down to biting you because you only have those 10 minutes, right?
Right.
And then you're just seeing it from the wrong side, and it's come to play here. Gukesh, an absolute disaster from the very beginning.
Okay, and here Gukesh is using his bishop to plug the E line here, the line of the black rook, which cuts off the white king's escape. So if that white bishop is ever removed, it's simply checkmate. The black queen will come down and deliver the killer blow. And okay, he does go for this check, Hikaru. Not the best way forward, apparently. And okay, there we go. Rook takes pawn is a check. A mistake. Whoa. Apparently that was even better. Not sure what that move would have been. But okay, now he's going to continue giving checks, Hikaru, but he's driving the white king to safety. It's still level pawns, level material.
I think it speaks to the strength of his position, though, that he can get the double question mark and the eval bar can still be so much in his favor, right?
The thing is, you make these moves, you play these moves, and you think you're just winning on the spot. There are two majors. There's a bishop hitting on that white king, getting it out into the open. And you don't even calculate it through. You just feel like this has to be over.
Yeah, and I think he's just going for the mathematical, the material gain here, Hikaru. He could have gone for checkmate. He was actually winning on the spot if he'd found the right way forward earlier. Now he's just going to trade off these rooks, then he's going to take this pawn, and he's going to play up a pawn in an endgame. That's his style these days. He doesn't go for checkmate anymore, Hikaru Nakamura. He would far rather a dominant endgame.
But that could be the best position Gukesh has had all game, because he'll have his own 2 pawns to try to create counterplay. If he can get his knight into the game quick enough, you know, he might be able to pose some threats to Hikaru in this position. So you are expecting him to trade the rooks and simply grab the g2 pawn. That does invite the white queen to give some checks as well, right, David?
Yeah, first maybe drive the white king to a square, it will get checked. And only when the white king steps forward, then do you trade rooks, then you take the pawn. You definitely don't want to allow any checks against the black king. There we go. Hikaru makes sure he takes the white pawn with a check.
Nice.
And we're at move 28. The white knight still has not graced the game with its presence.
Yeah, very instructive, though, to force the king onto a different square so you get that check. Now the king is, yeah, off on his own. I mean, leading from the front, as all good kings do, at the very least, but perhaps not enough reinforcements in tow.
Yeah, no knight able to jump forward and protect it. Sooner or later, the black pawn as well. The h pawn I'm expecting will start mobilizing and racing towards promotion. Not too many pieces. Only the white queen can ever prevent that, but she might be needed in the defense. So still Hikaru in the driver's seat, but not as clean, the victory, as we were predicting. Not as over as we thought.
It looked like Gukesh was about to get checkmated, right? That's why we were like, let's switch to this game.
Yeah.
The world champ is about to lose. And here we are, the game still goes on. Yes, it looks like Hikaru will get the win, but it will be a more technical one in this one. Gukesh desperately trying to find a way for the knight to come into the game to start pushing his own pawns, but it's going to be a while. And while Hikaru converts this, a moment to shift.
Yeah, well, and I think we should go to another game that is actually looking somewhat decisive. Still the onus on the player with the white pieces to end it all. That's Maxime Vachier-Lagrave up against Richard Rapport. But as we hop over to that one, you'll notice that he finds himself in as dominant, if not more dominant, a position, at least by the engine's standards, than Hikaru, but far more pieces on the board.
We have far more pieces on the board, but it's not clear that that's a good thing for the defending side here, Richard Rapport. Opposite color bishops, a white light squared bishop, a black dark squared bishop, means that any attack could be decisive on that color complex. Not just that, but a pawn count shows 3 extra pawns for white. 1 pawn, often a big advantage. 2 pawns, normally decisive. 3 is another level. Yeah, this one not looking good.
So how did we get to this point?
Yeah, Richard Rapport, I think, was just trying to be creative. I saw it a bit earlier, and he'd given up a couple of pawns for some piece activity. And yes, it's active pieces for black, but they're only active if they're actually threatening something, and that's not the case here.
And you know, James, you made a point about we're on this last game of the day, this last round, about energy, stamina, endurance. And yes, all these players, they're extremely fit, but so much of that also depends on how the day has gone. For Richard, at one point, you know, you can sometimes feel you're lacking that energy to keep that fight. You might not have that kind of steam to go on. And it feels like he's just got these 3 pawns down right now. Yes, he has open files, but it's perhaps not going to be that much, it's not going to be enough for him.
And by the same token, right, each of these players is having to make a different strategic calculation, which is what do they need to do to get into that top 8, right? And for somebody like Richard, who's sitting with only 1 point to his name, he's going to start taking more risks. Right? Because I don't know if you care too much whether or not you finish 12th or 11th or 10th, but it would be really nice to finish 8th and buy yourself, you know, some more games and some more days to play. So more risks are going to be taken by the players who are sitting just outside of contention there. We'll see if Maxime here can go ahead and bring this one to a solid conclusion, because that would be a beautiful day 1 for him if he ends on 4.5 points out of 6.
Yes, he's the home favorite. You know, playing in Paris, it would mean a lot to him to get going on to that knockout quarterfinal stage. We saw Vincent do that in Bison House. Can Maxime do it in Paris as well? While he tries to get the job done on day 1, there's also big action happening on the endgame of Magnus in Prague.
Okay, we'll have that one in just a moment. I was taking a look at the eval bar, kind of flipping back and forth between Fabiano Caruana and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Again, in a similar fashion, Fabiano is really trying to claw his way back up the leaderboards, and Jan Nepomniachtchi sits in solid position. This is a heavyweight bout lot, to say the least. A small advantage here for Caruana. A moment ago, the engine preferred his position just a little bit more, but still gives him a slight advantage.
Yeah, still a slight advantage. It's level material. The big difference here is that it's bishop for knights. Fabiano with a very strong bishop, black with a slightly passive knight. The kind of other main thing is the white king playing a big role in the center, complementing the bishop, guarding the light squares, and the black king, meanwhile, sat at home, slightly vulnerable to checks, potentially. I could see Fabiano combining everything against this loose black pawn on the edge of the board on a dart square, winning that, picking that one off as well, and connecting two pass pawns. But still a lot of work to be done.
And just as we take stock of this game, we're going to quickly jump over to Nodirbek Abdusattorov versus Vidit Gudrathi as soon as that one's ready, because it's time trouble, as well as a very, very dire position here for Vidit, who's had a struggle of a day up against one of our players tied for the top position here in Nodirbek Abdusattorov. If he takes the win here, that would be 5 points out of 6.
That's 2 queens on the board, but he's about to get checkmated.
And there it is. That will be the end of the game. We arrived just in time to see the conclusion. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, the last minute substitution, comes in and absolutely has a rock star of a day one.
Yeah, maybe we could just very quickly show that checkmate on the board, just because it was unclear initially why Vidit resigned, but this was the position. He just made a new queen. White has 2 queens on the board. Black doesn't need to go and take this queen, however, which would have not been the quickest path. Instead, a bishop check, clearing the way for the black queen. And after the king takes, due to the pin, the only legal move, queen takes queen, and the king is caught. Checkmate.
Beautiful.
Well, how about that? And so again, maybe we can zoom out to the 6 board from here. I'm making production run a marathon here at the end of the day by flipping from one screen to another, but there's a lot of action across all of our boards. Hikaru Nakamura just takes the victory over Gukesh as I say that. So 4 more boards left to play, and it looks like the white player in all 4 of those circumstances is the one favored to come out on top with a victory here at the conclusion of day 1.
I'm still going to say that we need to get into that World Cup final clash between Magnus Carlson and Pragnanandhaa if we want to see a vintage Magnus play out his endgame, the endgame magic, the Magnus touch as we call it. He's been playing it incredibly well. Pragnanandhaa in huge trouble.
We're going to go there right now. I just saw Prag's time dip as low as 3 seconds, and right now it is ticking away once again. 5 seconds on the clock to make a move. We'll see if he does. He does in time, but Magnus is sitting in a very solid position. I'm amazed by his king's position that far forward on the board, but he seems to be well protected with an army of pawns and that knight around him.
Yeah, it's level material. The knights just leave the board, but the big difference is the king activity. Essentially, white is playing up a piece, and it's a very strong piece, the king. The king is going to now slide 1 square to the left. There we go. And the breakthrough is coming. The d-pawn's about to push. Prag's defense is creaking now.
Prag gave that check with a second on the clock. And look at that. Every move is a mistake. That's how difficult this endgame is. And now Magnus just timing that break that we're talking about. Will he choose this moment to create that passer at the center of the board? He's eyeing the bishop. He's about to make a move with it. He wants to first activate it, put it on the right square, brings it forward, takes control of that queening square, the future queening square, for once when the e-pawn is made into a passer.
Yeah, that's why Prag decides to go back with his bishop to block the promotion square, and now Magnus just posts up. The white bishop is untouchable, protects everything, and now the big breakthrough comes. Prag looks away in disgust. He's about to resign. White is about to make a protected pass pawn here, a pawn that will cost the black bishop its life at the very minimum. And Magnus, endgame touch again. Every time it's the endgame, Tanya.
Yes.
Now he's closing in.
It's just a bad idea to trade queens against Magnus. It's not even a good idea to keep the queens on the board against him, as we've seen in the previous games today. He brings the king, attacks those pawns, going to pick them up one by one. It's the connect, and that's it. Pragnanandhaa resigns, handshakes. Magnus Carlson ends day 1 of the round robin with another win.
And as Magnus finishes in a fantastic fashion here with a victory of his own, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave ends with a victory against Richard Rapport in the same exact moment. And as I say that, I see another another result fly in. It's Arjun Erigaisi taking another victory here to end the day up against Vincent Keymer. And while the game just ended, I'd still like to go to that board and go ahead and take a look at it, because again, big talk coming into this tournament was Arjun Erigaisi and his performance in those Freestyle Fridays and the way that he's climbed the world rankings as well. But Vincent, defending champion of our previous event, and yet he has stumbled out the gate.
Yeah, Vincent crashing to another defeat, his 4th defeat of the day, and it's all because of these white knights. Arjun Erigaisi with the white pieces, forced resignation here, the 2 white knights combining perfectly. One of them hits the black rook. Wherever the black rook moves to save itself, one knight defends this pawn, the other knight jumps in to kick away the blockader, the king. Black here would be forced to give up the rook, a hopeless endgame, otherwise the pawn would promote.
Great finds by Arjun there to end his day on a high note. Leaves one board left in play. That's Jan Nepomniachtchi trying to mount a defense against Fabiano Caruana, who had such a disastrous start to his day, but looks to be closing in such fantastic fashion.
Fabi lost 3 in a row. He's about to win 3 in a row right now.
Wild.
Oh, has he?
Commentators curse.
No, we did not.
What just happened? Because he's up a piece. Why is this not completely winning for white?
The black king is now coming, and the black b pawn is very strong. The black pawn is about to start pushing it with the support of the black king here. He should have kept all the rooks on the board. He fought for simplification there. He traded unnecessarily, and look how the black king is sprinting. Look how the white king is cut off.
Oh. Ooh, did you see that neck roll? That was, yeah, basically like a little bit of a weight off the shoulders.
Back.
Exactly right. Shaking it off. Jan realizing that perhaps he has been given a second opportunity in this game to at the very least come away with a draw.
I will say one thing, you know, going for this position, having that extra piece, it's such, I think everyone would have done this, right?
Absolutely.
You trade off a pair of rooks, you win a piece, and you know this position's winning. And then suddenly you realize, 1 second, hold on, this is suddenly not that easy. When Fabi went into this, he was probably expecting Jan to resign in a couple of moves. And suddenly it's all just turned around. If you trade that B pawn for the C pawn, if Jan is able to win that last remaining pawn that Fabi has, the extra piece stands to nothing. Rook, bishop versus rook is a draw.
But if he gets there, it's a big if right now, because the black rook is coming. The black rook is going to start checking the white king from the side. It's going to be very hard to evade those checks in a safe way. You're going to have to move your king away from the black pawn, and then it will just start pushing. Fabiano, wow, he's got to be really careful here. This could turn even further.
So you're saying we won't even get a rook bishop versus rook? Fabi won't even be able to try that endgame?
I'm not so sure. I mean, if he takes this pawn, for example, the black pawn is pushing. It should still be fine. It should still be a safe endgame for Fabiano, but he moves his rook across. I'm just scared he's going to get to a situation where he might just have to give up his bishop for the black pawn. But here we go.
And now you pick up that pawn, you hit the rook, so you don't even walk into, you don't even let the rook stay alive if you want to win the B pawn. But I think the idea is if black was to capture that pawn that's hanging right now, white will simply step away with the rook and then win the black pawn with the bishop, keep the rooks alive, and try to win that endgame out. We're in for a long one in this one. Gives a check, and he's going to win the pawn with the bishop next.
This is just where we get started. It's move 59, but buckle in, guys and gals, folks at home. This is going to be a long, long endgame.
Well, rook knight versus rook. Magnus got the win against Vidit. Yeah. Rook bishop versus rook. Can Fabi do it against Jan?
Rook and bishop versus rook is far harder to defend for the side without the bishop than rook and knight. So if Vidit failed that one, there's no guarantee Jan here, despite his 2 minutes on the clock, that he's going to save this. It might take 50 moves to win the black pawn in the first place, but even without the black pawn, this one should be a draw. Fabi there, he kind of leaned away. It looked as if he was just kind of clicking his knuckles, getting ready for this fight. Do you think he's going to play it out? Is he going to do a Magnus here, Tanya?
He's going to play it out till the end. But will he be able to find a way? Again, it all depends on coordinating your king, bishop, and rook against the black king, trying to corner it on the last rank or the last file at the edge of the board, and only then are there ideas of giving mating threats. So first he needs to get there. And we saw the heart rate monitor earlier. Their hearts are racing right now. Above 130 for both.
They really want this. And Fabiano, he's going to take his time, but he's going to get towards the black pawn.
At the speed at which they're moving, they're gaining so much time on the clock as well.
Yeah, that's good for Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah.
For Fabiano, it won't change too much. But for the defensive side, you need time to work it out. Again, it will come down to a situation where there's just one move to save it later on. And it's better to have that situation with 3 minutes on the clock than it is to have it with 10 seconds.
And step one for Fabi would be to win that pawn first. You know, that also resets the 50 move rule. And then go for creating those checkmating ideas. There are certain defensive setups in this position for the black side here, which I'm sure Jan is aware of. Where to put the rook, where to put the king, the second rank defense. But it first needs to get there. Fabi has to find a way to force Jan's king to the corner of the board.
That's interesting. I would have expected the white king to move one square to the left of where it's currently positioned.
Yeah, he just needs to defend his bishop. The bishop was pinned.
Oh, Jesus, yep.
Well, don't worry. There have been worse blunders today in the Rapport portion. But yeah, he's just trying to defend his bishop. He's going to move his bishop out of the way next and then try to get his king across eventually towards the pawn.
I'm just so focused on that pawn now and how we capture it.
It's under attack. Gives a check, defends it. Jan's holding on to that pawn. How many moves to go? How many moves does Fabi have to grab this pawn, to reset the counter?
Still plenty. There have been 14 moves since the last pawn push or capture.
You know, I look at Fabi, I don't know if he's got the steam left.
Yeah, long day. If this was game one, he would push it out. He would fight for every chance.
Do you think he's going to offer a draw?
Oh.
Might be a slight bitter end, you know, to his day. Just in that he was about to win 3 in a row, right? He maybe felt like he was about to get that third victory in a row, but at the very least, I would be ultimately happy ending 2.5 out of 6 given the start of the day that he had.
But chess karma, though, if you take draws in positions where you still have even the smallest of chances, you might get punished. That could be the difference between qualifying and not. That half point. He's playing on.
He's playing on. He doesn't repeat. He brings the king back. But how is he breaking through? How does he even double down or triple down on that pawn to win it to start with?
Yeah, it's not easy. Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's found a great defensive setup. Maybe the white rook has to find a new angle, maybe go around the back to start kicking the black king away with the check. Fabiano, his body language isn't positive at all, but understandable after such a day.
And he knows it, right? He was so close to that third win in a row. He got greedy, he got materialistic.
I've done the exact same thing. It really reminds me of a game I had against Mamedyarov. I was so happy I won a couple of pawns. I was like, oh my God, I've won, I'm about to win. I swapped off a set of rooks and I was like, wait, I haven't left myself with enough material. What have I done? So sometimes it's just the maths equation. Keeping an extra set of rooks here would give him so much more winning chances. Fabiano.
Yeah, that one rook trade being extremely costly for Fabi. And you have this feeling that you're walking into a winning endgame. Your opponent just plays, you know, flexes a bit like Jan did, and then suddenly you realize that you've just let go of a big chunk of your advantage. How are you even converting this? Is this even winning?
Yeah, how to win that pawn? That's the first question. He brings his bishop far away. Bit of an odd one there. He gets checked back.
I actually don't see a way for Fabi to make a construction where all three... What? Oh. Just as I said it.
Scary moment for all of us as spectators, but it wasn't a mouse slip.
Should always wait just like half a second before judging the eval bar.
Just shot up. Maybe he thought the rook was pinned and could be picked up with the white king. Been a long day for our evaluation bar. But the point is, I don't see a construction where Fabi successfully attacks that pawn. You know, whenever the king comes into play, it gets checked. The rook will block the attack. Well, right now you're forced to either... Yes, he moves away with the rook.
Meanwhile, what do you think, Tanya, about Jan, his performance today? If he does draw this, it will be 4 points out of 6.
Amazing.
He'll be a big favorite to qualify for the knockout stages.
I think it's a great start for Jan, you know. He makes his debut on the tour, and starting day one with the field that he's faced, surviving this last game, 4 out of 7 would be a great start. For Fabi, a bit of a miss, but like you said, James, the way it started, it's still a sigh of relief for him.
Exactly.
You know, he's in the mix.
In the context of the day, it would still be a solid finish to end with a draw here. But like I said, maybe just the smallest bitter note, knowing that it could have been a win and 3 points out of 6 instead.
Going into game 4, had anyone told Fabi, hey, 2.5 out of 3 in the next round, and Fabi would grab it with both hands?
Exactly. He would jump at that scoreline given the start of his day. So,
okay, predictions. Are we going to see a draw in the next few minutes? Are we going to see Fabiano battle it out?
This one will be a draw.
I think we're going to see a draw with the C pawn still on the board.
And there we go.
And there it is.
That is it.
Just in time, you asked us for that prediction, and it will be a draw to conclude the day here between Fabiano Caruana and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Both players gaining an extra half a point in the overall standings. And again, that does wonders for Fabiano and only services Jan in bringing him, I think, to what, 4.5 points? 4 points on the day.
4 points. He will be in 4th place. And of course, top 4 is a nice bonus for those who do qualify for the quarterfinals and onwards. Fabiano now is in the safety zone just. He's in the
Can you believe that? Can you believe that? He's sitting in 8th place right now, after the way he started.
I mean, I can believe it. He's been in the world top 10 for more than a decade for a reason. He finds a way to come back, to bounce back. But yes, absolutely. 3 losses in a row. To find this finish, he's got to be feeling good about this.
Well, let's take a moment to relive the highlights of the very last round of the day. As we had that position selected, it was position number 60. Each of the players went to their respective sides. As we heard earlier, Gukesh, perhaps a small blunder in analyzing the wrong side of the board. That would come back to bite him in his game.
And in the meantime, big result for Hikaru Nakamura, who is now safely within the top 8. Draw in the end for Fabiano Caruana. Mixed feelings, mixed emotions across the board. But yeah, for those at the bottom of the table, Richard Rapport and Vidit on 1 point. 5 losses in a row now for Rapport. And also for Gukesh, who had a tough end to that day. Yeah, it means stakes are even higher tomorrow.
Rounding out that bottom 4 as well, Vincent Keymer, again, our defending champion from Waisenhaus here in 2025, sits at 2 points just outside of playoff position. But while there were some struggles for some players, I tell you, one player who didn't seem to struggle much at all is now joining us in the studio. Nodirbek Abdusattorov, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on an incredible day 1, sitting at 5 points out of 6 and sharing first place with Magnus Carlson.
Thank you.
You stepped off of a plane just over a day ago, having received word that you would be needed as a replacement for this event. I'm just curious how you're dealing with kind of the speed at which you were thrown into this event to put up a performance like this.
Yeah, at first I was really surprised because it was really last moment replacement. I didn't have much time, so I immediately took the opportunity, and I needed to solve the, logistical issues also. But I think it's so. It also has some plus because I'm playing without any pressure in this tournament. So I didn't think about this tournament at all. So this my. I didn't play any tournament after Waisenhaus. So this is. I had a break, a quite long break, like 1.5 months. So I came fresh, and I'm ready to fight. And today was a very great day for me. The games went extremely well, and I played a couple of great games. I really liked my game against Fabi. It was a great game, I think.
You've had some beautiful games already through 6 rounds today. You talk about maybe that lack of pressure that you're feeling right now. I'm curious how that compares to your experience at Waisenhaus, being your first time on the circuit then, but now you've had one event in the books, and already you're looking like you're in solid position to make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, at Waisenhaus, I think I came. I had a few days after Vaikanze, but I was really exhausted in Vaikanze. It took like 20 days, and so yeah. Although I finished on 6th place, not really bad, and of course I was really looking forward to qualify through the qualification from chess.com, but I didn't manage. I was really happy that I got this opportunity, and I am really eager. To show my best chess.
Now, within all of this, one of the big changes between the last tournament and this one is the expansion of the field to 12 players as opposed to 10, which of course means that twice as many players will ultimately get eliminated. It doesn't look like you're in any danger of that, but I think that alone creates a pretty interesting and different dynamic for all of the players, knowing how much more, players have an opportunity to fall short here. Have you felt, even in the playing hall, that there's maybe more nerves or that's affecting the way that some players are approaching the game?
No, I didn't feel any nerves. I mean, I didn't feel any pressure because I didn't expect to play this tournament, so I just came and it was it was not expected, and yeah, I'm really playing it the way I like, and it's working out very well. I think many players are, feeling the pressure right now, especially after day one, because tomorrow 4 players will be eliminated, and the stakes are high. And for me, I mean, first step is to, qualify for the knockout, and then think about it. Think about the knockout. That was my plan.
To that point, like you said, this has been an awesome surprise, and you being here, starting off day one, now you're at the top of the leaderboard along with Magnus with 5 points is how you end your day one. You said the focus is to make it to top 8, right, Nodirbek? How much do you players think about the advantage of being in top 4 to take your pick? Or is that something that you'd rather just leave it to destiny and go like, I don't even want to do it? Is that really an advantage to pick your opponent?
I don't think so, especially as we've seen at the Weizenhaus, players that have finished at the top, like if Alireza, I mean, for example, he picked Vincent, and it turned out to be bad luck. So I don't think that there is a kind of big advantage of qualifying at the top 4. But rather, I think it's important to feel that you are in good shape for the knockout, and that you are ready, and also to not exhaust yourself after the round robin, because sometimes if you win the round robin, you think like, okay, I'm in great shape, and you start to feel kind of relaxed. So yeah, that's not issue, and I mean, for me, it's just important to qualify at the top 8.
I can imagine the pressure when you have to make a pick and then prove your pick as well. Yeah. And just a final question from me. You start tomorrow. You start day 2 of the round robin with a match against Arjun. I know the Indian fans are also looking. They love it when the young generation plays against each other. You have a history of playing the Indian boys as well. I know you enjoy it. I know they enjoy it. How do you look ahead to this matchup tomorrow with Arjun?
Yeah, tomorrow is I think a bit tougher day than today for me, because especially I'll play against Arjun, Magnus, Hikaru. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to playing against them, and I think that it will be tougher day. So I will prepare for it, and I will do my best and to show my fighting spirit as I always do, and yeah, hope for the best.
And Nodirbek, at this moment in time, which do you prefer, classical chess or freestyle chess?
I prefer freestyle chess, but classical chess is more important.
Well, we'll see. With the performance you're putting up here, pretty soon you might be taking home a rather large prize purse. You mentioned what a marathon of a day today was, but as well the mountain that you have to climb tomorrow with some of your opponents. So I don't want to take too much of your time. I want to let you get back to the hotel, grab some much-needed rest before you come back tomorrow to put on another brilliant display of chess. Congratulations again on an incredible day 1, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. And as Nodirbek leaves us, I turn to you two to reflect on the happenings of day one. Any particular matchup that you were surprised by, your favorite moment of the day, perhaps a beginning of a discussion for our most valuable player of the day?
Oh, difficult. Highlights of the day. I'm going to say Gukesh against Carlson. I just feel that, I mean, it's so rare seeing two world champions face off. Battle of the Generations, of course. Magnus against Hikaru was another crazy game. King walk galore, attacking. Magnus in the end taking that one. That was a move of the day. I'm not sure whether we're going into that one yet, but there were some cool moves today. Tanya, what was the highlight for you?
Yeah, we got these incredible matchups. Like you highlighted Gukesh, Hikaru, Magnus versus Fabi, a revisit of the 2018 World Championship match. Nodirbek's run today, you know, finishing at the top of the leaderboard alongside Magnus. And like he said, tomorrow, I mean, what is this day? He plays Arjun, he plays Magnus, he plays Hikaru. He's got to get ready for that. Fabi's comeback to stay in the mix in the second half, very important for him. And I still see on the leaderboard, you know, you've got Gukesh at number 10, you've got Vidit at number 12. I think for the Indian fans, they really want to see these two players perform well tomorrow.
Okay, well, I think it's a good opportunity for us to once again take stock of the entire field, all 12 players, and how they ended out on day one. We just had a word with one of our co-leaders here in Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Magnus Carlson, as well, sitting at 5 out of 6 points. Behind them, it's a 4.5 point finish here on day number 1 for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Jan Nepomniachtchi sitting in sole possession of 4th place with 4 points himself. Then we've got a couple players at 3.5, a couple at 2.5 to round out the top 8. And then the 4 players who are currently in elimination position are Vincent Keymer, Gukesh, Richard Rapport, and of course Vidit there at the bottom with 1 point as well. Still, again, mathematically for all of those players, they are in it, right? You're looking at that 8th position as the person to beat. At the end of the day, you don't need first to qualify through. You just need to take down the person in 8th. So it's going to be a tall order for a couple of those guys at the bottom, but by no means are they done just yet. So if you have a big day like a number of our players did have on day 1, you can still breathe new life into your tournament.
Yeah, the problem for players like Gukesh is that he needs to do something he hasn't done so far on the tour this season. That's win more than 1 game in a day. For Richard Rapport and Vidit, they need the day of their lives, essentially. They need to go on a winning streak. For Vincent, maybe a win or 2 should do the job.
It's also no easy rounds here, right? You need to get those 2-3 win streak going, but who and where are you striking as well? Every player you're playing here, you know, is out there, wants to score that point. I mean, speaking of Gukesh, he starts the day against Pragnanandhaa tomorrow. And it only gets tougher with every round. So those at the bottom 4, tough task, but still within striking distance. You know, it is also, if you can tie with the player on the 8th, you still have a shot to make it to the knockouts.
That's a great point. Tiebreakers are always something that we'll have to consider, and of course those have an opportunity to come into play tomorrow at the end of the day, and we'll wait to see if that happens. From now, we're turning our attention to you in chat, and we're going to ask you to help us decide who would be the MVP of the day. So make your voices heard in chat, !MVP, followed by the player name. We'll collate those votes and we'll reveal the winner in just a bit. There's a couple names that kind of float to the top of my brain when it comes to MVP. I think one consideration has to be the man that we spoke to just a moment ago, not just because of where he finishes in the standings at the end of day 1, but again, considering the circumstances with which he had to come to this tournament and still find a way to perform.
Yeah, that's right. Just incredible performance, such a level head on his shoulders. He's almost done it all. He's just lacking that big breakthrough event at Abdusattorov, and it might be this one. Also, shout out to Magnus, of course, doing Magnus things. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, home favorite, living up to expectations. Looks like he's bang on course for the quarterfinals, and special shout out for Erigaisi for a really nice victory against Magnus earlier in the day.
True.
And Fabi.
And Fabi.
It was a good start for Arjun. He's in the mix as well. Hikaru having a good day. I mean, we're setting ourselves up for a brilliant finish to the round robin, you know. And whoever leaves the tournament, whoever finishes in the bottom 4, it's going to be heartbreak because, again, you want to see all these players fighting it out in those knockout stages, but something's got to give.
Yeah, c'est la vie. Such is life. That is the nature of sport. It's just a matter of who will ultimately have a better end of their tournament and who will book themselves a ticket into those playoffs, top 8, and a shot at a whole lot of circuit points and a whole lot of cash if you can come away with that top prize.
Who is your MVP?
Mine would be Nodirbek for the reasons that I just mentioned. I think to put up a performance that is akin to Magnus in terms of your overall scoreline, but again, to do it in the fashion that he did, arriving on such short notice with, in some senses, zero mental preparation for, the lion's den that he was about to walk into. I have to have tremendous respect for somebody who can do just that.
That's +1, so put in 2 votes from the studio here for Nodirbek. What about you, David?
I wanted to say Nodirbek too, but okay, I'll stick my neck out and say Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, just for holding up French honor today. And yeah, the Paris local, the Paris favourites. He's had a
Playing to the crowd here, David Howard.
I do think it's a great call out, but the chat is ultimately going to agree with Tanya and I. It will be Nodirbek Abdusattorov who takes our MVP of day number 1. Again, a surprise and a delight on such short notice for him to show up in this way. You're getting another look, too, at some of our player cards that we have developed for this tournament in particular in collaboration with Take, as you see there on the bottom of your screens. But David, this is maybe where I turn to you. We just let the viewers at home know a little bit, help them understand where it is that these numbers are coming from at the end of the day.
Yeah, so these stats, in collaboration with Take, who are trying to make chess more of a sport, we've created player cards. They are ultimately chosen by me, the numbers. They are somewhat curated by me, but I've given Nodirbek some very high numbers for calculation, a 90 out of 100 there. One of the best calculators in the world, of course. High attacking numbers. We saw those on display as well today. And just 20 years old. It's only going to go up, these numbers. And yeah, just talking points. Let us know at home whether you agree, disagree. Do you think he has bigger strengths? Do you think those numbers are too harsh?
Well, and if they should change following the performance today, right? Even by the end of this tournament, we're going to be workshopping and changing, I'm sure, a number of these cards going into future events as well.
Yeah, I think he's underrated there, David. I think that's a bit of a harsh calling. 85 at an average for Nodirbek, who's now been in the world top 10, the youngest world rapid champion, defeated Magnus twice in those Queen Pawn ending, has had great runs in the Tata Steel tournament as well. I mean, calculation, you pointed out. It also feels he does have a universal style of play, whether it comes to aggression or to those strategic positions. I would have rated him slightly higher, David.
Fair enough. I want to be disagreed
Bone to pick with you, sir. No. But that's exactly the point of those cards, right?
Exactly. And I should mention they were for the year 2024. So it's a new year.
Oh.
Maybe at the end of this year, those numbers will have shot up.
There you go. There you go. Okay, well, with our MVP decided, now it's time to hone in on a very specific moment, the move of the day. So once again, I turn our attention to you. David, what do you have in store for us?
Yeah, and there were plenty of moves to choose from, some real sacrifices. I was tempted to go for Hikaru with a sacrifice against Gukesh, a really beautiful piece sacrifice, giving up his knight in the corner. But ultimately, I'm going for one that I hope is instructive for everyone at home. It was surprising to me, and it was a fantastic move objectively as well, which is a nice bonus. It was a sacrifice by Jan Nepomniachtchi as black against reigning champion of the Grand Slam, of the Freestyle Grand Slam, Vincent Keymer. Here with the black pieces, he's just sacrificed an exchange, already giving up this rook to the bishop. He's just aiming to open up these bishops towards Vincent Keymer's king. White played the move c3, and now the move of the day. A mistake here, punished by the brilliant castles on the queen side. Castling on the A side, I'm going to call it in freestyle chess, simply bringing this rook into the action, unleashing an attack, a double attack against this pawn, and the knight fork in the air here decided things in black's favor. He followed this up, this double exclamation point move, with another brilliant move. And not just there, another brilliant sacrifice with his rook. And I think this series of moves was the best of the day. Eventually, he landed a knight check and went on to win the game.
You gotta love it, the complexity of the entire position, and to work out the calculations in the way that he did and find brilliancy after brilliancy.
So it's like 4 sacrifices in a row.
Yeah, not too bad, not too shabby.
Lots of exclamation marks on the board. Very, very nice game. So much tactics. And this is, I think, plays to Jan Nepomniachtchi's strengths as well, right?
Yeah.
Always on the counter-offensive. Never thinking that much about the retreat, but how can you break through?
Yeah, castling queenside, learning how to castle in freestyle chess, it pays off. That's all I'll say.
Well, there you have it. Just one example of some of the amazing chess that we were treated to on just day one of our 8-day-long Grand Slam here in Paris, France. Every matchup delivered in a brilliant way, but that's going to do it for us here on the broadcast as we shut things down and retool for tomorrow. But hey, stay tuned because I got a special surprise for you. Just following this, there will be the rematch, the all-important rematch, the much-awaited rematch between Alexandra Botez and Anna Kramling here on this channel right after we shut things down. So stay tuned for that because I'm sure it's going to be a heavyweight bout between those two with lots of action. We appreciate you being here with us today. We await tomorrow, same time, same place. And until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.
can never keep my distance from a little mischief, I admit. Now I'm hanging on my hopes on us and letting you decide. I will never lose my interest if there's something in this. I'm convinced there's a glimmer of a hope for us, or is it just a lie? So why you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, 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 yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So did your luck run out? Are you running dry? Did you realize I was everything you hoped for now? I never had a doubt. And so now, from the moment you came over, I'll be anything you wanted me to be. Now I know that it was only curiosity that led you to me. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, 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 yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So you're selling me a lie, la 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie, la 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 la, la 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 la. So are you selling me a lie, la 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie, la 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, 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 yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to day one of Freestyle. You have your two most professional commentators here today.
Yes, you're very professional commentators, and you might be like, well, guys, where are the GMs? And we're going to tell you, you get something better than GMs today.
Women. Just kidding.
Strong start to the event, and we have a huge matchup here, which is actually a grudge match, isn't it, Andrea?
It is a grudge match. My sister has been listening to really dubious rap music all day with her earbuds locked in. I'm not going to lie, she was pretty upset about last time when she lost to Anna. She did just beat Ray Enigma right before, so I think she's in good shape today.
No, I've heard her. She's listening to her music. She's dancing. But you know, Anna also seems in good form, too.
Did you see any pre-game rituals from Anna?
I mean, just being her smiley sunshine self, which means
Anna's in good shape.
Absolutely ready.
We are live on 3 channels today. So hello, Anna's chat. Hello, Freestyle Chess. Everyone joining. We've had a long stream. Thanks for still hanging around. And Botez. Hi, my chat. Good to see you guys. Feels weird to be in this really professional seat, but
also I feel like this is meant for someone a little taller than us.
Yeah, I feel like you should raise your chair a little bit. I don't know, one commentator must have been much taller than the other, and the other was a little shorter, because I've got the booster seat, but honestly, I don't mind.
I think I need the booster seat a little bit. Oh, I see, and now I'm as tall as Andrea. Look at this, this is very, very exciting.
Well,
hello chats, welcome, welcome, welcome. Do you have any predictions for today, Andrea?
I mean, What type of Botez would I be if I wasn't to predict my sister? How about you?
I don't know, because I think if I answered, you know,
someone would hold a grudge.
Someone would hold a grudge.
It's hard
for sure.
Anna and Jules are like genuinely my best friends, so I do like rooting for Anna, but I have seen my sister when she's really motivated, and she is very scary, and she does not like losing, especially 2 times in a row.
Oh no, she definitely does not like losing. She can make you cry. You do not want to get on Alex's bad side.
Hello, chat. What is your guys' predictions?
So we're getting word that we are going to get to the lottery, see what's happening with the match, and it'll be very exciting.
Yeah, if you thought chess didn't have lottery, it does. All right, we'll be right back, chat.
Welcome to the revenge show match between Anna Kremling and Alexandra Botez. They faced off in Weissenhaus in February. Now they're here in Paris. They are going to be playing 4 games of 5+5. We're about to draw the first position. Commentary will be done by Andrea Botez and Jules. So we are ready. Thank you so much to Kata for assisting me. Let's go. And the first position is 895. Enjoy the show and good luck to the players.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back, everybody. Getting some exciting stuff in here.
It was position 69.
Really?
Just kidding. No, it was 895.
Oh, I
love
really believed
position
it for a second.
895.
It's good.
Don't
Very
you hate when you
important
get position 895?
No, I hate that. But that position is one Alex has been studying very intensely.
Oh.
Yeah, for sure.
I see Alex and Anna's cams. The girls look frantically setting up the pieces. I'm excited for this. Anna's such like, Anna's so scary on the chessboard, and she's also been improving more and more. But I don't know, she's just so sweet. Whenever I see Anna, I can't go in there with like a spirit like you want to destroy, but I know Alex is doing that today, so.
Well, no, Anna is deceivingly competitive. She's very sweet.
Exactly.
Cares about you as a friend, but I think she can definitely bring the heat on the chessboard.
Oh, okay, they're adjusting. All right.
Adjusting hair, giving us a little smile, a little wink from the audience here.
Adjusting hair is just as important as the pieces, everybody. Chat, are you guys excited to see the rematch? This was honestly a really fun. Okay, here's our starting position.
Oh, do you recognize it? It's very similar.
It's pretty close. So there's one position my sister and I have been preparing versus all the grandmasters. We forced everyone to play the same position so we would have better games, and it's pretty similar, except you would have a castled king after one move. So it's kind of similar, but Alex was really preparing it only with the white pieces. All right, and we go.
And ironically, I actually was looking for the most unbalanced position for white. To play against some of the grandmasters during media day, and it was this exact position, except the queen was on A1.
Our chessboard is not updated. Oh, but it's probably fine. Actually, it's not. Commentary team, our chess PGN is not following. If anyone could help us with the analysis board, it's okay. We will watch from the distance.
Yeah, in the meantime, we can comment on the body language, and your sister is glaring down that chessboard there. I would not want to be that chessboard. You know, I've always said I don't want to make Alex mad. That's something that I have yet to do, make her very, very mad. And I'm scared for that moment. But you do not want to be looked at by Alex the way she's looking at those chess pieces right now.
Okay, we can kind of commentate from the sidelines. Chat, we're having a little bit of fun. We're going to be in the viewers experiencing, watching from the side view. Alex looks to have played A6 and B5. Sorry, H6.
You have really good eyes, Andrea.
But I cannot quite decipher all of Anna's moves. We're going to have the commentary board hopefully working very soon.
I think the commentary we need now is on that cool leather jacket there. I think if this is the correct one that I'm thinking of, Anna told me that she thrifted it yesterday. No, she didn't thrift it yesterday, but she did thrift her jacket, which I thought was very cool. Yeah, we're going to get that board to you shortly. In the meantime, do you think if you ever bet on anyone besides your sister to win a game,
she would never forgive me? Let's see what the polls have. Well, I have a feeling both of our chats will be biased, but maybe we should run a poll in the freestyle chat. Just kidding, there are 34 chatters, but you know what? Hi, all 34 of you. If you are there, you're very special. You should all give me your prediction, because you guys will be easier to read.
We love all of you chatters equally, just as your parents love you and your siblings equally.
Sure they do. We all know mom and dad have favorites. All right, chat, we're still waiting for the chess.com board to load. But from what it looks, Alex only has her, I don't even know, does this count as kingside pieces, pawns?
Oh,
Yes.
I think we have it now.
Great. Except not on our end, but chat, at least you can follow along.
On it, I think this is...
No, I need a chess.com loading.
Yeah, we're going to get that loaded. I wonder if this is the same position, because when I was looking and analyzing this position, except the queen was on A1 earlier, it was supposed to be highly in white's favor. So I'm wondering, I know some of these positions are a little bit imbalanced, so I'm interested to see if that's the case or not. But so far, just looking at it, it seems like Alex has a handle on things.
Cool. Sounds good.
Yeah, seeing we see some center push. How do you feel about it saying Botez there? Do you think it should say like, oh, we can't even say a Botez because you're also a Botez?
I prefer that it represents both of us. Sometimes people come up to me in the street and they're like, hey, you're a pro poker player. I'm like, yeah, man, that's me. They're like, I watched you win 100K from Mr. Beast. I'm like, totally.
How far does this go? You just impersonate your sister a lot?
Yeah, sometimes, you know, we both take credit. Sometimes you don't want to. Sometimes you do. It really depends. People come up to Alex calling her DJ. She doesn't mind. It's fun. All right, chat, let's do a little bit of commentary without the board for now. Both of these girls have gotten lessons in Chess 960 or Freestyle from the top players in the world, including Magnus and Gukesh. I know because we forced them for our YouTube videos. So let's see what from those lessons they're applying. One lesson that I thought was interesting that Gukesh mentioned is in these positions, you can delay the development of the bishops because they're very powerful, sometimes without even moving. Obviously, unlike regular chess, we can see that very soon already for both Alex and Anna's positions. The snipers are in the corners. It's a strange position because it looks like the girls have already castled, but I believe that you're still allowed to queenside castle if you develop your queen, but that would be really strange.
Yeah. Taking a look here at that position, I think there could be a nice outpost eventually on F4 there for Miss A. Botez. But yeah, it's kind of funny how they have a symmetrical position. Do you think they just like copied each other in the opening?
Honestly, I feel like everyone in freestyle doesn't really know what to do for the opening. So even for 2,200 plus players, the standard is just copycat, and sometimes it works.
Hey, I mean, the copycat approach is definitely an approach here. But I don't know. I love how serious they're taking this. I think the first freestyle match we saw between them, you know, Alex was joking around. We were seeing some smiles being cracked. But no, this is like down to business. Like, look at these girls. They came to rumble.
On the line. All right, Anna is coming and attacking the D5 pawn. There's only one way Alex can defend. I don't think she really wants to create any holes around her king, but that is one of the drawbacks of her knight blocking her e-pawn. Also, chat, we are purely amateurs. Our eval bar hasn't loaded because we have no chess PGN, so take all my commentary with a grain of salt.
Actually, sometimes that's better.
I'm going to channel my Ironian in spirit.
No, sometimes it's better because, you know, I feel like everyone watching her along, like everyone's an armchair grandmaster, of course, but like, I don't know. It's more fun. We're all kind of
any secret grandmasters in the chat. Okay, one more poll in both chats. Let's do maybe 1,000 and above, 1,500 and above, and 2,000 and above. So I know how accurate I need to be.
Okay, no one's gonna answer honest.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I thought which would be.
It would be hilarious to see the answers there. You're a secret GM?
Ooh, wow. Alex decided not to defend the pawn, rather to push. And, you know, perhaps Levon may or may not say, we don't actually know that it is an inaccuracy because she is overextending. She is, although defended both by her knight and bishop, but I do think she's created a potential weakness. And you are right, Jules, you guessed it, she's got the outpost, and we have an eval bar now. Yay, we can make arrows, chat. Let's go. Okay, Jules, we can share this equally.
All right, sounds good. And we're up on the screen. Look at us. We look so cool. This is the whole, we have like the 3 roommates.
This is great. This is the family chat. This is the commune.
This is the family. You guys are seeing exactly what we do over dinner, play chess and commentate for each other.
I'm glad our poll is really accurate. We have over 3,500 and under. Anna Cranling. Oh, I can run a poll in Anna's chat. Hello, Anna Cranling chat. I feel like there may be some secret GMs in here. I believe you, Ariel Levy Chess. 712. Anna's chat is the only one that answered honestly, which is what I would expect. Okay, got it.
So now,
good to know.
Anna has a choice. Do you want to take the knight to stop any E2 shenanigans? And that is what she does there.
The girls are playing fast. This is a very strange pawn structure. Anna lost a little bit of her advantage. The position went by quickly, but this pawn on f5, technically you could put your bishop, I guess, on the center in e4, but I would say it's a little bit of a liability. The hard thing in this position is, number one, how do you even castle? So I believe, like, honestly, Jules, you can help me. I think a queenside castle, the black king could come to a fate.
I think it's impossible to
Oh, so you're already castled in this position.
No, you're not already castled, but here I think you would run into that rook on g1 if you castle.
Oh, yeah, technically.
But I don't think they know how to castle, and I don't think they're going to risk it either.
Oh, right. The kingside castle would be with the king landing on g8. And the queenside, you've already done a queenside castle. So are you only allowed 1 castle in that position? It all makes sense. My favorite part about freestyle is you do a castle and you look at your opponent, and if they make a face, maybe you know you've made a legal move, but
they have
sometimes
to call it, right?
it's easier
Is it like
than other.
Scrabble where you have to call if it's an illegal move?
It's exciting.
Otherwise, you can just castle and hope for the best. I would be a little bit nervous to call there. You never really know.
I wish they put the players' rating on the screen. Anna and Alex are actually extremely close FIDE. Alex is 2066 and Anna is 2050. They should make this FIDE rated.
This should be a FIDE rated event.
Would be nice.
That would be nice. Yeah, they're very close, and they're actually like very close in skill level too, although I do think they have slightly different styles, which is always interesting to
How would
see.
you describe Anna's style versus Alex? Oh, wow. Hang on. The eval bar just shot down with a massive blunder. Let's see if we can spot it, Jules.
Ooh, spot the blunder. Spot the oh.
Okay, it's not that obvious, because my first instinct, okay.
It
was a very tricky move. It was a crazy line with e6 where you tried to trap the bishop, but anyways, Alex is hopefully not leaning towards a Botez gambit. She's coming for these weak pawns, but often for beginners, this can be a bait because then you have to spend all this time relocating your queen, and if you take the pawn on h3, you're kind of already blocked. This bishop ended up exactly where I said on e4, which is just defending all of these, and it's going to create a little blockade.
Chat, you know what's a beautiful moment?
What's a beautiful moment?
Hearing my lovely roommate talk about weak pawns and pawn structure. It warms my cold, cold heart to see Andrea here discussing the merits of pawn structure. And I think that's going to give her sister Alex a little bit of a push here.
Jules is the only girl I know in her 20s who would spend their birthday night planning a chess night. We had 4 chessboards set up. Everyone was different levels, and we all made chess puzzles. Okay, giant eval. I'm not looking. Oh, it's gone now.
I think there was a tactic with queen f4 check, or something like that, but it was not seen there.
I'm surprised Alex didn't go for the queen f4 check, because you want to control the dark squares in this position. Where you don't want your dark queen to be is completely cut off by all of your pawns. And you know what I learned from Jules' birthday night? Her friend, who was, I think, an international master, and he prepared our puzzles and told us all of our strengths and weaknesses. Mine was that I know where the pieces go. Alex's was that she's very good at aggression and she doesn't know as well where the pieces go. And I would say that's what she did with her queen today.
Yeah, that's why I said their styles are different. Anna and Alex here. Like Anna, I'd say is a positional player. She likes her d4. She likes some of her positional vibes. And Alex can be very aggressive and very tactical. But they both play, they both play however they want to play during the day.
4 seconds on the clock. We have 2-second increment. That's probably why Alex. Wow, this is coming down to the wire. Okay, 4 versus 3 seconds, chat. And we've discovered how you can castle. We got a queenside castle. A little bit late for now. Now's probably not the best time to queenside castle, sweet sister, but that's okay. I'm glad she learned how to castle.
You know what? She was doing it for the practice here, but she has 3 seconds on her clock.
Alex is being smart. She's saying, I take draw. I have no problem. Just kidding. She changed her mind. She doesn't want to give the draw. Alex avoids the perpetual and now has an advantage in the position. And now she's the one attacking the king.
But she has to be very careful not to blunder with so little time Although I think she can do it. You know, she is very good at those time scrambles.
She is. This is usually where Alex shines, although Anna was doing very well last time. Okay, this is very scary because the king finally is, okay, she took both the king and the queen off a potentially open file where the c1 rook is pointing, but Anna is trying to create a juicy pass pawn.
And you don't see it right here, but actually Anna is also under immense time pressure with only 2 seconds on her clock. So they're both in a huge time scramble. It's just gonna be who blunders last.
Okay, and the queens have been traded. Now we're going into an endgame, but we have an uneven material, or we have even? No, Alex is
you see the bishop?
Yeah. Oh, right, there's a bishop. Oh my God, when did Alex win a bishop? When did that happen? Did you see that, Chet?
Yeah, but look at these strong pawns too. I don't know.
Oh my God, is Alex going to start with the win? Okay, now everything is defended. Alex has created, wow, it's dead even. It's dead even.
It's even. No, I think this really, especially with the time, this position, anything could happen.
This is crazy. Although Alex has a material advantage because White was able to push this f4 pawn, now White can finally punish Black's bad pawn structure, which is these two isolated doubled pawns. They're extremely easy to attack. I think Black's mistake was allowing this pawn push, but it was a time scramble.
And also your issue here, if you're Alexandra, is those pawns might require you to sacrifice a piece at some point if you're not careful.
Now Alex might have to fight for the draw.
Oh, and that motion looks like...
Anna is so impressive. She just got an advantage out of a down material at least -2 position, and now she's nearly winning, promoting her pass pawn. Like, those pawns came out of nowhere. I don't even know how it got so quickly to the 7th rank.
I think there was a way to stop promotion, maybe by bringing the bishop in, but now you're gonna have to sacrifice your rook for it, and you know, just with a bishop with a pawn versus a rook, it looks like it's gonna be very difficult.
Well, if Anna blunders this pawn, I don't think she knows she can't checkmate with a rook versus bishop endgame.
We see a chatter say Anna is keeping her cool. This is wild. Yeah, Anna
rook
is a
b6 check
pro
was
with
the final mistake. I think Alex's core mistake was bringing her queen to h3 and trying to go for a isolated pawn on the side of the board. When there was a lot of dark square weaknesses around the king, she just went for activating her pieces, but that's my little sibling bias.
Well, I think Anna did play it very well with those pawns, just creating as much issues as possible, especially with the time scramble.
Wow,
so
Anna takes the cake.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't
wow,
know.
congratulations. Thank you for the sub, Hydratic and moves.
What a start.
For tuning in.
Did you also feel like very out of, like, I felt like I couldn't see anything in the game? Like in
What
the beginning,
a start there. You can see them discussing it. Anna looks a little bit more smiley than Alex there, but...
I think we hear them on stream.
Yeah. I feel like, okay. I just let
We don't hear what they're saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
Someone please turn audio on for us.
Thank you. I feel like I swindled you. Yeah, I like gave literally all of my pawns.
Okay, we don't have their audio, but
crazy.
chat, you do.
Yeah. Okay, let's set it up correctly now. So yes, I'm gonna try. Yeah, let me try.
Yeah.
Because I was pretty sure I put 5 in there, but I'll try. Here, maybe we set up this.
The position isn't there anymore, but I guess we can try by memory.
Yeah, now we get a new position.
Also,
right?
can you guys have it so we can hear their audio as well?
We're playing the same one, or was it a new one every time?
I don't
know.
know.
We did a new one every time. Oh, then let's do a new one every time. Yeah.
Wow, I was not expecting Miss Cramling to win on time, but again, never underestimating Anna. I have seen her literally progressively get stronger at freestyle chess, from doing a Simo versus Gukesh to, of course, the match versus my sister. So seeing her come back in under time pressure, down material, and just winning that endgame shows how strong Anna's fundamentals are. Us Botez, we got to work on our endgames a little bit.
Well, your sister does love her endgames, but it's very difficult in those kinds of positions, especially with time pressure. You know, you've got the nerves. It's just who makes the last mistake. And I think Anna did very well with those pawn pushes. It's going to be interesting, but your sister was fuming.
We couldn't hear the audio chat. Can someone interpret for us? She looked friendly, but I know, again, last time the match, it started like this. Alex was lagging behind, and she slowly started catching up. It takes a little bit of time for Alex to shake off the rust, but the more she plays, usually the better she gets.
No, that's very true. Your sister definitely takes a little bit to get back into it, but if Anna is on her game, I don't know. Do you think your sister gets tilted a lot? Do you think this will tilt her?
Unlike, I would say, most chess players' weaknesses, like myself, I think she's good at handling tilt and using it for motivation, whereas I just play faster thinking I'm better, and then I just get worse. But how about you? What do you think? You know my sister pretty well.
I hear her screaming at the chessboard a lot.
She does scream a lot at the chessboard, that's true.
I don't think she gets as tilted as the rest of us mortals. I think she does get tilted.
All right, the next position is up on the screen. We don't have it yet on our analysis board, but let's see. 422, almost 420. Freestyle, just kidding. Sorry, bad jokes. I like to see where they'll start telling me to stop, but
we're gonna start getting something in our ear here.
Okay, this one's interesting because the bishops are on the original starting position.
I know, I looked at this, I was like, wait, is this just a normal chess board?
So this is going to be so straight. This is interesting because I think almost the best opening could be a London system or a reverse London. Again, chat, I'm an amateur. I'm just guessing. But you have to take these bishops out some way. And I would assume that f4, c4 is the best squares because you want a castle. And then you want to take out your knight, most likely, to the original position. It could be the first time in history that Anna Kramling plays a London system position. And then I'm going to take it out of context, clip it, and say Anna Kramling vouches for the London system. And no one will know.
I don't think the London system is ever preferable. So if we see that, you just know that it's just a bad omen. But maybe I'm on the opposite side of this. Ooh. I've had some bad luck at that in the past.
Do you think Anna could play cow opening in this setup?
Oh, no, for sure. Yeah, I mean, it would be like kind of a weird cow. Like a...
Maybe an improved cow, to be honest.
Is there like, you know how it's like donkey and mule? Is there like a cow and something else?
An ox, maybe?
An ox, yeah.
A male cow, but that's kind of sexist towards the cows, I'm sorry. Just an ox would seem like...
Is an ox a male cow?
Is it, chat? I would assume so, but...
It could be.
I don't know.
An ox is a male cow? No, it might
kind
be.
of an educated guess.
I guess we're inventing new openings here in freestyle position.
Alex, a bull is a mate. What is an ox then? Ox, no offense, but they're kind of irrelevant. Like, people don't really want to eat them. You don't really milk them. What do you do with an ox? I guess you need them to reproduce.
Eat ox?
Anyways, let's go. Let's tune in.
And as you see, master commentary here coming from you here in Paris.
Oh my God, really? Is that what an ox is? See, guys, you came to learn about chess.
And here you're learning instead about very, very
here, most grandmasters would be intensely studying the position, as you see Anna. My sister is looking off stoically into the distance, but she could be calculating in her head. We don't know.
Yeah, I think, she's always calculating. She's always looking at that opening. I mean, it's funny that Anna's not looking at the board at all. Maybe she's already decided what she wants to do.
3, 2, 1, go. You can start.
Okay, and the game has started. We are starting with move 1, d4. This is looking like it's getting closer to a London system. My sister does have a couple of d4 setups. Although, okay, thank God, because Alex does not do a good job playing the London system. I hate to say it. Every time she tries, she butchers it. I'm happy to see c4 on the board.
Okay, well, I mean, this isn't even... I think this actually could be dangerous, because Alex is a d4, c4 player. She's a d4 player, which means that perhaps she thinks that following some of the openings she knows, since the position's so familiar, is a good thing to do. But that can actually be dangerous, right, Andrea? Because you can just kind of autopilot something and not realize that the position is pretty significantly different.
Just in case you were wondering, Jules, an ox is a castrated cow.
Is it actually? I feel like people were messing with us.
No, chat knows. They're very educated. But yes,
very exciting.
It looks like Anna's playing gambit style. She gambited a pawn, but okay, it was not a gambit because the queen wasn't defended right. And now she has strong knight. The most important thing in these openings for freestyle is to try to activate the knights first, usually because you can easily find outposts and holes in the position. Alex's move got a slight faint question mark. It looks like she was just trying to defend her pawn. I'm also thinking, why the question mark?
I'm not sure. Perhaps it allows, some sort of queen.
Also, this is I believe it's,
best of 3 format here. That's what I was told.
Okay, the format changed twice, so. It's either a first to 3. I'm pretty sure if it's 5-5, we're playing 5-5, so it's first to 3.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it's first to 3.
First to 3, not best to 3.
Same
that makes
format
sense,
as
because then it would be like
first to 3. Otherwise, that'd be a really quick match.
Yeah. And you see this A4 move probably to prevent B5 there because...
Yeah, a small note here. I'm surprised Anna didn't play B5 right away. I think instead of A6, B5 right away would have been stronger.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Just go for that queenside push as soon as you can. But, yeah.
A very strategical, wow. Anna immediately punishes Alex's, again, I think Alex slightly overextended her pawns because, right, she can defend this pawn, but it's already on the diagonal of the queen. You don't want to be opening up the dark squares on your king. Anna's immediately trying to activate her bishop. She wants to trade in the center and hope for another almost pass pawn, but not yet.
Yeah, and, you know, Anna is actually a pretty aggressive player. I remember her... her aggression
when
on the
have you seen
board.
Anna be aggressive? I guess on
Not
the board,
in life,
yes.
on the board. I remember it was rough.
Aggression.
Do you see it? That's just gonna get taken out of context. But I see it in the back of my mind, that lost game. But she's a very aggressive player as well, and she doesn't let a lot of opportunities go to waste here.
One comment in the chat said, am I bad if I root for Anna because I'm old and used to see her mother play games? Anna's mother is absolutely a chess legend. She was one of the strongest female chess players. But yes, you will be banned from the Boches live chat. Thank you very much for it.
Fun fact, Anna bet her mother on a chess game that she ended up losing. So I am now the proud
you won
recipient of Anna's mother. Yeah.
I tried to be indoctrinated into the Kremlin family, and I didn't get an invitation. I kept asking her to let me play on the Swedish team. I said, I'll play board 5. Please let me be. I'll play Swedish. And she did not say yes.
Don't you have to be Swedish?
Well, yeah, that's why she was going to adopt me, but they didn't say yes.
It does make sense. But just had to put that out there. Pia, if you're watching, you're going to give me a chess lesson, maybe. Please. Thank you.
Okay, let's do a little quick analysis. Looks like Anna is ahead in development, but she is again offering the trade, which makes sense. It's going to take much longer for Alex to castle. She has to develop both the knight and bishop, which in Freestyle, this is a lesson I learned from Gukesh. You only really want to activate your queen if it's in a square where it's already restricting all your pieces. But I think Alex's queen placement was already active from the beginning. So I think Alex made a small inaccuracy by playing queen c2. The better method would have been to try to just develop the knight and bishop right away, similar to what Anna did, so that you can develop your king side.
Yeah, because now it feels a little bit difficult if you ever want to castle to get into that position. I don't know. You have to try to develop your bishop first, but it feels like you're going to run into something.
Position. Yeah, I think that's why you always want to prioritize developing those pieces first. And you would think that my sister learned from the first game not to bring out the queen early. Also, I believe that was the lesson last match. I remember as Levon shouted at my sister, why is she taking out her queen? She did it again. This one didn't go as far, but she's trying to develop this, and the eval bar shoots down because this pawn in the center, again, overextending her pawns, she wasn't punished. I believe that if you were, I wonder if the line was if you were taking with the queen, but this pawn must have been a liability, and there's got to be a way to win it. Another idea is simple, just developing, bringing this knight, hoping to bring it to b6.
Yeah, and now it looks
knight d7,
like
knight
the
b6.
king is also a little bit weak here. Like, you do get that f4. En passant is a possibility, although I'm not sure you'd want to do that because it allows more development. But yeah, I don't know. This is looking like it could be a little bit difficult for her king safety, but I don't think it's over yet.
So I think if black was to take en passant, it would help white because it activates your knights, which Alex needs to develop. Because if she gets this knight out, then again, this rook can come to f1. She opens up this bishop, and she has piece activity. But the problem here is that black doesn't even take, and Anna does the best move, which is knight d7. And if you don't take right away, then the knight will come to b6, putting pressure on this bishop and on this pawn, forcing the bishop back, and just hopefully black is slowly developing and going to win this pawn soon.
So you're telling me en passant isn't forced?
En passant, oh yeah, good point. Yeah, breaking news, chess world, en passant is not a forcing move.
We never knew, we never knew. But yeah, this is looking a little bit difficult, and I'm wondering if Alex is feeling the stress and pressure here in this position as well.
All right, let's check on the Cramling chat. Anna is always playing strong. Who is the other commentator with Andrea? This is Jules. Jules Gambit on socials. She has the best chess interviews. She is the most dedicated chess fiction reader that I know.
Why is that how you introduce me? I do not read a chess
What, you love books about chess?
Yes, but it sounds so sus when you say it like that.
She convinced me to listen to the Bobby Fischer Audible book, Endgame. It's actually an amazing book.
So good.
The first book about chess, I listen to it every plane ride. I haven't finished it yet, but I thoroughly enjoy my time. I would definitely recommend it to anyone who wants to learn about the chess world, but you don't love just reading chess notation. So.
Yes, that sounds better. If you started with that, then she really loves chess nonfiction. That sounds sus. But I am also the roommate of these kind ladies here and the friend of both of them as well, so it's hard to know who to root for here. I know you kind of have to automatically root with your sister, but, you know, Anna is playing very, very well right now, but the time's about even. I think they're both pretty fast players.
They are, but so this is an interesting position since it's technically equal on material, but the eval bar is so much in Anna's favor. So let's try to assess maybe, I'm going to use my big brain to think why this position. So Alex, first of all, gives Black the file right away. I think, number one, development is very easy for Black. This bishop, if we look, has a great square on g4. This knight is a trap knight, and the knights are so important to activate because of this hanging, this pawn locked in the center. The knight cannot come to f3 or d3. It's really hard to develop, and while Alex's pawn was more of a weakness that was getting attacked, Anna's pawn is strong and defended by the knight, which usually you want to block pawns with your knight, not with the bishop. So Anna's knight on d6 is a very resourceful knight.
It is a very, very strong knight. I mean, also you're having a lot of issues with just like the piece harmony here, you know?
Exactly.
It's a little bit rough, but I don't think it's over yet because even though this is kind of like a positional nightmare for Alex, if Anna gets low on time, it's possible that she could find a nice tactic or a nice move to just kind of untangle her pieces and get them coordinating better.
Chet, I think we're going to do a training camp after this because this is the second tournament I've commentated where I hear the word nightmare describing my sister's chess, and I don't like hearing it, but it is very validated. So, yes, you're not the first.
But you know, there are redeeming things. There are redeeming things here, and one of them is that your sister is very fast. She's very good at time management. She sees her tactics, and when there's opportunities, usually she's able to spot them. I think it just depends if she's, you know, on form today, and I'm not exactly sure yet.
Yeah, so just to give a couple plans here for how Alex could potentially develop her pieces, the main issue in the position right now is the knight. The knight is obviously being blocked by the queen and the pawns, which is why computer is saying one option, well, not anymore, but was g3, trying to create a square for this knight. The issue is that you want to have an outpost or even having your knight block a pawn, and once the knight goes to g2, there's not really any other square she can go. Maybe Alex can try to activate this rook. Rook c1, put some pressure on this pawn. Can Alex even take this pawn? Why can't we take this pawn? What happens? Oh, the rook comes to the file and we get immediately punished. Wow. Maybe we can do a quick... Let's see. Okay, no, we can't. Just kidding. The game continues.
And something about freestyle that a lot of people underestimate is just how, you know, non-intuitive piece harmony can be. Because in a lot of, you know, classical chess positions, you've seen the position many, many times, so you know where you're supposed to put your pieces. But here, they're just in, you know, deep waters all alone, and they have to figure out what to do.
Yep, Alex is trying to activate her pieces. Anna comes attacking. Anna's also, she got that passed pawn. I feel like I jinxed it. She's going to have a very strong center if she's able to block this. Here I wonder, wow, there's a nice tactic. Is Anna going to see it? Knight, bishop takes on a4, and if the queen takes back, then this bishop is left undefended, and if white takes the queen, then we just do queen trade, and Anna has won a pawn, and this is exactly what I was going to say. The tricky thing with removing this rook is that Alex has created a weakness on a4 that is easily attacked, another downside from overextending your pawns, because now you can't develop your rook without leaving your pawns hanging, but Anna did not see the tactic, because she has under a minute.
I feel like this entire game is just us trashing Alex's position.
We are simply... I saw one comment in Anna's chat, and it was like, when will we have unbiased commentators? I'm like, excuse me, we are getting rolled, sir. I don't know what you're talking about, unbiased.
You just said we're getting rolled.
We are getting rolled. Well, yes, I am a Botez, but I will be... practical about the position, and the eval bar speaks for itself.
The eval bar is definitely doing a lot of speaking here. The peace harmony is doing a lot of speaking here too, and sometimes there's very few positions in life that you look at and you just like cringe, you know, and you're like, ugh.
And to the chatter who said tactic not working because of b3, well, the bishop could then take on b3, and then you win 2 pawns with the same threat. Chat is also asking when there will be, I will be playing freestyle match, which, you know, maybe if I had an opponent to do a match against, maybe I would. If only there was some woman at this tournament with a similar online rating close to mine.
Interesting.
Who would challenge me in person if they weren't afraid.
If only, if they aren't. So what's our score in the chess right now?
I mean, I
forget, sorry.
Played you the same week I went to a hospital, but I'll take you straight up tomorrow if you want.
Wait, you did it before the hospital.
Yeah, potentially, but you know, the fiction doesn't have that.
Can someone fact check, what's the score between Andrea and I?
So Jules has 1 win, but I would like to have a real game.
You'd like a real game?
Yeah, I was not prepared. I would like to play you in freestyle, where you can't use your weapons versus my London. I was terrified to play you because your prep was so good, but in freestyle, you've got nothing.
You can't use your London against me either. Anyway, chat, I think Andrea's getting a little bit too ahead of herself.
So is that a yes, I'll take you on in a match?
I'll take you on any day.
Tomorrow?
Okay.
Okay. We'll arrange it with the commentators, aka us, we're the commentators. Well, I would love to play Jules. Okay, let's look at this position. Chat said Rook F8 is cooking, but we can't do Rook F8 because of the bishop on A3. And now Anna is forcing a trade. Time is getting low. Alex has 13 seconds under 27, but she's only down a pawn. So although the eval is so strong for Black's favor because his pass pawn is just way too strong.
Yeah, it's not even about the material or the pawns. It's just that there isn't really much compensation. I mean, Alex does have the bishop pair, so if she's able to find some sort of tactic with that, that would be great, but the queens are off the board.
Nice move. Alex is trying to make a simple threat here, pushing the Steve pawn. Very nice counterattack by Anna.
Yeah, just keep it simple. Play with your time.
Wow. She doesn't, wow. What a nice continuation. Instead of moving the king out of the discovery to the corner, Anna found the forcing variation to block the diagonal and improve her own bishop and attack Alex's pawn. Again, his position keeps coming to pawns that have been overextended and not been able to be defended. And this pawn on d5 is now going to be the next hanging pawn. If this is, again, best out of 5, so
Alex is going to need to come back if she wants a chance. Otherwise, this could be a knockout from Anna. Anna could just be coming to Rumble, leaving no, what is it, leaving no prisoners? Leaving no enemies? I don't know.
Yeah, I never thought I would hear Anna knockout, because when you say that, I imagine her in a ring.
Taking no prisoners.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Magical person in our ear.
Yes, very exciting.
But it is true. Anna is playing very strong, and Anna has been improving at freestyle more and more. So I do love to see that Anna's a very strong chess player, and Alex, we need to excel to the same standard, and it's good because Anna raised the bar.
You know, with Alex, I don't even know it's that she's not at that level. I think it's just Alex, you know, some days she's very, very on, and other days she's not, and it's hard.
It depends how many kinders we have for breakfast, and today we had a lot of kinders for breakfast, so that could be why. I wonder what Anna had for breakfast.
Probably eggs or something nutritious.
Well, I stayed at Anna's once, and she likes a very old stale cracker with one thin slice of cheese, as if you're in prison, but apparently it's just a Swedish breakfast.
Is that the Swedish breakfast?
That's what she told me.
Wow, that's very...
And I said, I don't want to be Swedish anymore. And then they said, that's why you can't play on the team, because you won't eat our crackers and cheese. And I said, fine, Pia. And she said, maybe next year. And I said, okay, I'll be there.
And then you're going to eat the crackers and cheese? Yeah. That does sound... Like, I prefer my eggs Benedict.
Have you been taking advantage of the Parisian breakfast here?
Oh, the breakfast here is so good. You know, I think that's why the players have been like coming ready to rumble for like the freestyle chess this week, because the breakfast is so good.
All right, and the game has been decided.
Yeah. So, and then it was just, the position was so bad. Yeah, probably it was. I was just trying to I was like, if she took my pawn, if I was playing this, I'd get very annoyed, I thought. So then I thought, I want to do that.
Yeah.
No,
that's good. It's okay. We'll come back in the second half. Just like last time. Except last time we drew one of the first two. Okay. at least put the pawns. Yeah, the pawns are easy.
You know what, Andrea? I do not like how your sister sounded. She sounded a little bit dejected after that game, which makes me a little bit nervous that perhaps mentally she's feeling a little bit tilted.
Well, this is funny because this is exactly how last match went. So Alex has to win. This is a first to 3, best out of 5, and there's no coming back. But last time she almost tied up, and I believe Anna won the tiebreakers, though she did tie it up. So she's just shaking off the rust. I hope that in the third game, I think like Alex has made the same weaknesses. Not that I'm the chess doctor and I can diagnose her position, but it looks like she develops her queen before her pieces, and she overextends her pawns, and it's funny, but a lot of the same principles that apply to normal chess apply to freestyle chess. So maybe third try is the charm. And also, not to be biased, but we like to see a fight. No one wants to see someone get beat up. That's usually my job on this channel, not my sister.
Yeah, but I don't like how she sounded. I think she really needs to get that fight back in her. But you said this was how it went last time, and she was able to come back.
She is, yes. So we'll see. Anna has the white pieces. We're going to wait for the raffle, see the position. Here it is. The next position is up.
100, what a number. That is, we've had a lot of these like very solid numbers here.
Do you know the total amount of positions you can have in freestyle chess?
960.
Oh, duh. That was a joke. Gotcha. Well, we don't call it chess 960, we call it freestyle. So how was I supposed to make the connection? That makes sense. I never thought about where the 960 came from. Like, that's good to know. No one asks these questions.
We do. Maybe
you asked these questions. I don't know, chat. Who in chat didn't know that? Just asking for the chat.
Yeah, Alex was able to come back last time. Anna did end up winning the last freestyle chess match, but there was a really good fight. I think it went to overtime. It was very exciting.
We would like to go in overtime. Alex needs to lock in. Anna has been playing exceptional. She is very sharp. She knows how to immediately punish. Her time pressure management is similar to my sister, but it just looks like Alex's openings and piece placement has been a little bit dubious, which is interesting because you're not really supposed to rely much on those skills in freestyle, but these positions have been kind of resembling more natural openings, so that could be why.
Yeah, that's something we talked about earlier too, that sometimes, you know, especially with that d4, c4 push and putting the queen on c2, it almost felt like she was trying to play a classical opening in freestyle.
Yeah, that could be. Yeah, the queen c2, but we'll see. Let's see in this setup, Alex is playing the black pieces. Worst case, we just copy what Anna's doing and hope for the best.
But you know, your sister performs best when the fire is at her feet. I don't actually know if that's a saying.
No, it's very true. Alex, unlike me, does not crumble under pressure. And I think same with Anna. Anna's also very good under pressure.
That's true. They both are. But maybe if we're going to see a comeback, it has to be in this round. Otherwise, Anna just might completely just sweep this.
Let's say hello to the Kremlin chat so that I'm not a biased commentator. I'm curious, Anna Kremlin chat, have you guys seen her chess get progressively better? I don't know how many times she's still playing Blitz online, but I've definitely seen it in person, so I'm curious what your experience has been.
Yeah. Okay. And we see the handshake.
Ooh, okay, 2+2 time control. Just kidding, 3+2.
I was like, 2+2 is like over the board.
Okay, let's see how much this is going to change things. Both the girls start by pushing the c-pawn. The reason being they want to open their bishop right away. Right away, this is a great setup for Anna that I think Alex can learn quickly and do the same thing. Similar to what we had in the first game. Now, the bishops are very powerful. You don't need to move them very far. Both girls are actively bringing their knights, which I love to see. Anna's eyeing this square on d5, but Alex can always try to attack it with her bishop, and Alex is doing the same with the square on f4.
Yeah, so Anna's chat saying that she is working really hard at improving. She is
awesome.
Probably pretty fresh too, tactically.
So Anna has been training. Is she secretly training or is she training on stream?
No, she's been secretly training for this match to take.
She could be.
Yeah, for sure.
She could be.
For sure.
And Anna's also playing, that's true. Anna does play more chess in general and more tournaments in general. She does have a lot more practice on the board, which my sister gets more practice in Monkey School of Chess. It's also very competitive, just a different school. Yeah.
Yeah, and they teach you to bring your queen out early and then don't develop anything else.
But you flag them. And unfortunately, all these games have been incremented. It just doesn't play to Monkey School of Chess strength, so.
And I just know that if Alex could, she would want to be screaming as well after the games. Yeah. But it's probably not good sports etiquette to scream in your opponent's face. Like you can over the board. But I don't know. As we said, Alex does have that fire in her belly. Wow. That's something you can't teach. And so if she's going to come back, it's going to be this game.
Let's take a look at this. So Anna has built a nice, I want to call it a battery. It's not a battery, but this is like the ideal setup. You have an outpost knight. It's defended by another knight. This is a good strat by Alex, trying to at least trade off one of her not so well placed knight from the G6 square with Anna's knight in the center. But even if you do take, you even open up her bishop. So she has to trade. It's a slightly better position for white just because of the more superior placement of her pieces. But here she should be making these moves pretty quick. There's not much to think about.
Yeah, especially when you're in a must-win position, it's a little bit hard to have the black pieces.
The issue with knight beat G6 is that H4 comes in and Anna plays it, not even hesitating. Now this knight is actually a liability because she didn't trade it, because it's running out of space. Now it has to go back to E7, not really where you want to go after spending 4 moves with this knight. And Anna could have even taken the knight. Rook takes. She replaces this knight. Oh my goodness.
But now you have the fork and the rook is going to fall.
Alex pushed the G-pawn so quick. It was a hard position. She should have left this pawn there and not created the hole.
But she's up in exchange now, up material, and you're still having issues. Look at this diagonal, too. The king is on that diagonal, which, you know, once the knight is able to move, could be opened. I don't know. I think your sister is going to have to come up with some counterplay quickly.
I can't go back. Never mind. I wanted to look at the position and see why she played G6 so quickly. Like, my sister has been doing a lot of puzzle rush, and this is a very common pattern. You know not to push this pawn. You don't want to create weakness on the dark squares, especially with a giant sniper right here. Moves like F4 will come in later and just put pressure. And she just pushed so quickly. Maybe she wants to win on the clock, which would be Monkey School of Chess, but it is no stand for Anna Kremling.
I think she might have been a little bit afraid of opening that file and would rather lose the exchange. It could have also been a decision like that. But
That's
here,
true.
I mean, at this point, you could just kind of need to, there's probably a chess term for it, but it's like go ham, you know?
Yeah.
What's the term, berserk or something? I don't know.
Yeah.
You just need to like put it all in and try for some counterplay, try to make the king weak, just try anything, even if it's not the best, because otherwise you're just going to get absolutely steamrolled in this position.
It's a really sad way you put it, because unfortunately, Alex's piece, like her only move in this position we can start, is maybe trying to control the center a little bit, F5. Oh wait, actually it was F5 for white, and we didn't even get a chance to push F5 because our knight is now blocking our pawn. And yep, F4 came in, putting pressure, makes sense. We have the queen and the bishop doubled up, eyeing this king. The king has actually nowhere to go, so the second you open up this diagonal, it is almost a checkmate position.
You know what? I think it's the momentum of this match that is hurting your sister. I think Alex can play much better chess than this, for sure.
Anna wins this, Andrea and Jules should just play today. I agree. I think that's a great idea. I would go and take on Anna, but I bet the commentary team has been, no, sorry, not the commentary team, the Freestyle team, which, first of all, huge shout out to Freestyle Chess. They have brought all of us lovely ladies here to Paris. We have been filming amazing matches with the top players in the world. Really, there's no other place we'd have an opportunity to pester Magnus Carlson, Gukesh, also learn from them in chess. We have been taking a couple lessons. It might not look like it, but I swear we have. And they have been working overtime today just to let us do a special match for our channel. So we're really grateful to be here. And I hope the next one I will compete, because I don't like watching my sister get slaughtered.
Well, especially, I know that this is a slightly different time zone, but Freestyle Chess is playing their tournament this week. They just had the first round today. It's every day. So you guys should absolutely tune in. Lots of exciting chess. I bet you're already coming from that, so I didn't really have to say that. But I don't know. I think, as I said, your sister, if she started this match over again, I think we'd see much different chess from her. I think this is just a momentum thing.
Yep, let's take a look at the position here. We have gambited that pawn because we didn't have a choice. There was too much pressure. We were pinned. But luckily, Alex's knight is blocking this pawn. So for now, the king is safe. We are down material, but if Alex can put up a blockade, Anna only has 10 seconds on the clock. So Monkey School of Chess, the rule is you throw poop at the wall, I would have said another word, but today's a professional commentary, and you play fast and you hope for the best. And Alex is doing that. She may be down a lot of material and really not in a good position, but she does have time. It is 1 minute, 14 seconds to 3 seconds. Monkey School of Chess representing. This could be the comeback. However, Anna has 2 passed pawns. It's looking really unlikely, and the position's getting just worse and worse.
But this is 3+2, so this is a shorter format too, which means, you know, maybe if you're used to playing a little bit longer, you could just see the time tick away and not even notice it. So I don't know, with only a 2-second increment to make these moves hit the clock.
But unfortunately, the plan is very fortunately for Anna, who's been honestly playing amazing games and getting sharper and sharper. The plan is pretty clear. I don't think she's castled yet, but she could probably castle, bring a rook to f1, and then the plan is simple. You put the rooks behind these passed pawns and you just push. You trade the pieces because you're up, and I think she can make these moves pretty quickly, and Anna has been performing extremely well under time pressure. So
if you're Alexandra right now, you just want to keep it as complicated as possible, but as you said...
Instructions unclear. I threw it towards my opponent. Now that's a chess match I'd like to watch.
That is not a chess match. If you play me, you are not doing that. Thank you very much.
I'll bring some monkey moves. Although, I don't know about this representation. I think we need to start hiring some ambassadors.
Some PR.
Yeah, we need to work on our marketing.
But I don't know.
Oh, wait a second. Giant eval. Quick. Question mark.
Blunder.
Go,
What's
Jules.
the blunder?
You do your
What's the
puzzles.
blunder?
It's gone. We didn't even have time to look for it. It's honestly pretty hard because I couldn't see it either.
No, I think it was very difficult.
I'm still curious. Oh,
it's probably.
Wait, was it to do with a knight f6 because of the pin pawn?
It was probably a queen move. I'm not sure though. But
maybe it was a knight f6, but we can't go back.
Yapping. Yeah, but that just shows that like already the position looks a little bit. Oh well, never mind.
All right, Alex is down to 30 seconds. Well. Oh.
Well.
What a brutal blow here. Unfortunately, if Alex goes queen d6, trying to keep the bishop defended, or here I think we just lose the pawn. Alex goes for the check.
And you could try to retreat, but then you're trading. You don't really want to trade pieces here. I mean, now she's down to 13 seconds versus 4 seconds. It's looking more even on the time, and that was really her advantage there.
Yeah, and Alex can't really stop this pass pawn without letting this pawn drop. If she tries to retreat her bishop to stop the pawn,
was watching this.
Oops, didn't do that. Trade the rooks.
Okay.
And the game has
For the
ended.
suspense.
For the suspense.
Final game.
But we're just going, we don't even know if we're allowed.
Oh yeah, true. We don't even know if we're allowed.
Wow, Anna has been very impressive.
I flagged that, but I was so long time to select.
Oh my god.
Anna's just.
I can't believe I survived that. I just kept hearing the chess gives cancer to children.
Alex won.
Oh, Anna flagged! Anna flagged! She survived, monkey! Monkey, persevere.
At least you didn't get checkmated. That would have been worse.
I also can't believe we survived that. You or me, sister. Neither of us.
Maybe take it here, yeah.
Oh yeah, because
and then
takes
All right,
queen
chat,
check.
just kidding. We do not need ambassadors.
You mate.
Queen, no,
I
you have
guess
queen
here,
F8,
yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, you can answer the question. What's the lowest time format we can play right now? So that you have a decider.
I mean, bullet, maybe 1+5, so it's not horrible.
It would be nice to have a fixed time that we know.
3-0.
3-0 would be nice.
Yeah, okay, let's do
Take
3-0.
back everything I said about Monkey School of Chess not having enough representation. Alex threw stuff at the walls, and she flagged.
She flagged Anna.
Yes, sorry, that's what I meant.
Yes. So we literally, as the commentators who should know things, we were like, 3-0. But then it turned out that Alex flagged Anna. The disrespect.
Yeah, I'm curious. Poor Anna, she spent her time on this G4 move. I'm looking back at the old position. I guess, of course, we all have the bias. We're sitting comfortably in our nice gaming chairs with the eval bar. And Anna must have been calculating, but...
And I'm not dancing because I want Alex to win. I'm dancing because the match goes on further.
All right. We're going to have one more match, 3+0. So no increment for the ladies. If Alex wins this, then we get to see a tiebreaker.
Position 99. I guess we're just going backwards here. And that was super, I don't know, 3+0. That's going to be really tough. I think we're going to see people just like absolutely throwing the pieces by the end if we get time scrambles.
Well, I feel like the openings, at least Anna's openings have been pretty solid, but the more Alex plays, the more she learns. So, especially what I saw last time, the quality of the chess improves. You know, speaking just for the first 10, 15 moves, not for after that. But Alex is with the white pieces this time, which means she can't copy Anna's setup. So we'll see how good the openings are.
For sure. I do think your sister got a little bit lucky in that last match.
You don't say. You don't think that was pure talent and skill, Jules? What, you're saying we didn't earn that win? What is this biased commentary?
But the 3-0 with white pieces might be helpful.
How did you beat Anna? Was it a straight-up match?
How did I? Oh, yeah, it was just a, we just played like a straight up blitz game.
It was freestyle or regular chess?
Regular chess.
What? Maybe Jules, you might need to be the next runner-up we put against Anna.
Well, I'm not sure. I think Anna, for the most part, would absolutely steamroll me, especially at freestyle. Like, as we said, she's been practicing her freestyle. I mean,
but maybe
she's
you're
very strong.
practicing. Chat, we need to make more Monkey School of Chess ambassadors to put them up. But anyways, this match is not over. We've got the positions. The girls are probably studying. Jules almost beat Jen Yu. Jules can play. I agree. If you ever want to pursue more competitive chess, I think you would improve very rapidly. But is there a reason you don't?
It's just, you know, having a job.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would play classical my entire life if I could.
You can always stream them, but of course it's not that simple.
Yeah, well, it's my dream. One day we'll go on that classical tour.
You can do whatever you want and play all the competitive chess in the world.
I would play so much if I could. But at the same time, you know, it is good to play any sort of chess whatsoever.
Here we begin. The girls shake hand. Alex confidently pushes in the center, where she doesn't mind that we're blocking our bishop.
I mean,
we've got a little bit of a... we have a delay because I haven't refreshed. If someone could help refresh, please. There's a reload. There we go. Wow. Okay,
Oh, wow, we're getting very aggressive right away. I mean, the momentum shift is going to be interesting. Like we said, Anna does keep her cool. Anna's very good at keeping her cool.
We do not have the moves updating in real time, but that's all good. I'll make them, but just letting you guys know I'm making them. Someone can help. Alex again goes for the hungry pawn, but she's placed her queen in a much better square, and light squared bishop is on a pretty far diagonal from the queen, so I think we're not going to get punished. And eval bar is actually in Alex's favor, so it could be that Anna forgot about the freestyle format, didn't see the ghost threat, and lost that pawn, which happens very often because pieces are not where you expect them to be.
Yeah, sometimes, especially if you autopilot a little bit, you know, you could easily lose a pawn. Although it's not the worst pawn to lose. It's not the best pawn to lose either, but it's not the worst pawn to lose, for sure.
And here the strategy for white, I would assume, is... I wonder if you'd want to eventually trade these bishops after b3, because now you're just up a pawn, but it would ruin your king side. But I wonder why a move like g3 is not preferred. Maybe it is now, but even better than g3, you could go g4. g4 threatening the knight right away, and now it looks pretty tempting to try to attack towards the king side, since your queen and your rook can work together. There's good development for the knight. You hope to create an outpost eventually on f5. If Alex plays g4, that'd be super sharp, but she has also plenty of options.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little scary because you might be kind of like assuming your king's already castled or something and be a little afraid of opening it up, but it's quite secure there, so it's a nice find.
Okay, Alex develops logically, trying to control the center here as well. I'm sure... Is it a good move? Interesting. Usually you don't want to trade your bishops for knights in regular chess, but because the knights are so strong in freestyle, especially in the center of the board, in a square like e5, it'd be a good move for Anna to try to trade this knight for the bishop. Maybe she'll do it later. Instead, she tries to activate her knight, which is a very logical move, but it gets a question mark. But it's okay. We're getting all sorts of symbols all over the board.
Anna did not flag. I think just the front number of the timers is currently cut off. So... It's a minute, as we could assume. So this is 3 + 0, very quick.
Yes, commentary team, if we can see both clocks, please. But yes, 1 minute 23 versus 1 minute 39 for Anna.
Yeah, so do you think if this match doesn't go your sister's way, Do you think she'll still be friends with Anna after this?
I don't know, 2 times in a row is pretty tough, but I know that both my sister and I respect Anna's chess a lot. Even when we did a simul, where the 3 of us played Gukesh, Anna lasted the longest and had a pretty even position. So we have been seeing in real time, so it's hard to, of course, I know in real time, but anyways, this game is not over. We're not going to speak too soon. Not going to jinx it. Let's watch the game.
And, also, I mean, Anna flagged last time, so this game she's going to really bring her speed. And I think that might have motivated her a little bit to be more aware of the clock, which is really important here because it's 3+0. They don't even get increment. What are they going to do? Just like throw the pieces.
Monkey School. Anna's knight is going all around the world. And we have went for the pawn, but again, these pawns often seem to be bait because it's going to be hard to develop her piece. Depends if she's getting restricted, but she's not. Now it's equal. We are no longer up a pawn.
Would you say that your sister is a greedy, greedy girl when it comes to pawns?
It depends. She was in the first game, but I think usually her instinct is good. And in this position, it was okay to take because the queen was still active. But it's also really hard in freestyle because pawns that you don't expect are undefended, and sometimes you just forget about them.
Yeah, that's very true. Forget about pawns, forget about pieces. You never really know. And just trying to figure out what to do as well, which is why you get some really creative, interesting positions like this.
Chat, we don't have a commentary board, so we're just going to watch in real time with you guys.
Yeah, chat.
Ooh, another pawn potentially hanging, but she doesn't want to take on a2 because she's afraid of the weaknesses on her king side.
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm a little concerned about this. Oh, wow. Alex's rook is on the open file, which I really like for white because you can eventually use the h7 square as well.
And you might be like, commentators, why are they moving so quickly? It's because there's no increment, and they're actually at 30 seconds and 20 seconds, I believe. So,
yep. We spent all this time updating the clocks, but now we don't need to.
So that means that I think it's just who can move the pieces faster and not get checkmated at this
Alex is playing very solid. Ooh, Anna didn't want to go back to the dark squares, and she gave us an exchange.
Look at the speed we're seeing here. I told you, pieces are going to be flying.
Very solid trades, makes sense. Alex is up exchange, but again, Anna with the passed pawns. Anna has won many games back-to-back, being down material, but knowing how to push her passed pawns, and always coming back when she's down. Will she do it again?
Oh my gosh, this is so funny. Look at this. Look, they're like flinging pieces. Where are the pieces supposed to go? Where's the pawn? Where's the rook?
The girls are laughing, but I don't think... Oh my god, Alex, monkey school again. Out of bed, poor Crafling, with Anna having a position where she's nearly completely winning. She is completely winning. She's up a whole bishop. I don't even know when Alex lost that bishop. Monkey school of chess.
I don't even think the board knows what's going on because the pieces...
Hear the ladies.
Yeah. Okay. It's a kind of tie. It's a tie, I guess.
What? You want second?
Yes.
Okay.
But it becomes a tie.
Now it's a tie.
It's tie.
I think what this means is that we have to.
I thought we were going to tiebreakers, but we are following the classical chess world and just taking the draw, I guess. I think we weren't set up for a tiebreaker.
Are we not doing a tiebreaker?
I guess we're not doing a tiebreaker, so the match is a draw.
Do they know they're not doing a tiebreak?
I don't know. Let's find out. Let's listen.
It's always so close. Like we're always so
No,
close.
it is. It's genuinely very close.
Yeah, but you're so much faster than me. Like you're so good at speed. It's crazy. Like,
but you
can't do what you do.
Yes, but then you actually play chess. Me, I was like 5 seconds, check her. Like my monkey brain is like, give check, don't flag.
How are your hands so fast? How is your hand-brain coordination?
This is the end of the Alex vs. Anna. We appreciate you guys all tuning in.
I feel like a boomer.
Thank you, Anna Chat. Thank you, Freestyle, for letting us have this little fun event. Hopefully we can do more of these. Speed versus chess, both equally important in such time controls.
Yes, and we have learned, chat, you don't need to put your pieces on good squares. You don't even need to be up material. In fact, you can hang anything.
I don't think, we should go spreading this gospel around. I'm not going to lie. I have no idea how Alex drew this. Like, I think she just has so much practice being fast. That is her strength. I didn't know we're not doing a tiebreaker, but I guess we want to keep you on the edge of your seat so that we will have a rematch, hopefully, I'll find an opponent. We will be here creating content till the rest of the tournament. The freestyle match games will go on where people won't be doing Monkey School of Chess. You have the top players in the world all competing. Games start earlier in the day. We appreciate you guys hanging out. I know it's a short stream, but we really enjoy doing these. We want to do more, and we're really grateful that we got to use the Freestyle super professional resources to host the stream.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Freestyle. Thank you, Andrea. Love
Thank you, Jules,
commentating
for
with
joining.
you.
Command Jules in chat as well for the lovely co-host and commentator today. I have it in the Botes chat. Jules Gambit on socials, and we will see you guys soon. Bye, chat. Thanks.
Bye,
for
everybody.
Hanging.
Show me how to make it real. I won't let you down. If this is how we're meant to feel, I never had a doubt. Through every test, I gave you my best. I am obsessed, believe me. So take the next step, we'll make up the rest. Try to let go. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. You wanted me to break the rules. I can read the signs. I can feel it burning through. You see it in my eyes. It's complicated, 'cause all along I've been waiting. Just take me for a